Moving a man of Kever's size was no simple task. It felt like wrestling a king-size mattress off a waterbed, so they decided to bury him near the house, which made practical sense. The harvest was still weeks off, and any fresh disturbance in a field would be visible from the air. For a man like Kever, they'd surely use search planes, helicopters, maybe even drones. They began at midnight, figuring it was safe. They were surrounded by 10,000 acres of empty land, the only structure on their horizon being the railroad tracks to the east. Midnight was 5 hours after the evening train and 7 before the morning one, so they expected no witnesses. Their backhoe, tricked out with 4 spotlights on a bar above the cab like some kid's souped-up pickup, cast a wide pool of halogen brightness. Visibility wasn't an issue. They started the hole in the hog pen, a place already churned up by 200-pound animals with 4 digging feet each. From the air, even with a thermal camera, the scene would be a whiteout from the steaming hogs and their waste. It was safe. Since hogs root, they dug deep, which was easy with the backhoe's long arm. It bit into the earth in fluent 7-foot scoops, hydraulic rams glinting, the engine roaring and pausing as the cab dipped and rose with each dumped load. When the hole was ready, they backed up, turned around, and used the front bucket to push Kever in, scraping and rolling him until he tumbled over the edge into the shadows. Only one thing went wrong right at that moment. The evening train came through 5 hours late. They'd learn on the AM station next morning about a broken locomotive causing a jam 100 miles south, but in that instant, all they heard was the mournful, distant whistle. They could only turn and stare as the long-lit cars rumbled past in the middle distance, one after another, like some endless dream. But the train eventually passed. The rails sang briefly, and the tail light vanished into the dark. They returned to their work. 20 miles north, the train slowed, hissed to a stop, and the doors opened. Jack Reacher stepped down onto a concrete ramp in front of a grain elevator as large as an apartment building. To his left stood 4 more elevators, each bigger than the last. To his right was an enormous metal shed the size of an airplane hangar. Vapor lights on poles cut cones of yellow into the darkness. There was a mist in the night air, a sure sign on the calendar. Summer was ending, fall approaching. Reacher stood still as the train pulled away without him, its building slipstream tugging at his clothes. He was the only passenger to disembark, which was no surprise. This was no commuter hub, just agricultural land. The token passenger facilities were wedged between the last elevator and the huge shed, a compact building with a ticket window and waiting benches, built in a traditional railroad style like a child's toy placed between 2 giant oil drums. On a signboard running its length was written the reason Reacher had come, Mother's Rest. He had spotted the name on a map and thought it sounded like the perfect title for a railroad station. He imagined the tracks crossing right over some old pioneer trail, the very spot where history had paused long ago. Perhaps a young expectant mother had gone into labor there. The rough ride couldn't have made things easier. Maybe the wagon train halted for a couple of weeks or even a month. Years later, maybe a descendant remembered turning the spot into a family legend. There could be a tiny museum, he thought. Or maybe the story was sadder, a burial site for someone too worn out to continue, marked by a stone. Either way, Reacher decided he might as well see for himself, with nowhere in particular to be, and all the time in the world. A detour cost him nothing. That's why he stepped off the train. His first reaction was a letdown. His imagination had been wildly off. He'd pictured a couple of dusty houses, a lonely corral with a single horse, and maybe that one-room museum run part-time by a retired local, or perhaps a marble headstone behind a wrought-iron fence. He hadn't expected the vast agricultural complex spread out before him. He should have guessed, of course. Grain meets the railroad. It all has to be loaded somewhere, billions of bushels, millions of tons every year. He moved left and peered through a gap between buildings. The view was dark, but he could make out a rough semicircle of dwellings, houses for the depot workers, he assumed. Lights glowed in the distance, and he hoped they meant a motel or a diner, or better yet, both. He walked toward the exit, skirting the pools of vapor light out of long habit, though he saw the last lamp was unavoidable, positioned right above the gate. To save a wider detour, he cut straight through the next to last pool of light as well. Just then, a woman stepped from the shadows. She came toward him with a quick, eager burst, 2 fast steps like she was genuinely pleased to see him. Her whole posture spoke of relief. Then, abruptly, it didn't. It shifted to plain disappointment. She stopped dead and said, "Oh, she was Asian, but not small. Maybe 5'9" or even 5'10", with a solid build. No delicate waif here, not a bone in sight. Reacher guessed she was around 40, with long black hair, wearing jeans and a t-shirt under a short cotton coat. She had on lace-up shoes, he said. "Evening, ma'am." She was looking past his shoulder, he added. "I'm the only one who got off." She met his eyes. He said, "No one else stepped off that train, so I'm guessing your friend isn't coming." "My friend?" she said. Her accent was neutral, everyday American, the kind he heard all over. He replied, "Why else would anyone be here except to meet the train? Not much else to see at midnight. Don't tell me you've been waiting since 7. "I didn't know the train was late," she said. "There's no cell signal out here, no one from the railroad to tell you anything. And I guess the Pony Express called in sick." "He wasn't in my car," Reacher said. "Or the next two either. Who wasn't? Your friend. You don't know what he looks like." "He's a big guy," Reacher said. "That's why you stepped out when you saw me. You thought I was him for a second anyway. And there were no big guys in my car or the next two." "When's the next train?" "7 in the morning," she said. "Who are you, and why did you come here?" "Just a guy passing through." "The train passed through. You got out. You know anything about this place?" "Not a thing. Seen a museum or a gravestone?" "Why are you here?" "Who's asking?" She paused a moment, then said, "Nobody." Reacher said, "Is there a motel in town?" "I'm staying there. How is it?" "It's a motel. Works for me," Reacher said. "Any vacancies?" "I'd be shocked if there weren't." "All right, you can show me the way. No sense waiting out here all night. I'll be up at first light and knock on your door as I head out. Hopefully your friend will show up by morning." The woman didn't respond. She just took one last look at the quiet tracks, then turned and walked toward the exit gate. The motel was larger than Reacher had imagined, a 2-story horseshoe shape with 30 rooms and plenty of parking, though most spaces were empty. It was built from simple stucco blocks painted beige with brown iron railings and stairs, nothing fancy, but it looked tidy and well-maintained. Every light was working, not the worst place he'd ever stayed. The office was the first door on the left, where a short, older clerk with a noticeable belly and what appeared to be a glass eye handed the woman a key for room 214. She left without a word. Reacher asked about the rate. $60, the clerk said. "For a week?" Reacher asked. "For a night." "I've stayed in plenty of motels," Reacher replied. "So, I don't see anything here worth 60, maybe 20. Can't do 20. Those upstairs rooms are expensive. I'm fine with downstairs. Don't you want to be near her? Near who? Your lady friend?" "No," Reacher said. "I don't. 40 for downstairs, 20. You're more than half empty. Better to make something than nothing. 30, 20, 25. Deal." Reacher pulled a roll of cash from his pocket, counted out a 10, 2 fives, and 5 singles, and laid them on the counter. The clerk took the money with a small triumphant flourish and handed over a key on a wooden fob marked 106, back corner near the stairs, he said. Metal stairs that would clang with every step. Petty revenge, but Reacher didn't mind. He figured he'd be the last one turning in that night and expected a quiet, uninterrupted sleep on the silent plains. He thanked the clerk and walked out with his key. The one-eyed man waited half a minute, then picked up the desk phone. When the line connected, he said, "She met a guy off the late train, waited hours for it, brought him here, and he took a room." A crackling voice asked a question. Another big guy, tough customer. Haggled over the rate. "I put him in 106 back corner." Another staticky question. "Not from around here? I'm still in the office." This time the voice on the line shifted tone, an order, not a question. The clerk said, "Okay," hung up, heaved himself to his feet, and stepped outside. He dragged a lawn chair from outside room 102 to a spot on the asphalt where he could watch both the office door and room 106. Can you see his room from there? Had been the question. Move your ass somewhere you can watch him all night had been the instruction. The clerk always followed orders, even if reluctantly, as he settled his bulk into the uncomfortable plastic chair out in the cool night air. Definitely not his idea of a good time. From inside his room, Reacher heard the scrape of the lawn chair across the asphalt, but thought nothing of it. Just another nighttime sound. Nothing alarming. No shotgun being racked. No blade being drawn. Nothing to trigger that old instinctive alertness. The only sounds that weren't the skittering of lizards were a single, deliberate footfall on the sidewalk outside and a sharp rap at the door. The railroad woman struck him as someone who carried a list of questions and an expectation of immediate answers. Who are you, and what's your business here? But the noise he heard was neither. It was a faint, dragging scrape, so Reacher ignored it. He smoothed his pants and tucked them beneath the mattress to press out the wrinkles, then washed off the dust and sweat of the day in a quick shower. Slipping into bed, he mentally set his internal alarm for 6 a.m., gave one long stretch, released a tired yawn, and was asleep within moments. Morning arrived in a wash of pure gold, absent any trace of pink or lavender. The sky was a faded, threadbare blue, like denim worn soft from years of use. After another rinse in the shower and getting dressed, Reacher stepped outside. He noticed the lawn chair sitting vacant and oddly positioned in the middle of the traffic lane, but he dismissed it without a second thought. He ascended the metal staircase as quietly as possible, minimizing the usual metallic clamor to a series of muted thuds by carefully placing each foot. At room 214, he knocked with a firm yet polite tap, the way a concierge at an upscale hotel might announce a wake-up call. Time to rise, ma'am. She had roughly 40 minutes, 10 to get moving, 10 to clean up, and a leisurely 10-minute walk to reach the railroad well before the morning train. Reacher retreated down the stairs and made his way to the street. The roadway here was broad enough to feel like a town square, probably designed for the slow, cumbersome turns of farm trucks lining up for the way stations, offices, and towering grain elevators. Train tracks were set right into the weathered blacktop, evidence of a sizable operation. This was clearly a regional hub, likely serving an area that could stretch 200 miles in any direction, which explained the motel's size. Farmers would travel from distant fields, spending the night before or after a long train journey to cities like Chicago, perhaps all arriving together during certain seasons when futures were traded. Hence the 30 rooms. This wide plaza-like street ran north to south. To the east lay the railroad tracks and the industrial structures. To the west, a semblance of a main street held a motel, a diner, and a general store. Beyond them, the town fanned out in a sparse, sprawling semicircle, a low-density country-style settlement of maybe 1,000 souls, if that. Reacher walked north, searching for signs of the old wagon train trail. He expected it to cut across his path from east to west, which was, after all, the entire ambition of those pioneers. Go west, young man. What an era that must have been. About 50 yards ahead, past the last elevator, he saw a crossing. A road ran perfectly east-west, glowing with morning sun to the right and stretching into long shadows to the left. There were no crossing gates, just simple red signal lights. Reacher stepped onto the tracks and looked back south for at least a mile as far as the hazy light allowed him to see. There were no other crossings. The same was true looking north. If Mother's Rest had its own historic east-west route, he was likely standing on it. The road was reasonably wide, slightly humped from dirt piled up from flanking ditches, and paved with thick-aged asphalt that had grayed and cracked in places, its edges rough like cooled lava. It ran arrow-straight from one horizon to the other, a definite possibility. Wagon trains took the straightest path whenever they could. Why would anyone choose to add extra miles? The first driver would pick a far-off point on the horizon and aim for it, with the rest of the wagons falling in line behind. Seasons would turn, and another group would later find those worn tracks, and a season after that, a cartographer might pencil in a faint line. A century on, a state crew would arrive with graders and hot asphalt to pave it over. To the east, the landscape offered no memorial. No small-town exhibit hall, no engraved stone. Only the long road itself, cutting between endless fields of wheat that swayed gold and heavy under the vast sky. But if you turned west, crossing the railroad tracks, that same road became the town's main street, running straight through its heart for about 6 blocks of low-slung buildings. On the right-hand corner, a lot stretched back the length of a football field, filled with rows of strange, gleaming new tractors and combines from the farm equipment dealer. Opposite, in a converted house that still looked like someone's home, was a business selling veterinary supplies. Reacher turned onto this old path, walking west with the faint morning sun warming his shoulders. In the motel office, the clerk with one eye lifted the receiver and dialed. When the line connected, he said, "She's back at the tracks again. Now she's meeting the morning train, too. Just how many men are these people planning to send?" The response was a long, staticky crackle over the line. Not quite an order, but not a question either. It had a softer, almost reassuring tone. The clerk nodded to himself. "All right, sure," he muttered, and hung up the phone. Reacher walked the length of the town and back, taking it all in. He passed houses still used as homes alongside others, turned into offices for seed suppliers, fertilizer agents, and a large animal vet. He noted a solitary lawyer's office, a gas station, a block north, a pool hall and stores selling beer and ice, or just rubber boots and aprons. He saw a laundromat, a tire shop, and a place that specialized in stick-on boot soles. What he didn't see was a museum or any kind of monument that was probably logical, he figured. They wouldn't place something meant for reflection right on the busy roadside. It would be set back a block or two for a sense of respect and to avoid the traffic. He stepped off the main drag into a side street. The town was laid out in a grid, despite having grown in a loose semicircle around the giant grain elevators, which seemed to exert their own quiet gravity. The outer lots were mostly empty, while buildings near the center were packed tightly together. This block behind the main street held one-room apartments that might have been garages once, and temporary-looking market stalls for folks who grew vegetables on a spare acre. There was a shipping and business services store handling everything from money transfers to packages, and next to it a CPA's office that appeared deserted. Still no museum, no monument. He methodically worked his way through the grid, past small shacks, a diesel repair shop, and weedy vacant lots where the grass was as fine as thread. He emerged at the opposite end of the wide main street, having covered half the town. No museum, no monument. He watched the morning train arrive, looking impatient and dusty as it grudgingly halted. From his angle, it was impossible to tell if anyone disembarked. By then, hunger was setting in. He cut straight across the plaza, past the general store, and headed into the diner. Meanwhile, the motel keeper's 12-year-old grandson slipped into the general store and went to the payphone just inside the door. He fed his coins into the slot, dialed, and when someone answered, he reported, "He's searching the whole town. I followed him the whole time. He's going block by block, looking at everything." Chapter 3. The diner was clean, pleasant, and nicely decorated, but its primary purpose was unmistakable. It was a machine for turning food into energy and money with efficient, practiced speed. Reacher chose a small table tucked into the far corner on the right, settling into the seat with his back to the wall so he could watch the entire diner. Roughly half the booths and tables were occupied, mostly by folks who looked like they were loading up on calories before a hard day of manual work. A waitress swung by, efficient and weathered but kind, and Reacher asked for his usual morning meal, a stack of pancakes, a side of eggs and bacon, and above all a steady stream of coffee. She mentioned the place offered free refills, which Reacher considered excellent news. He was already working on his second mug when the woman from the train station walked in by herself. She paused just inside the door, glancing around as if getting her bearings. Then her eyes landed on him and she made a beeline for his table. Without a word, she slid into the empty chair across from him. In the clear morning light, she looked sharper and more alert than she had the previous night. Her dark eyes were quick and intelligent, her expression a mix of determination and underlying anxiety. "Thanks for knocking on my door last night," she began. "No problem," Reacher replied. "My friend wasn't on the morning train either." "Why tell me?" "Because you know something." "Do I?" Otherwise, why get off here? Maybe I live in town. You don't. Could be a farmer. Not a chance I might be, I doubt it. Why's that? You didn't have a bag when you stepped off that train. That's pretty much the opposite of someone whose family has worked the same soil for 100 years. Reacher let a moment pass. Who are you exactly? Who I am doesn't matter. Who you are does. I'm just passing through. I'm going to need a better answer. And I'm going to need to know who's asking. The woman stayed quiet. Just then, the waitress returned with Reacher's plate, pancakes, eggs, bacon, and a bottle of syrup already on the table. She topped off his coffee before moving on. Reacher picked up his fork. The woman from the railroad slid a business card across the sticky tabletop. It bore a blue and gold government seal, Federal Bureau of Investigation, Special Agent Michelle Chang. That's you? Reacher asked. Yes, she said. Pleased to meet you. Likewise, he replied. I hope. Why is the FBI asking me questions? Retired, she clarified. I'm not with the Bureau anymore. The card's old. I kept a few when I left. Is that allowed? Probably not, yet you showed it to me, to get your attention and to establish credibility. I'm a private investigator now, but not the kind who stakes out motel rooms. I need you to understand that. Why? I need to know why you came to this town. You're chasing shadows. Whatever trouble you're in, I'm just a random bystander. I need to know if you're here on a job. We might be on the same side. Otherwise, we're both spinning our wheels. I'm not here to work. I'm not on anyone's side, just passing through, you sure? 100%. Why should I believe you? I don't much care if you do. Try seeing it from my perspective. Reacher leaned back slightly. What did you do before the Bureau? I was a patrol officer in Connecticut. Good. Because I was a military cop. So, in a way, we're brother and sister officers. Take my word as one professional to another. I'm a coincidence. What kind of military cop? Army. What did you do for them? Mostly followed orders, a bit of everything. Criminal investigations, usually. Fraud, theft, homicide, treason. All the things people get up to when you give them the chance. What's your name? Jack Reacher, former Major, 110th MP. I lost my job, too. Chang gave a slow, single nod, some of the tension leaving her shoulders, though not all of it. Her voice softened. You're absolutely sure you're not working a case here? Positive. What do you do now? Nothing? What does that mean? Exactly what it sounds like. I travel, I move around, I see the country, I go where the road takes me. All the time. It suits me. Where do you live? Nowhere in particular. Right here? Right now? This diner is as good a place as any. You don't have a home? No need for one. I'll never make it there, I said. Have you ever visited Mother's Rest? Not once. Then why come now if it's not for work? I was just driving through. The name caught my eye, so I stopped on a whim. She paused, then smiled, a touch of nostalgia in her expression. I understand, she said. I can picture it like a film. The final scene shows a weathered wooden cross tilted in the dirt, two planks nailed together, the inscription burned in with a hot iron from a campfire. Behind it, a wagon train rattles into the distance, growing smaller and smaller until it disappears. Then the credits start to roll. You believe an elderly woman passed away here? That was my interpretation. Fascinating, Reacher replied. And how did you interpret it? I wasn't entirely certain. I considered that perhaps a younger woman paused here to give birth. Maybe she recovered for a month before moving on. Maybe that child grew up to become a senator or someone important. Interesting, Chang remarked. Reacher broke the yolk on his plate and lifted a forkful of his breakfast. 30 feet away, the man behind the counter picked up the wall phone. She returned from the train station alone, he said quietly, and went straight to the fellow from last night. Now they're talking intently, definitely plotting something, mark my words. Chapter 4. The diner grew quieter. The morning rush was clearly an early affair, tied to the rhythms of farming, which Reacher mused was as demanding as military life. The waitress approached, and Chang ordered coffee and a Danish. Reacher finished his meal. So, he began. How does a private investigator like you spend her days if you're not snapping photos in hotels? Chang replied. We provide a variety of specialized services. Corporate research, a significant amount of online security work naturally, but also personal security. Close protection details. The gap between the wealthy and everyone else keeps widening, which is unfortunately good for the bodyguard industry. We also handle building security assessments, along with advisory services, background investigations, threat evaluations, and some general detective work. What brings you out here? We have an active investigation in this region. Targeting what? I'm not authorized to disclose that. How extensive is this operation? We have one agent stationed here. At least I believed we did. I was dispatched as reinforcement. When did you arrive? Yesterday. I'm currently based in Seattle. I flew as far as I could and picked up a rental car. The drive was endless. These roads just stretch on forever. And your colleague wasn't here? No, Chang confirmed, he wasn't. You think he stepped away temporarily and will return by train? I hope that's all it is. What else could it be? This isn't the frontier days anymore. I know, he's likely fine. He operates out of Oklahoma City. It's entirely possible he had to rush back for some other urgent matter. He would have taken the train given the roads, so he'll have to return by train. He told me he doesn't have a vehicle here. Have you tried calling him? She nodded. I used a landline at the general store. No answer at his home, and his cell goes straight to voicemail. Or it's out of service range, which would mean he isn't in Oklahoma City. Would he have traveled elsewhere around here without a car? You tell me, Reacher said. It's your investigation, not mine. Chang fell silent. The waitress returned, and Reacher decided to get an early start on lunch by ordering a slice of peach pie and more coffee. The waitress looked slightly weary. Her employer's bottomless coffee policy was taking a hit. Chang finally said he was supposed to brief me. Reacher asked, who? The guy who isn't here, obviously. Brief you, as in bring you up to speed? More than that. So how much are you in the dark about? His name is Kever. He works from our Oklahoma City office, but we're all connected on the same network. I can access his active cases. He has a couple of major projects underway, but nothing out here, at least nothing reflected in his digital files. How did you end up with this backup assignment? I was available. He contacted me directly. From here, definitely. He gave me precise directions. He referred to this as his current location. Did it seem like a routine request? Mostly, yes. It followed the proper steps. So the rules were observed, but the file isn't on his system? That's right. What does that tell you? It has to be minor. Possibly a personal favor or something too close to charity work for his firm to approve, no profit in it regardless, so it stays off the books. But then I imagine it grew into something more substantial, significant enough to warrant calling for assistance. So a minor issue escalated, involving what? I don't know. Kever was going to fill me in, nothing at all. What aren't you getting? He was handling a side project, quietly on his own, and he planned to explain everything once I arrived. How did he sound on the call? Calm, mostly. I got the feeling he isn't fond of this town. Did he say that? More of a vibe. When he gave me directions, it sounded almost regretful, like he was pulling me into some grim, unsettling spot. Reacher stayed silent. Chang remarked, I suppose you military types are too focused on facts to follow that kind of intuition. Reacher said, no, I was going to agree. For example, I didn't care for the store selling rubber aprons, and I had this odd kid trailing me all morning, maybe 10 or 12 years old. A boy, I figured he was a bit slow, curious about a newcomer, but really timid. He'd dart behind a wall every time I looked over. Not sure if that's strange or just pitiful. You truly have no leads at all? I'm waiting for Kever to explain, which means waiting for the trains twice daily. How long until you call it quits? That's pretty direct. I was joking. This feels like a lot of the trouble I've seen, and you too, probably, in your patrol days. It's a communications failure. A message didn't get delivered. That's my take, likely because there's no cell signal. People are lost without it these days. Chang said, I'm giving it a full day. I'll be moving on, Reacher said. I'll likely catch the evening train out. Reacher left Chang at the diner and headed back to the old path, intending to finish surveying the town. The odd kid didn't reappear. He stopped by the veterinary supply office again and rescanned the left side of the street, all 6 blocks, finding nothing noteworthy. He pressed onward out into open land a couple hundred yards, just in case the railroad had shifted the town's core eastward, leaving older remnants in their original spots. If Chang was correct about an elderly woman's passing, her marker might not be obvious from afar. It could be a simple ground-level slab, a short iron post no more than 18 inches tall, nestled in a field of wheat, perhaps with a trimmed path leading from the road. But he saw no such path, no stone, no commemorative fence, no larger building either. No museum, no official sign marking a historic location. He turned back and began methodically searching the southern section block by block, starting on the east-west side street behind the businesses lining the trail. It looked much like the northern side, but with more single-room operations set up in old barns and garages and fewer produce stands. Still, no memorial stone, no museum, not where it made sense. Mother's Rest hadn't always been a crossroads, not until the railroad came. It was once a random dot beside endless straight tracks across the prairie. The stone or the story had drawn the town to it. The town had built up around it like a pearl forming around grit, but he couldn't locate it. Not the stone or the museum. Not where they ought to be, which would be a decent walk from the original roadside, far enough to feel like a small journey or a visit. That would be about a modern block behind the old roadside. But there was nothing there, he continued, block by block the same systematic way as before. He saw similar sights and started to piece together their meaning. The town slowly revealed its character to him as he walked. It served as a central hub for a wide, scattered farming region, importing machinery and parts while sending out huge shipments of crops, primarily grain. There was some cattle ranching as well, which explained the farm supply stores and the large animal vet. Even the rubber aprons made sense now. He could see the economic divide. Some farmers were prosperous enough to buy brand-new tractors, while others were just getting by, repairing old diesel engines and having their work boots resoled. It was a perfectly ordinary place. The late summer day remained beautifully golden, the sun pleasantly warm without being oppressive, so he continued his aimless strolls, simply enjoying being outside, until he realized he had looped back and seen every block twice. There was no memorial, no museum, and no sign of that peculiar kid, however. One man had given him a distinctly odd look. Chapter 5. The place was 2 blocks from the old main road, on a side street running east to west. It had 5 built-up blocks on one side and 4 on the other, the layout starting to curve with the land. There was a bank and a credit union. A row of small single-operator workshops housed a blade sharpener, a gearbox specialist, and even a barber with a lit spinning pole. Most notably, there was a cramped store selling spare parts for various irrigation systems. The proprietor, a sizable man, was boxed in behind his counter. As Reacher walked past, the man's eyes flickered with recognition, and his hand shot up and back, reaching for something behind his shoulder. Reacher's stride carried him past before he could see what it was. His conscious mind dismissed it, but a deeper instinct prickled why the reaction. Simple, a new face in town, a stranger that didn't fit. What was he grabbing for? A weapon seemed unlikely. A random pedestrian wasn't a direct threat, and you wouldn't keep a bat or a pistol in plain sight on the wall. Under the counter was more practical. How dangerous could the irrigation parts business be anyway? Weapons were for bars, corner stores, and maybe pharmacies, so probably the phone. An old wall-mounted telephone, positioned at shoulder height for easy use. The guy reached backward because his space was too tight to turn around fully. But why make a call? Was the sight of a stranger such a monumental event it needed to be reported immediately? Maybe he'd just remembered an appointment, or a package to mail, or perhaps he'd been instructed to report sightings. Of what strangers? By whom? Maybe that weird kid was part of it too, a laughably bad attempt at actual surveillance. The line between theatrical shyness and pure clumsiness is razor thin. Reacher paused in the small plaza and turned a complete circle. He was alone. Deciding a cup of coffee was in order, he headed back to the diner. Chang was still there at the same table. It was late morning. She had changed seats, so her back was now to the corner, the spot he had occupied earlier. He wound through the tables and sat down at the one next to hers, side by side, putting his own back to the wall, mostly out of habit. "Enjoy the morning?" he asked. She said, "It feels like a lazy Sunday back in my first year of college. No phone and absolutely nothing to do. Doesn't your partner at least check in with his office?" She began to answer, then hesitated. Her eyes swept the room, tallying the potential witnesses to what might become an awkward confession. Then she offered a complicated smile, a mix of boldness, regret, and a hint of shared conspiracy. "I might have exaggerated our professional circumstances a little," she admitted. Reacher said, "How so? Our Oklahoma City office is Kever's spare room, just like our Seattle office is my spare room. Our website claims we have offices everywhere. Technically, it's true. The world is full of former FBI agents with empty rooms and mounting bills. We're a straightforward operation, which means we don't have a support team. Kever doesn't have a supervisor to report to, but he was involved in something significant," I said. Chang agreed. "We're legitimate, and we get results. But at the end of the day, this is a business. Keeping costs low is everything, along with a decent website. It keeps things ambiguous. What sort of job would he pick up on the side?" "I've been pondering that. Definitely not corporate work. Those cases are never small. Some are cash cows that you just log into the system. It's an easy win. This had to be a private client dealing in cash or personal checks, not necessarily illegal, but likely tedious and maybe a little unhinged. Except it reached a point where Kever needed help. Like I told you, it began as something minor before it escalated. Or the unhinged part turned out to be all too real. Or became downright dangerous," Chang replied. The waitress approached and poured Reacher his second endless cup of coffee for the day. He had already paid her generously, well over the bill. He appreciated good coffee, and he had a soft spot for hard-working waitresses. Chang asked, "How did your morning go?" "I couldn't locate the old woman's burial site or find any record of the infant," he said. "Do you think either would still exist?" "I'm fairly certain. There's ample land. They don't just build over a gravesite, and there's usually space for a historical marker. You see those brown metal plaques everywhere. I'm not sure who produces them, maybe the Department of the Interior, but there isn't one here. Have you spoken with any longtime residents?" "That's next," Reacher said. "I should probably start with the waitress. She's obligated to give the polished promotional answer, spread the good word, and maybe her diner becomes a destination. It hasn't worked yet." "How many people do you think actually ask?" "Maybe half," Chang speculated. "But that's spread over more than a decade of visitors, so it's a high odds but low volume situation. Depends on your definition of many." Just then, the waitress walked over with the coffee pot ready to give Reacher his first refill. Chang seized the moment. "Why is this town called Mother's Rest?" The waitress shifted her weight, resting on one hip the way tired people do, holding the pot steady. Her hair was the color of the surrounding wheat fields, her face was flushed, and she could have been anywhere from 35 to 50. It was hard to tell if she was naturally thin or had been worn down by years of work. She seemed genuinely pleased by the question, especially since Reacher's generous tip had already made him a favorite customer. She offered a smile. "I like to imagine a thankful son living in some big city built his mother a quiet little house out here as a thank you for all she'd done. Then a few shops popped up to serve her, then a few more houses, and before you knew it, you had a town," Reacher asked. "Is that the story everyone tells?" "Sweetheart, I wouldn't know," she said with a laugh. "I'm from Mississippi. I still wonder how I ended up here." "You ought to ask the guy at the grill. I think he was at least born in this state." With that, she hurried off to her other tables. Chang looked at Reacher. Was that the polished answer? Reacher nodded. But it came from the creative department, not marketing. She should either get on board with the official line or try screenwriting. "I saw a movie with that exact plot once, caught it on a motel TV in the middle of the day." Should we ask the cook? Reacher glanced toward the busy kitchen. First, I'm going to find some locals. I spotted a few possibilities earlier. Then I'm going to find a spot for a nap, or maybe I'll get a haircut. I'll see you at the train station at 7. Kever would be the one leaving soon, and I'll be the one stepping in, even without knowing the full story behind the name. It doesn't matter that much, not worth waiting around for. I'll go with whatever story feels right at the time, yours or my own. Chang stayed quiet, so Reacher finished his coffee, pushed back from the table, and made his way out of the room. Outside, the afternoon sun still held its warmth. Next up, talking to real people, beginning with the irrigation parts dealer, the man was boxed in behind his counter with barely any room to move. He stood nearly as tall and broad as Reacher, but soft and heavy set, wearing a shirt that billowed like a tent, his belt slung low beneath a round, drum-tight belly. His complexion was pale, his hair faded to no particular color. On the wall behind him hung a cordless phone, a modern model, not some antique, mounted on a base screwed into the wall, the handset resting upright in its cradle. Easy enough for the guy to reach back without looking and have the keypad right in his hand. The base had 10 slots for numbers. Half were labeled with brands he sold parts for, probably helplines or supplier contacts. The man asked, "Can I help you with something?" Reacher said, "Do we know each other?" "Pretty sure we don't." "I think I'd remember. Then why did you jump half out of your skin when I walked past earlier?" "I recognized you." "From the old photos?" "What photos?" "From Penn State, back in '86. You were the linebacker everyone talked about? Made all the sports pages. I followed college ball pretty close back then. Still do, honestly. You've aged some, if you don't mind my saying. Did you make a call? When? Right after you saw me?" "Why would I? Maybe the phone was ringing. It does that all day long. Customers asking for parts, checking on orders." Reacher considered it. Would he have heard it ring? Possibly not. The door had been shut, and the ringer volume could have been turned low to avoid driving the guy crazy in that tight space. Reacher shifted topics. "What's your take on how this town got its name?" "My what?" "Why? It's called Mother's Rest." "Sir, I truly don't know. There are strange town names all over America. We're not the only one. I'm not accusing anybody. Just curious about the history. Never heard any." Reacher gave a slow nod. "Have a good day then? You too. And hey, congrats on the comeback, if it's all right to mention it." Reacher edged out of the shop and paused in the sunlight. He went on to speak with 12 more shopkeepers, making 13 in total, which, counting the waitress, gave him 14 different answers. There was no agreement. 8 of those weren't really answers at all, just shrugs and vague looks mixed with a touch of local pride. After all, this is a country full of oddball names, towns called Why and Why Not, Accident and Peculiar, Santa Claus and No Name, even places like Truth or Consequences and Monkey's Eyebrow. Why single out Mother's Rest? The other 6 replies were variations on the waitress's tale, and Reacher supposed his own and Chang's guesses. People were working backward from the name, stitching together colorful stories to match hard evidence. There was none. No one had ever heard of a memorial marker, a museum exhibit, a historical sign, or even a local legend about the place. Reacher ambled back along the broad avenue, debating with himself, find a spot to rest or get a trim first. The auto parts dealer was the one who initially reported it. He insisted he'd handled the situation carefully, using an old trick involving college football, a method he'd learned long ago. Choose a solid team from a winning season, and most people were so pleased by the reference they didn't think twice. Before long, 3 other shopkeepers had called in with similar accounts, though they skipped the football angle. The overall message, however, was unmistakable. The motel clerk with one eye fielded all the calls, pieced the details together in his head, then dialed out. When the line connected, he said, "They're digging into the name. The big fellow is asking questions all over town." A smooth, crackling voice came back over the line, calm and reassuring. The clerk answered, "All right, sure," though he didn't sound convinced, and hung up. The barber shop had 2 chairs, but only one barber, an older man whose hands were steady. Reacher opted for a hot towel shave followed by a clipper cut, short at the back and sides, blending to a little more length on top. His hair hadn't changed color over the years, and though it was thinner now, it was still there. The barber's careful work paid off. Peering into the mirror, Reacher saw a clean, sharp, put-together version of himself staring back. The total came to $11, which struck him as fair. Afterward, he wandered back across the open plaza outside the motel. He noticed the same white plastic lawn chair he'd seen earlier, sitting oddly in the traffic lane. He lifted it, carried it to a grassy strip near a fence where it wouldn't be in anyone's way, and set it down. With his foot, he turned it to face the sun. Then he settled into the chair, leaned back, and shut his eyes, soaking in the warmth. Eventually, he drifted off to sleep outside on a summer day, which in his book was the second best way to nap. That evening, Reacher headed up toward the railroad tracks a full hour early, at 6 o'clock. Partly because the sun had dipped too low for basking, and partly because he always preferred arriving ahead of time. He liked having a moment to look a situation over, even something as straightforward as catching a train. The grain elevator stood still and silent, presumably empty while waiting for the next harvest. The big warehouse was shut tight. The rails were quiet. Overhead, the vapor lights were already glowing in the gathering dusk. The western sky still held a streak of gold, but everywhere else it was turning dark. Night wasn't far off. The small railroad depot was open but deserted inside. Reacher stepped in. The interior was all woodwork done in a gingerbread style painted over many times in a bland, creamy shade. It carried that familiar scent of an old wooden building at the end of a hot day, stuffy, dusty, and sun-baked. The ticket window was arched but small, giving it a close, personal feel. There was a round hole in the glass for speaking through, but behind it a brown pleated vinyl shade was pulled down. The word closed was painted on it in what looked like gold leaf. A short hallway led to restrooms. A table held a 6-day-old newspaper. Milky glass bowl lights hung from the ceiling, but there was no switch on the wall, just a blank plate with a handwritten note taped to it, "Ask at ticket window for lights." The benches were impressive. They could have been a century old, made of solid mahogany, upright and austere, only reluctantly shaped to accommodate a person and polished to a deep shine by decades of use. Reacher chose a spot and sat. The contour felt surprisingly good, stern and puritanical in design, yet genuinely comfortable. Whoever crafted them had done subtle, excellent work. Perhaps the wood had simply surrendered, ceasing its resistance, and instead allowing itself to be shaped to accept and hold the impressions of countless objects, each with its own weight and heat. It was as if it had been steamed and pressed by some vast, achingly slow machine. Could mahogany, that famously hard wood, really behave that way? Reacher had no idea. He remained motionless outside. The dusk deepened, and the gloom within the station thickened with it. He sat in the gathering dark and watched through the window. Chang was out there somewhere, he was sure of it, hidden in the shadows, just as she had been before. He supposed he could go and look for her. But to what end? He wasn't preparing some grand farewell address. Another 5 minutes of idle chatter wouldn't change a thing. His life was one of constant motion. People drifted in and out of it all the time. He was accustomed to it. It was no great drama. A simple, friendly wave as he boarded the train would suffice. By then she'd likely be busy anyway, maybe talking to Kever, getting the full story, demanding to know where on earth he'd been. Assuming Kever was even on that train, so Reacher waited. A full minute before the train was scheduled, Reacher heard the faint click and whisper of stones shifting in the rail bed. Then the steel tracks themselves began to hum, a low metallic murmur that swelled into a sharper, keening wail. He felt the pressure change in the air before he saw the headlight's beam spear the darkness. The noise followed, a hissing, clattering, mechanical roar. Then the train itself arrived, a hot, brutal force, somehow moving with infinite slowness, brakes shrieking in protest until it halted with the locomotive already past the platform and the passenger cars aligned with the ramp. The doors slid open with a sigh. To his left, Reacher saw Chang emerge from the shadows, a quick, reflexive movement triggered by the train's arrival, there and back like the blink of a camera's flash. A man stepped down from a car simultaneously. To his right, the spare parts clerk from the irrigation supply store materialized from the dark, taking a single step forward before pausing to wait. The arriving passenger moved into a dim pool of light. He wasn't a large man. He wasn't Chang's missing contact. This wasn't Kever. He was a man of slightly above average height, but well below average weight, perhaps around 50. What might have been called slender in his younger years now bordered on gaunt. His hair was dark, likely dyed, and he wore a suit with a collared shirt but no tie. In his hand he carried a brown leather bag larger than a doctor's case, but smaller than a duffel. No one else disembarked. The train doors remained open on his right. Reacher watched the spare parts man take another step forward. The new arrival noticed him. The clerk spoke a name and extended his hand in a gesture that was polite, respectful, almost deferential. The man in the suit shook it. The train doors were still gaping open, but Reacher stayed put in the darkness. The clerk took the leather bag and began leading the suited man toward the exit gate. Only then did the train doors seal shut with a soft thump. The cars whined and shuddered, and the train began to pull away slowly, agonizingly slowly, car after car disappearing into the night. The two men vanished from view. Reacher finally stepped out onto the ramp, watching the train's solitary red tail light bob and dance into the distance. From the shadows beside him, Chang's voice came. "They're going to the motel. Who is?" Reacher asked. "The man who got off the train and his new best friend." She moved into the dim light. "You didn't leave," she said. "No," he replied. "I didn't. I thought you would. So did I." She gave a small, wry smile. "I like to think I'm pleasant company, but I know I'm not the reason you stayed." She paused, shaking her head slightly. "That came out all wrong." "I'm sorry. Not that kind of reason, which would be incredibly presumptuous anyway. I just mean you didn't stay behind just to do me a personal favor, did you? Did you see the way they shook hands?" Reacher asked. "Of course. That's why I stayed." He led her back into the silent, dark waiting room, and they sat side by side on a wooden bench. The air was still and cool. Reacher said, "How would you describe that handshake?" Chang turned her head toward him in the gloom. "Describe it how?" The story it told. The narrative of it. The body language was unmistakable. It had all the hallmarks of a junior corporate executive being sent to greet a major client. I doubt they'd ever met before. You have to admit, the local guy put on quite a show, polite and respectful without crossing into groveling. I'm sure it was nothing like how he'd slap his buddy on the back or the stiff formality he'd use with his father-in-law. Definitely different from the eager grip he'd offer a bank loan officer or the nostalgic two-handed clasp for an old high school friend he hadn't seen in decades. So what does that tell us? Our man here has a whole repertoire of handshakes at his disposal, and he's clearly practiced in using each one. It's part of his act. I saw that same guy earlier today. He runs a store that sells irrigation system parts. When I walked past his window, he startled and immediately reached for the phone. Why would he do that, you tell me? How suspicious should I be? Somewhere between reasonably cautious and mildly concerned. She considered it on its own. I wouldn't think much of it. But given what happened with Kever, but you resemble Kever, generally speaking. Maybe Kever has been asking questions around town, and certain people have been instructed to watch for him or for anyone who looks like him. I had the same thought. It seemed far-fetched, but stranger things have happened. So I went back later to check. I asked him directly why he had reacted. He claimed he recognized me from Penn State football back in 1986. Said there were photos of me in the sports magazines. He insisted he wasn't making a call. Maybe his hand was moving because the phone was about to ring. Told me it rings constantly. Could you hear it ringing? I couldn't. You played football at Penn State? No. I went to West Point and only played once. Not very well, I might add. I'm fairly certain I never appeared in any magazine. It could have been an honest mistake. 1986 was a long time ago. People's appearances change. And I suppose I look like I could have played ball for Penn State. That's what I decided at the time. And now I think he was covering his tracks. He hid behind a convenient story. Maybe it's a tactic he's learned. Skip the awkward denials and jump straight to a believable excuse. Some guys might even be flattered by it. Who wouldn't want to be mistaken for a college football star? It could distract them, make the whole issue fade away. Plus, he deliberately made me out to be younger than I am, which is its own kind of compliment, I guess. I was already in the Army by 1986. I graduated in '83. The whole thing was a performance. That isn't proof of anything. First, I asked him if we'd met. He said no, which was true, right? But a guy like that, a supposed fan who remembers players from 30 years ago, if he really thought I was one, he would have said something like, "No, but I'd sure love to shake your hand, sir," or he would have offered a handshake as I was leaving. This is a handshake guy. It matters to people like him. I've seen it before. For some, it's better than an autograph. More personal, actual, physical contact. I bet he has a mental list of people he's seen in the paper or on TV and thinks, I shook that person's hand once, but he didn't shake yours, which was another slip on top of the first. He knew I wasn't a famous player, so now I'm leaning toward your theory. People have been told to watch for unfamiliar faces, asking questions, maybe even that odd kid from this morning. Add to that, no sign of Kever on the train? Where is he? So I decided to stick around, at least one more night, just to see what happens. Who was the suited man who got off the train? No idea. An outsider, I'd guess, here for some kind of business. Probably not staying long, given the small bag, likely wealthy. It's a strange era we're in. Poor folks tend to be heavier, and the rich are often thin. That's a historical first, good business or bad business. Is it just chance that the man from Penn State gave him a ride? Or is he tied to whatever Kever is investigating? Could be either one. Maybe he's simply an irrigation equipment executive, the head of a major company. In that scenario, the travel would likely have been reversed. Our guy would have attended an industry conference somewhere. He might have met the CEO at a networking event. A brief handshake, 30 seconds tops. And you can bet he would have shaken the man's hand. I'm starting to feel uneasy about Kever. Maybe a little, but think about it. How serious could this be? With all respect, we're talking about a private investigator taking cash or questionable checks from a single client who might not be entirely stable. Your own words. A person like that would go to the police first, after trying every other avenue from the White House on down. Since neither the police nor the White House seemed interested, how big a deal can it really be? You think the police always get it right? I think they have a baseline. They at least take a look. If the guy had claimed the warehouse was packed with explosive materials, they'd have been there in minutes. If he said the elevators were transmitting signals to his dental fillings, probably not so much. But the issue is it started as one thing and has become something else. That's why he called for backup. Maybe it's crossed that threshold now, in which case Kever can call 911 like anybody else or phone the FBI directly. I'm sure he still has the number. So, what's our next move? Now we head back to the motel? For one thing, I need a room for the night. The clerk with one eye was behind the desk. Chang collected the key to room 2114 again and waited. Reacher went through the same reluctant haggling, $60, 40, 30, finally 25, but not for room 106. Reacher wasn't about to let the guy win every time. He took room 113 instead, on the ground floor of the opposite wing, away from the metal stairs and not directly beneath Chang's room. He asked, which room is Mr. Kever staying in? The clerk said, who? Kever. The big guy from Oklahoma City checked in a couple days ago, came by train, no car, probably paid for a week in advance. I'm not at liberty to say guest privacy, you understand. I'm sure you'd appreciate the same if roles were reversed. Sure, Reacher said. Makes sense to me. He took his key and walked out with Chang. He said, don't take this the wrong way, but I'd like to come up to your room. Chapter 9. They used the metal stairs at the far right of the horseshoe-shaped building. Chang's room 214 was near the end of the row, next to room 215. She unlocked the door and they stepped inside. The room was laid out like all the others, but Reacher could tell a woman was staying there. It was orderly and carried a light, clean scent. A compact rolling suitcase sat open, clothes folded neatly inside. Reacher said, "What kind of notes would Kever be keeping?" "Good question," Chang said. "Normally we use laptops and phones. Everything gets typed up eventually because it has to go on the record. But the whole point of a low-profile case is to stay off the record. So why bother typing everything? He's probably got handwritten pages somewhere, where in his pocket, most likely, or in his room, depending on how much there is. We should check. We don't know which room is his, and we don't have a key, and we can't get one because apparently this Four Seasons has a strict privacy policy. I think it's 212, 213, or 215. Why? I'm guessing Kever made your reservation, right? He probably stopped at the desk and mentioned a colleague was coming. And this clerk seems to think if you have any connection at all, you need rooms close together. You're in room 214 because Kever was already occupying 213, 215, or possibly 212. Why ask the clerk if you already knew? Chang inquired. He might have narrowed it down a little, Reacher replied. But mostly, I just wanted to say Kever's name out loud. Plain and simple. If anyone's watching, they're probably listening too, and I want them to hear it. What's the point? To give them a fair heads up? Reacher said. They moved 2 doors down to room 212, which was easy to eliminate. The curtains were drawn, and a TV murmured faintly inside, definitely not Kever's. Both 213 and 215 appeared vacant, their drapes open, but the interiors swallowed by darkness. Reacher figured they'd been cleaned that morning and left untouched since. Statistically, one was likely an empty unit, while the other was Kever's, paid for but currently unoccupied due to some unusual turn of events. The vacant room would be utterly sterile, while Kever's would hold some small telling sign, a pair of pajamas peeking from under a pillow, a paperback on the nightstand, or the edge of a suitcase tucked behind a chair. But in the gloom, it was impossible to tell. "Want to flip a coin," Reacher proposed, "or wait until morning?" "And then what?" Chang countered. "Break the door down. We're in full view of the office here." Reacher glanced down and saw the one-eyed manager dragging a white plastic lawn chair across the asphalt. It was the same chair Reacher had slept in by the fence earlier. The man positioned it carefully on the sidewalk outside his office window and settled in, like an old sheriff keeping watch from his porch. He wasn't looking directly at room 214, but slightly low and to the right, which also meant not quite at 113. He seemed to be covering both rooms at once. Interesting. Reacher recalled finding that same chair abandoned in the traffic lane that morning. He glanced over at room 106, mentally tracing the sight lines. Very interesting. He leaned his elbows on the railing. "I suppose whether we kick a door in depends on how urgent you think this situation really is." Beside him, Chang said, "No one gets those gut feelings right every single time. But sometimes they're right, aren't they, I suppose? So, which kind of time is this? What's your take? I'm not in your chain of command." "My opinion shouldn't carry any weight," she pressed. "What is it anyway?" "Every case is unique." "Come on, cases are the same all the time. And you know it. Cases like this split about 50-50, Reacher admitted. They fall into 2 broad categories. Sometimes you recover your guy weeks later, no worse for wear, and sometimes you've lost him before you even knew there was a problem. There's not much middle ground. The graph looks like a smiley face, ironically enough, so the math says we should wait. Either we're already too late or we have all the time in the world. Reacher nodded. That's what the math says. And from an operational standpoint, if we move now, we're diving headfirst into an unknown situation against forces we can't even gauge. It could be 5 guys with firm handshakes or 500 with automatic weapons and hollow point rounds, all defending something we haven't even heard of yet. Which might be what, hypothetically? Like I said, not fertilizer bombs in a warehouse. Something else that started out strange and then suddenly wasn't. Maybe they really are broadcasting signals to our dental fillings. Chang nodded toward the one-eyed man in his distant plastic chair. You picked the right channel to broadcast Kever's name. This guy is in this thing up to his neck. Reacher agreed. Motel managers are always useful in any operation, but this guy isn't high up the chain. He's uneasy. He resents this duty. He thinks he's above playing night watchman, but apparently his bosses disagree. And they're the people we need to find, Chang said. We, figure of speech, a leftover from the old days. It was all about teamwork back then. Reacher said nothing. Chang added, "You stayed here. I didn't see a gun to your head. My reasons for staying," Reacher said, "have nothing to do with how urgent you think this Kever situation is. That's a separate issue, and it's your decision. I'll wait until morning. Are you certain? The numbers support it. Will you be able to sleep with him out there? What choice do I have? We could request that he leaves. How is that any different from giving in completely? That would depend on his reaction. I'll manage, but I'm using both locks and the security chain. We have no clue what's really going on." "True," Reacher replied. "We don't. I like your haircut, by the way. Thanks. What made you decide to stay? To get the haircut?" "To remain here," he said. "Mostly curiosity. About what? That whole Penn State routine from 1986? It was executed flawlessly. A masterful performance. I'm certain he's done it before, practiced it, analyzed his technique, and replayed his victories in his head. Given that, I'm just as sure it's impossible he doesn't know a handshake is part of the act. I'd bet he's shaken hands every other time, but not with me. Why? He slipped up. No, he couldn't bring himself to do it. That was my read, even to the detriment of his own craft. He's involved in something, and right now it feels threatened, and he views the people behind that threat as utterly repulsive. That's the sense I got, so I was curious about what could provoke that level of contempt. Now I might not sleep well at all. They'll come for me first, Reacher said. I'm on the ground floor. I'll make sure it's loud. You'll have time to react. Chapter 10. Reacher remained in a chair in his darkened room, positioned 6 feet from the window, unseen from outside, simply observing. 15 minutes passed, then 20, then 25. He would wait as long as necessary. The man with one eye was a faint shape in the dim light, about 100 feet away, settled into his plastic chair. He had gotten comfortable, leaning back slightly. He might have been dozing, but lightly. Any sound or movement would likely rouse him. Not the most alert sentry Reacher had ever encountered, but certainly not the worst either. Above and to the right, on the second floor, a thin line of light outlined the drapes of the center room. Room 203. The man from the train, presumably. The new arrival was probably unpacking his small leather bag, getting everything in order. Toiletries in the bathroom, some items in the closet, others in the drawers, although the size of that bag was a significant point in Reacher's view. It had appeared to be a quality item, well used but not worn out, made of heavy, pebbled brown leather with brass fittings, a classic design, likely structured with hinges and an internal frame, but it wasn't large. And the man was in town for at least a full day, possibly longer, with a bag too small for an extra suit or a second pair of shoes. That was unusual in Reacher's experience. Most civilians packed spare everything for accidents, weather changes, or unexpected plans. 10 minutes later, the rim of light vanished, and room 203 went completely dark. The one-eyed man stayed in his chair, tipped back, possibly watching, possibly not. Reacher continued his vigil from the shadows for another 15 minutes until he was satisfied nothing was happening. Then he undressed, folding his clothes in his usual manner, placing his pants beneath the mattress, took a quick shower, and got into bed. He left the drapes open and set his internal alarm for 6 in the morning, or for any nighttime disturbance, whichever came first. The dawn arrived quietly, washed in a faint pale gold. The long shadows from the elevator shafts just reached the motel. Reacher sat up in bed and looked out. The plastic chair remained on the sidewalk under the office window, 100 feet away, but the one-eyed man was gone. Probably around 4 in the morning, Reacher guessed, the quietest hour. He'd likely retreated to a couch in the back. The drapes in room 203 were still drawn. The man from the train was probably still asleep. Reacher stood up from the bed and returned from the bathroom with a towel wrapped around his waist. He pushed the window open. wanting the fresh morning air and the sounds of the town waking up. Outside, he could hear the steady rumble of vehicles moving along the wide street, the familiar growl of gasoline V8 engines and the rhythmic thump of heavy tires crossing the old rail lines set into the asphalt. Probably pickup trucks, he figured, heading out for an early breakfast at the diner. People here were early risers up with the sun. He took a seat by the window, watching without the comfort of coffee. For a moment, he indulged in a pleasant daydream, calling the diner, ordering a whole pot from the waitress he'd met, his new best friend, in this fantasy, and having her deliver it right to his door. Of course, that was impossible. He didn't have the diners, no. There was no phone in the room, and he wasn't exactly dressed for company. Across the horseshoe-shaped lot, a dim light glowed in the motel office window, but there was no sign of movement. Just a faded, aging motel, mostly empty in the quiet hour just after dawn. He settled in to watch patient, knowing he'd see something worthwhile if he waited long enough, and he was right. After nearly an hour, the one-eyed manager finally stepped out of his office door. The man paused, sniffing the air and that universal morning ritual. He glanced around his little domain, the parking spaces, the first-floor sidewalk, the second-floor walkway, conducting a slow, visual inspection. To Reacher, it looked like a mix of routine duty and a faint, almost hidden slice of pride. Then the manager seemed to remember the area behind him. He turned, spotted the lawn chair out of place near room 102, and promptly dragged it back into line, positioning it neatly beneath its second-floor counterpart. That small act tipped the scale toward duty over pride. Yesterday he hadn't cared where the chair was left. Today was different. The guy was moving with a nervous energy, like a sergeant preparing for an unexpected inspection from a superior officer. Reacher kept waiting. The long morning shadows slowly retreated as the sun climbed higher. He heard the 7 o'clock train approach, its arrival sending a low vibration through the ground before it rumbled away again. Then the drapes in room 203 slid open, the window was angled away from the direct sunlight, and the glass was filmed with a layer of fine dust from the fields. But even so, Reacher could see the man in the suit clearly. He stood with his arms held wide, hands still on the drapes, staring out at the morning as if genuinely astonished that the sun had risen once more, as if the odds had been no better than 50-50. He remained frozen like that for a full minute before turning and vanishing from view. A white sedan rolled into the lot. Reacher pegged it as a Cadillac, though not a new model. It belonged to a previous generation, long and low-slung, built for a smooth, weighty ride on paved boulevards. It was an unusual color for farm country, the kind you'd expect in Florida or Arizona, and it stood out sharply. In fact, it was the first sedan Reacher had seen in hundreds of miles. The car was relatively clean, looking like it had been recently rinsed, if not fully washed. The tinted windows hid the driver from view. The Cadillac curved right, then backed left, slipping neatly into the parking slot below room 203. It had no front license plate. The driver didn't emerge immediately. Above the door to room 203 opened, and the man in the suit stepped out, carrying the brown leather bag. He stood perfectly still for a long moment, once again sniffing the air as if mesmerized by the morning. Then he seemed to shake himself out of his trance and moved toward the stairs. He was gaunt but moved with a light, fluid grace, not like a muscle-bound athlete, but more like a dancer or a stage actor. Economical and poised as he descended, the driver finally got out of the Cadillac to greet him. This was a new face to Reacher, a man about 40, tall and solidly built without being fat, with a full head of hair and an open, guileless expression. Another junior executive type, perhaps. The man in the suit shook his hand briefly, then ducked into the back seat of the car. The driver treated the brown leather bag with a kind of quiet reverence, carrying it to the trunk and settling it inside as if performing a small, solemn ritual. Then he slid back behind the wheel, and the sedan eased forward and disappeared down the street. Reacher noted, once again, the absence of a rear license plate. He headed to his room for a shower. Chang was already waiting in the diner, claiming their usual corner booth with her back securely to the wall. She had reserved the adjacent table by draping her coat over a chair. Reacher returned the coat and slid in beside her, mirroring her defensive position. It was the tactically smart move, though a genuine pity in every other respect. In a simple t-shirt, Chang looked remarkable. Her hair, still damp from her own shower, lay dark and sleek as spilled ink against her skin. Her arms were slender but carried a hint of definition, and her complexion was flawless. "The man in the suit is already gone," she said. "He took his bag, so he's not coming back." "Lucky him." "I saw him leave," Reacher replied. "From my window. I was coming back from the train station. Kever wasn't on the morning train." "That's not good news." "So the waiting is over. I need to start looking for him. His room is 215. I took a peek through the window and saw a large shirt hanging on the closet door. Room 20313 is completely empty. All right, we'll find a way in." "We?" Figure of speech, Reacher said. "My schedule is clear today. Should we go now?" "Let's eat first. The golden rule, eat when you can. Now might be the perfect time." "It might be," Reacher conceded, "but later will be better. Once the maid starts her rounds, she might even open the door for us." The waitress arrived with coffee. After breakfast, they found the motel maid had begun her work, but she was occupied on the opposite side of the horseshoe-shaped courtyard, preparing room 203 for rent again following the suited man's departure. Her large stacked cart was parked on the walkway, the room door standing wide open. Inside, she was visible, stripping the bed linens. A pass key would be on her belt, in her pocket, or chained to the cart. "I suppose I'll go over and say hello," Reacher said. He turned left at room 211, left again at 206, and stopped beside the cart, looking into the open doorway of 203. The maid was crying and working, doing both simultaneously. She was a thin white woman, no longer young, hauling a sack of towels from the bathroom. She was sobbing openly, tears tracking clean lines down her dusty cheeks from the doorway. Reacher asked, "Ma'am, are you all right?" The woman stopped, released the sack, and straightened up. She took a shuddering breath, stared blankly at Reacher, then turned to gaze at her own reflection in the mirror before turning back with a look of utter indifference, as if her appearance was the least of her concerns. A sudden radiant smile broke through. "I'm perfectly wonderful," she said. "Okay. No, really, I'm sorry. It's just the gentleman who checked out left me a tip." "Your first one?" "My best one by a mile." She wore a smock with a wide, sagging pocket on the hem. Using both hands carefully, she extracted a small envelope, the kind used for formal invitations. The words "thank you" were written on it in elegant fountain pen script. She lifted the flap with her thumb and pulled out a $50 bill. Ulysses S. Grant's stern face stared back from the front. "$50, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "The most I ever got before was $2. This is going to change everything for me. You have no idea." "I'm happy for you," Reacher said. "Truly, I guess sometimes good things happen. Do you know why this town is called Mother's Rest?" The woman paused, wiping her eyes with the back of her wrist. "Are you asking me, or are you going to tell me?" "I'm asking you." "I don't know. You've never heard any stories?" "About what?" "About mothers," Reacher said, resting, either literally or otherwise. "No," she said, her focus returning to the bill in her hand. "I've never heard anything about that." "Can you let me into room 215? She paused again, studying him more closely now. "Are you the gentleman staying in 113 the night before, room 106? Reacher asked. "Yes," the clerk confirmed. "I can only allow the registered guest into a room." "I'm sorry. It was a company reservation. We're all colleagues. We need access for the team." "I could ask my manager." "Don't bother," Reacher said. "I'll go find him myself." The manager with the eye patch wasn't at his desk. His sudden departure was obvious. Paperwork was spread out, a pen lay abandoned on an open notebook, and a takeout coffee cup still steamed faintly. The space behind the desk held a plain door, which Reacher assumed led to a private apartment, probably with a fold-out bed, a small kitchen area, and at least a cramped bathroom. Maybe that's where the man was, attending to something urgent. Reacher listened intently, but heard only silence. He moved around the desk, his eyes scanning the open ledgers and files filled with mundane motel business, inventories, maintenance schedules, occupancy rates. Still no sound. He tried a drawer, finding the room keys inside. He removed the key for a 133 and replaced it with the one for 215, closing the drawer softly. He returned to the guest side of the desk, exhaling slowly. The manager didn't reappear. Perhaps he had a sensitive stomach. Reacher turned and walked out, crossing the parking lot to Chang's stairwell. He held up the new key. "How long do we have it?" she asked. "As long as Kever paid for, likely all week. I'm assuming his reservation. The manager can't really object. He's already been paid, and Kever isn't here to disagree. Do you think that will actually hold up? It might, unless they organize some kind of local vigilante group, in which case we call the police, which is what Kever should have done in the first place." The man in the suit left a $50 tip for the housekeeper, Reacher mentioned. "That's excessive. You'd give that for a week-long cruise." She was thrilled. "Of course she was. It's like a free week's pay for her. Makes me feel cheap. I never leave more than 5. You said he was wealthy. It tracks." Reacher didn't reply, approaching Kever's door. He slid the key into the lock, turned it, and pushed the door open, stepping aside after you. Chang entered, Reacher following. Signs of Kever were everywhere. A shirt hung on the doorknob, a tidy toiletry kit in the bathroom, a linen jacket in the closet, and a worn suitcase open against the wall, its contents of clothes arranged with precise care by the housekeeper. The room was spotless and orderly. There was no briefcase, no laptop bag, no thick notepads or loose papers in immediate view. Reacher closed the door behind them. Having searched countless motel rooms in his lengthy, often gritty career, he was proficient at it, having discovered items hidden in all manner of places. "What was Kever before the Bureau?" he asked. "He was a police detective," Chang said. "He even got a law degree at night school," which meant Kever had also searched motel rooms. He knew the common hiding spots, not that this room offered many architectural complexities. It was a standard, boxy space. Chang voiced a doubt. "We're probably wasting our time. The clerk could have been in here multiple times already, or let someone else in. We have to assume this room was searched long ago." Reacher nodded. "But how thoroughly? That's the real question. Because we know one thing for certain, Kever was here, and then he left. There are only 3 ways that could have happened. First, he left on a routine errand that went wrong later. Second, he was forcibly removed from this room by someone. Or third," Reacher paused, the tone shifting to something more pointed and almost sardonic. "He was right here on this bed, piecing things together, when he had a sudden, blinding revelation. A genuine, oh crap moment. He probably jumped up, frantic to get to the payphone at the general store to call for help immediately, except he never made it." "Never made it? What are you implying?" "I'm implying the man is missing." "Tell me the specifics, and I can rule out the other possibilities." "None of those 3 exit strategies suggest we should find anything left behind in this room, something everyone else overlooked." "I disagree. The third one might, just maybe, picture the scene." "Oh, damn, you're shocked. And in that instant, you're in serious trouble. The threat is so immediate you have to bolt for the phone, but you'll be out in the open. This isn't like using a cell behind a locked door. This is a walk across exposed ground. That carries a real risk now. So maybe you're driven to leave a sign. You jot down a message and you conceal it, then you head for the phone. And never make it. That's what the odds suggest sometimes. But this note is hidden so thoroughly, no one has uncovered it. Yet not so perfectly that we can't, if there even is a note. If it was the third scenario, if it wasn't something entirely unrelated. It was a sequence, Reacher said, had to be right. 2 moments of crisis, a smaller one, maybe the day before, after which he calls you for support, and then the major one after which he goes to call the police, after leaving a note. I think it's worth a look. When Reacher searched a room, he began with the space itself, not the items inside. People hiding things and those looking for them often overlooked the physical structure, which was full of potential, especially for a piece of paper. An under-window HVAC unit could be opened, and usually there was a plastic sleeve meant for paperwork, like an instruction manual or warranty card, where a resourceful person could tuck away pages. Forced air systems had grills that unscrewed easily. Pocket doors were great for hiding papers. Ceilings had removable panels for maintenance. A closet's folding door had an interface nobody ever saw, and so on. Only after that did he move to the furniture here. That meant a bed, 2 nightstands, an armchair, a desk chair, the desk itself, and a small dresser. They checked everywhere but found nothing. Afterward, Chang said, "Worth a shot, I suppose. In a way, I'm relieved we didn't find anything. It feels less definite." "I want him to be all right," Reacher said. "I want him to be in Vegas with someone half his age, but until we get a postcard, we have to assume he isn't, just to keep our edge. He was a cop and a federal agent. How far is it from here to the general store? What could have happened? It's about 200 feet, past the diner. Plenty of things could have happened." Chang didn't reply. Reacher's hands felt grimy from moving furniture and touching surfaces that weren't cleaned often. He stepped into the bathroom and turned on the tap to wet his hands. The soap was a new bar still wrapped in tissue, light blue, neatly pleated and sealed with a gold sticker. Not the worst place Reacher had ever been. He pulled off the paper and crumpled it. The trash can was under the vanity. The vanity was deep, requiring a sort of underhand angled toss, left-handed too, which he managed. Then he washed his hands, the new soap stiff at first, then lathering better. He dried them on a fresh towel, and then his conscience nudged him. He bent to check if his tissue paper wad had actually landed in the can. It hadn't. The trash can was round, like a short cylinder, but it was pushed into a left-hand corner, leaving a narrow gap behind. The kind of space that got ignored, especially by housekeeping working for slim tips. Not worth the effort for a couple of dollars. It was the kind of space that became a graveyard for missed throws. 3 were there. One was his own damp spitball. One was an older version of the same thing, bone dry, a previous bar of soap, and one was a piece of fuzzy paper like linty junk from a pocket. Reacher recognized the worn piece of paper instantly. Folded into quarters, softened and grimy from writing in a pocket for weeks, it had clearly been tossed toward the trash, but missed landing in that empty space between the can and the wall. He opened it carefully, flattening the creases against his palm. One side was blank, just smudged with dirt and a faint blue tint that spoke of denim, likely from the back pocket of a pair of jeans. Flipping it over, he found a hasty note scrawled in ballpoint, a phone number and the stark phrase, 200 deaths. Reacher glanced at Chang. Could this be Kever's writing? Chang studied it briefly. "I've never seen his handwriting, and this isn't much to go on. A defense attorney would tear it apart. No chain of custody, no proof of origin. Anyone could have left it here any time." "Granted," Reacher said. "But if it is Kever's, what's it mean? Probably notes from a phone call taken in his office or that spare bedroom he used. High stakes, given the number of deaths mentioned. The number could belong to a client, a source for verification, or someone with more details. Then why toss it? Maybe he typed up a fuller report later and didn't need the scrap. Could have been standing right here, checking his reflection, clearing out old tissues and pocket lint. Those jeans might not have been worn in a while. The area code was 323. Los Angeles, Reacher asked. Chang nodded. Cell or landline, 200 deaths. That's serious danger. If it's connected to Kever's current case, or it's completely unrelated, she added. Could be an old file or some ambulance-chasing lawyer's note from last year. 200 deaths here would be a fifth of the population. People would notice. You wouldn't need a private eye to uncover it. Only one way to find out, Reacher said. Let's call the number and see who answers. After locking the room, they descended the metal stairs 100 feet away. The motel manager, the one-eyed guy, hurried out of his office, waving his arms as he approached. "Sir, 215 isn't your registered room," he announced, slightly out of breath. "Then update your register," Reacher replied evenly. "The room was paid for by an associate of mine, and I'll be using it until he gets back." "You can't do that. Never heard that word. How did you even get the key?" "Found it under a bush. Just my lucky day." "This isn't allowed." "Then call the police," Reacher said, his tone flat. The manager stared, huffed in frustration, then turned and stalked back to his office without another word. Chang watched him go. What if he actually does call them? "He won't," Reacher said. "If he was going to, he'd have made a show of telling us right then. Besides, the nearest cops are probably an hour away. They aren't coming out for a room that's already paid for. And if these folks have something to hide, the last thing they want is law enforcement nosing around. So what will he do? We'll find out soon enough." They stepped out onto the wide, sunlit street. The town was quiet, no bustle, no crowds. A pickup truck turned down a side street 50 yards ahead. Nearby, a kid was throwing a tennis ball against a wall, smacking the rebound with a stick in a steady, practiced rhythm. Like he was getting in some solo baseball practice. He was pretty good. Maybe his face belonged in a magazine. A FedEx truck was crossing the railroad tracks on the old trail, rolling toward town. The general store was a typical country building, a simple, flat-roofed structure set sideways to the street, with a decorative gabled front made of lapboards painted a muted red. A sign in ornate gold circus-style letters read, "Mother's Rest Dry Goods." There was one door and one small window, meant more for letting in light than for displaying merchandise. The glass was plastered with decals bearing brand names Reacher didn't recognize, probably for obscure but essential rural supplies. Just inside the door, a narrow vestibule held a wall-mounted payphone. No privacy hood, just the metal instrument itself, cord and all. Chang dropped coins into the slot and dialed. She listened, then hung up without saying a word. "Voicemail," she said, "the standard phone company recording. No personal greeting, no name, sounded like a cell." Reacher said, "You should have left a message. What's the use? I can't receive calls here. Try Kever again, just to be sure." "I don't want to. I don't want to hear that silence again. He's either fine or he isn't. Calling won't change that." She used her cell to look up the number but dialed on the old payphone like before. She listened, then hung up quietly. She tried a second number with the same result. Shaking her head, she said, "No answer." Reacher said, "We should head to Oklahoma City." Chapter 13. The train would have been quicker, but it wasn't leaving for another 8 hours, so they took Chang's rental car, a compact green Ford SUV. The interior was plain and unmarked, reeking of upholstery cleaner. They were out of town in under a minute, following the old wagon trail before turning south, then west, then south again through an endless golden checkerboard of fields until they found a county road that promised a highway entrance 200 miles ahead. Chang drove in her t-shirt, one hand low on the wheel, the other resting in her lap. Her eyes kept moving, road, mirrors, road again. Occasionally, a faint, fleeting smile would touch her lips, then vanish just as quickly, replaced by a tight grimace as thoughts churned behind her eyes. Her shoulders were slightly hunched as if she wished to take up less space, an ambition Reacher couldn't support. To him, she looked just right, long-limbed and sturdy, but in all the right ways. "I might be a decent person," he thought, "but I know I'm not the reason for anything here." He stayed quiet. She checked the mirror again and said, "There's a pickup behind us." "How far back?" "About 100 yards." "How long's it been there?" "A mile or so. It's a public road. It came up fast, then dropped back, like it was searching for us, and now it's found us. Just the one. That's all I see. Not much of a posse. 2 men, I think, driver and passenger." Reacher didn't turn to look. He didn't want to give either man the satisfaction of seeing a worried face in the rear window. Instead, he slid down and shifted until he could see the reflection in Chang's side mirror. A pickup hanging back about 100 yards. A Ford, he guessed, a big, obvious machine painted the same dull red as the general store. 2 men sat inside, spaced wide apart in the cab. Reacher sat up and looked ahead. Wheat stretched to the right and left, the road arrow straight until it dipped below the distant horizon. Gravel shoulders lined the pavement for drainage, but there were no ditches, and no turns. The fields seemed to go on forever. Almost literally, the same endless field might have stretched all the way to the highway on-ramp, 200 miles. It seemed plausible. No other vehicles were visible. He asked, "Did they cover this kind of thing in your training at Quantico?" She replied to some degree, but that was a long time back and in a completely different setting, mostly city streets, traffic lights, four-way stops, one-way grids. Out here, our choices are pretty limited. What about you? Any formal training? None. I was never much of a driver. Should we wait for them to make a move? First, we need to guess their orders. If it's just surveillance, we could lead them all the way to Oklahoma City and shake them there. The best fights are the ones you avoid entirely. And if it's more than surveillance, then they'll go for the classic movie move. They'll bump us from behind to scare us or something worse. That would be a major escalation for them. They'd make it look like an accident. Tired tourist nods off on a long straight road and crashes. Probably happens more than you'd think. Reacher stayed silent. "We can't outrun them," Chang said. "Not in this car, so let them get close, then swerve into the other lane and hit the brakes, send them sailing past when?" "Don't ask me," Reacher said. "I flunked defensive driving. They pulled me from the course in less than a day when they fill up the mirror, I suppose." Chang drove on, both hands firmly on the wheel. 1 minute passed, then 2. She said, "I want to see their play. We need to force the issue." "You sure about that?" "They're the local crew. Time to rattle them." "All right, speed up a little." She pressed the accelerator and he twisted in his seat, peering out the back window. A pale, tense face flashed in the distance. He said, "Faster." The little green Ford surged ahead, putting nearly 200 yards between them, and then the pickup reacted, its grille lifting as it charged forward to close the gap. Chang said, "Call out the distance for me. I can't judge it in the mirrors." 80 yards now, Reacher said, "gives us about 8 seconds. Less because I'm slowing down. This thing feels like it could roll. 60 yards, clear ahead and behind. Just us and them on this road, 40 yards. Slowing more. We can't do this above 60, 20 yards. I'll make the move at 10. Do it now." And she did. She jerked the wheel left and slammed the brakes. The pickup missed clipping their rear corner by an inch, speeding past as it braked too late. Meanwhile, the little green Ford rocked violently side to side, threatening to tip, but soon settled, stopped dead, safely back in the correct lane. Now they were 100 yards behind the pickup, their positions completely reversed after a few chaotic seconds. Chang said, which of course raises the obvious question, what now? We turn around, they turn around, then we're right back where we started. "Drive straight at them," Reacher said. "And crash? It's always an option, but the pickup moved first. It executed a slow, deliberate turn in the road and crept back toward them, barely above idle speed. Reacher read it as a signal, a kind of truce. "They want to talk," he said. Face to face. The truck halted 10 yards ahead. Both doors swung open. 2 men climbed out, sturdy, each around 6 feet and 200 pounds, somewhere in their mid-30s. Both wore mirrored sunglasses and thin cotton jackets over T-shirts. They looked cautious but assured, like men who knew their turf, like the home team, Chang said. "They have to be armed. They wouldn't approach like this otherwise." "Possible," Reacher said. The 2 men positioned themselves in the middle of the empty stretch between the vehicles, one on each side of the center line. They stood relaxed, waiting, hands at their sides. Reacher said, "Run them over." "I can't do that." "All right, guess I'll go see what they want. If anything goes wrong, head straight for Oklahoma City without me. Good luck. You should stay in the car. It's not safe out there. For me or for them. They look like a couple of local farm boys. We have to assume they're armed, only for the moment. You're crazy? Maybe," Reacher replied. "But remember, it was the government that shaped me. I aced every training course except the one behind the wheel." He pushed the door open and stepped onto the gravel. The little green sedan had standard front-hinge doors, which swung out and then caught partway, forcing him to step backward as he exited. This unintentionally improved his position, placing the solid mass of the engine block between him and the 2 men. If they decided to pull weapons and start firing immediately, He could drop for cover behind a barrier of steel. That was, of course, if they were even carrying guns, which remained an unconfirmed suspicion. Even if they were armed, he couldn't picture them opening fire right away. The true moment of maximum danger had already passed. They could have shot through the windshield earlier, if that was their plan. Unless, of course, they wanted the car intact to stage a plausible accident. Bullet holes in the glass would be hard to explain if the story was a drowsy driver veering off the road. Then again, how would they explain gunshot wounds on a passenger? They'd also have to haul a lifeless body back into the vehicle, no easy task with dead weight. Reacher calculated the odds and decided shooting was unlikely if they had guns at all. He called out, "You've got 30 seconds. State your business." The man on the right crossed his arms high over his chest like a bouncer guarding a club entrance, a silent show of solidarity for his companion, who Reacher assumed was the talker. The other man spoke up. "This is about the motel." His hands hung loose at his sides. Reacher asked, "What about it?" "That's our uncle's place. He's a disabled old man, and you're giving him trouble." "You're breaking laws." Hands still down. Reacher moved out from behind the door, advancing until he stood near the Ford's right headlight. He could feel the warmth radiating from the engine. "What laws am I breaking? You're in a room registered to another guest, a guest who isn't using it." "Doesn't matter." His hands hadn't moved. Reacher took 2 slow steps forward, angling diagonally until he was aligned with the car's left headlight, but much farther out. Now he stood about 10 feet from the pair, forming a tight triangle in the empty space, the man with folded arms at one point, the spokesman at another, and Reacher isolated at the apex. The man on the left said, "We're here to get the key back." Reacher closed the distance by another step. 7 feet now separated them. They were standing close enough to share a private conversation. No other cars were in sight. The wheat fields around them swayed in a slow, rhythmic dance like a vast golden ocean. Reacher said, "I'll return the key when I check out." "You're checked out, effective immediately, and don't expect a room if you come back. Management has the right to refuse service." Reacher stayed silent. The man on the left added, "There's nowhere else in Mother's Rest. My uncle runs the only place in town. You understanding this?" Reacher asked. "Why is it called Mother's Rest? How should I know? Where's this message really coming from? Just your uncle, or is there something else?" "What's something else?" "Something I've heard whispers about. There's nothing else." "Glad to hear it," Reacher said. "Tell your uncle no laws were broken. Tell him he's been paid. Tell him I'll see him later." The man on the right let his arms fall to his sides. The man on the left asked, "Are you going to be a problem?" Reacher's reply was flat and final. "I already am. So what's your next move?" The question hung in the air, thick and heavy in the empty landscape. Their response was a synchronized, almost lazy gesture, right hands brushing back their coats to reveal black semi-automatic pistols snug in pancake holsters on their belts. It was a tactical blunder, and Reacher could have spent a good 10 minutes explaining exactly why. He could have lectured them on how they'd just boxed themselves into a corner, forcing a final confrontation before the game had even properly begun. By making a threat, they'd issued an invitation that couldn't be ignored. He was going to have to disarm them, not just for his own sake, but to send a clear message back to Mother's Rest that he wouldn't be showing up empty-handed next time. Part of him wanted to point out they had nobody to blame but themselves. Instead, he stayed silent. In one fluid motion, he ducked his hand under his own coat as if going for a weapon. The 2 men, well-trained and reactive, took the bait instantly. They went for their guns and dropped into textbook shooting stances, feet planted wide for balance. That was all the opening Reacher needed. He stepped in and drove his foot hard into the left-hand man's groin before his pistol had even cleared the holster. The right-hand man managed to get his weapon all the way out, but it was pointless. The last thing he saw was Reacher's elbow arcing backhanded into his cheekbone with a sickening crack, plunging him into immediate darkness. Reacher took a step back and glanced at the first man, who was now fully occupied with the world of pain between his ribs and his knees, a familiar sight. The discarded guns were Smith Wesson Sigma 40's modern pricey polymer frame models, both fully loaded. A check of their wallets yielded about $100 in total, which Reacher pocketed as a small compensation for his trouble. Their driver's licenses confirmed a family connection. Both shared the last name Moynihan, one named John, the other Stephen. Reacher collected the weapons and walked back to the little green Ford. Chang had her window down. He kept one gun and handed the other to her. She accepted it with clear hesitation. "Did you catch any of that conversation?" he asked. "Every word," she replied. "What's your take?" They could have been telling the truth. Maybe the motel room was their only issue, or maybe it wasn't. "I'm leaning toward wasn't," Reacher said. "The room was already paid for. Why the dramatic performance?" "They could have killed you." Reacher gave a slow nod. "It's been tried many times, but that was a different life, not today. Definitely not by these two. You're insane, or just very good at what I do." "So what now?" Reacher looked back. The guy on the right was beginning to moan, transitioning from unconscious to concussed. The other was still writhing in the dirt. "Shoot them if they twitch," he said. He walked over to their pickup truck and climbed inside. The glove box held registration and insurance papers for Stephen Moynihan, but nothing else useful. Reacher got behind the wheels, started the engine, and carefully maneuvered the truck onto the shoulder. He parked it half in the gravel, half buried in the wheat field, nose pointed back toward town. After killing the engine, he removed the key. One by one, he dragged the dazed men into the shade in front of the bumper and propped them up against the chrome grille. Both were conscious now, watching him through a haze of pain and confusion. "Pay close attention," Reacher said. Once he had their bleary focus, he balanced the single key on his palm and tossed it in a gentle arc into the dense wheat. It landed about 50 feet away. Finding it would take them the better part of an hour, assuming they could even walk straight by then. The extra time could have been its own separate hour. He returned to the Ford, and Chang continued driving. Every so often he glanced back to check. The truck remained in view for a long while, shrinking to a faint speck in the distance before finally dipping below the northern horizon and vanishing completely. It took almost 3 more hours to reach the highway, and the distance markers indicated another 2 hours to Oklahoma City. The drive was quiet and steady until about 90 minutes out. A chorus of chimes and beeps erupted from the phone in Chang's pocket. Voicemails, texts, and emails, all queued up, began downloading at once. Cell service was back. Chang tried to manage her phone one-handed while driving, but Reacher cut in. "We should pull over before that tourist really does wreck her car. Let's get some coffee." "I don't know how you drink so much of that stuff," Chang said. "Simple physics," Reacher replied. "Tip the cup, it pours out. Hard not to drink it." "Your heart must be racing non-stop." Beats the alternative. A mile later, a sign appeared, and they took an exit leading to a typical roadside cluster, a gas station, restrooms, and a plain federal-style stone building somewhat marred by the bright neon of modern chain coffee and fast food signs. They parked, stretched their legs in the warm afternoon air, used the facilities, and met inside the coffee shop. Reacher ordered his usual medium black coffee. Chang chose iced coffee with milk. They settled at a corner table, and Chang laid her phone down, a slim touchscreen device about the size of a paperback. She swiped and tapped, scrolling first through call logs, then texts, then emails. "Nothing from Kever," she said. "Try calling him again. We both know he won't answer. Stranger things have happened. I once had 3 police departments and the National Guard searching for a guy, and he strolled back into town like nothing happened, just returned from a spontaneous fishing trip upstate. Kever isn't on a fishing trip. Try anyway." After a reluctant pause, she dialed his home number, then his cell. No answer either time. Reacher said, "Try the Los Angeles number again, the one from that paper with the 200 deaths." Chang nodded, eager to shift focus. She dialed and held the phone to her ear. This time, someone picked up. Sounding slightly surprised, she said, "Good afternoon. May I ask who I'm speaking with?" The response must have mirrored Reacher's earlier experience, something along the lines of, "Who wants to know?" she replied. "My name is Michelle Chang. I'm a private investigator based in Seattle, former FBI. I'm working with a man named Kever. I believe he may have contacted you." We found your number in his motel room. Reacher couldn't hear the other side of the conversation, but he guessed the next question was about spelling, because Chang carefully said Kever. A long pause followed. Then what was clearly a negative reply because Chang pressed, "Can you be absolutely sure about that?" What came next was an extended, mostly one-sided monologue from the LA contact. Chang's shifting expressions could have suggested a dozen different stories, offering Reacher no clear clue. He got the impression the guy was methodical, moving from one point to the next in episodic detail. Maybe he was an actor or someone in film. The context was fuzzy. Eventually, Reacher stopped trying to piece it together and just waited. Finally, Chang said goodbye, ended the call, took a breath and a sip of her iced coffee, and said, "His name is Westwood. He's a journalist with the LA Times, their science editor, actually." He explained that it wasn't a major department. Typically, he produces detailed features for their Sunday magazine. He insisted Kever had never contacted him. His practice is to jot down a quick, real-time note for every call that comes in, entering it directly into a secure system. "That's just what journalists have to do nowadays," he remarked, in case their papers face a lawsuit, or if they decide to sue the paper themselves. But Keever's name isn't in his records, so the call never happened. This Westwood person is definitely not the client, correct? Chang gave a slow shake of her head. He would have admitted it. "I introduced myself as Keever's associate. Back when we discovered it, you suggested the number would lead to either the client, a source for independent verification, or a source for more details. So if it's not the client, it's one of the other options. Perhaps Kever intended to call him next after reaching out to you. Or maybe that was your intended role, to act as a go-between with Westwood regarding whatever this is about. We need to consider the strong possibility that number had nothing to do with Kever. That slip of paper could have been sitting in that motel room for months. What's Westwood currently writing about? An extensive article on the origins of wheat, how ancient strains were crossbred to become the modern varieties. Sounds like a fluffy promotional piece to me. The subtext seems to be, we've already tinkered with the genes, so why not keep going? Is that relevant, considering we just passed endless fields of the stuff? More than enough to last forever. But I'm siding with a skeptical view here. That note could have been there a year, maybe two. Any one of dozens of previous guests might have left it behind." Reacher asked, "How private would Westwood's number be? That depends on how recently he changed it. If it's an old number, it's floating around out there. That's the reality these days, especially for reporters. It's on the internet somewhere if you dig deep enough, which, in our experience, a lot of journalists don't mind. It helps them build connections." Reacher finished his coffee and stayed silent. Chang studied him. "What's on your mind?" "I'm thinking the skeptical view would probably win in court. But a few jurors would lie awake at night uneasy because there's another, equally plausible story that would haunt them in the early hours. It starts with your own initial gut feeling. Some nervous, eccentric individual with a stack of cash or handwritten checks on a deranged mission because he believes the wheat is going to wipe out 200 people. Or something along those lines. And to back it up, he says, talk to this journalist who also knows the truth. And here's the crucial part. He provides the number, which tells us something about the guy. He dug that number up off the internet. He's precisely that kind of person. That note feels connected to me. The whole scenario has a grim consistency. It's some bizarre, solitary obsession that seems utterly harmless right up until the moment it suddenly isn't." Chang said, "We should get moving." The small green Ford had a built-in navigation system that located Kever's house without any issue, in a tired-looking suburban neighborhood just north of Oklahoma City. It was a single-story ranch style at the end of a quiet street. A young tree struggled in the front yard, parched from neglect. A concrete driveway ran up the right side of the property, leading to a one-car garage. The roof was covered in brown asphalt shingles, and the siding was a faded yellow vinyl. It was no architectural triumph, but the low evening sun gave it a warm, settled feel. It looked lived in. Reacher could picture a large man coming through the door, toeing off his boots, sinking into a well-worn recliner, and maybe clicking on a baseball game. Chang pulled into the driveway. They got out and approached the front door together. There was a doorbell button and a tarnished brass knocker. They tried both, but got no answer. The door was firmly locked. Peering through the windows revealed only dark, still rooms inside. "Does he have any family?" Reacher asked. "Divorced," Chang said. "Like half the people we meet, and probably not the type to hide a key under a fake rock. And I'd bet good money he has a security system. We came a long way for nothing." "I know," Chang said. "Let's check around back." The weather was mild, so maybe he'd left a window cracked open somewhere. The street itself was quiet, just 7 nearly identical houses, 3 on each side and one at the cul-de-sac. No cars moving, no one out walking. No curious eyes peering from behind curtains. This wasn't the kind of neighborhood where people kept watch. It felt temporary, but in a slow, worn-out way, as if each house was rented by some guy recovering from a divorce and taking his time getting his life together. Kever's backyard was fenced with weather-grade boards about head-high. Inside, a neat patch of grass and a small patio held a single wicker chair. The rear of the house had the same pale yellow siding, 4 windows and a door. Every window was shut. The door was solid wood on the bottom with 9 small panes across the top, like something from an old farmhouse. It opened into a narrow mudroom that led straight to the kitchen. The land was flat, the houses low, the fence tall enough to block any casual view. They weren't being watched, Chang said. "I'm trying to guess the average police response time around here, assuming he even has an alarm. Somewhere between 20 minutes and never," Reacher replied. "So we could give ourselves 10 minutes in and out, fast and focused. It's not even really a crime. He and I work together. He wouldn't press charges. Especially not now. We don't even know what we're looking for. Any kind of paper, legal pads, notebooks, scratch paper, anything he might have jotted a note on, grab it all and we'll sort it later." "All right," Reacher said. "We'll have to break a pane." "Which one?" "The door, that little square nearest the knob. Then we can just walk in." "Do it," Chang told him. The pane was low, so Reacher crouched slightly, ready to drive his elbow through. After that, it would be clearing the glass, reaching in up to his shoulder, bending his arm back to find the inside knob. He tested the outside knob first, gauging the mechanism's weight, figuring how much grip he'd need. The door swung inward before he could strike unlocked, gliding smoothly over a welcome mat in the mudroom. An alarm contact sat on the jamb, a little white pellet with a painted-over wire. Reacher listened for the warning beeps that usually give you 30 seconds to disarm the system. Silence, no sound at all. Chang whispered, "This doesn't feel right." Reacher slipped his hand into his pocket, fingers closing around the Smith Wesson, no safety, ready to fire. He stepped through the mudroom into the kitchen. Empty. Nothing out of place, no sign of a struggle. He moved down a short hall toward the front door. The sinking sun filled the house with a soft golden light. Everything was still and quiet. Behind him, Chang went left, so he went right, into a corridor with 4 doors, a master suite, a bathroom, a guest bedroom with beds, and another guest room turned office. All empty, all orderly, no hint of violence. He met Chang back in the main hallway near the front door. She shook her head. "It's like he just stepped out to grab a pizza, didn't even lock up." The alarm panel on the wall was a newer model showing the time and glowing a steady green. "Disarmed," Reacher said. "Let's get what we came for." He led the way back to the smallest bedroom, which was outfitted with matching blonde maple units, shelves above, cabinets below, chests of drawers, and a desk. A computer, phone, fax machine, and printer sat neatly arranged. Investments for a fresh start. Reacher figured the Scandinavian style was meant to be calming, and the room was impeccably tidy. There was no clutter. No legal pads, no notebooks, no scratch paper, no loose sheets anywhere. Reacher just stood there, taking it in. He said this man was a police officer and a federal agent. He spent countless hours on the phone, waiting on hold, listening, talking. Does anyone do that without a pen and something to write on, for taking notes, for doodling, just to pass the time? It's a habit you can't break. What are you getting at? I'm saying this doesn't add up. He moved to the cabinets beneath the shelves, opening them one by one. The first was stocked with spare toner for the printer. The second held extra cartridges for the fax machine. The third was filled with legal pads. Right beside them were packs of spiral notebooks, still sealed in plastic, and behind those were blocks of memo paper, neat cubes of untouched paper, about 3.5 inches square. I hate to say it, Reacher said. For what? This situation just took a turn. This is someone who goes through a lot of papers, so much that he buys it in bulk. I'd bet his desk was buried in it. We could have put the whole story together from what was here. But someone else got here first on the same hunt. Now it's all gone. Who? The method tells us who, I'm afraid. Kever is being held somewhere. That's the only way this makes sense. They probably found notes in his jacket pocket, maybe torn from a legal pad. In one pants pocket was his wallet with his license, giving them this address where they assumed the rest of the pad would be. In his other pocket were his house keys, which let them walk right in, maybe even with a remote fob to disarm these new alarms without a code. A small mercy, I suppose. It means they didn't have to force the code out of him. Chang said, "That's brutally direct. I don't know another way to see it. It still doesn't tell me who." "Mother's Rest," Reacher replied. "That's where he was last seen." They searched Kever's house thoroughly, room by room, in case anything had been overlooked. The mudroom yielded nothing. The kitchen was stark and barely used, with mismatched utensils and a few canned goods bought on a whim but never opened. There were no hidden compartments unless they'd been perfectly concealed behind walls painted to look old and worn. The living area and dining nook were similarly sparse. It was an easy search. The man had clearly started over with very little and hadn't accumulated much since. The guest bedroom, set up with twin beds, seemed intended for visiting children every other weekend, perhaps, whatever the custody agreement stipulated. But Reacher had a feeling the room had never been used. The master suite held a faint, stale odor. There was a bed with a single nightstand, a dresser, and a valet stand for hanging a jacket, with trays for watches, coins, and wallets, like something from an upscale hotel. The bathroom felt damp, towels strewn about. On the nightstand was a short stack of magazines weighed down by a hardcover book. As he passed, Reacher glanced down out of curiosity. He noticed three things. The top magazine was the Sunday supplement from the Los Angeles Times. It was only partly read, with a bookmark peeking out about 1/4 of an inch. And the hardcover book also had a bookmark. Both bookmarks were old slips of memo paper, folded lengthwise. They were the first pieces of paper Reacher had seen in the entire house. The slip in the hardcover book was blank except for a hastily scribbled number 4. It was a number of some minor curiosity, famous for being the only number in English that has the same number of letters as its value. But in this context, it didn't seem to mean much at all. Chang agreed. "I'm siding with the defense on that point." Reacher gave a nod. The next item, however, was far more compelling. Initially, it was the practical detail that caught his eye. The LA Times Sunday magazine fell open to a lengthy feature by science editor Ashley Westwood. The piece explored how cutting-edge treatments for traumatic brain injuries were revolutionizing our comprehension of the brain itself. The publication date was recent, less than 2 weeks old. Chang remarked, "The defense would lead with the paper's Sunday readership numbers." Reacher asked, "Which are close to 1 million, if I recall correctly." "So, 1,000,000 to 1 odds. This isn't a random connection." "That's the argument they'd make," Chang confirmed. "What's the FBI counterpoint?" "Our training emphasized anticipating the defense's moves to think like them." Reacher carefully unfolded the bookmark. One side was blank, but the reverse held 2 handwritten lines. At the top was the now familiar 323 area code number for Westwood in Los Angeles. Below it, neatly written, were the words, "Mother's Rest, Maloney." Reacher looked at Chang. "And now, what does the FBI agent say?" A wry, almost sarcastic smile touched her lips. "Now she tells the defense to take a hike. It's obvious Kever intended to call Westwood. He needed either verification or more information related to that town we just left. And now we have a name. Maloney's could easily be up there. We already crossed paths with the Moynahans after all. But why was the bookmark placed at the start of the article? He hadn't read it yet, Chang said, which explains why he hadn't made the call. Let's not prejudge the client. Call him intensely committed. A person like that is constantly on the phone, repeating his story to anyone who'll listen. Mother's Rest, 200 deaths. If you doubt me, call this reporter in L.A., handing out that hard-to-get number every time, and Kever, being thorough, jotted it down repeatedly. That's why we've stumbled on that number twice already without much effort. Maybe at first this client was just a persistent nuisance. You must get those occasionally, Chang admitted. But something in the man's story sparked Kever's curiosity. He remained skeptical, though, so he devised a small test. Remember, this is Oklahoma City. He probably had to make a special trip to the train station just to get out-of-town papers. But he did it. He picked up a Sunday LA Times. He wanted to assess this so-called expert's credibility. Was Westwood a legitimate journalist or just a tabloid scribbler? Kever wanted to judge for himself. How long has wheat been cultivated anyway? Depends on the region, Chang replied, but thousands of years minimum. So it seems Westwood is likely the real deal. He's covering modern neuroscience and then delving millennia into the past. That suggests a serious mind. But Kever didn't know that yet because he hadn't read the article. It implies the client's story was intriguing but didn't scream immediate crisis. Kever didn't drop everything to investigate. It feels like a full-blown crisis now, Chang said, her tone shifting from analytical to resolute. Exactly. We need to figure out what changed the stakes. This wasn't the sort of neighborhood where residents formed watch groups but lingering still felt unwise. They exited through the mudroom, pulling the door shut behind them. Circling to the driveway, they got into the car. The engine turned over with a quiet rumble. Reacher said, "We should reach out to Westwood again." Kever never contacted him, Chang countered. He won't have anything new for us. Maybe someone else did. He could tell us about that. Who else would call him? That's what we need to find out. Chang didn't reply. Instead, she retrieved her phone, dialed, tapped the speaker icon, and set the device on the center console. "You're on speaker," she announced. The ringtone buzzed once, twice before the call connected. "Hello?" came Westwood's voice. Reacher said, "Mr. Westwood, this is Jack Reacher. I'm currently working with my colleague Michelle Chang, who spoke with you recently." "I remember," Westwood said. "We established that her other associate, Kever, never got in touch with me. I thought we had that settled. We did, but now it looks like he planned to contact you eventually." "Maybe you were next, or maybe further down the list." Westwood hesitated for a brief moment, then asked, "Where is this man now?" Reacher replied, "He's disappeared." "How? Where did he go?" Reacher stayed silent. Westwood sighed. "Stupid questions, I guess. The how matters. The where was pretty pointless. If we knew where he was, he wouldn't be missing. You should focus on the calls he actually made, not the ones he might have made someday. Our information is incomplete." "In what way?" "We're working backward, Mr. Westwood. We believe he was going to turn to you for some kind of specialized knowledge. We need to understand what you could have provided. I'm a journalist, not an expert. But you're well informed. Anyone who reads my column knows as much as I do. Readers often assume there's more to the story, details left out for legal reasons, things you couldn't print. They respect your position and figure you're passionate about the topics you cover, maybe," Westwood said. "But we're discussing a conversation that never happened. No, we're focusing on Kever's client. So far we see someone driven, with plenty of time on their hands. The evidence shows he called Kever over and over. He strikes me as that kind of person, and clearly there's something he cares deeply about. I'd bet he's called everyone from the White House on down. Probably hundreds of people, including you. Why wouldn't he? You're the science editor for a major paper. Maybe you wrote something connected to his issue. I think he found your number online not just to give to Kever, but to talk to you directly. I suspect he has some bizarre scientific grievance and believes you'd get it. So I think he probably called you. I think you've spoken with him." There was a brief silence, spanning thousands of miles before Westwood's voice returned, slightly strained as if holding back a laugh. "I work for the LA Times in Los Angeles, California. My number is publicly available, which is generally a good thing, but it means I get strange calls constantly. Day and night. I've heard every oddball scientific theory imaginable: aliens, UFOs, birth, suicide, radiation, mind control. And that's just in the last month. Are those calls logged? They make up most of the log. Ask any reporter, can you search by topic? We get sloppy with specifics. These callers tend to ramble. We use broad categories: this type of crank, that type of crank. Eventually, I block them when they wear out their welcome. I do need to sleep sometimes. Try Mother's Rest. What's that? It's a town name, 2 words, like your mother taking a seat, capitalized. Why is it called that? No idea, Reacher said. They heard the distinct sound of keyboard keys clacking through the speaker, the database search, presumably by subject. Westwood said, "Nothing comes up. Are you certain? It's a pretty memorable name." Reacher said nothing. Westwood added, "Look, I'm not saying your guy's client didn't call me. He likely did. We all deal with people like that. I'm saying, how would I know which one he was?" They left Kever's quiet cul-de-sac, exited the neighborhood, passed a sprawling outlet mall, and reached the highway on-ramp. Turning right would lead to Mother's Rest, a 5-hour drive away. To the left, just 10 minutes down the road, lay downtown Oklahoma City, with its steakhouses, barbecue joints, and comfortable hotels. But Chang insisted we have to turn back. Chapter 18. They skipped the steakhouse and the barbecue joint, ending up instead in the sterile, fluorescent glare of a highway rest stop operated by a middling national chain. Reacher chose a cheeseburger wrapped in paper and coffee in a foam cup. Chang opted for a salad, its plastic container nearly the size of a basketball, complete with a clear lid and a white bowl underneath. She was clearly stressed, maybe a little worn from the drive, but she remained engaging company. Tucking her hair behind her shoulders, she turned the act of tackling her salad into a shared comical ordeal, her eyes widening with a spectrum of half smiles from wry and self-deprecating to quietly entertained as Reacher lifted his burger for a bite. "I appreciate all your help up to now," she said. "You're welcome," he replied. "We should probably figure out a more solid plan going forward, should we?" "It doesn't make sense to start as a team if I might end up finishing this alone," he suggested. "You could call the police. It would just be a missing persons report. That's all it is right now. An independent adult gone for 2 days in a line of work with lots of last-minute travel. They wouldn't act. We have nothing concrete to give them. What about his door not damaged? An unlocked door suggests carelessness, not a crime. So you're looking to hire me? How does that fit with your low overhead approach?" "I just need to know what you're planning to do." He stayed quiet. She added, "You could catch a ride back to Oklahoma City from here. No hard feelings. I was originally heading to Chicago before winter sets in." Same answer. "Hitch back to OC and catch the train. The same one you took before. I doubt it'll get delayed again." He said nothing, his attention caught by her practical yet stylish lace-up shoes. Her jeans were soft and well-worn, sitting low on her hips. Her black t-shirt fit just right, not too tight, not too loose. Her eyes held his. Finally, he said, "I'll ride with you, but only if you want me to. This is your situation, not mine. I hate to ask. You're not asking. I'm offering. I can't pay you. I've got everything I need already." "Which is what, exactly?" "A few dollars in my pocket and the whole country to roam, because I'd need to understand why you're doing this." "Doing what?" "Helping me. I believe people should help each other. This could get complicated. I'm sure we've both dealt with worse." She paused. "Last chance," she said. He answered, "I'll ride with you." Night had fallen when they exited the highway. The county road stretched into the immense darkness, visible only as far as the headlights reached. The world beyond, swallowed by black. The little Ford hummed steadily, occasionally jolting over cracked pavement, with pale wheat stalks flashing past on either side. Above, thin clouds drifted under a sliver of moon and a sparse scattering of distant stars. It was impossible to pinpoint exactly where they had left the Moynahans earlier. Every mile looked indistinguishable from the last. The dull red pickup was gone. They didn't see it anywhere, not on the county road, nor on the series of right and left turns through the fields that led back to Mother's Rest. The town appeared a mile off, faint and spectral in the night, its grain elevators towering over the landscape. They entered on the old trail, passing through the widest part of town, 6 blocks of low buildings before turning onto the plaza and driving down to the motel. A light glowed in the office window. Chang murmured, "Let the fun begin." She parked in the spot beneath her room and cut the engine. They sat for a moment in the abrupt silence, then stepped out. Hands resting on the captured guns in their pockets, they stood by the car in the yellow half-light cast by the electric bulbs mounted above each motel door, all of them burning steadily. No movement, no sound, no sign of the Moynahans or anyone else, nothing. Then about 100 feet away, the one-eyed man emerged from the office he hurried over, moving with the same brisk energy as earlier, his hands waving in animated gestures. When he reached them, he dropped his mismatched gaze to the pavement and took a deep breath. "My apologies," he stated. "There was an error. It created some confusion. Room 215 is available for you to use until the other guest returns." Chang remained silent. Reacher simply said, "Got it." The man with one eye gave a sharp nod as if finalizing an agreement, then turned and hurried back the way he came. Chang watched him retreat and murmured, "This could easily be a setup." "Possible," Reacher acknowledged, "but I doubt it. He wouldn't want a confrontation inside the room itself. The furniture would get wrecked and he'd be spending all winter spackling bullet holes in the walls. So you think they're giving up? It's just another play in the game? What's our next move then?" "Not sure. And when do you think it'll happen?" "Probably tomorrow," Reacher said. His eyes swept the 3 sides of the Horseshoe Motel, scanning both the lower and upper floors. A thin line of light glowed around the edges of the drapes in room 203, where the man in the suit had been. It had a new tenant now. Not before sunrise, anyway. That's my guess. You think you'll sleep all right? I imagine so, you? If I can't, I'll knock on the wall. They climbed the metal stairs together, fished out their keys, and unlocked their doors side by side but separated by 20 feet, like neighbors returning home after a long day. About 100 feet away, the one-eyed man retrieved the lawn chair from outside the vacant room 102 and carried it to his usual spot on the sidewalk beneath his office window. He positioned it carefully and sank down into the night air, prepared to follow the evening's second instruction, watch their rooms all night. The first command had been clear: even if they return, do not under any circumstances rock the boat tonight. He felt he had handled that part rather well. As was his habit, Reacher sat in the darkness of his room, set back from the window where he couldn't be seen, keeping watch from his second-floor vantage point. 15 minutes passed, then 20, then 30. He would wait as long as necessary to be certain. The one-eyed man in his plastic chair was just a pale blur in the distance. The sliver of light around room 203's curtains remained steady. Nothing stirred. No cars, no people, no telltale glow of cigarettes in the shadows, absolutely nothing. After 40 minutes, the light in room 203 went out. The one-eyed man stayed put. Reacher gave it another 10 minutes, then finally turned in for the night. Morning arrived, looking just as promising as the one before. The light was a soft, pale gold, and long shadows stretched across the ground. It felt as pristine as the very first morning. Reacher sat on the edge of the bed, wrapped in a towel and without coffee, and watched. The plastic chair was still 100 feet away outside the office, but it was empty again. The drapes in room 203 remained shut. No one was stirring out on the main road. Traffic sounds came and went, first one truck, then a couple more, before fading back into silence. He waited. The same sequence unfolded. The shadows slowly retreated as the sun rose higher. The 7 o'clock train rumbled in, paused, and departed. Then the curtains in room 203 finally opened. A woman stood there. The morning sun was still bright on the glass, giving her a slightly hazy appearance, but Reacher could make her out, pale, dressed in white, standing with her arms spread and her hands on the drapes, just as the man had done the previous day. She gazed out at the morning with the same thoughtful intensity, right on cue. The white Cadillac sedan pulled in, swung right, and reversed left into the same parking spot as before. It still lacked a front license plate. This time the driver stepped out immediately. Above him, the door opened and the woman in white emerged from her room. The white was a knee-length sheath dress, paired with white shoes. She wasn't young, but she kept herself in excellent shape as if it were a dedicated routine. Her hair was ash-colored and cut in a sharp bob. She had more luggage than the previous guest, a tidy rolling suitcase with wheels and a handle. It was larger than the leather bag, but still modest, almost dainty. She headed for the stairs, but the Cadillac driver saw her coming and raised a hand to signal her to wait. He came up to meet her, collapsing the handle of her bag before carrying it down ahead of her, almost like a guide. After stowing the bag in the trunk, she slid into the back seat. He returned behind the wheel, and the car pulled smoothly away. Still no license plate on the rear. Reacher went to take a shower. From the next bathroom, he could hear the sound of Chang's water running. The tubs shared a common wall. That meant she hadn't gone to meet the morning train, a sensible choice that saved her the walk. Maybe, like him, she had simply watched from a distance. For a moment, he pictured them sitting side by side in towels, divided only by that thin wall, though she likely wore pajamas or a nightgown, something light given the heat and the need to travel light. He was ready first and headed to the diner, aiming for the same pair of side-by-side tables tucked in the far back corner. He got them draping his jacket over her chair, its pocket weighed down by the Smith Wesson. He ordered coffee. Chang arrived about 5 minutes later wearing the same jeans but a fresh t-shirt, her dark hair still damp and gleaming from the shower. Her own jacket sagged slightly on one side from the weight of her pistol. With the practiced eye of a former cop, she scanned the room in a full, careful circle before moving toward him with a lively step, almost buzzing with what seemed like relief or a shared energy from having made it through the night. She slid into the booth beside him. "Sleep at all?" he asked. "I must have," she said. "Didn't think I would." "You skipped the train. If he's a prisoner, like you said, that's the best-case scenario." "Just a guess. A reasonable one." She leaned in slightly. "Did you see the woman from 203? "Hard to figure," Reacher said. In black, she could have passed for some finance type. Investor, fund manager, someone who rates the corporate treatment, face and hair fit, and she definitely had a key to that company gym. But in white? She looked like she was off to a garden party in Monte Carlo at 7 in the morning. Who does that? Some kind of summer fashion statement. God, I hope not. Then, who was she? Looked more like someone heading to City Hall for her 5th wedding. The waitress came by and Chang asked, "You know a guy in town named Maloney?" "Nope," the waitress said, "but I know 2 fellas named Moynihan." Then she winked and walked off. Chang smiled faintly. "Now she's your best friend for life. Doesn't seem too fond of the Moynihans." "Can't imagine why anyone would be," Reacher said. "Someone must like them. We should assume they have their own friends, expect some pushback. Not right away. Both took a solid hit. They'll be feeling it for a couple days, not like on TV where they bounce back between commercials. But they will bounce back. Could turn into a real mess once their friends and whoever else is involved decide to step in. You were a cop. You must have shot someone before. Never even drew my weapon. It was Connecticut, a quiet town. What about in the FBI? I was a financial analyst, white-collar stuff. But you qualified at the range, right? Had to? Any good? I won't shoot unless they fire first. I can live with that. This is crazy talk. This is a railroad stop, not the OK Corral. All those towns had the railroad. That was the whole point. The bad guy or the new sheriff would step off the train. How serious do you really think this is? It's a scale, like anything. At one end, Kever's in Vegas with some teenager. At the other, he's dead. I'm leaning toward the dead end of the middle, maybe a little past it. Sorry, probably an accident or a panic move. Now they're stuck, not sure what to do next. Do we know what to do? Right now, we've got a simple 3-part plan. We should grab some breakfast, get coffee, and track down Maloney, That might be tougher than it sounds. Which part? Finding Maloney. Let's start at the receiving office, near the elevators. They probably know everyone within a couple 100 miles, could kill two birds with one stone. If there's anything off about the wheat shipments, we might catch a whiff of it. Chang gave a slow nod. How'd you sleep? Strange at first, with Kever's stuff still in the room. His suitcase against the wall made me feel like I was someone else, like a regular person with a normal life. Took a minute, but I shook it off. The receiving office was a no-frills wooden building just past the weighbridge. It served one purpose and didn't pretend otherwise. No charm, no decoration. It didn't need any. Farmers around here either used it or didn't eat. Inside, there were counters for paperwork, scuffed floors where truckers lined up, and a tall desk where deliveries got logged. Behind it stood a white-haired man in bib overalls, a stubby pencil tucked behind his ear, shuffling through stacks of forms. Probably getting ready for harvest. He looked perfectly content, king of his tiny domain. "Help you," he said. "We're trying to find someone named Maloney," Reacher told him. "Ain't me? You know any Maloneys in the area? Who's asking? Private investigators out of New York. A client died and left everything to another man, but that second guy had already passed. Now the money goes to any relatives we can locate. One claimant mentioned a cousin named Maloney somewhere in this county. That's all we've got. Still ain't me," the man repeated. "How much money? Can't disclose that. A lot, though. Better than a sharp stick in the eye. So what do you need from me? Figured you'd know most of the names around here. Reckon just about everyone comes through this office sooner or later." The man brightened as if a useful idea had just struck him. He tapped the space bar on a keyboard, waking a screen, then clicked the mouse. A long, dense list of names appeared. "These are folks pre-cleared for the weighbridge. Speeds things up during busy season, should cover just about every grain person in the area, from owners to seasonal help. Men, women, even kids when it's all hands on deck." Chang leaned in. "Do you see a Maloney there? A first name and address would help a lot." He scrolled alphabetical and paused about halfway down. "Got a Mahoney here, but he passed a few years back. Cancer, I think. Nobody was sure what kind. No Maloney at all? Not on this list. What if he doesn't work with grain? Would you still know him?" "Might know him around town, but I don't. No Maloney comes to mind. Anyone else we could ask? Try the Western Union place. It's got the FedEx drop-off. Basically serves as the post office here." "Thanks," Reacher said. The man gave a distracted nod and turned away, seeming both amused and slightly irritated by the interruption to his morning routine. Reacher already knew where the Western Union store was. He'd passed it twice on his walks around town. A cramped storefront plastered with neon signs for MoneyGram, fax services, photocopies, FedEx, UPS, DHL. They stepped inside, and the guy behind the counter glanced up. He was around 40, solidly built, with a full head of hair and an open face. It was the same man who'd been driving the Cadillac. The place was as bare bones as the receiving office: dusty, unfinished wood, beige machines for faxing and copying, messy stacks of shipping forms, and leaning towers of packages, some coming, some going. The packages varied in size, from tiny parcels barely bigger than their shipping labels to two large boxes that had clearly been shipped directly from overseas manufacturers. One contained German medical equipment crafted from sterile stainless steel, at least according to Reacher's interpretation of the labeling, and the other held a high-definition video camera from Japan. Open shelves were stacked with sealed reams of copy paper, and ballpoint pens dangled on strings. A corkboard on the wall was plastered with flyers advertising everything from guitar lessons to yard sales and rooms for rent. It really did function as the local post office, just as the man in the receiving hut had described the Cadillac driver, busy counting dollar bills behind a plywood counter, glanced up. "Can I help you?" Reacher studied him. "I know you from somewhere. Do you? You played college ball for Miami back in '92, right?" "Not me, pal. Was it USC then?" "You've got the wrong guy." Chang stepped in. "Then you're the taxi driver. We saw you at the motel this morning." The man stayed silent, and yesterday morning too, she added. Still no reply. A small wire mesh holder on the counter was filled with business cards from the MoneyGram service. Reacher took one and read it. The name printed wasn't Maloney. Reacher asked, "Do you have a local phone book? What for?" "I want to balance it on my head to improve my posture." "What?" "I need to look up a number." "What else would a phone book be for?" The man hesitated, clearly searching for an excuse to refuse, but eventually he bent down, pulled a slim directory from a shelf, turned it around, and slid it across the counter. "Thank you," Reacher said, flipping it open to the section where L turned to M. Chang leaned in to look. There was no Maloney listed. Reacher closed the book. "Why is this town called Mother's Rest?" The man shrugged. "I don't know." Chang shifted topics. "How old is your Cadillac? Why is that your business?" "It isn't, really. We're not from the DMV. We don't care about the plates. We're just curious. It looks like a fine car. It gets the job done." "Which is what?" Chang pressed. The man paused briefly. "Taxi," he said, almost reluctantly, "like you figured." Reacher cut back in. "Do you know anyone named Maloney, should I?" "You might." "No," the man said, a note of definite satisfaction in his voice, as if relieved to finally answer something truthfully. "There's no one named Maloney in this entire county." Outside, Reacher and Chang stepped back into the morning sun on the wide street. Chang said he was lying about the Cadillac. "It's not a taxi. A town this size doesn't need a taxi service." Reacher nodded. "So what's it for?" "It felt like a courtesy vehicle, like a shuttle at a resort, meant to ferry guests from one place to another, from check-in to their rooms or from their rooms to the dining hall, especially without license plates. But this isn't a resort. It's a giant wheat field." She paused, thinking, whatever it is, he didn't go far this morning. He was there and back in the time it took us to shower and eat breakfast, an hour tops. That's 30 minutes out, 30 minutes back, a 20-mile radius at most on these roads. That's over 1,000 square miles, Reacher calculated. Pi times the radius squared, actually more like 1,200 square miles. Is this connected to Kever's situation, or is it something separate? "Connected, obviously," Chang said. "At the motel, that guy acted just like the spare parts guy who met the train, like a low-level errand boy. And the spare parts guy pointed you out because you resemble Kever. It's all tied together." She pulled Kever's bookmark from her back pocket. "Mother's Rest, Maloney. And no Maloney in the phone book," she mused. "But that doesn't prove anything. He could be unlisted. People disappear into places like this all the time. Maybe he's new around here. You think the waitress would lie about it too? We should head to the general store. If this guy is real and he isn't eating at the diner, he's getting his supplies somewhere else. A man's got to eat." They started walking south along the broad main street. At the same time, the man from the Cadillac was on the phone reporting in. Such as it was, he said, "They're chasing a ghost." Back in the motel office, the one-eyed clerk asked, "What makes you say that? You ever heard of someone named Maloney?" "Can't say I have." "That's who they're asking about. A guy named Maloney? They went through my phone book." "There is no Maloney." "Exactly," the Cadillac driver replied. "They're running in circles." The general store looked like it had been frozen in time for half a century, with only the prices and product labels hinting at the modern day past the entryway. The air was dim, dusty, and carried the faint, damp scent of old canvas. 5 cramped aisles were stacked high with everything from carpentry tools and boxed cookies to mason jars, candles, toilet paper, and light bulbs. A rack of sturdy work clothes caught Reacher's attention. His own outfit was pushing 4 days old, and being near Chang made him acutely aware of it. She carried a clean scent of soap and skin, with just a hint of perfume, something he'd noticed when she leaned in to check the phone book earlier. He wondered what she might have noticed about him. He selected a pair of pants and a shirt, then grabbed socks, underwear, and a plain white undershirt from a shelf across the way. The smaller items were $1 each, and the main pieces came to less than $40 total. A solid investment, he figured. He carried the bundle to the counter at the back and set it down. The store owner, a wiry man around 60 with sunken cheeks covered in white stubble, refused to ring him up. His thin gray hair was unwashed and hung too long, with tufts sprouting from his ears and neck. He wore two shirts layered together. "I don't want your business," the man stated flatly. "You're not welcome here." Reacher stayed silent. The man added, "Go on, get moving. This is private property." Reacher finally spoke. "You have health insurance?" Chang placed a hand on his arm. The first time she'd touched him, he noted seemingly out of nowhere the store owner bristled. "That a threat, more or less? This is a free country. I can choose who I sell to. The law's on my side. What's your name?" "None of your concern. Is it Maloney?" "No. Can you break $1?" "I need to use your payphone." "Why?" "I've got a call to make." "Phone's not working today." "You got a private line in the back?" "You can't use it," the man snapped. "You're not welcome here." "All right," Reacher said. Message received. He checked the price tags. $1 each for the socks, underwear, and undershirt, $19.99 for the pants, $17.99 for the shirt. Subtotal came to $40.98 plus tax. Call it $43.85. He pulled out two 20s and a 5, smoothed them against his palm to straighten the curl, and set the money on the counter. "Two options, friend. Call the cops and tell them an unauthorized transaction is happening in your store. Or take the cash. Keep the change if it makes you feel better. Maybe put it toward a shave and a haircut." The man said nothing. Reacher gathered his new clothes into a tight roll and tucked them under his arm. He followed Chang outside, pausing in the entryway to lift the payphone receiver. No dial tone, just a hollow, breathless silence like a line open to deep space or the sound of his own pulse in his ears. Chang asked, "You think that's a coincidence?" "Doubt it," Reacher said. "My guess is he yanked the wires. They want us cut off." "Who were you going to call?" Westwood back in L.A. "I had a couple of ideas. But first, I think we should swing by the motel. The motel clerk won't let us use his phone either." "No," Reacher agreed. "He won't. They could be pretty sure of that." They came at the motel's horseshoe layout from the south, which meant the office wing was the first thing in view. On the sidewalk beneath its window, 3 items were lined up. The plastic lawn chair was still there, empty, right where it had been left overnight. Next to it sat Kever's scuffed suitcase, which they'd last seen in room 215, now stuffed full and looking abandoned. Beside that was Chang's own bag, zipped shut with its handle up, also packed and ready to go. Chang halted instinctively, and Reacher paused beside her. "Looks like we're not welcome," he remarked. She nodded. "This is their next play." They continued forward, the angle shifting as they moved, revealing the interior of the horseshoe. It was filled with men, maybe 30 of them, loitering in the empty parking spots, leaning on curbs, standing idle in the drive lanes. The Moynihan who'd taken the kick was among them, looking a bit washed out, but no less imposing. His unfortunate cousin was absent, likely still in his room, doped up on pain meds. "We're heading straight to my room," Reacher stated. Chang shot him a look. "Are you serious? We'll be doing well to make it to the car. I have new clothes. I need to put them on. Bring them with you. Change later." It was a compromise not changing in the store. I don't like hauling things around. We can't take on 30 people. They moved ahead, stopping about 20 feet from the staircase they needed. 3 men loitered nearby. All eyes turned toward the office as the one-eyed manager emerged and hurried over, waving his arms. Upon reaching them, he announced, "Mr. Kever's reservation has concluded. Consequently, his associate's stay is also over. I'm afraid extensions aren't possible this time of year. I take vacant rooms offline for a day or two for necessary upkeep, getting ready for the harvest." Reacher stayed silent. "We can't fight 30 people." His innate reaction was, why the heck not? It was as fundamental to him as breathing. He was a born fighter, his greatest asset and his biggest flaw. He knew it, even as he mentally calculated the odds, 1 against 30. The first dozen would be straightforward. He had 15 rounds in the Smith Wesson and wouldn't waste more than 3. If Chang caught on, she could contribute another 6 or so. She was corporate, but at this range with plenty of targets she'd manage, that would leave about 12 guys once the guns were empty, more than he'd ever faced at once, but it had to be possible. A lot would hinge on the shock factor, which would be significant. The deafening noise, the muzzle flashes, spent cartridges glittering in the morning sun, men falling. It had to be possible, but it wasn't. He couldn't fight 30 people. Not right now. Not without clearer justification. He had no solid cause. "What's the official checkout time?" he asked. 11 o'clock, the one-eyed man said, then immediately stiffened as if regretting his words. "And what time is it now?" Reacher pressed. The manager didn't answer. "It's 3 minutes to 9, Reacher said for him. "We'll be out well before 11, that's a guarantee, so everyone can stand down. There's nothing to watch here." The one-eyed man stood motionless, weighing his options. Finally, he gave a curt nod. The 3 men near the stairs eased back half a step, a clear signal they weren't leaving, but they weren't starting anything either. Not yet. Reacher followed Chang up the stairs, unlocked his door, and stepped inside. Chang closed the door and asked, "Are we actually leaving at 11 before 11? Reacher corrected. "Probably in about 10 minutes. There's no reason to stick around here. We don't have the full picture yet. We can't just leave Kever behind. We need to find a place where we can at least make a phone call." He tossed his new clothes onto the bed, tearing open the plastic packages and ripping off the tags. He suggested, "Maybe I should take a quick shower. You showered just 2 hours ago? I could hear you through the wall." "Really?" "You're fine. Just get changed." "Are you sure?" She gave a firm nod, locking the door from the inside and sliding the chain into place. He gathered his things and headed to the bathroom, swapping his old clothes for the new ones. He tucked the Smith into one pocket, his toothbrush into another, along with his cash, ATM card, and passport. He rolled up the old garments and stuffed them into the trash bin. A quick glance in the mirror, a pass of his fingers through his hair, and he was set. Chang's voice cut through the door, tense and urgent. "Reacher, they're coming up the stairs." "Who is?" he called back. "Looks like about 10 men." Like some kind of angry delegation, he heard her step away from the door, then came the sound of pounding, furious and demanding. He stepped out of the bathroom to hear the lock rattling and the chain shaking. Outside the window, figures crowded the walkway, a bunch of guys peering in through the glass. Chang asked, "What's our move?" "Same as it always was," he said. "We're hitting the road." He walked to the door and slid the chain free. His hand settled on the handle. "Ready?" he asked. Chang replied, "As ready as I'll ever be." He yanked the door open. There was a sudden lurch from outside, and the nearest man stumbled forward. Reacher planted the flat of his hand against the man's chest and shoved him back, hard. "What do you want?" he demanded. The guy regained his footing, his expression grim. "Checkout time just got moved up." "To when?" "Right now." Reacher didn't recognize him. The man had big, rough hands, broad shoulders, a face etched with lines, and clothes smeared with dirt. Clearly chosen, Reacher figured to be the front man, the spokesperson. "The local champion by popular vote." Reacher asked, "What's your name?" The man stayed silent. Reacher pressed, "It's a simple question." Still no answer. "Is it Maloney?" "No," the guy said, his tone dripping with contempt as if the question was ridiculous. Reacher shifted gears. "Why is this town called Mother's Rest?" "I have no idea. Go wait downstairs. We'll leave when we're good and ready." The man stood his ground. "We're waiting right here." "Downstairs," Reacher repeated, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous calm. "You've got 2 options for getting there. The second one involves going headfirst over that railing. Your call. Either way works just fine for me." Down below, the one-eyed man was staring up at them. Their suitcases had been dragged closer to their car, sitting side by side on the blacktop near the tailgate. The big-handed man made a face, a weird mix of a shrug, a sneer, and a reluctant nod. "All right," he grumbled. "You've got 5 more minutes. Make it 10, Reacher said. "I think that's what we'll take. Sound good to you? And don't even think about coming back up these stairs." A defiant glint flashed in the man's eyes, a silent challenge. Reacher asked, "What do you do for work?" "Hog farmer," the man said. "Always been one?" "Since I was a boy." Same farm, more or less, ever serve in the military? No, didn't think so, Reacher said, his tone shifting from serious to a dry, almost sarcastic critique. You let us take the high ground? That was pretty dumb, because 30 guys don't mean a thing if they have to come up a staircase two at a time. You know we're armed. We could pick you off like tin cans at a county fair. From inside a cinder block building you can't even scratch unless you've got grenade launchers, which I'm guessing you don't, so I'll say it again. Don't come back up these stairs, especially not you in the lead. The man had no comeback. Reacher stepped back and shut the door in his face. Chang said, if our goal is to get out of here alive, provoking them might not be the best strategy. I disagree, Reacher said. Because the minute we're gone, they're going to be asking themselves one big question. Are we coming back? It'll be the talk of the town. If we'd acted all meek and mild, they'd have known we were bluffing. Better to let them think their little intimidation tactic actually worked. Except it did work, Chang pointed out, a new edge of frustration in her voice as she glanced at their packed bags, feeling the walls of the small town closing in tighter than ever. You're right. We don't have the full picture, Reacher acknowledged, but we know a few things. The clerk made a call. He told his superior we'd be out by 11, but that wasn't satisfactory. The compromise fell through. They wanted us gone immediately. That's why the welcoming committee showed up with a revised message, one we didn't receive last night. Last night we were practically greeted with a red carpet. So what shifted? The woman in the white outfit, Chang said. Precisely. The same person who wants us out now didn't want any disturbances while she was here, but she's departed, so it's back to standard procedure. Who was she? And where did she go? We don't have those answers. We don't know about the man in the suit either, only that they carried some significance, enough that everyone had to be on their best behavior. I watched the clerk straightening chairs before the car arrived for the suited man. He wanted the place looking presentable before daylight exposed it. They weren't typical investors, Chang observed. Not the sort who tour their properties. They lacked that aura. I've dealt with plenty of investors. Then what were they? Your guess is as good as mine. Special guests, maybe. Valued clients or something else entirely? How could we possibly know? Maybe they're avoiding the law. Maybe this is a discreet way station, but a selective one. First class only, guaranteed tranquility and a proper night's rest, with all travel arranged in luxury sedans, catering to the white-collar crowd. Would the woman dress so formally for that? Unlikely? Reacher nodded. I agree, it has that transient waypoint feel. They arrive, they rest for the night, they move on by car in the morning. It seems very temporary, almost like a single leg of a longer trip. From where to where? Reacher didn't reply. Chang asked, so what's our next move? We'll drive west and decide once your phone gets a signal. Exactly. 10 minutes later, they opened the door and stepped onto the walkway. The 30 men were still gathered below, clustered in their small separate huddles, forming a loose and uneven half-circle around the little green Ford. The hog farmer stood closest, about 10 feet from the car, with the uneasy Moynihan beside him. Both looked strained and restless. Reacher slipped his hand into his pocket, his fingers resting lightly on the Smith Wesson, and descended the stairs with Chang following closely. At the bottom, she clicked the remote and the car locks thudded open, the sound stark in the quiet. Reacher rounded the hood, looked at the hog farmer, and said, "We'll leave just as soon as you load our bags into the trunk." The hog farmer replied, "Do it yourself." Reacher leaned back against the Ford, hands in his pockets, ankles crossed. A man with all the time in the world. You seemed comfortable enough gathering our things and bringing them here, so I assume you don't have a moral objection to handling our belongings, or an allergy, or any other inconvenient limitation. Now's the moment to complete the task. Put them in the car, and we'll be on our way. That's what you're after, isn't it? The man stayed silent. Reacher waited. The stillness grew heavier. He could hear the wheat rustling in the breeze a football field away. Nobody moved. Then one man glanced at another who looked back, and soon a chain of tense, silent exchanges passed through the group, a wordless debate over sacrificing pride for outcome. Put them in the car, and we'll get going. That's what you want, right? Do it yourself. Finally, a man behind the hog farmer stepped out of line. A practical thinker, evidently. He walked to the car, lifted the hatch, and placed the bags inside one by one, first Kever's, then Chang's. He shut the hatch and stepped back. "Appreciate it," Reacher said. "I hope your day goes well," he said, before opening the passenger door and settling into the seat. Chang took her place behind the wheel, and as their doors shut in unison, she started the engine. She reversed out of the parking spot, turned the wheel, and moved forward, exiting the plaza and heading north past the diner and the general store. Reaching the old wagon trail, she turned left onto the westward path, the road stretching ahead in a seemingly endless line until it narrowed to a mere thread and vanished into the shimmering gold of the horizon. She glanced over and asked, "Do you think we'll return?" Reacher finally moved his hand away from his gun, something he hadn't done since they left the motel. "I imagine we'll have no choice but to come back," he replied. They drove for 3 hours before stopping for fuel and a quick meal. There was still no cell service, and they guessed they wouldn't find a signal until they neared the I-25 corridor deep into Colorado, another 4 hours perhaps. Since they were heading that way anyway, they decided to aim straight for Colorado Springs, where the fort had been rented, and where regular flights departed for Los Angeles. LA was their next logical step. The telephone, while a marvelous invention, sometimes fell short. Knowing airport security lay ahead, they dismantled the Smith Wesson handguns and disposed of the pieces in separate trash bins scattered around the rest area. Easy come, easy go. Reacher took the wheel for the next stretch, driving without a license, but over 2 hours, they encountered only 2 other vehicles, neither belonging to law enforcement. Then Chang resumed driving as the golden horizon faded to a dull gray, a sign that civilization was approaching. They discussed what to do with Kever's briefcase. Reacher, never sentimental about belongings, was ready to toss it, but Chang viewed it as a kind of talisman, a beacon of hope. She insisted on keeping it with them. They reached a compromise by stopping at a FedEx office in a Colorado Springs strip mall and shipping the case back to the yellow house on the dead-end street in that worn-out development north of Oklahoma City. Chang filled out the shipping form, and after a long pause, she checked the box indicating no signature would be required. That same afternoon, 8 men gathered at the counter inside the dry goods store in Mother's Rest. The store owner was already present, wearing his usual 2 shirts with his hair disheveled. The spare parts man from the irrigation shop arrived next, followed by the Cadillac driver, the one-eyed clerk from the motel, the hog farmer, the diner counterman, and the Moynihan who had been kicked in the groin and disarmed. The 8th man entered 5 minutes later. He was a sturdy fellow with a flushed face, freshly showered, dressed in pressed blue jeans and a button-down shirt. He was older than Moynihan, the spare parts guy, and the Cadillac driver, yet younger than the motel clerk and the store owner, roughly the same age as the hog farmer and the counterman. His hair was blow-dried neatly, like a television news anchor's. The other 7 men immediately straightened up, fell silent, and waited for him to speak first. He got right to the point. "Are they coming back?" he asked. No one answered. 7 blank stares met his question. The 8th man said, "Let's hear both sides." After some uneasy silence, shifting and shuffling, the spare parts guy spoke up. "They won't come back because we did what was needed. They found nothing here, no evidence, no witnesses. Why return to an empty well?" The Cadillac driver countered, "They will come back because this was Kever's last known location. They'll keep coming back as many times as it takes. Where else can they restart when they hit a dead end?" The 8th man pressed, "Are we certain they left with nothing?" The counterman stated, "No one spoke a word to them." The store owner added, "They only used the payphone once. They tried 3 numbers, got no answer from any, and then they left." The Cadillac driver shook his head. "That's not how folks handle a lead that's practically smoking, so the general feeling is they came up empty." "The what?" "What everyone here believes." The man from the Cadillac leaned forward. "What we believe is they ended up with less than nothing. They wound up in my place chasing some phantom named Maloney. They were completely lost. But they'll be back. They know Kever stopped here. So they did learn one thing. A heavy silence fell over the store. The man with one eye shifted in his seat. We agreed on the plan. It was meant to seem like he just drifted away. We were never going to pretend he wasn't here. The eighth man, the one who always seemed to be running the meeting, spoke next. What was their demeanor when they drove off? The hog farmer chuckled, a dry sound. The big guy was puffing out his chest, a consolation prize, I'd say, trying to salvage his pride by acting tough because he knew he'd struck out. I got the feeling the woman was a little mortified by the whole performance. Will they return? I say no. Who says yes? Only the Cadillac driver lifted a hand. The eighth man gave a slow nod, a 6-to-1 split. That's a reasonable read. I believe you've got it about right, and I'm impressed with all of you. They showed up. They learned only what we could afford to let them know, and they left. The odds of them coming back are slim. The mood in the room lightened perceptibly, shoulders straightened and mouths quirked into faint, self-satisfied smiles. Then the eighth man added, his voice dropping, "But the whole world runs on slim odds." The grins vanished, replaced by 7 sets of grave, understanding nods. The eighth man pressed on. Where did they go? 7 shrugs answered him. The eighth man waved a dismissive hand. It's not important unless they're heading for Los Angeles. That journalist is our single weak spot. According to what Kever told us, he's the only key that could possibly open our lock. 1,000,000 to 1 shot. Moynihan scoffed. How would they even know what to look for? How would Westwood himself know what he's sitting on? The world also turns on 1,000,000 to 1 shots. We're supposed to be ghosts, the motel clerk insisted, a note of anxiety in his voice. Aren't we? Isn't that the whole point of the arrangement? You don't fund the arrangement. I do, another quiet descended, broken finally by the spare parts dealer. All right, isn't that what you're paying for? Exactly. And more. I pay for support when it's required, like a premium roadside service. It's all part of the package. The hog farmer looked uneasy. Bringing in outsiders is a major move. It is, the eighth man conceded. There are significant risks, but there are also potential benefits. We should weigh them, Moynihan asked. What kind of support are we talking about? There's a range of options. You get what you pay for. Everything from a little help to a lot. The store owner cleared his throat. I think we should begin with surveillance at the very least. If they get anywhere near Westwood at that newspaper, we need to know immediately. That way we're ready for the next step, if that 1,000,000 to 1 chance bites us. The other 6 watched the eighth man's face, expecting a veto. When none came, they began nodding, slowly and thoughtfully. The eighth man said, We should take a vote all in favor of surveillance. Moynihan interrupted. Is that the cheapest item on the menu? The eighth man nodded. Phones, internet, and a physical tail. How expensive does the menu get? All the way up to what they term a permanent resolution. We can handle that part ourselves if it comes to it. How is your brother, by the way? I just mean, next time we'll be prepared. Are you revising your opinion? Do you now think there will be a next time? Silence again. The eighth man's voice cut through it. Who votes for surveillance? 7 hands rose into the air. I'm glad we're in agreement, the eighth man said, because I already made the call. The surveillance began an hour ago. They're sending a man named Hackett, one of their top people, they tell me, skilled in multiple disciplines. The rental car company's shuttle bus crawled from the returns lot to the airline terminals, a convenience that only added another 30 minutes to an endlessly long day. Reacher and Chang finally reached the ticket counter as the early evening light began to fade. The last flight to Los Angeles was completely full with no seats available and a lengthy standby list. A pair of mechanical issues earlier had thrown the entire schedule into disarray, and the next opening wasn't until 8 the following morning. They had no other option, so they booked it. Chang applied her open return ticket, while Reacher purchased a new one. The agent informed them boarding would commence around 7:20 in the morning and suggested the airport hotel a short bus ride away. They decided to walk, with Reacher opting to carry Chang's suitcase, concerned the rough concrete sidewalks would be hard on the wheels. The hotel was a familiar chain, its exterior crisp and white, the interior a warm blend of beige and mint green, its name glowing in green neon. The lobby held a small, restless crowd of about 9 people, most either on their phones or wearing expressions of pure frustration. Reacher, though not a regular traveler, knew the scene all too well. The reception clerk, a young woman in a tailored jacket with a scarf, caught their eye with a discreet, urgent wave. "Sir, ma'am," she said, her voice low, "I have one room left. If you need it, I'd take it now." "Just one room?" Chang asked. "Yes, ma'am. It's because of the airline troubles today." "Is there another hotel nearby?" "Not within the airport." "We'll take the room," Reacher said. Chang shot him a look, and he added, "We'll work it out." He paid and received a key card for room 501 on the 5th floor. As they turned, 2 couples approached the desk, destined for disappointment. Upstairs, the room was perfectly adequate, but Chang was silent. "You take it," Reacher offered. "What about you?" "I'll come up with something." He placed her bag by the bed, handed her the key, and said, "We should get dinner before the place gets overrun. Let me clean up a bit. I'll meet you in the restaurant." "All right. Do you need to use the bathroom first?" Reacher glanced at his reflection, fresh haircut, clean shave, new clothes. "I'm afraid this is my peak condition," he said. The restaurant was on the ground floor, separated from the lobby. It was a spacious, pleasant area with drapes and carpet, though the practical vinyl-coated surfaces hinted at its heavy use. The room was nearly full. Reacher waited and was shown to a small table by a window that offered no view, just yellow lights and a parking lot of summer-stored snowplows. Chang arrived 8 minutes later, face refreshed, hair neat, wearing a new tee. She sat down, looking revived by the simple act of washing up. Then her expression shifted as if realizing her comfort came at his expense. "Don't worry about it," he said. "Where will you sleep tonight? Right here would do, in a dining chair. 13 years in the Army teaches you to sleep anywhere." She was quiet for a moment. "What was the Army like?" "Mostly good. I look back on it fondly with few complaints aside from the obvious." "Which was? Same as your experience, I'd bet." "The endless torrent of nonsense from senior officers with too much time on their hands." He said it with a dry, almost sarcastic edge, the frustration of countless pointless briefings coloring his tone. She smiled briefly. "There was some of that? Is that why you left?" Her smile faded. She shook her head. "Not really. I'll share if you do," he offered. "I'm not sure I'm ready for that. What's the absolute worst that could happen?" She took a moment, inhaling slowly before letting the breath out. "You go first." They were downsizing, making cuts. My record wasn't spotless, and at that moment, a certain officer had a personal grudge. With those 2 factors combined, it wasn't a shock when my paperwork landed on the chopping block. What officer? A lieutenant colonel. A heavy-set man with a desk job in public relations stationed down in Mississippi. I was there dealing with a messy situation, and he got worked up over something trivial. I was a little short with him, said so to his face, and he took it personally. He got his payback because the timing lined up for him. I'd gotten away with far worse in the past, back when the Army wasn't trimming the ranks. "Couldn't you appeal it?" "I had favors I could have called in, but the harm was already done. It was a zero-sum situation. If I came out on top, the colonel would lose, and that would make every other colonel nervous. None of them would want me around. I'd have ended up posted to some remote radar station in northern Alaska in January. It was a guaranteed loss either way. More than that, it popped the illusion for me. The truth was, they didn't want me there. I finally accepted that. So I didn't fight, I took an honorable discharge, and left. How long ago was that? A lifetime ago, and you're still moving. That's a little too philosophical for me, is it? Trust me, I'm a lot less complicated than I seem." She didn't reply. A server approached, and they placed their orders. Once she left, he turned back. "Your turn." "For what?" Chang asked. "Your story." She hesitated again. "In a way, it's similar to yours," she began, "a no-win scenario. But one I walked into myself. I got cornered, and I never saw it coming." "How?" "Someone broke into my apartment. They didn't steal anything, didn't ransack the place, didn't break a thing, and didn't leave anything behind. I didn't understand it then. I was working a money laundering case. It was the usual maze of shell companies and cash, but I had my target. Proving it, though, was nearly impossible. I was actually about to drop it. There's no sense pushing for prosecution if you know you can't win. Then the guy came to see me. I was literally on the verge of telling him the investigation was over, but he spoke first and he was operating on old information. He told me if I didn't close the case immediately, he'd claim I'd accepted a bribe at the start to ignore it, then later changed my mind and betrayed him and kept the money. He figured it would taint my entire investigation, maybe even get it thrown out, and he'd walk free. People make threats all the time. How could he prove any of it? He'd set up a bank account in my name in the Cayman Islands and wired the bribe money into it. It was all right there, plain as day, real money, a significant amount. It would back up every word he said, but he opened the account, not you. There would be a paper trail. He told me it was a woman who broke into my place. She didn't take or touch anything, but she used my landline. She opened that account for me right from my own home, and it's all there on my phone records. It left me completely trapped. How do you prove you didn't make a call? I thought maybe the foreign bank or the NSA would have a recording, but two female voices on an international line can sound similar, especially if she was trying to imitate me, which she likely was. This guy was thorough. He knew my social security number, even my mother's maiden name. That's my security question, apparently. So what did you do? What he demanded. I dropped the case. Immediately, I closed his file. But I was going to do that anyway. At least that's what I tell myself. Where is he now? Still operating? Still in business? What happened to the money? It vanished. I followed the trail just as he anticipated. It led me to a shell company based in the Dutch Antilles. According to the records, I had acquired a minority stake in a financial instrument framed as a long-term investment. He held the controlling interest. We were bound indefinitely. What did you do then? I came clean. I told my special agent in charge everything. I could tell he wanted to trust me, but the Bureau doesn't operate on trust alone. From that moment forward, my effectiveness as a field agent was compromised. Anything I said in court would have been viewed with skepticism even years down the line. I would have been a defense attorney's fantasy. Picture it. Special agent, please describe the bribe you can't prove you didn't accept. So I would have ended up with you in that radar outpost in Alaska. In the dead of winter, it was a no-win situation. I handed in my resignation. That's rough. You have your victories, and you have your defeats. No, you win a lot, and then you lose once. There are no do-overs. I'm content with what I'm doing now. But I'm not sure how much longer we can keep this up. It doesn't seem like a lifelong career. It might have been for Kever. That's direct. What's his story was, all right is, I heard he was facing a third official reprimand. The Bureau is extremely careful, and he had a tendency to charge ahead without a plan or support. They claimed he was endangering investigations along with himself and other agents. A third strike would have earned him a ticket to Alaska, too. That radar hut would have gotten pretty crowded, so he resigned before the hearing. I suppose he felt it was the only honorable move, and before you mention it, yes, I agree. That's likely what he did in Mother's Rest. He charged in without waiting for backup. The waitress arrived with their meals and topped off their drinks. After she left, Reacher said, "But Kever did call for backup, we know that much. Why make the call and not wait?" Chang replied, "Impatience, a sense of urgency. Maybe they reached him first while he was waiting. Maybe he didn't rush in after all. That sounds like a public service announcement for reckless people everywhere. We don't know what happened. I wish he'd rushed out instead. Always a smart policy. I doubt you ever did. More often than I can remember, which is precisely why I'm still here sharing a meal with you. The chaotic universe, survival of the fittest in practice." She hesitated, then asked, "Can I ask you something?" He said, "Go ahead." "Are we having dinner?" That's what the menu called it. Lunch was separate, and this definitely isn't breakfast. No, I mean having dinner as opposed to just grabbing something on the road like with candlelight and piano music. Not necessarily. Violinists and guys selling roses, if it fits. Like a date? She said, generally yes. He said, you want an honest answer? Always. Imagine if we had found Kever yesterday, maybe getting off the train or stumbled in a wheat field with a twisted ankle, a little hungry and thirsty, but otherwise fine. Then yes, absolutely, I would have asked you to dinner, and if you'd said yes, we'd be having that dinner right about now. So I guess this partly counts. Only partly? We didn't find Kever, so it's still partly road food. But you would have asked me to dinner? Without a doubt. Why? You're the kind of person I enjoy having dinner with. She fell silent for several seconds, right to the brink of awkwardness, before saying, I would have said yes for the same reason. Excellent. So get it clear in your head. We're having dinner, not grabbing road food. That's a statement, not a question. Then why did you ask me to make sure you understood? That night, Reacher didn't need a dining chair. They lingered over dessert and coffee, unhurried and at ease, both content to let the evening unfold as it would. Chang settled the bill, and they rose together. She slipped her arm through his, the easy familiarity of a couple who had known each other for years, and they strolled out, taking their time. They waited for the elevator, rode it up to the fifth floor, and stepped into the room. Then the deliberate pace shifted, the calm giving way to a new and welcome urgency. Chang was warm, her skin smooth, her limbs long and graceful. She was young but carried a seasoned confidence, strong enough to meet him with equal force and solid enough to feel completely real. Reacher was deeply drawn to her, and her response left no doubt the feeling was mutual. Later, they talked quietly in the dark before she drifted off to sleep, and he followed soon after, more content than he had been in a long while. Boarding commenced promptly at 7:20 in the morning. Chang wheeled her bag down the jet bridge, Reacher trailing behind, all the way to their seats deep in the economy cabin. She stowed her bag overhead and settled by the window. Reacher took the aisle. How familiar are you with Los Angeles? He asked. Familiar enough to find the newspaper office, she said. He might work from home. Then he won't meet us there. I'm sure his home address is private, even if his cell number isn't. He'll pick a coffee shop nearby. Suits me. But which neighborhood? Do you know the city that well? I guess we're renting another car. We should get one with GPS, unless he's at the office and willing to meet us there. We could just take a taxi. We'll be landing too early. He won't be in yet. All right, we'll call his cell after we land and let him decide. Coffee shop or office, rental car or cab, if he agrees to see us at all. 200 deaths. That's a story he's already heard, according to you, when Kever's client called, which didn't seem to leave much of a mark. Hearing and listening are two different things. And that's our challenge. I doubt Westwood even understands what he has. He didn't really listen, and his notes sound useless. It's going to be like trying to pick a lock with a wet noodle. What if we can't get it open? That word isn't in my vocabulary. You're feeling optimistic this morning. It's an inevitable side effect. I had a very good night. Me too. Glad to hear it. What do your friends call you, Reacher? Not Jack. He shook his head. Even my mother called me Reacher. Do you have any brothers or sisters? I had a brother named Joe. Where is he now? Nowhere. He passed away. I'm sorry, not your fault. What did your mom call him? Joe, and she called you Reacher. It's my name, just as much as Jack is. Don't your friends call you Chang? I was Officer Chang, then Special Agent Chang, but that was only at work. So what do they call you, Michelle? She said. Or sometimes Shell for short, which I like. It's a friendly nickname, except not with my last name. Shell Chang sounds like a mix between a dubious film star, an offshore drilling firm, and the sound of change clattering in a cash drawer. Okay, Reacher said, Michelle. It is, or Chang. The plane accelerated down the runway and lifted off, chasing the fading night westward across the mountains. 7 hours east by road in Mother's Rest, dawn had come and gone. The morning train had arrived and departed. The breakfast crowd at the diner was thinning. The man with 2 shirts had opened his store. The auto parts dealer was open, too, already wedged behind his counter, organizing stacks of invoices. The Cadillac driver was adding up receipts from his 7 different services: wire transfers, faxing, photocopies, and package shipments. The Moynihan, who had been kicked and disarmed, was still at home, looking after his brother, who remained groggy and unfocused. The clerk with one eye stepped out of the motel office, pausing to breathe in the morning air and scan the surroundings. His gaze swept the curved driveway, the parking spots, the ground floor sidewalk, and the upper-level walkway. It was a slow, methodical check. Every light bulb was glowing. The lawn chairs stood in a perfect row. Everything was in its place, calm and undisturbed. Rooms 214 and 215 remained vacant. They weren't returning, he figured. That was just fine. At LAX, the arrivals area was packed, forcing Reacher and Chang to push through the crowd to find a quieter spot near the curb for their call. Chang ducked behind a wide pillar and dialed, rousing Westwood from sleep. He wasn't an early riser. After a moment of flustered apology, he shifted into a more cooperative tone. Chang reintroduced herself, explaining that what had once seemed minor to both of them had grown into something far more significant. She mentioned a staggering estimate of 200 fatalities. As a former FBI agent, she stressed she was treating this with utmost seriousness and noted her military colleague felt the same. Yes, she confirmed, the book rights were still open. She listened as he gave an address, then ended the call. "A coffee shop," she told Reacher, "in Inglewood." "That's nearby," Reacher said. "When? Half an hour? Let's grab a cab. No time for a rental car." Roughly 20 miles south of Mother's Rest, the man with the crisply pressed jeans and carefully styled hair answered his landline. The call was from a high-level, though unofficial source. Their contact, Hackett, reported the initial communication, a 6-minute cell phone conversation between Westwood, likely at home, given his habits, and a woman named Chang. Background noise suggested she was at an airport, accompanied by a male colleague described as military. The topic involved deaths, and a meeting had been arranged at a coffee shop in Inglewood, which Hackett would monitor. The taxi queue moved quickly despite its length, and Inglewood was just a short hop across the 405 freeway from the airport. They reached the specified coffee shop with minutes to spare. The street was lined with similar establishments, most featuring small outdoor tables and menus scrawled in Italian on chalkboards, but Westwood's choice was different. It was a no-frills relic from another era. Its vinyl and linoleum faded over the years to a dusty tan. About a quarter of the tables were occupied by solitary men, some buried in newspapers, others gazing blankly. None resembled a science editor. "We're early," Chang observed. "He'll be late." They chose a booth, sitting together on a bench upholstered in what was once a vibrant sequined red vinyl, now worn to the same muted khaki as the rest of the diner. They ordered coffee, one hot, one iced, and settled in to wait. The room was hushed, save for the rustle of newspaper pages and the gentle clink of thick ceramic cups on saucers. 5 minutes passed. Then, finally, Westwood appeared. He wasn't what Reacher had pictured, yet the reality made perfect sense. He looked less like a lab technician and more like an outdoorsman, sturdy, with a weathered face, short, unruly hair fading to gray, and a beard to match. Sunburn reddened his skin, and squint lines framed his eyes. He might have been 45. His clothing was made of technical fabric covered in zippers, but it was well worn and wrinkled. On his feet were hiking boots with speckled laces that resembled tiny climbing ropes, and he carried a canvas satchel the size of a mailbag. He paused inside the doorway, his eyes immediately finding Chang as the only woman present. He slid into the seat across from them, dragging his bag onto the worn vinyl bench. Leaning his forearm on the table, he said, "I'm guessing your other colleague is still missing? A Mr. Kever, wasn't it?" Chang gave a slow nod. "We've hit a dead end with him," she admitted. "There's nowhere left to look. We can follow his trail up to a point, but then it goes cold. Have you contacted the police? No? Then my first question is, why haven't you? It would just be a missing persons filing, that's all it is right now. He's a grown man missing for 3 days. They'd probably take the report, but they wouldn't act on it. It would go straight to the bottom of the pile. 200 deaths might get their attention. We can't prove any of that. We don't know who, why, when, where, or how. So you're telling me I'm buying breakfast because of a guy you haven't even reported missing, and 200 deaths you know nothing about. You're buying breakfast because you're getting the book rights. You can buy all the breakfasts from here on out. Except right now, this breakfast is worth more than the book rights. So far, the book rights and 50 cents might get me a cup of coffee. Reacher leaned forward. You're a scientist. You need to approach this scientifically. How so? Statistically, for one thing, and linguistically, throw in a little sociology, plus a deep gut-level understanding of human nature. Think about the number 200. It sounds like a nice round figure, but it isn't. Not really. Nobody says 200 completely at random. People say 100 or 1,000 or hundreds or thousands. 200 deaths sounds specific to me, like a real number maybe, rounded up from the high 18s or 19s, but it sounds to me like there's actual information behind it, enough to keep me interested anyway, speaking as an investigator. Westwood stayed silent. Reacher continued, plus we have to assume the police have already heard this story and dismissed it. Westwood gave a slow nod, because you assume Mr. Kever's client called everyone from the White House on down, including me. Which is exactly where we have to start with the client. We need to find this person. We need to hear the story from the beginning, the same way Kever did. Then maybe we can piece together what happened next. I get hundreds of calls, I told you that. How many exactly? Point taken. And you logged them all. You told us that too? Not in tremendous detail. We might be able to work it out. You'd need a name at least. I think we have a name. Chang shot a look at Reacher. Possibly, Reacher said to her, then he turned back to Westwood. It's probably not a real name, but it could be a starting point. You told us you eventually blocked the nuisance calls when they've worn out their welcome? Suppose someone got frustrated by that and tried to start over by coming back to you under a different name and number. It could happen, Westwood conceded. Reacher turned to Chang. Show him Kever's bookmark. Chang pulled the folded paper from her pocket and smoothed it flat on the table, the 323 phone number and the words, Mother's Rest, Maloney. Westwood studied it. That's my number, no question, Reacher said. We initially took it to mean there was a man in Mother's Rest named Maloney who was involved somehow. But there's no such person, we're certain of that. We asked around, and the responses weren't evasive, they were dismissive, even a little confused. So what if you had gotten tired of Kever's client, whatever his real name is, and he decided to start fresh? He comes back to you under the name Maloney, then he calls Kever again and, as usual, tells him to check with you for confirmation, but this time warns him the issue won't be filed under his real name anymore, but under the alias Maloney? Maybe that's what this note means?
Maybe? You have a better interpretation?
I could check my records, Westwood offered. We'd appreciate it. We're grasping at straws here.
No kidding.
Kever's notes are about as useful as mine. They're all we have. But even so, with a missing man and a rumor about 200 deaths, don't you think you should at least try the police again? Give it another shot? I was a cop, Reacher said, his tone shifting from analytical to bluntly sardonic, and I knew plenty more. I never met one who went hunting for extra paperwork, so right now they wouldn't listen. Not a chance. I can guarantee that they'd give you the same polite brush-off you probably gave the guy when he first called before you really listened. Westwood paused, then said again, quieter, I could check. Westwood shook his head, his expression doubtful. I'm not following how a false identity gets us anywhere. It points us toward the truth, Reacher insisted. How? A fake name hides the real one. Look at who you blocked right before Maloney began calling. That person is your client? There will be multiple possibilities, Westwood countered. I block people all the time. We'll work through them. Location might matter. We know he hired a private investigator from Oklahoma City, and we know he reads the LA Times. That could help narrow the field. Westwood remained skeptical. My number isn't just sitting out there for anyone to find. I don't pay for premium listings. If your man is skilled enough to track it down online, then he's definitely reading the paper digitally. That's a given. His type hasn't touched a physical newspaper in years. He could be anywhere on the map. Noted, Reacher said. Meet me at my office in an hour in the Times building. Chang gave a quick nod. I know the place. The waitress approached then, and Westwood ordered his breakfast. Reacher and Chang left him to it. Meanwhile, less than 10 minutes later, and 20 miles south of Mother's Rest, the man with the meticulously pressed jeans and styled hair took another call on his landline. His contact reported that Hackett had witnessed the meeting at the Inglewood coffee shop. While he hadn't been close enough to catch every word, he had heard Kever's name mentioned and had seen Chang's lips form the words, "hit the wall," in reference to him. At the end of the conversation, Hackett gathered that a second meeting had been arranged at a location he missed, though he heard Chang confirm she knew the spot. He would continue tailing Westwood, who would undoubtedly lead him there. The LA Times was housed in a striking Art Deco building on the corner of West 1st and Spring Street in downtown Los Angeles. The security measures felt more suited to a federal agency than a newspaper, complete with an X-ray belt and a metal detector arch. Reacher found it a bit much, perhaps a sign of an overblown sense of self-importance. He seriously doubted the newspaper ranked high on any enemy's list, probably not even in the top 20. But rules were rules. He emptied his pockets of change into a tray and walked through. Chang took a moment longer, maneuvering her suitcase and coat. Once they were cleared, they collected visitor passes from a reception desk and rode the elevator up. Westwood's office was a square, cream-colored room lined with bookshelves and piled with stacks of newspapers. A stately old desk sat under the window, topped by a dual-monitor computer. Westwood was seated there, scrolling through emails, his massive canvas bag gaping open on the floor, spilling out more books, papers, and a metallic laptop. The hallway outside buzzed with the sound of busy journalists, while beyond the window, the relentless Southern California sun blazed in a clear sky. "Be right with you," Westwood said, his tone carrying an odd weight. "Have a seat?" Taking a seat required some minor archaeology. Reacher and Chang shifted stacks of magazines and old editions off two available chairs. Westwood finally closed his email program and swiveled to face them. "My legal team isn't pleased," he announced. "There are confidentiality concerns. Our subscriber database is private property." "What exactly are they worried about?" Chang asked. "They didn't specify. They're lawyers. To them, everything is a potential liability." "This is a significant investigation," she pressed. "They say significant investigations come with warrants and subpoenas," Westwood replied, "or at the very least, official missing persons reports." Reacher's voice was flat. "Why did you involve the lawyers?" "Because protocol requires it," Westwood said. "Did you speak with your managing editor?" "He doesn't see a story here. We did some digging on Kever. His opinion is that the man is just on a bender somewhere, a washed-up old detective past his prime." Chang stayed quiet. Reacher leaned forward slightly. "I never met him personally, but I've known plenty like him. Competent in most ways, but with a habit of following his gut, even when it was reckless. Thing is, those impulses usually came from a decent place. And however far gone he might have been, he was still 10 times sharper than anyone in Mother's Rest. And yet, they still got the better of him. You can't be sure of that." "But let's say they did," Reacher said, his tone shifting from analytical to one of grim, sarcastic certainty. "Let's just entertain the wonderfully optimistic idea that a whole town of humble, salt-of-the-earth folks managed to outmaneuver a professional investigator without leaving a single trace. Isn't that a charming little fairy tale? It almost makes you want to move there for the wholesome community spirit. Imagine stumbling onto a story about 200 unexplained deaths. That's the kind of thing the LA Times would chase for months. You could win awards, land on television, maybe even see it turned into a movie. Let me know when you have something concrete. What are the odds of that? 100 to 1. Not 200? Your hunches aren't proof. Consider this, though. If we leave now and that long shot actually pays off, we lose our exclusive. Every paper in the country will be scrambling for the lead. So, A smart editor, even facing those odds, might want a slight head start. My bet is the second that elevator door closes, you'll be searching your database for any calls from a man named Maloney, just to settle your own mind. Westwood remained silent. Reacher pressed on. So what's the harm in us staying to see it? After a long pause, Westwood swiveled his chair toward his monitors. He typed a few keystrokes, likely a login, and brought up an ungainly but functional search page. Chang leaned in, watching as he filtered the parameters, probably to narrow the field. All theories deserve testing, Westwood muttered almost to himself. It's fundamental to the process. He typed the name. A click later, 3 entries appeared. The record showed a caller named Maloney had made contact 3 times. The most recent was nearly a month ago. The prior one, 3 weeks before that, and the oldest another 2 weeks earlier, a cluster spanning about 5 weeks, now gone cold. The same phone number with an unfamiliar 501 area code was listed each time. Westwood had filed the name, number, and dates into a folder simply marked C. What's C stand for? Reacher asked. Conspiracies? Westwood replied. Such as, it covers a lot. One favorite is that mandatory smoke detectors are actually government surveillance devices equipped with cameras, mics, and even poison gas capsules for non-compliant citizens. Kever wouldn't bother with nonsense like that, and I wouldn't dismiss anything more substantial. Maybe the caller just didn't explain it well. Are you certain you don't remember him at all, in answer? Westwood navigated to a raw log of all his received calls. The screens were large but could only display a fraction of the year's data. Are we in there? Reacher asked. Westwood gave a single nod. From this morning, what folder did you assign us? Haven't decided yet. Chang pulled out her phone and dialed the 501 number, setting it on speaker. The line hissed, then rang out into empty air. No answer, no voicemail. After a full minute, she ended the call, and the room fell into a heavy silence. We need to know where that 501 area code is, Reacher said. Westwood closed his database and opened a web browser. He shot a glance at the door, a flicker of unease crossing his face. I suppose we're really doing this then? No one has to know, Reacher said, his tone shifting to a dry, almost sarcastic edge. It's just a little unscientific curiosity. What's the worst that could happen? Until the movie is released. The computer identified 501 as one of 3 area codes assigned to cell phones in Arkansas. Chang suggested about 9 weeks back, did you block a call from an Arkansas number? It's possible our guy just switched from a landline to a mobile. Simple as that. Westwood returned to his unfiltered call database, scrolling back 9 weeks. How much of a delay should we account for, he asked. How quickly would he have thought to change his name and number? Fairly quickly, Reacher replied. It's not exactly rocket science, but I'd bet there was a pause, most likely due to wounded pride. You turned him down. It probably took him a solid week to get over himself and try calling again. Westwood scrolled further, going back 10 weeks. He pulled up the area code list on his second monitor, comparing each entry meticulously. When he finished, he announced, I blocked 4 individuals that week. None were from Arkansas. Try the week before that, Reacher said. Maybe he's more thin-skinned than we assumed. Westwood scrolled again, moving backward through the prior 7 days, then forward once more, checking against the area codes. I blocked 2 guys the previous week, he reported. That makes 6 total over a 14-day span, but still no one from Arkansas. Still, we're making progress, Reacher said. The Maloney calls began 9 weeks ago from a guy who had just been blocked within that recent time frame. Logic tells us our guy is one of these 6, and we could be speaking with him in 30 seconds on his other line. Because you still have all the original numbers, Westwood copied and pasted the 6 names and numbers onto a fresh screen. The names were a typical American blend. They could have been the starting lineup for any major league team, or any 6 guys waiting in line at a pawn shop, an emergency room, or the first-class lounge at an airport. Reacher guessed about half the numbers were cell phones, since he didn't recognize the area codes, though he spotted a 773 for Chicago, a 505 for somewhere in New Mexico, and a 901, which he thought was probably Memphis, Tennessee. Westwood placed his phone in a dock on his desk and dialed the first number directly from his computer. Speakers in the dock emitted the electronic beep-boop-bap of the dialing sequence, followed by static, and then a pre-recorded voice that managed to sound both scolding and sympathetic. The number was out of service. Westwood hung up and checked the area code on his screen. That was a cell phone in northern Louisiana, he said. Maybe Shreveport or nearby. The contract was likely terminated or lapsed, as happens normally, and the number will be reassigned eventually. He dialed the second number. Same result. The dialing tones, then silence, then the phone company's recorded message. Its script apologetic, but its tone faintly amazed that anyone would be foolish enough to try a number currently out of service. A cell in Mississippi, Westwood said. Somewhere up north. Oxford, most likely. Lots of college students there. Maybe his parents cut him off the family plan? Or maybe it was a burner phone, Reacher offered. A prepaid from a drugstore that ran out of minutes or got tossed. Maybe they're all burners. Possible, Westwood conceded. Criminals have done that for years to avoid building a government case. Nowadays, regular citizens are catching on, especially the type who call newspapers with hot tips about conspiracies. Such is the modern world. He felt a sudden cynical amusement at the thought here they were, chasing shadows in a digital age where everyone was a ghost. He dialed the third number, according to the area code list. It was another cell, this one in Idaho, and this time it was answered. A man's voice came through the speakers, clear and loud. It said, "Hello?" Westwood straightened in his chair and spoke toward the screen. "Good morning, sir. This is Ashley Westwood, calling back from the LA Times. Is it? My apologies for the wait. I had to verify a few things. Now I'm convinced what you shared needs to be brought to light. I have a few questions for you." "Oh, absolutely. That sounds wonderful." The voice was higher than a man's typical tone, edging toward an alto, and it came out quick and unsteady with anxiety. A nervous type, Reacher figured, the kind of person who seems to vibrate with constant energy, maybe 35, or even younger, but certainly not older. He might have been raised in Idaho, but Reacher doubted it. Westwood said, "First, let's establish some trust. I need you to confirm the name of the private investigator you employed." "The name of the what?" "The private investigator." "I'm not following. Did you hire a private investigator?" "Why on earth would I do that?" "To put a stop to it." "To stop what?" "To what you told me about." "A private eye would be useless for that." "They do the same thing to him they do to everyone, the instant they laid eyes on him." "I was clear. It's a line-of-sight phenomenon. No one can escape it." "You're not grasping this. The beam is unbeatable." "So you did not hire a private investigator?" "Correct. I did not." "Do you use a different cell phone with a 501 area code?" "No, I do not." Westwood ended the call without another word. He leaned back and said, "I think I recall that fellow. He's under the impression our thoughts are being manipulated by beams." "What sort of beams?" Reacher asked. "Beams that control the mind. They're emitted from the undersides of commercial airliners. The FAA mandates them. That's the real reason they charge for checked luggage, to encourage carry-ons, which frees up cargo space for the machinery, and the operator, he's down there too, like a bombardier from the old wars targeting people. The man in Idaho won't leave his house unless the sky is overcast. He claims naturally that the flyover states are particularly at risk, all part of an elitist plot, except the state with the most air traffic isn't anywhere near Idaho. Which one is it? Pennsylvania? Truly? Chang said. Yes, truly, due to all the regular East Coast routes plus the constant shuttles between D.C., New York, and Boston. Can we please move forward now? Shall we try the next number? Westwood dialed the next number, which was the fourth with a 901 area code for Memphis. Likely a landline. They heard the electronic tones, then the ringing amplified in the quiet room. The call was picked up. There was a solid clunk as a weighty receiver was lifted, and a man's voice said, "Hello?" Westwood straightened up and launched into the same practiced introduction, his name, the LA Times, returning the call, apologizing for the delay. The voice replied, "Sir, I'm afraid I don't quite comprehend." The man sounded elderly. Reacher assessed, his speech measured and polite. If he wasn't from Memphis, he was from somewhere very nearby. Westwood said, "You contacted me at the LA Times 2 or 3 months back with something you wanted to discuss." The old gentleman said, "Sir, if I did, I have absolutely no memory of it, and if I caused you any offense whatsoever, then I most sincerely apologize. No offense taken, sir. No apology needed. I simply wish to learn more about your concerns. That's all." "Oh, I have very few concerns. My life is quite blessed." "Then why did you call me?" "I truly cannot answer that. I'm not even certain that I did." Westwood shot a glance at Chang, then looked back at the screen, drawing a breath to speak again. But a muffled sound came through the speaker, followed by another clunk, as if the handset was being taken over, because then a woman's voice came on the line and demanded, "Who is this, please?" Westwood said, "Ashley Westwood, ma'am, from the LA Times. I'm returning a call from this number." "A recent call from 2 or 3 months ago?" "That would have been my husband." "May I speak with him?" "You just did. I see. He didn't recall the call." "He wouldn't. 2 or 3 months is an eternity to him." "Would you have any idea what the call might have concerned?" "Shouldn't you?" Westwood offered no reply. The woman replied, "I'm not here to judge, honestly. If I could ignore him, I would. So, are you covering politics or science?" "Science," Westwood answered. "Then it must have been about radioactive granite countertops. That's his pet topic this year, and he's technically right, of course, but it's all about the actual risk level. I'm sure he asked you to write a piece on it. You and plenty of others. Any idea how many others?" "Not many compared to the whole country, but far too many for an elderly man to be spending his days on the phone." Westwood ventured, "Ma'am, is there any chance he hired a private investigator?" "What for?" she asked. "To assist with his research into the granite issue." "No. That seems extremely unlikely. Can you be sure?" "The facts are pretty well established. There's nothing left to dig up. Besides, he has no money to speak of." "He couldn't afford to hire anyone." "Not even with cash?" "Not even, don't ask. And take my advice, don't get old." Her tone shifted from weary to sharply sarcastic. "It's a real carnival of delights. Let me tell you, you get to watch your savings vanish and your hobbies turn into fixations." "Does your husband have a cell phone?" "No." "Could he have picked up a prepaid one, maybe from a pharmacy?" "He never goes out." "Has anyone actually died because of the granite?" "That's what he claims." "How many, specifically?" "Oh, thousands," she said, her voice dripping with practiced exhaustion. "All right," Westwood said. "Thank you for your time. Sorry to have bothered you." "My pleasure," the woman responded, a hint of genuine relief breaking through. "It's a nice change talking to someone new." They heard a slow, deliberate silence followed by the heavy clunk of an old receiver being settled into its cradle. Westwood muttered, "Welcome to my world." Chang offered, "It's still better than hers." Westwood dialed the fifth number, area code 773 Chicago. It rang endlessly, well beyond when a machine would usually intercept. Suddenly, a breathless, cheerful young woman answered, "City Library, Lincoln Park, volunteer room." She sounded bright and bustling. Westwood introduced himself and asked for her name. She gave it readily, but insisted she had never called the LA Times and didn't know any private detectives. Westwood inquired if others used that phone, and she confirmed it was shared by all the volunteers in their break space. She explained the library was a bit north of downtown Chicago and relied on a rotating cast of fascinating volunteers, young and old. But no, none seemed overtly obsessed with any scientific issues. Certainly not enough to call newspapers far away. Checking his list for the name tied to that 773 number, Westwood asked, "Do you happen to know a volunteer named McCann? I'm not sure if it's a Mr. or a Ms." "No," she said. "That name doesn't ring a bell. How long have you been volunteering there?" "About a week," she replied. Westwood thanked her. She said he was welcome. He mentioned he should let her go, and she agreed cheerfully. Citing her tasks, he hung up and dialed the final number. Area code 505, New Mexico. The New Mexico line rang 4 times before a man with a quiet, resigned voice answered. Westwood gave his name and went through his standard introduction. The LA Times, the returned call, the apology for the delay, the renewed interest in the matter. A long pause followed. The quiet man on the other end finally said, "That was a long time ago. It would be a different story now." "How so?" Westwood asked. "I know what I witnessed. At first, nobody would listen, including your paper, I'm sorry to say, but then the police sent a detective, a young guy dressed casually but very earnest. He said he was from a special confidential unit and took my full report. He told me to sit tight and do nothing else, but then, a week later, I spotted him in uniform writing parking tickets. He wasn't a detective at all. The department sent a rookie to handle me, probably hoping I'd drop it and go away. Westwood asked me to describe what I'd witnessed one more time. I told him about the craft I saw out in the desert, already on the ground with 6 figures climbing out. They looked almost human, but something was off. What really stuck with me was the ship itself. It had no visible engines for a return trip, just a landing pod. That meant they weren't visitors, they were staying. Which made you wonder, were they the first? If not, how many had arrived before them? How many are already here, blending in? Do they run the police department already? Do they run everything? Westwood stayed quiet. I added, "So it stops being a science story and becomes a psychological one. How does a person live when they know a truth they can never speak?" He asked if I'd hired a private investigator. I told him I'd tried. The first 3 I called refused cases involving aliens. After that, I decided lying low was smarter. That's the real burden now. The strain. I bet a lot of us are in the same boat. We know, but we feel completely alone because we can't risk talking about it. Maybe that's what you should write about? The isolation, what became of the ship? Westwood pressed. I went back and it was gone. Their people must have moved it, hidden it somewhere. Has anyone died because of this? I don't know, it's possible. How many? 1 or 2, maybe. Think about it. A controlled landing still throws off tremendous energy. Retro rocket flames, heat. Could have been deadly for anyone too close, and who knows what they do once they're settled in. He asked if I had a cell phone. I told him no, the radiation is dangerous, can cause brain tumors. Does the name Kever mean anything? Was he one you called? Never heard of him. Thank you, Westwood said. I'll be in touch. He ended the call. Chang remarked, "Welcome to your life, huh?" "Welcome to New Mexico," Westwood replied. He deleted 3 numbers from his temporary list. The beam guy, the granite guy, and the close encounters guy are dead ends. Agreed? That leaves us with the abandoned cell in Louisiana, the abandoned cell in Mississippi, and that volunteer rec room in Chicago. We've at least cut the odds in half. He tidied the 3 remaining lines on his screen. At the top was the Louisiana number listed to someone named Headley 10 weeks back. Below it, the Mississippi number tied to a Ramirez. Last was the Chicago rec room, where the database showed a user named McCann, though the kid who answered earlier had never heard of any McCann. Westwood printed the page and handed it to Chang. "Try the Maloney number again," she suggested. Westwood dialed. It rang and rang with no answer, no voicemail. After a full minute, he hung up. Reacher spoke up. "We need a list of everything you've published in the last 6 months. Why? Why else would this guy call you? He read something you wrote. We need to know what it was." "That won't help us find him." "I agree. It won't. But when we do find him, we need to know what kind of person we're dealing with. We need to understand his particular problem. All my articles are on the website. You can look back years." "Okay," Reacher said. "Thanks for your help. What's your next move? We'll figure it out. Like you said, we're down to 3. We'll track them down." "Here's another thought," Westwood said. "I looked at Kever's website and Ms. Chang's. It all looks very professional. I'm sure you have plenty of resources, private databases, reverse directories, maybe even contacts inside the phone companies. So my new theory is you don't actually need me anymore." "My guess is you'll shut me out from here on out," Westwood said. "We won't," Chang replied. "You'll stay informed? What's in it for you? We're not after the book deal." "Why not?" "I've got no time for it," and he can hardly scribble his own name with a pencil. Reacher stayed silent. Westwood pressed. So I'm still part of this, Chang said. All together now. You mean it? Absolutely. But only if this leads somewhere interesting. No more talk about construction materials or sci-fi nonsense. Reacher and Chang left Westwood in his office and took the elevator down to the street. Chang's suitcase held her laptop. All she required was a quiet spot with a Wi-Fi signal to dive into her work, accessing her confidential databases, reverse directories, and her contacts within the telecom companies. That pointed toward a hotel, which meant finding a cab. One was idling across the street, but when Reacher whistled and waved, it suddenly sped off in the opposite direction. Every city had its own unwritten rules for hailing a taxi, and it was easy to get it wrong. They headed north toward the Children's Museum, where a line of cabs stood waiting. The sort of places Reacher was familiar with in Los Angeles weren't exactly known for quiet or reliable internet, so he left the choice to Chang. She directed the driver to West Hollywood, and they pulled into the traffic. 20 miles south of Mother's Rest, the man with the crisply ironed jeans and carefully styled hair took another call on his landline. This time his contact was feeling talkative. It was a lucky break. They were inside the LA Times building for almost an hour. Place has thick walls, but Hackett got a break. Turns out most of their talking was on the phone, and Westwood uses his phone in a dock on his desk right under the window. Hackett's amplified scanner picked up the signal straight through the glass, nearly overloaded the thing. They made 7 calls total. 2 were to disconnected cells, 1 was a cell that didn't pick up, and 1 was to a public phone in Chicago. The other 3 were dead ends they dropped. Kever's name came up once, and private investigators in general got mentioned 3 times, plus again on the Chicago call, where Westwood also asked about someone named McCann. The man south of Mother's Rest was silent for a long moment. Then he said, "So no real headway? That's your call. They've got 3 leads. I'd bet one of them is Kever's client, and you probably know which. They've got phone records that can be traced. I've seen cases blow up over less. I need to know if they reach out to the phone companies. Consider it an early alert, and if they do, I need to know exactly what the companies tell them. That'll require extra, I'm afraid. Phone companies play things close. Some incentives would be needed. Make it happen." All right. What happened next? Then it got a little ridiculous. How? Westwood stayed put. Reacher and Chang left. Where'd they go? That's the ridiculous part. Hackett lost them. He was undercover as a cabbie, best city cover there is, but Reacher tried to flag him down, so he had to peel out fast. Not ideal. He's got Chang's phone tagged in his system. The second she makes a call, he'll have their exact location. Chapter 28. The place Chang picked in West Hollywood was a motel, not all that different from the one in Mother's Rest, though its trendier setting made it feel deliberately retro rather than just worn out. Reacher paid cash for a room, which came with a desk, a chair, and both wired and wireless internet. But the real standout was the king-size bed, flat, spacious, and firm. They both glanced at it, shared a meaningful but brief kiss, the kind exchanged by people who know there's work to be done first. Chang settled in and plugged in her laptop. She unfolded the printout Westwood had given her. 3 names, 3 numbers. She asked, "Do you like to gamble?" Reacher considered it. Louisiana borders Arkansas, which might account for one of those area codes. Then again, Mississippi is just as close. Chicago isn't, but a man named McCann might pick Maloney as an alias. Maybe it was his mother's maiden name. Right now, I'd call it a 50-50 shot. Where should we begin? With the active 501 number. It could be a new arrangement, maybe listed under a real name, unless it's a disposable phone. She pulled up a search page as clunky as Westwood's and entered the full 10 digits. The screen returned a single word, refer. Reacher said, "What's that mean?" "It means it's not in the public directory, but there's data available for a fee from a contact inside the phone company." "How much?" "Probably $100. "Can you swing that? If it leads somewhere, I'll expense it to the LA Times. Check the other numbers first. Maybe we can get a bulk rate." That turned out to be a smart move. The Chicago line came back exactly as listed, one of a dozen extensions at the Lincoln Park Public Library. but both the Louisiana and Mississippi cells also returned refer. More data for sale, Reacher said. How do we get it? Chang said, we used to email. Not anymore. Too traceable, too risky for the source. Now we have to call. She picked up her phone and dialed. The call was answered immediately. There was no pleasantry. Chang stated her name, explained what she needed, and slowly recited the 3 numbers. She listened as they were repeated back, said okay, and hung up. $200, she said. He'll call me back later today. Reacher said, how much later? Could be hours. There was really only one way to pass the time. 10 minutes later, and 20 miles south of Mother's Rest, the man with the crisply ironed jeans and professionally styled hair took a 4th call on his landline. His contact said, Hackett reports Chang just made a call. They're in a West Hollywood motel. Who did she call? The phone company. She requested information on 3 numbers, paid $200 for it. What did she get? Nothing yet. Her source said he'd call back later today. How much later? Could be hours. Can we get it faster? Save your money. Hackett is listening. You'll know the moment she does. How close is he? He's en route to West Hollywood now. He'll be in position long before that callback comes through. The motel bed was, in fact, broad and firm. Reacher lay on his back, a fine sheen of sweat on his skin, the air conditioner wheezing out lukewarm air, the ceiling fan motionless and broken. Chang lay beside him, breathing deeply. Reacher had always held a theory that the second time was by far the best, the initial awkwardness gone, but the newness still electric. That theory, however, had just been thoroughly disproven. All theories should be tested, Westwood had said. It's central to the scientific method, and test it they had. The second time an hour ago had been extraordinary, but the third time? The third time was on a whole other level. Reacher lay utterly spent, his muscles like liquid, relaxed to a degree that made any prior idea of rest feel like frantic tension. Eventually, Chang propped herself up on an elbow. Her fingers traced a path over his chest, to his neck, to his face, and back down, as if studying him, committing the planes and angles of his body to memory. He was content in the stillness, his hand resting on the inside of her thigh, not moving but acutely aware of the heat of her skin, damp and smooth as velvet, the muscle beneath it soft, a faint pulse tapping against his palm. She said, Reacher? He said, yeah, nothing, just trying the sound of it. Her hair was a heavy weight on his shoulder. Her breasts were pressed against his arm. He could feel the rhythm of her heartbeat. She said, were you ever married? No, he said. You? Once, but it didn't last. Like so many things, she murmured. She shifted slightly, her gaze thoughtful. What's the longest you've ever been with someone? About 6 months, he replied, give or take. The constant transfers made it nearly impossible. It was always a gamble, a double gamble if she was also in the service. Most of the time it felt like 2 ships passing in the dark. Her phone buzzed on the desk. She slipped away from him, moving gracefully across the room to answer it. There was no casual greeting. Her tone was all business from the start. She listened, then fetched a pen from the nightstand, the motel notepad crackling under her fingers, its pages brittle and faded. Bending over the desk, she began jotting down notes, filling one page, then another, then a third. At one point, she glanced back at him, leaning forward with a quick, knowing wink. He pushed himself up on his elbows. After a final thank you, she ended the call. What is it? He asked. Hold on, she said, her voice low with anticipation. She woke her laptop, the screen casting a pale, silvery glow across her face. Her fingers danced over the keyboard and touchpad, scrolling and zooming through data. Then a slow smile spread across her features. Well, he pressed. All 3 were burners, she explained. Prepaid, all purchased at pharmacies. The Louisiana phone is the newest picked up at a drugstore in Shreveport. Under the current system, you have to register it before use, which the buyer did. It was assigned a local area code used 11 times, and then the minutes ran out. It lapsed before being topped up, so the number was deactivated. It'll be recycled in about 6 months. Who did it call? Westwood? In Los Angeles? Every single time. From where? Shreveport. the same cell tower each call. He was silent, waiting. She went on. The Mississippi phone followed a similar pattern, just older. Bought a year ago at a drugstore in Oxford, registered with a Mississippi area code, topped up a few times, then abandoned. All the calls to Westwood originated from Oxford, likely from a campus area, maybe a dorm or a classroom, if our theory about the student is correct. Useful, he said, but not exactly wink-worthy, so the Arkansas number is the one, isn't it? Chang's smile returned, bright and triumphant. Still undressed, she looked both relieved and electrified. The Arkansas number is different, she said. It's a burner like the others, but it's still active even though it's much older. It was part of a big Walmart order from years back when these phones came with pre-assigned numbers. That's why it has an Arkansas area code, since Walmart's headquarters is there. But it was never sold by Walmart. The old stock was cleared out earlier this year, auctioned off for pennies on the dollar, about 100 units, according to my contact. Who bought them? A broker in New Jersey, a middleman who specializes in this kind of surplus, and he resold them. That's what middlemen do. When, 12 weeks ago, and who did he sell them to? Chang's grin widened. A small family-run drugstore in Chicago.
Where in Chicago?
She turned the laptop toward him. On the screen was a satellite map, a bird's-eye view of city streets. Just north of downtown, she said, pointing, right next door to the Lincoln Park branch of the public library. Still undressed, her excitement undimmed, Chang tried the number again, the old 501 area code followed by 7 digits. It rang and rang, just as before, with no answer and no option for voicemail. She waited a full, hopeful minute before hanging up. Then, switching her phone to speaker, she dialed Westwood at the LA Times and found him in his office. The 501 number is a prepaid phone sold at a store right beside the Lincoln Park Library in Chicago, she explained. That confirms Maloney is McCann. We're thinking he volunteers at the library, which would give him easy access to the 773 number he used earlier. Once you blocked that, he just went next door, bought a burner, and tried again. We need his background. We need to know exactly when he started calling. I'll look it up, Westwood said. They listened to the sound of keystrokes, mouse clicks, and his steady breathing. Reacher imagined the dual monitors in the phone docked on the desk. After a moment, Westwood returned. The first call from McCann came in just over 4 months ago. There were 15 more after that before I blocked him. Then he switched to the Maloney alias and called 3 more times. But you already knew that part. Do you have any notes from those earlier calls? Nothing, I'm afraid. Don't worry about it. We'll piece it together. Keep me updated, we will. She ended the call. Reacher said, We should find the library's main number. They must keep records on their volunteers. We could get a home address out of it. We should shower first, she replied, and get dressed. It feels strange doing all this completely naked. Reacher stayed quiet. The man in the crisply ironed jeans and carefully styled hair took a 5th call on his landline. His contact reported the phone company just called her back. Immediately after, she contacted the LA Times. She's fixated on some guy named McCann in Chicago. There was an extended silence. Finally, the man with the jeans and styled hair asked, Did she actually speak to him? To McCann? No, but she has his number. Actually, she has 2 numbers. One appears to be linked to a public library. It seems McCann volunteers there. She already knows where he spends his time. Volunteering isn't quite the same as a job. Then why hasn't she spoken to him? She tried. She called his cell. He didn't answer. Why wouldn't he? How should I know? I'm asking for your professional analysis. That's what you're paid for. What are the possible reasons someone doesn't answer their cell phone? The owner could be dead. The phone could be lost under a bus seat. He might not recognize the number and be in a foul mood, or he could be somewhere it's rude to take a call. There are countless reasons. What's her next step? She'll keep trying the cell. She'll also call the library's main line to get whatever information they keep on volunteers, like an address. That could be tricky. Privacy policies might block it. So what then? She'll go to Chicago. She'll go regardless if McCann was Kever's client. She'll want to talk to him face to face. She can't exactly expect him to fly out to her, and Reacher will go with her. Almost certainly. I can't allow that. They're already getting too close. How do you plan to stop them? Your man Hackett is right there. Hackett is currently only tasked with surveillance. That may need to change. You mentioned the menu of options. You need to think this through carefully. It's not just about the cost. This is a significant escalation. I can't let them reach Chicago. You need to be absolutely certain. A decision like this requires total clarity. We should have handled them ourselves when we had the opportunity. I'll need a formal authorization. The man in the iron jeans and blow-dried hair said, "Tell Hackett to stop them now, permanently." The shower offered a slow, gentle shift from what they had been doing to what came next. The tub was snug, but the curtain rod curved outward, and the spray was wide and comfortably warm. They had no desire to be more than an inch apart anyway, so everything felt just right. They bathed each other from head to toe, a slow and deliberate ritual, playful at times, ensuring every inch was lathered and rinsed. The room grew thick with steam, clouding the mirror completely. Afterward, they stepped out and dried themselves with the thin motel towels, then wiped clear circles in the fogged glass, one high, one low, to see their reflections. Reacher ran his fingers through his hair while Chang used a tortoiseshell comb from her bag. They gathered their discarded clothes from the floor, the chair, and the bed, pulling them on over skin still slightly damp from the shower. With that done, they returned to the task at hand. Reacher drew back the drapes to a stunning Southern California morning, the late summer sun blazing in a clear blue sky. Even the usual haze near the horizon seemed to glow with a faint, golden light. Chang tried the 501 number again, letting it ring on speakerphone. It continued without answer, a persistent, mournful hum. Reacher shook his head. In my experience, phones either get answered or go to voicemail. This is new. Maybe that older model didn't have voicemail set up, Chang suggested, or he turned the feature off. Is that possible? I'm not sure. Then why not pick up? You can't ignore a ringing phone forever unless you've abandoned it completely. He probably gave up, Chang said. If no one was listening, he might have just tossed the phone in a drawer somewhere. Reacher's understanding of civilian technology was practical, not detailed. He knew faxes, radios, and mail, but cell phones were a mystery. He'd never owned one. Who would he call? Who would call him? From casual observation, he pictured the device vibrating and ringing with desperate energy. The battery has to be charged, he reasoned. If it died, the network would register it as offline, so someone must be plugging it in occasionally. Maybe he just stepped out and left it behind, Chang offered. Reacher looked out the window and said nothing. In his mind, he saw a different scene, a phone trembling alone on a floor like a loyal dog nudging its lifeless owner, confused and persistent. It was a bleak image, out of place in the sunny room, but he stuck to the facts. Let's end the call and try the library directly. Chang hung up and the room fell silent. She woke her laptop, navigated to the Chicago Library site, and found the number for the Lincoln Park branch. After a menu prompt for English or Spanish, she pressed 9 for a person. A woman answered, "How may I help you?" Chang introduced herself as she had before, private investigator, formerly FBI, now in Seattle. The mention of the Bureau seemed to lend credibility. "I understand your branch works with volunteers," Chang began. "That's correct," the woman replied. "Do you have a volunteer named McCann?" "We did. But we haven't seen him in about a month." "Did he formally quit?" "Not exactly. Volunteers often fade in and out." "What can you tell me about him? Is he in some kind of trouble?" "He was a client of ours," Chang explained. "We've lost contact and are trying to locate him to see if he still needed our assistance. He's an older gentleman, very reserved, keeps to himself, but his work is solid. We'd like to get back in touch as well." "Did he ever mention any strong passions or things that were worrying him?" "I couldn't say. He was never one for long conversations." "Is he from the area? Do you have an address on file?" There was a pause from the Chicago end of the line, then the woman's voice returned, firmer now. "I'm afraid I'm not allowed to share that sort of information. We have to protect our volunteers' confidentiality." What about a home phone number? Maybe you could call him and have him contact us. Another stretch of silence from Chicago, filled only by faint mechanical clicks. Someone was searching a database. Reacher figured, scrolling through a long digital list. M for McCann would be right in the middle. When the woman came back, she said, "No, we don't have a phone number for him either." After the call, they dug into Chang's private investigator databases, searching for any McCann in Chicago who might stand out for other reasons. The search returned hundreds of results, which Reacher expected given common names and generations of family movement. Their McCann could be any one of them, invisible as a single stone on a gravel road. Next, they checked flight schedules. LAX to O'Hare was a major corridor with multiple afternoon departures. It made sense people could land and still get home at a decent hour, gaining 2 time zones heading east. Later flights edged into red-eye territory. Every major airline was charging the exact same fare, so Chang chose American, using her gold card to book over the phone with a dedicated agent. She said it was more reliable in a pinch and usually scored better seats. Reacher tucked his toothbrush into his pocket while Chang packed her suitcase with her comb, laptop charger, and phone cord. She zipped it shut and looked at him. "Ready?" Reacher gave a nod. "Let's go grab a cab." Chapter 30. They stepped outside, squinting in the harsh sunlight, and stopped at the office to return the key. The clerk looked troubled by their early checkout, first concerned something was wrong with the room, then visibly annoyed when they said it wasn't, as if he'd decided they'd use the place for a quick rendezvous. Reacher explained it was a sudden change of plans. Business, nothing more, but he understood the guy's suspicion. Their hair was damp from the shower, and they probably carried the unmistakable, relaxed air of people who weren't in any hurry. There was a cab idling across the street. Reacher whistled and waved, and this time it worked. The cab executed a slow U-turn and pulled up, the rear door handle lining up perfectly with Reacher's side. The trunk popped and the driver got out to help with Chang's bag. He was a large man in a short-sleeved shirt, his forearms corded with muscle, his nose crooked from an old break, his eyebrows nicked with faint scars. A former fighter, Reacher thought, or just someone life had roughed up a few times. The man lifted the suitcase as if it were empty and stowed it in the trunk. Chang slid across the vinyl bench behind the driver's seat, and Reacher settled in beside her. The driver caught Reacher's eye in the mirror. "LAX," Reacher said. "American Airlines Domestic Terminal." The cab pulled away, moving steadily through the dappled light, turning left and right on side streets until it reached Santa Monica Boulevard, where it headed south and west toward the 405 freeway. Meanwhile, the man with the designer jeans and carefully styled hair didn't wait for his landline to ring. He wanted to be ahead of the story, so he dialed his contact first. "Is it finished?" he asked. His contact replied, "Don't worry, it will be, so it's not done yet." Not at this moment, but Hackett was right there. "Let us handle our job, all right. 2 bodies in a West Hollywood motel room would have been a mess. They take that kind of thing very seriously around here. The scene would have drawn a dozen squad cars in no time. 4 detectives would have been assigned, and it would have made the evening news. Hackett can't risk that kind of attention. The exposure is too great. He needs to keep his options open for future work. So when do we move? Just trust me. They won't be boarding that plane." The 405 was its usual busy self, but traffic was flowing. 3 lanes of cars, all gleaming with fresh paint and polished chrome, moved steadily under the fierce California sun, with the dry, golden hills rising in the distance. The ride was smooth. Chang had her window rolled all the way down, letting the warm breeze tangle her hair. Her T-shirt was damp at the shoulders from where it had been pressed against the seat. Their driver was methodical and controlled, keeping the car in the right lane, matching the pace of traffic, a sensible strategy on Los Angeles freeways. They would arrive when they arrived. Reacher lounged in his seat, feeling relaxed and loose-limbed, and Chang seemed equally at ease beside him. She remarked, "A library volunteer has to be local, doesn't she? It's a community position. We won't have to comb through all of Chicago." Reacher replied, "You should look up what Westwood published 4 months back. We need to understand what was occupying McCann's thoughts before we meet him. We need the context for that first phone call." Chang pulled out her phone and navigated to the LA Times website. The cellular connection was slower than Wi-Fi, but it loaded eventually, she asked. Exactly 4 months, or should we assume he might have been reading an older article? Fair question, Reacher said. If McCann spends time online, he could have found anything, but listing every article Westwood ever wrote won't help. Try a 3-month span. Look at what came out 4, 5, and 6 months ago. Chang typed Westwood into the site's search bar, which initially returned results about the Westwood neighborhood. She refined her search to Ashley Westwood in quotes, which worked better. A sidebar appeared on the right with a photo and a brief biography. The picture seemed to be from a few years prior, on a better day. Westwood looked younger, his hair and beard tidier and less gray. The bio noted postgraduate degrees in molecular biology and journalism. On the left was a list of his articles, each with a headline and a short summary. The first was a preview of an upcoming piece on the history of wheat, scheduled for the following Sunday. Below that was the article on traumatic brain injuries they had already seen in Kever's room in Oklahoma City. Chang scrolled down, stopping about 8 entries back, which landed her around the 4-month mark. The journalist was producing a substantial article roughly every 2 weeks, each one presumably requiring significant research. It wasn't coal mining or emergency medicine, Reacher thought, but it wasn't easy either. He'd never written anything longer than an after-action report, which was typically brief and not always strictly factual. The first article from 4 months ago was about organic farming, fruits, vegetables, and staple crops. The headline was deliberately provocative, and the summary suggested large agricultural corporations were manipulating definitions to charge premium prices without doing the necessary work. 2 weeks before that, Westwood had written about gerbils, specifically ancient gerbils. The summary indicated new research argued that the bubonic plague in medieval Europe was spread not by fleas on rats, as traditionally believed, but by fleas on giant gerbils from Asia. Traffic in their lane began to slow while the middle and left lanes streamed past. Their driver held his position. Chang continued scrolling. Next, after the gerbil piece, was a 5-month-old article concerning climate change. The article claimed sea levels were climbing, and a brief analysis suggested that using fractal geometry to design an East Coast barrier would require more concrete than humanity had ever produced. Chang remarked, "Climate change is covered everywhere. McCann doesn't need to single out Westwood specifically, does he?" Reacher nodded. Agreed. Next was a segment on the deep web concerning internet search engines and how the surface web was far easier to explore. That was followed by a report on bees vanishing globally. The piece warned that without pollination, crops would fail and widespread famine would follow, a toll far exceeding 200 people. Through the window, Reacher could see about that many individuals, right then as traffic crawled even slower. They remained in the right lane, while the middle and left lanes inched forward slightly quicker. A black town car drew even with Chang's side and held position for a moment. A space opened ahead of it, the rear window slid down, and Reacher caught a fleeting view of a man inside turning his head toward them. For a ridiculous instant, it seemed the man intended to communicate, but then the predictable occurred. The town car, traveling at the right lane's sluggish pace but situated in the middle lane, was nudged from behind by a small red coupe whose inattentive driver failed to slow. The impact was gentle, maybe a 5 or 10 mile-per-hour difference, yet it shoved the town car forward firmly. The passenger's head snapped back against the headrest, then jerked forward, a vivid demonstration of Newton's laws with inertia and equal reaction on full display. Reacher was struck by the violence of the motion. Maybe whiplash claims weren't exaggerated after all. The town car rolled ahead into the gap, the red coupe trailing, neither vehicle stopping or showing damage. Apparently, those reinforced bumpers did their job. There was no drama, no honking, no angry gestures, no raised fingers. Just another routine moment in Los Angeles gridlock, Reacher figured. Their right lanes slowed further, and within seconds both cars were far ahead and gone. The left lane was now moving noticeably better. Reacher leaned forward. "Why not change lanes?" The driver checked the mirror. "It's all going to lock up soon. Wouldn't you rather get ahead before it does?" "It's the tortoise and the hare, my friend." Chang placed a hand on Reacher's arm and gently pulled him back. "Let him do his job. You flunked driving, remember?" She returned to her phone. The final item in their 3-month review was a story about a marine highway running along the west coast from California to Oregon, used by great white sharks for seasonal migration. This wasn't a concern for most, except the French adventurer planned to swim through it during a Pacific crossing from Japan. He would rest on a support boat each night and swim 8 hours daily. The report noted sharks were a secondary worry. First, he'd have to cross the Pacific Gyre, a vast, slow whirlpool clogged with plastic waste, toxic sludge, and assorted debris. Chang said, "The French are insane." Reacher said, "My mother was French." "Was she insane?" "Pretty much." Traffic decelerated again in a cascading slowdown. The left lane, now matching the middle lane's earlier pace, the middle lane dropping to the right lane's crawl, and the right lane nearly halting. Still, the driver refused to switch lanes. He crept along, stopping and starting, barely outpacing a stroll. Then they understood his reasoning. Just past Culver City and approaching Inglewood with LAX nearby, he suddenly veered off the freeway onto an unmarked exit on the right, which led to a narrow road that appeared to enter a deserted maintenance yard. The taxi rattled across a stretch of pitted asphalt littered with debris, moving alone between rows of rusted metal sheds. It swung onto a side path of fractured concrete, leading to a dead end where only a dilapidated warehouse stood, its damaged door swaying open on one hinge. Without hesitation, the driver rolled straight into the shadowy interior. Chapter 31 inside. The cavernous space was supported by skeletal iron beams with narrow shafts of daylight piercing through countless small holes in the corrugated walls. The warehouse stretched nearly the length of a football field, largely hollow except for scattered heaps of forgotten machinery and metal scraps. The concrete floor was worn smooth in patches, stained with dark oil spills and littered with rust flakes and scattered pigeon down. The sound of the engine and the crunch of tires echoed loudly through Chang's open window. Reacher noted the complete absence of other people, a fact his instincts immediately registered. A single swift punch to the driver's temple would end this. A powerful right hook, coming down at an angle, sudden, no telegraphing the move, let the guy get a taste of his own medicine. Strike before you're struck. Reacher's hand tightened into a ready fist, then just as quickly it loosened. The driver continued calmly forward, slow but assured, as if following a familiar route he'd traveled countless times. "The tortoise and the hare, my friend," the driver remarked, a hint of pride in his voice. "Just shaved a good 20 minutes off our trip." At the opposite end of the building, an identical broken door hung open, framing a rectangle of harsh sunlight. They rolled out over more cracked pavement, weaving between deserted outbuildings, and finally exited through a leaning gate onto the northern perimeter road of LAX, just outside the main security fence. Ahead, Reacher saw the air traffic control tower with runways, taxiways, parked aircraft, and a bustle of service vehicles moving below the vast, sun-drenched sky. "Technically, we were trespassing back there," the driver admitted. "But I worked in that place when it was still operational, so I feel I've earned the shortcut. It beats getting stuck in the usual afternoon freeway backup, always a nightmare this time of day. I lose a little on the meter, but I make it up by getting to my next fare twice as fast. My little secret." A bit of local knowledge goes a long way. He turned right onto a service road, tracing another tall wire fence, and within moments they merged back into the steady stream of taxis, town cars, and passenger vehicles, all flowing toward the terminal buildings. Shortly after, they pulled to the curb at the American Airlines departures area. In another minute, Chang's suitcase was on the sidewalk, upright with its handle extended. The driver was paid and tipped, and the cab pulled away into traffic. Chang collected thin paper boarding passes from a kiosk, and they moved toward the security checkpoint. They didn't make it far. A man stepped directly into their path. He appeared to be in his 40s with a ruddy complexion and short, fair hair. He wore tan chinos and a blue polo shirt beneath a blue jacket, all of which had a generic official look. A lanyard hung around his neck, tangled with the badge at the end twisted backward. "Ma'am, sir," he said, "I observed you entering the terminal from the curb." Reacher replied, "Is that right?" "You bypassed the curbside baggage check and used the kiosk for passengers with no checked luggage. Did we?" "Sir, you have no luggage whatsoever. Nothing checked, no carry-on, not even a purse or a briefcase." "Is that an issue?" "Frankly, sir, yes, it is. It's atypical behavior. It's one of the indicators on our checklist." "Whose checklist?" The man paused, then seemed to realize his ID was facing the wrong way. He made a low, annoyed sound in his throat and flipped the badge around to reveal its front. Reacher noticed a small pink photo on the right side of the badge and the letters LAPD in blue on the left, along with some faint, tiny text he couldn't make out. The man stated, "Counterterrorism," Reacher replied. "I understand that traveling without luggage is unusual. That's just an observation. But I don't see why that alone should raise suspicions. I don't make the rules. I'm afraid you'll both need to come with me." Chang asked, "Where to speak with my supervisor?" "Where is he?" "In the van parked outside." Reacher looked through the sliding doors and spotted a dusty blue panel van about 30 yards away, idling in the no-waiting zone. It wasn't exactly gleaming. "Surveillance," the man explained, "and by boss I mean my watch supervisor for today, not my actual superior. The person in the van has the authority. It's straightforward procedure." "Nothing to worry about," Reacher said. "No. Sir, that's not an option right now. This involves national security. No, this is an airport. People come here to catch flights, which is exactly what we're about to do with one shared bag. So either arrest us or move along. That kind of attitude is also on the checklist, higher or lower than the no luggage item. Sir, you're not making this any easier. Easier for what?" The man stiffened, and two LAPD officers in uniform came into view, their belts loaded with gear. Then the man let out a breath, sounding either annoyed or defeated, and said, "All right, have a safe flight." He walked away, already scanning the terminal for other potential issues. Thanks to Chang's gold card status, their boarding passes granted them pre-approved clearance, allowing them to use a priority security line and keep their shoes on. Reacher dropped his coins into a tray, raised his arms in the scanner, and met Chang on the other side. They headed to their gate and found a nearby lounge that the gold card also accessed. They settled into surprisingly comfortable upholstered chairs, a far cry from the old mahogany benches at the railroad stop in Mother's Rest, though both shared the trait of being more pleasant than they appeared. These modern seats needed to be, since their flight wasn't the first departure of the day, a downside of the gold card perks, Reacher mused. Once on board, the benefits continued, with exit row seats offering extra legroom, which Reacher appreciated but also found ironic. He understood the reasoning. In an emergency, passengers would need to exit over the wing. Regulations required minimum space for that maneuver, but if that amount of space was deemed necessary for comfort and safety, why wasn't it standard for every row? It was a bureaucratic puzzle he couldn't quite solve. Chang remarked, "This is nice." Reacher agreed. "It sure is. Why didn't you trust that officer back at the airport?" "I didn't have a problem with him. I generally like people. I'm a cheerful, sociable guy." "No, you're really not. I was fine with him," Reacher repeated. "But you seemed to react negatively." "Did I? You refused him, then pushed back, almost like you wanted him to arrest us." "I had a question." "Which was?" "I thought he seemed convincing. Very convincing, actually. We've both seen how these protocols work. Some analyst upstairs drafts a checklist based on who knows what. Maybe 9 times out of 10, no luggage signals trouble, though my guess would be closer to 1 in a million. Probably his too, but he follows the list because he has to. So what was your question? Have you seen a recent LAPD photo ID to compare?" "Not that I recall." "Me neither. You think he was a fake? I wish I knew. If he was legitimate, at least he proved that mind control theory was nonsense. Otherwise, he would have been pleased we weren't checking bags. I could have fit more equipment in the cargo bay if I'd left more space. If he wasn't who he said he was." Then who was he? Maybe another relative of the Moynahans. In Los Angeles? How many could there possibly be? I'm not buying that. Why did he back off when he did? Because you talked him down. He didn't have enough legal grounds, and he probably needed some. The law might be flimsier than we assume. No, he quit because the police got too close. They were his people. But what if they weren't? What if he was a scam artist hired to lure us into that van? Honestly, nothing's worth that much trouble. He's a professional who wants to keep working. He wasn't certain what I'd do next. I could have lost my temper. He couldn't afford a scene. So he cut his losses when those cops drifted near, just patrolling, keeping an eye out for anything odd. In short, the guy saved his own skin and bolted. Or he was a decent officer who saved you an hour in a cell and himself an hour of forms by taking a moment, calming down, and walking away. The aircraft pivoted onto the runway, churning up clouds of pale dust, and began to accelerate with a lazy confidence, as though it knew all the secrets of flight had been solved generations back. It rose smoothly into the air, catching the sunlight, then drifting slightly in the haze before climbing on streams of exhaust, charting a smoky but elegant path toward the northeast. 20 minutes later, and about 20 miles south of Mother's Rest, the man in crisp jeans and carefully styled hair answered his landline. His contact said, "We're going to fix this." Fix what? We had incredibly bad luck. What are you talking about? There was a complication. Did they board the plane? The contact's tone shifted again, not from enthusiasm, but from a frustrated, disbelieving fixation on what should have happened. Hackett planned it perfectly. She booked the flight over the phone, so he had every detail. The timing was exact, down to the second. He watched them leave the motel in a cab. He was in the back of a town car by then with a hired driver. They followed for a while, then pulled up alongside on the 405. It was a sure thing. She even had her window down. The fast lane was clear for a clean escape, and a black town car heading to LAX is invisible. There are thousands of them. The shotgun was coming up right then, point-blank range, and then they got rear-ended by a Ferrari. Hackett said it felt like being kicked into next week. They lost sight of them completely. You can't drive backward on a freeway, so they're on the plane? It wasn't the first flight out. They picked it because she has a gold card. Hackett is ahead of them by 34 minutes. Like I said, we're going to make this right. In Chicago, no extra charge. It wasn't our Ferrari, but it's our reputation on the line. Don't let them speak to McCann. Understood. We're already on the same page. The flight felt endless, not quite ocean to ocean, but close enough, a major cross-country haul. Chang had her seat tilted back slightly, her legs stretched out, her lace-up shoes tucked under the seat ahead. She was thinking hard, the way Reacher had seen her think before behind the wheel of that little green Ford on the long, empty road toward Oklahoma City. Sometimes she'd offer a faint smile, then a slight grimace as pros and cons, risks and rewards spun through her mind. With no highway to watch, her eyes were part of the process too, narrowing, squinting, widening, shifting focus from near to far. Reacher was trying to avoid thinking at all. He was chasing a faint, slippery memory hovering at the edge of awareness. He looked away from it deliberately, leaving it undisturbed. He said, "The library will be closed by the time we land." She replied, "We'll go first thing in the morning. We'll get a hotel tonight. Let's make it a nice one, the best in town. Send the bill to the newspaper, a proper suite with room service. They'll be happy to cover the bill. I've got a feeling something's about to happen. What kind of something? I'm not sure. There's a detail I can't quite recall, but I know it matters. How can it matter if you don't remember it? It's just a gut feeling. Meanwhile, the nicest hotel in the city is going on my card. That's my risk. They'll be happy to pay," Reacher repeated. "Four Seasons or the Peninsula, whichever. I'll call from O'Hare and pick the better deal." Reacher stayed quiet. Chang asked, "How significant do you think this forgotten thing really is?" "I think it's going to show us the whole picture, what we're actually dealing with. What is it then?" "I don't know. It's like I'm trying to line up two pieces that are identical." but I don't know what they are, phrases, details, locations, not locations. Los Angeles is nothing like Mother's Rest. There's no comparison. Fine. Chicago isn't either. Unless you count farmers maybe visiting for some trade show, is that it? No. You'd better figure it out. We'll be landing soon. Reacher gave a distracted nod. We'll be landing soon. He mentally walked through the steps of getting off the plane. He always liked to plan things out, even the simple routines. It was a primal instinct. The plane would taxi to the gate, the seatbelt sign would ding off, people would stand and wrestle bags from the overhead bins, then crowd the aisle in that slow, shuffling parade toward the door and into the jet bridge. Then the real scramble would begin down the long concourses, past the shiny airport shops and the food courts with their fake wood tables and solitary travelers. And that's when it clicked. He said, not phrases, details, or locations. She said, what then? Faces, he said. Remember that town car on the 405? There were 1,000 town cars on the 405. One pulled up next to us, held pace for a second, then got tapped from behind by a little red car. Oh, that one. Its window rolled down. I got a flash of the guy inside. How much of a flash? A tiny one, a fraction of a second. And we've seen him before. Where? In that diner in Inglewood, the beige one this morning when we first met Westwood. That guy was there, elbows on the table, reading a paper. Now Chang was silent. Same guy, Reacher said. I was trained to think like a defense attorney. And logically, I agree with you completely. It was a blink between two cars doing 40, and eyewitness accounts are notoriously shaky. But the ancient part of my brain is screaming it was him. How? The instinct is going crazy. You get instincts like that? I listen for them. We were animals for millions of years. We learned things, we shouldn't ignore them. What's the instinct telling you? Part of it is bracing for a fight. It knows trouble is coming, and the other part, it's putting the pieces together, and it adds up to two possibilities. Either I'm completely wrong, or that guy has been on us from the beginning, which would mean he's tracking your phone, which would mean he knows almost everything we've done. And which means we should call the Four Seasons or the Peninsula from a payphone. That's how we get a step ahead. And we need to get ahead because this guy is moving fast. This morning in the diner, he was just watching, maybe listening in. Now he's trying to take us out by rolling down his window. He looked right at me. For a split second, I thought he had something to say. He was focusing on me, but not to talk. He was acquiring a target. That's what he was doing. The line link suggests he had a sawed-off shotgun in that car. Perfect for a drive-by, like a heat-seeking missile. 2 shots to finish the job, then chaos on the highway, everyone swerving, and he slips away in the fast lane. Afterward, he's just another black sedan in a sea of traffic, exactly as you described. That's an incredibly violent picture you're painting. It's all or nothing. Why else would he pull up alongside us like that? He was given orders to eliminate us, which means he's adaptable. And that kind of skill doesn't come cheap. That starts to paint a picture of what's really going on in Mother's Rest. They're providing something in return for serious money. Enough to hire a high-end flexible operative to handle a potential problem. Unless, like you mentioned, it was a fleeting glance at 40 miles an hour, 2 cars in motion, and eyewitness accounts are famously unreliable. Hope for the best, but always prepare for the worst. That kind of thinking won't get us a search warrant. Warrants are about evidence you can present, not about what you feel in your gut, and you feel it in your gut, it's an instinct. It's the reason I'm still breathing after all this time. Survival of the fittest in real time, she asked. What did we do between breakfast and now to push them into action? That's the question, he replied. We zeroed in on McCann, which means he must be incredibly important to them. And that makes him incredibly interesting to us, and the library will be closed by the time we arrive. She said, if he's even the same person, you could still be mistaken. But the smart move is to act as if I'm right, just to be safe, like Pascal's wager. It costs us nothing if we're wrong, but it could save everything if we're right. Except he's behind us now. He's still back in L.A. Not necessarily. This wasn't the earliest flight available. Chang didn't respond. She simply took out her phone, held down the power button, and switched it off completely, disconnecting entirely from the network. They approached from the east after a wide, slow arc over the lake and the sprawling city. The summer twilight was fading, the sky still holding a bronze warm glow but deepening into night. Runway lights glittered brightly below. The plane taxied to the gate. The seatbelt sign chimed off and passengers rose, wrestling bags from overhead bins and beneath seats beginning to crowd the aisle, Reacher and Chang among them. Eventually, they shuffled one after another down the aisle, through the airplane door, into the jet bridge, and out into the bustling concourse, which was a whirl of 1,000 people, some sitting and waiting, others rushing in every direction. Reacher kept the stranger's face sharp in his mind like a wanted poster and scanned the crowds indirectly from the corner of his eye, not focusing, trusting his instincts to catch any flicker of recognition if it was there. It wasn't. The man wasn't seated, wasn't waiting, wasn't moving through the throng. They walked together down the long corridor, past lines outside restrooms, past queues for coffee, past newsstands and shiny boutiques, past fast food spots with their laminate tables and solitary travelers hunched over meals. Reacher looked ahead for anyone reading a newspaper, for a familiar set of elbows on a table, for a particular slope of the shoulders, but he saw nothing, no sign of him, not in the terminal. They reached the exit to the landside area, moved toward baggage claim, and continued to the ground transportation doors, passing a row of lonely, ignored payphones. Better still, they found a concierge desk, which offered various helpful services for arrivals, including direct hotel bookings. A cheerful woman in a blazer recommended the Peninsula, made the call for them, secured a suite, and pointed them toward the taxi line. The evening was warm, the air thick with humidity, exhaust fumes, and the occasional trace of cigarette smoke. They waited 5 minutes before getting a weary driver in a worn Crown Victoria, who sped off toward the city as fast as traffic allowed. Reacher watched out the window until the airport crowds were far behind, but he recognized no familiar faces in the passing blur. On the highway, he kept an eye on the surrounding traffic, but no vehicle seemed to take any particular interest in them. Each car moved through the gathering dusk on its own path, self-contained and unaware, glowing softly in private bubbles of light. Chang broke the silence, suggesting we should pick up a prepaid phone. Reacher nodded, adding, and we should have Westwood do the same. That's likely how our man got this whole ball rolling in the first place, by keeping tabs on Westwood's calls. We practically delivered ourselves to him this morning, walked right into his lap. That means they're genuinely concerned about Westwood, Chang observed. It confirms that something he published hit a nerve. Probably not the piece about the sharks and the French diplomat, Reacher mused. Or the editorial on gerbil habitats and climate policy, she replied with a slight smile. See, we're making progress already, he said. Driving parallel to the elevated train tracks, the vast cityscape rose before them, immense and unyielding, now fully cloaked in night. A million illuminated windows glittered against the deep blue-black of the eastern sky. The Peninsula Hotel awaited them, offering a suite that felt palatial compared to the modest military housing Reacher knew as a child, and infinitely more luxurious. The room service menu was as thick as an old phone directory, bound in soft leather. They ordered freely, assuming the LA Times would cover the expense, and ate at a leisurely pace, savoring each course from appetizers to dessert and coffee, confident they had the entire night ahead, undisturbed. There was no reason to hurry. It felt good to relish the moment, to soak in the quiet anticipation of what was to come. They woke early the next morning, despite the time change, partly preoccupied with the day's tasks, but mostly because they'd neglected to close the heavy drapes the night before. The bedroom faced east, flooding with the first sharp rays of sunlight. What occupied Reacher's thoughts was a personal theory that had, against all odds, improved once more. The fourth time had surpassed the third, a fact both astonishing and undeniably true. It was a bittersweet realization. Logic insisted this couldn't last. Eventually things would plateau or even diminish. Everything had to find its level, sooner or later. Yet a stubborn part of him wondered, could it really keep getting better? Hope for the best, but plan for the worst, he reminded himself. Chang, meanwhile, was focused on practicalities. I'm thinking about how to get to Lincoln Park, she said. It's fairly close. Renting a car seems excessive. Parking could be a nightmare. Taxis would be expensive and unreliable. I'm leaning toward hiring a town car for the day. Black, preferably arrange it through the hotel, Reacher agreed, adds another buffer. Keeps us a step ahead. Pick up at 9. We'll reach the library about 10 minutes after it opens. Perfect. Their early start left ample time for a drawn-out room service breakfast, long showers, and other unhurried morning activities, including further exploration of those evolving personal theories. Their town car was a classic black sedan, polished to a high gloss. The driver, a compact man in a gray suit, assured them he was content to navigate traffic or wait curbside. It made no difference to him. He was paid regardless. The trip to Lincoln Park took just 10 minutes. Inside the library, there was a quiet start-of-the-day energy, with staff discreetly preparing for the public. They asked for the woman they'd spoken to on the inquiries line the previous day and were passed from one helpful employee to another, like a baton in a relay, until they reached a standalone desk marked Inquiries in a side alcove. The chair was pushed in neatly, the computer screen dark and untouched. The Inquiries librarian was running late, but they weren't at a dead end. Set into the alcove's far wall was a door, and from behind it came the murmur of voices. A sign on the door read, "Volunteer Room." This was where McCann had placed his 15 calls before Westwood finally hung up. Reacher knocked firmly, and the voices inside fell silent. He pushed the door open and stepped into a break room that felt like it belonged in a government building. Inoffensive colors, low chairs with fabric upholstery. 5 people were seated there, 2 men and 3 women of varying ages and appearances. A phone rested on a low table between 2 of the chairs. "Excuse me," Reacher said. "Sorry to interrupt. I'm looking for Mr. McCann." An elderly man replied, "He isn't here," with a tone of such certainty that Reacher figured he knew McCann well enough to speak for him. The man was thin, dressed in pleated khakis and a tucked-in plaid shirt, his white hair neatly brushed, the uniform of a retired executive, someone who probably missed the structure of spreadsheets and meetings, still craving a sense of purpose. Reacher asked, "When did you last see him?" "About a month back." "Is that normal for him?" "He comes and goes. These are volunteer roles, after all. I understand he has other interests. Do you know where he lives?" The old man stiffened slightly. "I'm sorry, but those are personal questions, and I have no idea who you are. Mr. McCann recently hired a private investigation firm to assist with a problem. We're the agents assigned to help him. Then you should already know where he lives." Reacher lowered his voice. "Sir, could we speak privately?" That landed perfectly. The old guy's ego lit up. He'd been singled out, recognized as someone worth pulling aside. He turned to the others. "Would you mind giving us the room? It's time to get started anyway. Everyone has tasks to handle." The other volunteers filed out, the younger man and the 3 women, and Chang shut the door behind them. She and Reacher took seats just vacated, forming a triangle with the old man who hadn't moved. Chang said, "The agent who was handling Mr. McCann's case has gone missing. Our first priority in situations like this is to ensure the client's safety, standard procedure, but we need help locating him." The old man frowned. "What's this really about?" "We aren't entirely sure. Maybe you can help with that too." "We believe Mr. McCann was agitated about something. Did he ever mention it?" "I know he wasn't a happy man. Any idea why?" "We weren't close. We didn't share personal details. Ours was a working relationship. We discussed library business often at length and agreed on most things, but I recall very little about his private life. I got the impression he had family troubles, that's all I can say. I think his wife passed away years ago and his adult son is a problem, or a challenge, as people say these days. Do you know where he lives?" "No, he never told me," Reacher said. "Isn't that odd? Don't people usually talk about their neighborhoods, the stores nearby, how far to the nearest coffee shop?" The old man leaned forward. I had the strong impression he was ashamed of where he lived. They left the old man in the break room and found the inquiries clerk back at her desk outside, having returned just in time. Chang reintroduced herself, flashed an expired FBI card, and everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly until the woman flatly refused to give up McCann's address. She was immovable, fiercely protective of privacy. She said any request would have to go through the director. Reacher suspected the director would be just as stubborn, if not out of principle, then out of fear of lawsuits. He shifted tactics. All right, don't give me the address, but just tell me this. Does Mr. McCann actually have an address on file? Of course he does. And you know what it is? Yes, but I can't tell you. Is it local? I can't give you the address. I don't want it anymore. I wouldn't even listen if you tried. I just need to know if it's nearby. That's the whole question. It doesn't reveal anything specific. Every area has thousands of residents. Yes, it's local. How local? Does he walk here on the days he works? You're asking for his address. No, I'm not. I don't want his address. I wouldn't even let you tell me now. I'd cover my ears and hum. I just want to know if it's within walking distance. It's a question of geography. Or maybe physiology. How old would you estimate Mr. McCann is? Excuse me, his age. His age is different from his address. You're allowed to talk about that. You're free to share your observations. He's 60. He turned 60 last year. Is he in good health? Not really. He looks awful. That's unfortunate. In what way? He's too skinny. He doesn't take care of himself. He has no regard for his own well-being. Does he lack energy? Yes, I'd say so. He seems kind of defeated all the time. Then he probably wouldn't want to walk very far, right? Let's say a maximum of 3 blocks. Would that be a reasonable assumption? I can't tell you that. A 3-block radius covers 36 square blocks. That's larger than Milwaukee. You wouldn't be giving anything away. All right, yes, he walks to work, and yes, it's a short walk, but that's all. I can't tell you anything more. What's his first name? Can you tell us that? It's Peter McCann? What about his wife? How long has he been a widower? I believe that happened a long time ago. What's his son's name? I think it's Michael McCann. Is there a problem with Michael? We didn't discuss it, but you must have formed some impression. I'd be betraying a confidence. Not if he didn't tell you himself. You'd just be sharing your own conclusions. That's all. There's a big difference. I think Mr. McCann's son, Michael, has some behavioral problems. I don't know the specifics. Nothing to be proud of, I imagine. That would be my guess. Reacher offered a sympathetic expression and tried one final time, but she still refused to give up McCann's address. So they said their goodbyes and made a quick stop at the reference desk to check the Chicago phone books. There were far too many listings for P. McCann and M. McCann to be of any use. They stepped back out onto the street armed with nothing but hunches and speculation. They turned left on the sidewalk outside the library and found the small independent pharmacy right where it should have been, right next door. It was a narrow storefront with a faded awning, a door, and a small display window filled with less than enticing items like elastic bandages, heating pads, and a raised toilet seat. Pharmacy windows were a marketing nightmare in Reacher's opinion. It was tough to imagine a display that would make anyone rush inside with excitement, but he did spot one item of interest, a prepaid cell phone in a dusty plastic package hanging on a peg. The phone itself looked outdated. The price was advertised as super low. They went inside and found half a dozen more identical phones pegged to a panel otherwise covered with cheap cases, chargers, car adapters, and a tangle of mostly white wires. The phones were priced just under $13 and came with 100 minutes of talk time. Reacher said, "We should get one," Chang said. "I was thinking of something a little more current." How current does it need to be? It just has to function. It won't access the internet. You're talking to the wrong guy? That's a bonus as far as I'm concerned, and it's a karma thing. We'll have the same phone as McCann. It might bring us some luck. Doesn't seem to have worked out too well for him, Chang remarked. But she unhooked a phone from the display anyway and carried it to the counter, where an elderly woman with steel gray hair in a tight bun waited behind the register. She was dressed with an old-fashioned formal neatness. Way in the back, an older man was quietly working on prescriptions. The man and woman behind the pharmacy counter looked to be about the same age and dressed in a similar style. White coats over suits and ties, their hair neatly kept, hers in a bun. They were likely the owners, keeping costs low by running the place themselves. Reacher asked the woman if the phones came with voicemail. She turned and repeated the question loudly toward the back room, where her husband called out a gruff, "No." She echoed the answer back to Reacher. Reacher tried another angle. "A friend of ours bought a phone here recently, Peter McCann. Do you know him?" Again, the woman shouted the question to the rear. The old man's response was another sharp no. Undeterred, Reacher asked about McCann's son, Michael. The same routine played out, ending with the same negative result. "All right," Reacher said. He fished a 10 and a 5 from his pocket to pay for the phone. His change was counted out with practiced efficiency in a handful of coins. Once outside, they struggled with the phone's packaging on the sidewalk. After a brief, futile attempt at neatness, Reacher simply ripped the box in two. He pocketed the charger and handed the phone to Chang. She examined it, powered it on, and watched as a small grayscale welcome screen appeared. It displayed the phone's number, area code 501, followed by 7 digits, and a battery icon showing about half a charge. The icon looked like a tiny sideways flashlight battery, half filled. "Try McCann again," Reacher suggested. "Maybe this time he'll pick up. Maybe his phone will sense a kindred spirit." The budget phone didn't have a speaker option. Chang dialed, and they stood close, her right ear and his left pressed to the device, listening as McCann's phone rang on and on. No answer, no voicemail, just that persistent, unanswered ringing, like a loyal dog waiting for a master who never comes. Chang ended the call. "So now what?" she asked. "Do we search an area larger than Milwaukee?" "I was exaggerating for effect," Reacher said. "Milwaukee is actually much bigger than 36 blocks. It's a pretty nice city." He paused, catching himself before he could suggest they visit there together someday. Chang noticed his hesitation. "What?" she asked. "Nothing," he replied. "Fine," she said. "So we search an area smaller than Milwaukee, but not by a huge margin. A couple of blocks might be enough if we guess the right direction," Reacher reasoned. "This is a man who looks rough because he doesn't take care of himself. He probably eats poorly, sleeps worse, and avoids doctors, so he has no prescriptions to fill. He's definitely not the type to browse pharmacy aisles comparing prices on vitamins. Pharmacies aren't on his radar. He's indifferent to them all. So why did he buy his phone from this specific one? Because he walks past it twice a day to and from the library. How else would he even notice it? They had one dusty phone in the window, so I think we can assume he walks home this way, out the library door, left turn past this pharmacy and onward." "Onward to where?" Chang asked. "This seems like a solid neighborhood with good real estate," Reacher observed. "But McCann is apparently ashamed of where he lives. What does that tell you? Do you see anything around here you'd be ashamed to live in?" "I'm not, McCann," Chang pointed out. "Exactly. It's all relative. That older gentleman in the volunteer room looked like a retired CEO, probably local, and I'm sure he lives in a house. It's practically a requirement to have a shirt that crisp without living in a house, probably a nice brownstone on a quiet, tree-lined street. So, relatively speaking, McCann doesn't live in a house, but it's not an apartment either. Apartments are perfectly respectable, nothing to be ashamed of. Therefore, McCann lives in something less than a house but not a proper apartment, a subdivided house," Chang concluded, "a not-so-nice brownstone on a not-so-leafy street, all chopped up into separate rooms. It was a tough thing for one man to admit to another, especially when the other guy lived alone in a well-kept brownstone. Maybe it was even the same model, built from the same plans but on a street that hadn't seen better days. That kind of comparison was a little too sharp for pride to handle." "That's the general idea," Reacher agreed, maybe skip the part about hormones. "But a few blocks from here, we'll hit streets full of worn-down row houses. You'll see a dozen doorbells, most with names beside them. With any luck, one of those names will be McCann. They found more than a couple of streets. They found four, each one long and lined with low-rise buildings that felt older than the taller structures around them. The neighborhood wasn't unpleasant. No litter, no needles, no spray paint tags, nothing obvious. But some quiet, unforgiving rule of real estate had marked it down. Maybe it was the lack of trees, or too many window air conditioners, or a story that began decades back when someone first carved a single home into apartments. Reputation was a subtle thing. They had the town car circle slowly to map the area, then parked and continued on foot. The sun was already high over the lake, throwing sharp, bright reflections. Though morning wasn't over, the heat was building. Chang took the sunny side of the street, Reacher kept to the shadows. They moved from door to door out of sync, climbing brownstone steps and coming back down like canvassers or determined missionaries. Most buttons had names, handwritten type, printed, or stuck on narrow black tape over older ones. Reacher saw Polish, African, South American, and Irish surnames, a miniature United Nations right there on the doors. But on that first street, none of them was McCann, 20 miles south of Mother's Rest. The man in the crisp jeans took another call on his landline. His contact said, "She stopped using her phone? Why?" "Hard to say, could be caution. She's ex-FBI and he's ex-military. They aren't amateurs. So you're saying Hackett lost them?" "No, he found them. Easy." He watched the library. They showed up, spent half an hour inside, then bought a burner phone next door at the drugstore. Then what's he waiting for? The right moment. They cannot speak to McCann. "Don't worry. That won't happen. You have my word." They crossed the main avenue and started on the second street, climbing stoop after stoop. Most buildings held 3 floors with up to 4 units each. The parade of names continued. One place had Javier, Hiroto, Giovanni Baker, Friedrich Ishiguro Aquame, Engelman, Krupke, Dassler, Leonidas, and Callahan, almost perfectly alphabetical if you rearranged them. Callahan was Irish at least, but it wasn't McCann. The houses themselves showed glimpses of faded grandeur, fragments of stained glass, Victorian floor tiles, front doors crusted with decades of paint. Many had pebbled glass panels offering blurred views into lobbies where vague shapes might have been bicycles or an old stroller parked in the dimness. Reacher kept moving, checking each building one by one, the end of the block drawing nearer. He hadn't spotted McCann, but Chang had from the opposite sidewalk. She gave a small wave from a stoop identical to all the others. He lifted his hands in a silent question, and she responded with a subtle, triumphant fist pump, the kind you'd see after sinking a tricky putt. He crossed over to join her, and she indicated the doorbell panel, tracing a manicured finger over a clean strip of paper that read Peter J. McCann, apartment 32, which Reacher guessed would be the second unit on the 3rd floor, likely a rear room if they numbered clockwise from the front. A walk-up with no view in a forgettable building on a less than desirable street, the location wasn't doing the guy any favors. The entry door was solid and locked tight. Chang pressed McCann's buzzer. No sound echoed from within, no crackle over the intercom, just the heavy, still air of a quiet morning. Reacher suggested, try his phone again. Their cheap burner had a read-all button, not a bad feature for $13. She tapped it and they waited, heads close. It rang without an answer. She ended the call. "What now?" "Too early for pizza delivery," Reacher said. "We'll have to be UPS." He pressed a series of buttons until someone answered. "Package delivery, ma'am," he said. After a pause, the lock buzzed and they stepped inside, through a stuffy entryway cluttered with bicycles, a stroller, and scattered flyers for Thai food and locksmiths. The downstairs hallway still showed hints of its grander past, crown molding, faded wallpaper, but now it was carved into apartments with crude partitions. Elegant old doors were marred by heavy locks, peepholes, and slightly crooked brass numbers, 11 on the left, 12 farther down. The staircase was ornate, steep, and covered in worn carpet. Motion-activated lights flicked on at each turn. By the time they reached the top, they were both breathing harder in the stifling heat. Unit 32 was the first door on the left at the back corner. Reacher knocked. No response, but the door rattled loosely in its frame. He tried the handle. It was unlocked. The door swung directly into a living area that essentially was the whole apartment, dim, compact, and taken in with one look. Stale, warm air carried a sour odor. Against one wall sat an unmade twin bed. Opposite were a windowless kitchenette and a windowless bathroom, each no larger than a small RV compartment. The only light filtered through a grimy bay window, its drapes only partly open. Walls that might once have been white had grayed to the shade of ash. Furniture was sparse, a narrow bar table with a single stool, a worn armchair, and a mismatched ottoman polished shiny from use. But what dominated the room were the tables, 5 of them, each about the size of a door, stained black. They formed a rigid line down the center like a spine, the first placed end on, the second butted sideways to make a T, the third end on again, the fourth sideways, the fifth end on, creating a pattern of vertebrae and short ribs. Arranged across them were computers, 7 desktops and 8 laptops, silent and waiting in the gloom. The room was a chaotic tangle of technology. Unidentifiable black boxes sat alongside external hard drives, modems, and USB hubs, all connected by a snarled, overwhelming web of cables that coiled like frenzied rat nests. Where the wires and hardware didn't dominate, precarious towers of books took over, their spines detailing coding theory, hypertext protocols, and domain name infrastructure. After ensuring the hallway was clear, Chang shut the door, Reacher suggested. Try his phone. She pressed redeal. A ringtone purred in her ear, and a moment later, an answering chirp erupted from within the room. McCann's phone was right there, dancing on a wooden table beneath a knot of cables, its screen glowing a bright blue. It was tethered to a charging cable connected to a computer. Chang ended the call. Why wouldn't he have it on him? She wondered aloud. A cell phone belongs in your pocket. To him, it probably wasn't a personal device, Reacher reasoned. It was just a dedicated line to contact Westwood. It served its purpose, even if it didn't get an answer. So, like you thought, he abandoned it. He just didn't put it in a drawer. He left it on the table, still plugged in. Maybe force of habit? So where is he now? Reacher shook his head. I don't know. Kever's door was unlocked too, Chang reminded him, a fresh unease coloring her tone. I remember. I think we should make this fast and get out of here. How fast? 2 minutes. It was barely any time at all, but it was sufficient. The apartment offered little to inspect. The kitchenette held a small cabinet with a box of generic cereal and a compact refrigerator containing a quart of store-brand milk and 2 candy bars. The bathroom cabinet stocked basic pain relievers and cold medicine. A dresser was filled with worn synthetic clothing, all of it black. The bed was unremarkable. The computer equipment was impenetrable, the screens woke up, but every possible path forward demanded a password. There were no photographs, no personal mementos, no leisure reading, no accumulated mail. It felt less like a home and more like a temporary operations center. Chang cracked the door to peer into the hallway. Let's go, she said. She pulled the door open wider. A man was standing there. Human perception is notoriously flawed, shaped by expectation and bias. Reacher was no exception. For a critical split second, his mind struggled to force the figure into the mold of the 60-year-old, gaunt McCann he anticipated. But the man before him was clearly 2 decades younger and built with a solid, substantial frame. The mental gymnastics were pointless. This was no elderly tech hermit. Then recognition clicked with cold clarity. This was the face he had seen twice before, first in the diner, then in the town car, and now here in the dim light of a third-floor walk-up. The man appeared to be about 40, standing firmly in the confident middle of his life, past youthful recklessness but not yet touched by decline, carrying the assured weight of hard-earned experience. He stood an even 6 feet tall, weighing around 200 pounds. He wore unfashionable high-waisted blue jeans with a belt, a plain white shirt open at the collar, and a blue satin baseball jacket. The man had neatly trimmed blonde hair and a broad, pinkish face with small, watchful blue eyes. He looked like a local electrician who had come to give a careful estimate on a tricky wiring job, except for the pistol in his hand. It resembled an older Ruger P85 9mm, fitted with a suppressor that stretched nearly 9 inches. He held it loosely at his side, the barrel pointing at the floorboards, the silencer running from mid-thigh to his calf. A detached part of Reacher's mind noted the details. A last-minute flight from L.A. meant he couldn't have carried the weapon on board, so he had logistical help here in Chicago and a high level of support at that, since suppressors were flat-out illegal in Illinois. The more immediate part of his brain issued a simpler command. Move forward, so he did. The gun rose instantly. "Don't move," the man said. Reacher took another step, closing the distance to the doorway. "I'll shoot," the man warned. "But you won't," Reacher thought. "Not here. You want me inside the room, not blocking the hall. I'm too large to drag afterward. And that silencer isn't some movie prop whisper. It'll still roar loud enough to echo through this whole house. So you'll wait," the man repeated. "Stay where you are." Another thread of logic unspooled in the back of Reacher's mind. If he has Chicago-based support, he might not be alone. Backup muscle is cheaper and easier to arrange than illegal suppressors. That's why Reacher had edged all the way to the door to check the shadows behind the guy, but there was nothing. No extra bulk, no sound of breathing, no shift in the dimness. He was alone. "Back inside now," the man ordered. From the room, Chang's voice cut through. "What do you want? You're not going to admit you're here to kill us?" Reacher mused. "Calling it business would only make us fight harder." The man said, "I want to talk." "About what? About what's really going on in Mother's Rest? I think I can help you, right? And I've got oceanfront property in Arizona to sell you." Reacher held his ground, filling the doorway angled slightly. His front foot rested on the seam between the hall and the room floor. The man stood about 3 feet ahead, midway to the staircase railing. Chang remained a couple of yards behind him, still partly in the room. She asked, "If you're here to help, why bring a gun?" The man didn't answer. Reacher had washed out of driving, but he'd aced everything else, including unarmed combat, which sounded impressive but really wasn't. The whole idea of the military was to engage the enemy with hot weapons from a safe distance, shooting them far away with a rifle or closer with a sidearm. Hand-to-hand training had always carried a faint whiff of embarrassment, like admitting you'd already failed the main objective. The manuals were practically empty. No real theory worked outside a dojo, judo, karate. All of it fell apart without mats and referees and special uniforms. So unarmed combat was just brawling, a bar fight, whatever worked. "Put the gun down," Chang said, "and we'll talk." He won't. That would surrender his only edge. Then it'd be one-on-one with a giant, not a appealing prospect, especially since that giant was now staring at him with the flat, chilling gaze of a predator. Whatever worked. The man kept the gun steady. Reacher leaned forward an inch. "He still wants me in the room, not the doorway. I'm too big to move. Back up now," the man said. Reacher said nothing. "I'm too big to move," and then subtly the balance shifted. The man with the gun was losing his grip on the situation. He wasn't calling the shots anymore. A steady, invisible force was driving him backward, not through any physical shove, but through a sheer shift in momentum. The suppressor's muzzle hadn't budged, yet in his mind, he was being overwhelmed, scorched by a venomous glare from the psychopath's eyes. Reacher spoke calmly. "Relax." It was a mental brawl. The real fight is won in the head before the first punch is ever thrown. "Maybe we can find a way to get you out of this," Reacher offered. His usual method, if you could call it that, was born from what had worked before for a right-handed man facing a right-handed opponent with a gun. It was a violent spinning motion from the core, a sudden, almost theatrical rotation. The right shoulder would whip around, carrying the elbow and palm in a brutal arc to slam against the inside of the attacker's wrist, forcing the weapon off target before clamping down like a vice. The other hand would meet the gun hand, palm to palm, not to wrestle for control, but to keep pushing it back and away while wrenching the wrist forward until it snapped and the gun fell. But you could cut corners if the guy had a suppressor. That extra length messed with his muscle memory, making the whole gun feel alien in his grip. So Reacher took the shortcut. He twisted hard but kept the motion tight, his palms staying close, striking not the wrist but the suppressor itself, shoving it wide before seizing it and yanking with all his strength. This was the standard play, the go-to move, because it worked almost every time. But this opponent was the exception. He knew the drill. Instead of clinging to the weapon and getting pulled off balance, he did the smart thing. He let go immediately. He surrendered the gun without a struggle, simply dropping it and spinning away. It was a 1 in 100 reaction. Clever, because even though it handed Reacher a loaded weapon, it gave it to him awkwardly, gripped by the suppressor in his right hand, palm facing out, his body still turning from the initial motion. To bring that long-barreled gun to bear would take precious seconds, a dead stop, a shuffle of the feet, then swinging the heavy barrel around like a whip. All it might eat up a 1.5 seconds, maybe 2, and a guy sharp enough to make that move would use every fraction of that time to pound your skull in. He'd be landing blows, maybe 4 good ones if he had decent speed. Better to ditch the gun for now, better to deal with it later. Better to brace for what was coming. So Reacher opened his hand, letting the Ruger clatter to the floor, and began to unwind his spin, bringing his elbow up in a backhand arc while ducking his head. The first incoming punch glanced off the crown of his skull, then a left hook caught him above the ear, a brutal ringing shot that felt like getting hit with a pipe. His own elbow swept through the air then, carving out a defensive space and deflecting the next right cross. He used that momentum to fire off a left hook of his own, but the earlier blow had jarred his recovery, throwing his aim off. The punch connected, but without its full force, it didn't send the man crashing through the stair railing, just bounced him off it with a solid thud. The man displayed another flash of surprising skill. Reacher had been leaning in, ready to finish the exchange, expecting his opponent to stumble back dazed and open. Instead, the guy twisted violently to the side in a move that was pure athletic instinct, impressive for someone his size, and undoubtedly a life-saving one. It came with an added benefit. Reacher was now caught with his weight shifted awkwardly, and the man capitalized instantly, driving a sharp, compact left fist into Reacher's side. The blow landed with a dull, deep thud that promised a spectacular bruise later. Then the man retreated a single measured step, settling into a poised, watchful stance like a boxer between rounds. He looked alert and unnervingly sure of himself. The discarded Ruger lay on the worn hallway carpet, its barrel pointing uselessly toward the wall, as indifferent as a flipped coin. It was slightly closer to Reacher, but that meant nothing. Bending down for it would be an invitation to get his skull caved in or his heart punctured. Reacher's eyes tracked over the man's outfit. The thin satin jacket hung open, revealing no suspicious bulges, and his jeans pockets were slack, likely holding nothing more than lint and a crumpled tissue. Standard procedure meant his backup piece would be holstered at the small of his back. Not the quickest draw, but far faster than a tall man stooping awkwardly to fumble for a pistol on the floor. That explained the confidence. This guy clearly didn't plan on settling things with his fists. And to be fair, he had the skills to back that up. He probably had just one small worry, Reacher figured. Reacher didn't actually need to pick up the Ruger himself. All he'd have to do is hook it with his foot and scrape it backward to Chang. That would flip the whole script. But it was a clumsy telegraphed move, and then Chang would still need to snatch it up, aim, and fire. The guy's draw from the holster would almost certainly be faster, so a minor concern, but a concern nonetheless, time to get inside his head. Reacher took one long, deliberate step backward. The geometry of the hallway shifted instantly. Now the Ruger was nearer to his opponent. Predictably, the man stepped forward closer to the gun. Human nature in a nutshell, hard to shove someone back, easy to lure them in. This guy would have proudly stood his ground against a charge, but he showed no such discipline about not being drawn forward, his first real mistake. A critical weakness. He didn't get it. He thought any patch of this dingy hallway was as good as another. In fact, he probably believed his new position was superior. The Ruger was practically at his toes now. He could reclaim it whenever he wished, giving him 2 guns to Reacher's none. Sounds better, doesn't it? But it's actually worse. because of the temptation, the maddening, itching urgency of it. Here he was with two weapons almost within his grasp, yet neither one was in his hand, so close, yet utterly out of reach. His mind was already racing ahead, consumed by the future, the solid, reassuring weight of a grip in his palm, the trigger's resistance under his finger, total invulnerability, certain victory, the job done, it was right there. All it would take was a lightning-fast dip to scoop up the Ruger or a frantic swipe of his jacket to get to the holster at his back. Just that one motion. So incredibly close. But either choice would cost him a precious second, maybe more, and either would broadcast his intentions with glaring clarity. There would be no mystery. Reacher, standing just 2 paces away, would know exactly what was coming next, and Reacher was a big guy who had just proven he could move. How fast would he need to be going for the Ruger on the floor meant offering his face up for a devastating kick. Reacher would simply take one step and bang right-footed with a slight adjustment of his stance. It felt like lining up for a field goal. The target was perfectly positioned as if placed on a kicking tee. His face going for the holster would be an invitation for a crippling blow. It would leave him fighting with one hand figuratively tied behind his back, his arm contorted, his entire body exposed. 2 weapons were right there, yet neither was in his grasp. The temptation was palpable, the urgency mounting, a dangerous distraction. Reacher closed the distance by another half step, tightening the space between them, heightening the tension. They stood 5 feet apart, face to face. On the surface, the man held still, but Reacher could see the subtle tremors running through him, a physical sign of his internal conflict. He was torn between ducking for cover or making a desperate grab. His body betrayed him with minute, aborted movements, little twitches and shudders as he mentally tested each option. His eyes darted up and down, fixated on the Ruger pistol, lying so temptingly close on the dusty floor of the old warehouse. "What's your name?" Reacher asked. "Why?" The man shot back, his voice tight. "We've become acquainted," Reacher said, his tone deceptively casual. "Might as well make it formal. Could be a smart play on your part. Makes me see you as a person, not just a problem. The conventional wisdom says a victim should humanize themselves. Might mean I go easier." The man's body continued its nervous dance, his gaze still bouncing between Reacher and the gun. "I'm not a victim," he insisted. "Not yet," Reacher replied evenly. From behind him, Chang's voice cut in, calm and reasonable. "This doesn't have to go badly. Just step back, raise your hands, and we can talk. We can fix this. You haven't actually done anything to us yet." The man remained silent, his internal struggle visible. Reacher could see the allure of the Ruger pulling at him. It was his chosen tool, fitted with a suppressor, operationally cleaner, sentimentally familiar. Some deep, instinctual part of his brain was screaming to reclaim it, to pick it up and reset this whole encounter, to make himself whole again. "What's your name?" Reacher repeated. "Keith Hackett," the man muttered. "Jack Reacher?" "Pleasure," Reacher paused. "But you already knew our names. So here's the deal. Like my colleague said, this can end without you getting hurt. All you have to do is tell us who gave you our names. Who hired you for this job? Who you call every night with your reports? You tell us that, and you walk away." Hackett said nothing, his breathing shallow. "It's straightforward, Mr. Hackett," Reacher continued. "You talk, you walk. You don't talk, you don't walk. Might not be able to walk. These situations are unpredictable. Injuries can be significant." He let the word hang in the air, the faint scent of oil and old wood from the warehouse walls mixing with the tension. "Think of it like one of those old pedestrian crossing signs," Reacher said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "The ones with the words, 'walk' or 'don't walk,' that's your choice right now." Hackett froze for a single suspended moment, the first true stillness since the standoff began, and then he moved. He powered downward, faster than a falling stone, eyes locked on the Ruger, his hands already shaping the scooping motion he'd rehearsed in his mind. He turned his face away, bracing for the impact he hoped to outrun. He couldn't. Reacher's boot caught him squarely under the jaw with the force of a brutal closing uppercut. Hackett flipped backward and landed flat, but driven by pure survival instinct, he didn't stay down. He skidded once, then scrambled crab-like across the gritty concrete, all frantic elbows and knees, until he managed to haul himself upright. He stood swaying, blinking hard, one hand pawing weakly at the air. He was in bad shape. His jaw was clearly broken, teeth were missing, serious injuries, for sure. But in the brutal calculus of a street fight, as any referee would note, they weren't yet debilitating injuries. The fight, such as it was, wasn't over. Reacher kept his eyes fixed on the man's right hand, calculating the possibilities. The smart move would be to raise it in surrender. The dumbest would be to throw another punch that left the second dumbest option, which was also the second smartest, going for the gun in his holster. Predictably, the man went for the holster. He never made it. His arm jerked back, elbow jutting out, his hand splayed as he tried to reach behind him, his left arm swinging awkwardly for balance. His shoulders twisted, and suddenly he looked as flat and lifeless as a paper target tacked to a wall in some basic self-defense class, whatever worked. Reacher took a short step forward and drove his forehead into the man's face from a full yard away, a sweeping arc through the dim hallway air gathering brutal momentum. The impact was colossal, a driving force that suddenly met empty space as the man dropped away, leaving Reacher straining every muscle to keep from following through and smashing his own head against the floor. Across the stairwell, a door opened and a white-haired woman peered out. An automatic light flicked on above her. "Who are you people?" she asked. The neighbor was a dignified older woman, slender and somewhat faded, but alert. She seemed sharp. Like many from her generation, she leaned toward politeness and a certain reluctance to openly doubt what she was told, at least on the surface. Probably just good manners, Reacher figured. He said, "We're here to install a new computer for Mr. McCann. But it's awfully warm up here. This gentleman just passed out. Should I call an ambulance?" "No, ma'am. We'll get him inside and give him some water. It would be no trouble at all. It's an insurance issue. He's freelance. Tough business for these guys. He's got a crazy high deductible. A hospital bill would ruin him. Is there anything else I can do?" "Not a thing. Thank you." Reacher grabbed Hackett under the arms and began dragging him toward McCann's apartment. Chang used her foot to nudge the Ruger discreetly, sliding it a few inches at a time out of sight. The neighbor started to close her door, then hesitated and opened it again to the same narrow gap. She said, "I always thought Peter installed his own computers." Then she shut the door firmly, and the hallway fell silent. Chang picked up the Ruger and carried it the rest of the way inside. Reacher hauled Hackett over the threshold, and Chang closed the door behind them. Hackett's facial bones were clearly shattered. No doubt about that. Some surgeon was going to have a story to tell, for now the man was breathing steadily, but that wouldn't last once the swelling and internal bleeding started. After that, it was a coin toss. Chang asked, "How long until he wakes up?" "No idea," Reacher said. "Could be 2 hours. Could be never. You hit him extremely hard. He hit me first, twice in the head, once in the back. Are you all right?" He nodded. He was functional, but far from perfect. A deep, throbbing pain radiated from his kidney, and every movement cost him. His head hurt worse, a sharp, insistent ache above his ear. That had been one of the hardest blows he'd ever taken. In hindsight, the headbutt might not have been the wisest choice, given how he was already feeling. "We can't wait here 2 hours," Chang said. "Anything could happen. We need to find McCann, and staying put is as good a plan as any." "You're not thinking clearly," she said. "Do you have a headache?" "Not yet, but it's coming. Why? How did they find us here?" "I assume this guy followed us. Looking back, starting at the library was an obvious move. But then we took the town car. We drove a crazy route, looping all over the neighborhood to get our bearings. There was no one behind us, no one could have followed, so how did they know? How then? They have better information on McCann than we do, somehow. Maybe he's done business with them before, they at least have his address. That might be why the door was unlocked, just like Kever's door was unlocked. A sudden grim realization settled between them, as tangible as the silence in the stale apartment air. Maybe Hackett had already paid a visit earlier that morning. Something in her tone made Reacher pause. He picked up the Ruger, checked the chamber, and dropped the magazine. Brass 9mm rounds gleamed back at him, but not enough of them. The magazine was one round short. He sniffed the chamber, then the muzzle. The gun had definitely been fired, Chang said. They didn't want us speaking with McCann. There were two ways to stop us. They went with both. Reacher checked Hackett's pulse in his neck. It was there, but faint and slow, deeply unconscious. Maybe comatose. Was there a real difference? Reacher wasn't certain. Chang said, "We should assume backup will show up sooner or later." "This guy might know something useful," Reacher said. "We don't have the time. Then let's get what we can while we're here." They went through Hackett's pockets and found a slim cell phone, a rental car key, a hotel key card, 85 cents in change, a wallet, and from the holster on the back of his belt, a compact Heckler & Koch P7. The pistol was small enough to conceal, but solid enough to rely on. It used the same 9mm parabellum rounds as the Ruger, which made practical sense. The wallet held over $100 in cash, a California driver's license, and a stack of credit cards. Chang kept the phone to check the call history. Reacher took the cash for expenses and the P7 for obvious reasons. They wiped down everything they'd touched and pocketed what they were keeping. Chang asked, "Do we need anything else?" Reacher took a final scan of the room. "Maybe one more thing." "What's that?" "We can forget about organic food and honeybees. Look around, sugary cereal, factory milk, candy bars on the counter. That's what he eats. He's wearing polyester pants. This isn't a guy who worries about what goes into his body or hugs trees." So the LA Times article that got a reaction was definitely the one about the deep web. The internet angle makes perfect sense with all these computers. "You want to take a computer?" Remember what the neighbor said before she shut her door? She mentioned Peter installing his computers himself. She wasn't convinced by your story. It was a polite little jab on her way out. But she used the right word. Computers are installed. And she called him Peter. An older woman like that, you'd expect Mr. McCann. They must be friendly, like neighbors who've known each other for years. If she understands computers, maybe he's talked to her about what's on his mind. She might actually get it. We don't have time to question her here. More of these guys could be in the building any minute. Then the police. Agreed, Reacher said. We don't have time to talk to her here. That's why she's the extra thing I want to bring along. The neighbor. Let's take her out for coffee somewhere else. Somewhere quiet. We can ask our questions there. It wasn't a quick exit. There was hesitation, some reluctance. Eventually, Chang had to flash her FBI credentials to persuade her. Then there was a search for a coat, even though they assured her it was warm outside. It was a matter of propriety, she explained. She said she wasn't entirely old-fashioned. She wouldn't insist on gloves and a hat. Then came the slow, careful walk down the steep staircase and out to the street, where the sight of the polished black town car and its driver in a crisp gray suit finally won her over. It looked official, the kind of car she'd seen on the evening news. Reacher spent a few minutes scouting for the right kind of spot, passing several pleasant options before settling on a classic Chicago-style coffee shop, one that felt quietly updated by a respectful new owner. It had the right atmosphere, plus all the essentials: convenient parking for the town car, indoor seating, and a television mounted on the wall. McCann's neighbor appeared content with the arrangement, perhaps because the coffee shop evoked memories of her old haunts. She settled her thin frame into the booth, allowing Chang to slide in beside her, effectively boxing her in. Reacher took the opposite bench, sprawling sideways in a deliberate, non-threatening posture. After introduction, she identified herself as Mrs. Eleanor Hopkins, a widow and former university lab researcher. She described herself as not just technically literate, but as someone who had contributed in minor ways along the fringes to the very technical literature she read, work done by herself or by colleagues she knew or might have known under different career choices. She mentioned her career had spanned a fascinating era of technological advancement. Regarding Peter McCann, she said he had been her neighbor for many years, and they had developed a fond, if infrequent and respectfully distant rapport. She last saw him 3 or 4 weeks prior, which was not unusual and caused her no alarm. She rarely left her apartment, making hallway encounters a matter of chance, and he was often away for days at a time on undisclosed errands. She never pried. She was a neighbor, not family. Yes, she acknowledged, he was an unhappy man, as life often delivers harsh turns. A TV mounted on the wall played local news, which Reacher monitored from his periphery. Mrs. Hopkins ordered coffee and cake. Chang suggested McCann might have encountered some unknown trouble and asked if she had insights. She did not. Reacher inquired, "Did he seem fixated on something lately? Recently, you mean?" Mrs. Hopkins clarified. "Yes, I would say so for about the last 6 months. Distant sirens and the thump of helicopter blades echoed from about a mile away." Reacher pressed. "Any idea what was troubling him?" "No, we didn't discuss personal affairs." "Could it relate to his son?" "Possibly, though that situation wasn't one of constant fluctuation." The TV screen showed an aerial shot of a park, green lawns and trees. Reacher asked, what was the problem with his son? "He never shared specifics," she replied. "Did you know he hired a private investigator?" "I was aware he planned to take definitive action." "Regarding what?" "I don't know. Given your expertise and his clear curiosity, did you ever discuss technical subjects?" "Frequently," she said, brightening slightly, "over coffee and cake, much like this. We enjoyed untangling concepts together. I assisted with foundational principles, and he helped me appreciate their modern applications." Was his fixation technical in nature? "Not at its heart, but it had technical components." "Did it involve the internet?" On the television, a news ticker scrolled, "Shooting victim found in park." The old woman glanced up and remarked, almost wryly, "Probably by a dog walker. Isn't that always the case with these park discoveries?" Her tone shifted from scholarly to dryly sarcastic, highlighting the grim predictability of the news. Reacher repeated, "What was McCann's interest in the internet?" "There were certain aspects he wished to comprehend. Like many non-experts, he visualized it in tangible terms as a vast swimming pool crammed with tennis balls, each ball representing a website." She gave a faint, knowing smile. "That's incorrect, of course. Websites aren't physical objects. The internet lacks physical reality. It has no dimensions, boundaries, or directions, no up or down, no near or far. Though one could argue it possesses a kind of mass, as digital information is merely ones and zeros, meaning memory cells are either charged or not. Charge is energy, and if you accept Einstein's equation E equals mc squared, where E stands for energy, m for mass, and c for the speed of light, then it follows that mass can be expressed as energy divided by c squared. This is simply the same idea rearranged, suggesting that charge might possess a measurable mass. Think about your phone. The more songs and photos you store, the heavier it becomes. It's an almost unimaginably small increase, a trillion billionth of a fraction of an ounce, but it's there. On the television, the helicopter's camera closed in on a cluster of low shrubs. Uniformed officers stood nearby behind police tape, and the partial outline of a figure could be seen on the ground, black shoes and dark trousers barely visible beneath the leaves. The scrolling headline still read, "Shooting victim found in park." Reacher turned and asked, what was it McCann really wanted to figure out? The elderly woman replied, he was puzzled about why certain websites remain hidden at its heart. That's a question about how search engines operate. His swimming pool analogy proved helpful. He pictured millions of tennis balls, some floating on the surface, others pushed deeper by the weight above them. So I suggested he imagine a search engine as a long silk ribbon, moving swiftly up and down, weaving through all those balls, gliding over their damp, fuzzy surfaces at incredible speed. Then consider that some balls have been altered, covered in sharp spikes like fishhooks, while others are perfectly smooth, like billiard balls. Where would the ribbon catch on the spikes? Naturally, it would slide right over the smooth ones. That's what Peter needed to grasp about search engines. It's a two-way street. A website has to want to be discovered. It must actively develop those effective spikes. People call this search engine optimization, and it's a crucial skill nowadays, of course. It's just as difficult to be a billiard ball. Staying hidden requires effort, too, Chang remarked. Secret websites usually mean something illegal. Exactly, the old lady said. Or perhaps something immoral, or both. I may be naive, but one imagines the most disturbing kinds of pornography, or mail-order drugs, and so on. It's often called the deep web, all those smooth billiard balls, millions of them, no spikes, no hooks, just quietly going about their business unseen. The deep web might be 10 times larger than the surface web, or 100 times, or even more. Nobody really knows. How could they? And don't confuse it with the dark web, which is really just outdated sites with broken links, like dead satellites spinning through space forever. That makes the dark web more like ancient archaeology, while the deep web is more like the wrong side of the tracks. Not that either is literally dark or deep or on any actual side of a railroad, you understand. The internet isn't a physical place. It has no physical characteristics at all. On screen, an ambulance rolled slowly across the grass into the overhead shot, its lights flashing a lonely rhythm, followed by what appeared to be a coroner's van. People emerged and joined the officers. Chang asked, "So how does someone find these secret sites?" "A person can't," the old lady answered, "not from the outside at least. You can't use a search engine because the sites are smooth. You need the exact address, not just coffeeshop.com, but something like coffeeshop123xyz.com, or in reality something far more obscure. A unique URL combined with a super secure password all rolled into one. Apparently, such addresses are passed around within certain circles by word of mouth. On the TV, a dark blue Crown Victoria jolted over the grass and parked. Two men in suits stepped out, likely detectives, the ticker updated to Lincoln Park Homicide. Reacher could hear more helicopters approaching, about a mile off, rival news channels late to the scene. He said, "Did McCann give you any specifics about the website he wanted?" The woman shook her head. "No. On the television, officers were crouched around the dark shape on the lawn. Reacher recognized the scene, detectives and the medical examiner. He'd been in that position himself more times than he could count, leaning over figures who were sometimes still breathing. This one wasn't. You could tell by the lack of urgency, no frantic voices, no medical gear, no rush. Just the quiet, grim procedure of Lincoln Park Homicide, the old lady's voice cut through his thoughts. "That's Peter, isn't it? Why else would you two be asking about him? Why would the FBI care about an old woman like me?" Chang stayed silent, and Reacher didn't reply either because just then the broadcast cut to a new location. A plain brownstone on an unremarkable street. Peter McCann's home, her home, the very place they had just left. It was unmistakable, now bathed in the pulse of red and blue lights. Officers were charging up the front steps. It was far too quick for a normal link to have been made. The cops at the park hadn't even gone through the victim's pockets yet. No ID, no name, no address. They were still waiting on the official pronouncement. Reacher knew the drill. Death had to be certified before the scene turned into an evidence locker. No connection yet. A separate incident entirely. The chyron at the bottom of the screen updated anti-terror units raid Chicago residents. Reacher turned back to the woman. "Did you call 911? "Yes," she said. "I did. When?" "The moment I shut the door behind you." "Why?" "I didn't like your looks. Both of us. You especially. You don't resemble any FBI agent I've ever seen on TV. I was working undercover, playing a criminal. You were convincing, so you called." "Right away." "What exactly did you tell them?" "That I had armed terrorists in my house." "Why phrase it like that? This is Chicago. It's the only way to get a response in under 4 hours." Chang shifted beside him. "We should probably leave." Reacher shook his head. "Let's wait another 5 minutes. It won't make a difference now." They refilled their coffee cups. The woman wanted another slice of cake, so Reacher and Chang each took one as well, not wanting her to eat alone. The screen divided, the park on one side, the brownstone on the other, labeled Lincoln Park Homicide and Terror Alert above a scrolling headline that read "Busy Day for Cops." The second cup of coffee was just as good as the first. So was the cake. In the park, a body bag appeared, was zipped shut and loaded into a coroner's van. At the house, an ambulance pulled up and EMTs rushed inside. Soon they emerged with a gurney carrying a man wrapped head to toe in bandages, like a mummy, a sheet draped over him. Hackett, most likely, though it was impossible to tell. Then, almost like a deliberate crossfade in a film, the police cars left the park and, after a lag of several minutes, reappeared at the brownstone. The same detectives jumping out and hurrying inside, only to emerge a moment later talking urgently on their phones. The chyron changed again. Official confirms investigations are linked. Reacher leaned forward, his tone shifting from detached observation to something quieter, almost weary. "Ma'am, I'm truly sorry about your nephew, and I'm sorry for the disruption you're going to face. Chicago PD will have questions. It isn't like the shows the FBI can't swoop in and take over. We have to step back. So it would help if you didn't mention we spoke. There are complications. Better for everyone if you leave us out of it entirely, even about us getting to the house before they did. They don't need to know we were ahead of them." "You want me to lie about it?" "I will, if they ask me who tipped them off about the terrorists and why." "All right, then, I'll do the same," the old woman replied. "But are you certain you have no clue what was troubling McCann? Like I said, I was his neighbor, not his sister. You'd be better off asking her. Asking who? His sister. He has a sister. I mentioned it earlier. I thought you were speaking metaphorically. No, she's real. They were very close. If he had secrets, she's the one he would have told." Chapter 37. They sent Mrs. Hopkins home in the town car and informed the driver that was his last assignment for the day, free to head home or return to the garage. The man accepted the news with a smile, though Reacher suspected that final trip wouldn't be a smooth one. He guessed they wouldn't make it all the way to her door. A couple of blocks out, they'd hit the roadblocks. If the old lady could show ID with her name and address, they'd probably let her continue on foot, or maybe even give her a ride in an official vehicle, depending on how eager they were to speak with the neighbor. Either way, she'd end up somewhere safe, sipping water or coffee while talking to courteous young officers. Safe enough. Chang powered up her phone. Also safe enough, Hackett's tracking operation was out of commission, at least for now. They needed maps, satellite images, flight schedules, search engines. Mrs. Hopkins had told them Peter McCann's sister was named Lydia Lair. She was several years younger, had married a doctor, and moved away to an upscale suburb outside Phoenix, Arizona. Her husband was wealthy, but McCann had never asked for money, only her time and the listening ear. There was a street address for her, a scribbled note meant for the old lady's Christmas card list, still tucked in a pocket diary in her purse, but no phone number. Chang found the husband's medical practice online, but the receptionist wouldn't give out a home number. The phone company listed it as unlisted. Neither the husband nor wife appeared in Chang's confidential databases. A Google search turned up almost nothing, just one bland photo of the couple at a charity gala for a kidney foundation. Dr. and Mrs. Evan Lair. He was in a tuxedo. She wore an evening gown. She looked healthy, glittering with diamonds, her smile bright and white. Then it became a three-way calculation. How soon they needed to reach Phoenix, how long they could wait for a premium flight, and how long the police would wait before notifying the sister. If they notified her at all, she wasn't the next of kin. That would be the son. He'd be their priority. They'd tell him first and leave it to him to call his aunt, a responsibility he might or might not fulfill, depending on what else he was dealing with. All of which meant Lydia Lair might get the call just as they landed in Phoenix, or she might not. Either way, it was workable. Bad news was bad news whenever it arrived. The real risk was her deciding to fly to Chicago immediately to take personal charge of everything they needed to reach her well before that happened, before well-meaning victim advocates or friends coached her into giving nothing but rehearsed, empty statements. The best travel option fell outside Chang's usual preference, an airline she didn't have a card with, but it was the first and most practical choice. It gave them just enough time to swing by the Peninsula Hotel to ditch the P7 and pick up Chang's bag. And one more thing, They powered up Hackett's captured phone and scrolled through the call log. Every incoming call was from a single number with a 480 area code. Chang pulled up her laptop and started typing. She said, "That's a cell phone number in Phoenix, Arizona. That's where we're headed." A brief but costly consultation with her contact at the phone company revealed the Phoenix number belonged to a prepaid burner phone. It had been purchased with cash just a week prior from a Walmart in Arizona and activated right there in the parking lot. The buyer had grabbed 6 phones at once, a purchasing pattern that screamed someone who knew exactly how to stay off the grid. Reacher observed, "He'll ditch that number soon. He'll cycle to the next one." Chang agreed. The moment Hackett misses a check-in or the second he turns on the news and sees the mess in Chicago, "Maybe we should call him first," Reacher suggested, "while we still have the chance." "And say what exactly?" "Anything that might rattle him. We need every edge we can get. Keeping him guessing works in our favor. You want to get under his skin? It certainly can't hurt. Any emotional turbulence we can stir up is a plus." "All right, give it a shot." He powered up Hackett's phone, navigated to the right screen, and hit the call button. He listened to the digital tone spooling out, followed by a brief hissing silence, and then a ring. It was answered quickly. A man's voice, deep and resonant, came through with a single eager word. "Yes." The voice carried the weight of a large frame, but the word was clipped short, breathless with anticipation. This guy had seen Hackett's number and was hungry for an update. Right now. The celebrations were presumably on hold, waiting for the good news. Reacher said, "This isn't Hackett." There was a pause, then a measured, "I understand." "This is Jack Reacher." Silence. "Hackett got to McCann, but he missed us. We got him instead. He was skilled, but not skilled enough." The voice asked, "Where is Hackett now?" The accent was flat, monotone, hinting at Eastern Europe. A big man Reacher pictured, likely pale, perhaps a little winded. Reacher replied, "Hackett's in a hospital bed, handcuffed to it, because the police found him before the ambulance did, right here in Chicago. We took his phone and his spare piece, but we left him with the gun that killed McCann. He was unconscious in what the authorities believe is a terrorist safe house. Don't ask, bad intel on their part. But because of it, they're leaning on him hard. They're whispering about Guantanamo or rendition to places you don't come back from. He'll be so desperate to deal, he'll give you up without a second thought. There's nothing you can threaten him with that the government won't do worse, so you've got that to sweat about. Plus, you've got us, you picked a fight. That was a mistake, because you're going to lose, and it's going to be ugly. We're going to hit you so hard your grandchildren will feel it. You believe so? We already took down Hackett. He folded easily. Was he your best? I hope not, for your sake, because you're next. We know who you are. We know where you are, and we're coming. The clock on looking over your shoulder starts right now." There was a long-drawn breath on the other end, as if a torrent of words was being considered. But in the end, none came. The line simply went dead. Reacher imagined the SIM card being pried out and snapped in two, the pieces tossed away. Chang asked, "Who was he?" Reacher said, "He didn't say much, only a handful of words. But he sounded large, and Russian, and reasonably articulate, and fairly clever Russian. From that region, Georgia, Ukraine, one of the newer states, articulate with so few words. I told him I wasn't Hackett, and he said, I understand. It was controlled, calm, or an attempt to appear that way. This is a man who knows words carry weight and can be layered with meaning. Do we actually know his name and where he is? I might have been embellishing our position slightly, or let's call it creative confidence. Sometimes you have to talk a big game until you're actually in it. We'll find out eventually. One way or another, maybe your contact could pull call logs by area code. There's only a week's worth of calls on that line. He can't have gone far. We could narrow it down. Would that information be used to cause someone physical harm? That's the whole idea. Then my guy won't do it. That's his rule. Do you have to tell him why? He'd figure it out afterward. Then he'd walk and work for someone else. I can't risk that. Even for Kever. Kever would get it? You should too. You had your own code once. A deal's a deal. Fair enough, Reacher said. I suppose we'll find another way after we talk to the sister. She might have the answers we need, depending on what she knows and whether it makes any sense to us. Nothing else does. This isn't some small-town problem in a wheat field anymore. Hackett's from California, his armorers are in Illinois, and his boss is in Arizona. This is a national operation. They'll be watching the airport. You told them we were coming. That's exactly why I told them. Otherwise, we'd never find them. It's risky. Everything's risky. Just getting on the plane is a risk. Think about all the phones everyone's carrying. Think about the music, the photos, the extra weight. As it turned out, the jet engines handled the load of personal electronics without a hitch. Their plane lifted off smoothly and climbed into the sky, just like every other flight leaving the country's busiest airport that day. Reacher felt sure they hadn't been followed, at least not past security. But their real names were in an airline database, and their arrival time was no secret. Hope for the best. Plan for the worst. They had seats together over the front of the wing window and middle, not the exit row that was 2 rows behind them. Reacher took the window. Chang settled into the middle seat without complaint. On the aisle beside her was a woman wearing earbuds already tuned out. Reacher said, "I was thinking about the Moynahans. Cousins or brothers, whatever they were," Chang said. "And there were 2 of them, and they gave us 100 times less trouble than Hackett alone. How are you feeling? Like I've been hit 3 times, which is my point before. It was 0. I agree with you. Hackett in California, the gun guys in Illinois, the boss in Arizona, it's a national organization. But I don't see how Mother's Rest fits. Those people are on a whole different level. They can't be a local branch, they'd be the weak link, they'd stick out like a sore thumb. So what are they, clients maybe?" Reacher said. "McCann hired Kever. Maybe Mother's Rest hired someone too. Could be how things work now. Maybe bad guys outsource their muscle to national outfits, maybe they outsource everything. Why not? It's a service economy." Chang said, "Then the sister could be in danger, theoretically. Because organizations act like organizations. They ask for a full briefing. Did Mother's Rest know McCann talked to his sister? If so, she's in the file. She's a loose end, just like we are. We could meet up, and organizations hate loose ends connecting. Covering your backside is way too important." Reacher stayed quiet. Chang said, "What?" "I was going to say I'm sure the sister's fine. She has to be. Logically, Kever was only there a couple of days. Now we're wondering if someone has his client's sister's address. The odds against that are huge, really long. But being on a plane makes you feel helpless. Your mind starts running worst-case scenarios. Phoenix's airport was officially called Sky Harbor International, and it felt like a safe harbor once you were past security, thanks to the metal detectors. Outside was another story. So Reacher and Chang stepped off the plane and walked away from their gate, heading toward a quieter concourse. They ducked into a coffee shop, took seats on high stools, and waited. They'd move only after the last Chicago passenger had boarded a hotel shuttle. For anyone still waiting for passengers from Chicago, they would have given up and gone home long ago. Reacher and Chang strolled out, taking their time, window shopping at an impossibly leisurely pace, watching for any sign of belated recognition or a phoned-in alert. But there was nothing. The airport felt spacious and uncrowded, the atmosphere relaxed. After the intensity of Chicago, it was like a quiet Sunday. They paused just short of the exit to the landside area, idly looking at displays of shoes, sweatshirts, and turquoise jewelry until the next flight landed. A wave of disembarking passengers swept toward them, maybe 100 people from Minnesota. Reacher figured each with a carry-on. He and Chang slipped in just ahead of the final stragglers, moving with the loose, mobile crowd through the baggage hall, through the last pockets of air-conditioned chill, and out into the taxi line where the desert heat hit them like a physical wall. The wait for a cab, however, was less than a minute. No one paid them any mind, no one shuffled nervously or looked at them, and no one deliberately looked away. They took the cab to the car rental facility, unchallenged and unfollowed. Since Reacher had no driver's license, Chang handled the rental, securing a bland white mid-sized Chevrolet chosen for anonymity, equipped with GPS for navigation. At the document booth, they paused to scan their surroundings. No suspicious idling cars at the curb, no other people around. The heat was too intense for pedestrians. They drove aimlessly for about 10 minutes, taking random turns before finally setting the GPS for the upscale suburb where the doctor lived with McCann's sister. They tuned to a news radio station, but there was no mention of Chicago. The news cycle hadn't caught up yet. Apparently, Phoenix had its own local issues to report. The GPS guided them north, then east toward Scottsdale, through a series of suburban streets that eventually led to the correct development. A gatehouse stood at the entrance, built in a decorative southwestern style with a hipped roof and cactus plantings flanked by red-striped barriers extending from each side like the skinny wings of a plump bird. A gated community, wealthy residents, taxpayers and political donors, the kind of people who had the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office on speed dial. They pulled over to the curb about 100 yards short. It was 3 in the afternoon local time, 5 back in Chicago. A single guard was visible behind the glass. Reacher said, "We should have anticipated this," Chang replied. "If she's already heard about her brother, we'll never get past." "Not if that guy has to call the house first, which I'm sure he does," Reacher said. "You have that FBI card." "It's not a badge," Chang countered. "He'll know the difference. He's just a rent-a-cop. He's a human being with a pulse. That's all it takes to be cautious." Mrs. Hopkins was impressed by it, but that's a different generation with different instincts about authority. Reacher fell silent. Chang asked, "You okay?" "My head is pounding," he admitted. "What do you want to do? Let's try to get in, all right? But if there's any trouble, we withdraw gracefully. We live to fight another day. The sister is a bridge we can't afford to burn." She drove forward, turned into the entrance, and stopped next to the sliding glass partition. She lowered her window, flipped her hair, turned her head with a practiced smile, and said, "We're here to see Dr. and Mrs. Evan Lair." The rent-a-cop was an elderly white man in a gray polyester uniform with short sleeves, his arms thin and mottled. He simply hit a red button and said, "I hope you folks have a wonderful afternoon." The barrier rose. Chang drove through, raising her window again. "I wouldn't want to pay for security that lax," she remarked. Reacher said, "The landscaping is nice, though." And it was. There were no thirsty lawns, only artful arrangements of stone rivers with cactus leaves thrusting through like blades, accented by mists of pale red flowers and bright steel sculptures that stood uncorroded in the bone-dry air. The land was flat, the lots were generous, and the houses were set at casual, varied angles as if they had landed there by accident. Reacher said, "It should be up ahead on the left." About a quarter-mile ahead, they found a cluster of vehicles. The driveway was packed, 3 rows deep with a spillover of luxury cars lining the street. Makes and models were varied, a rainbow of high-end paint jobs, all jostling for space, haphazardly angled as if drawn by some powerful, invisible force, close to 30 cars in total, which explained the automatic gate. The mailbox read, "The Lair's Lair." Chang found a spot past the last curbside vehicle. Stepping into the blistering heat, they turned to study the house. It was a handsome single-story structure with a mix of adobe and rustic lodge elements, its complex roof projecting an air of understated wealth. The real action, however, was clearly out back, hidden behind a tall, matching wall that encircled the property. While the front lawns in the neighborhood were open, the backyards were fiercely private. Even so, Reacher thought he could hear the distinct sounds of a pool, splashes, and the muffled, joyful shouts of people hitting cool water. It made perfect sense. At 3 in the afternoon, with the temperature soaring past 100 degrees, what else would draw a crowd? He pictured sliding doors open to a kitchen, ice-filled tubs cradling beer cans, the easy flow from patio to pool. Chang nodded toward the collection of cars. "Back at the bureau, I did some research, wrote part of it myself, actually. We developed a ratio. For any given venue, you could correlate the total value of the cars outside with the volume of money moving inside. You think there's a transaction happening in there?" Reacher asked. "Not necessarily," Chang replied. I'm just applying my hard-earned expertise to tell you this is a seriously wealthy crowd, and it's a mixed group. Those aren't all just casual cars. There are family vehicles, even some that look like they came straight from an executive parking garage. This is a heavyweight gathering. They moved closer, finding a gate in the wall near the garage, just wide enough for a lawnmower, but now serving as the main entrance. A path of river stones wound between knee-high solar lights. The gate left ajar about a foot. Through the gap, they caught blurred glimpses of sunlit figures milling about. A woman emerged, carrying a bag purposefully to her car. She wasn't McCann's sister, but likely a co-host. She offered a brisk, welcoming smile as she passed. "Hello, so glad you could make it. Please go right in," she said before hurrying on. Reacher and Chang followed the decorative path through the gate and into the backyard. It opened into a broad, stunning space designed like a desert oasis. Wooden arbors draped with vines provided patches of shade. Massive terracotta pots and artfully placed amphorae overflowed with vibrant flowers, while stately saguaro cacti rose from gravel beds. The centerpiece was a swimming pool of dark plaster, shaped to resemble a natural pond, its edges lined with rocks and fed by gentle, splashing waterfalls. Around it stood richly oiled teak furniture adorned with plump, colorful cushions, sun umbrellas, and inviting outdoor dining tables. They counted around 40 guests, a mix of men and women with a few younger faces, but mostly older, dressed in everything from vibrant Arizona casual wear to swimsuits and light cover-ups. They stood in small clusters, chatting and laughing, plates and drinks in hand. Some were still damp from the pool, while others remained in the water, either submerged to their necks in conversation or playfully splashing around. Under a vine-covered trellis sat a woman in her early 30s, long-limbed and glowing with a deep tan, wearing a sheer shirt over a bikini. She looked relaxed and cheerful, yet she radiated a quiet magnetism that naturally drew everyone's focus. Flanking her was a gray-haired man in khaki shorts and a loud Hawaiian shirt, looking fit and lively, and on her other side a dark-haired woman with sparkling eyes and a broad smile, dressed in a floor-length pale linen dress. The easy, affectionate dynamic between the three marked them as daughter and parents, and the resemblance to the photo Chang had pulled up earlier confirmed the parents were Dr. and Mrs. Evan Lair. Reacher nodded subtly toward them and murmured, "Take a look." Near the house, a long table was laden with presents, mostly large, boxy shapes wrapped neatly in shades of white and silver, tied with matching ribbons. Chang observed, "This is a wedding event." "Seems that way," Reacher agreed. "Probably their daughter's the woman under the vine. That would make her McCann's niece." Just then, McCann's sister, after sharing a final laugh and giving her daughter's shoulder an affectionate squeeze, began circulating through the crowd. She drifted from one group to the next, glowing with delight, leaning in to chat, exchanging smiles and light kisses, clearly savoring every moment. Chang noted quietly, "She hasn't gotten the news from Chicago yet. How could she have?" Reacher stayed silent. McCann's sister continued her rounds, accepting a glass from a passing server, resting a hand on someone's arm, then returning the glass to another tray. Eventually, her gaze landed on Reacher and Chang, who stood isolated and somewhat out of place near the gate. Compared to the celebratory crowd, their clothes looked both too plain and too layered, strangers without obvious reason for being there. She altered her path and approached them, her hostess' smile still warm and welcoming. Chang whispered urgently, "We can't tell her, not now." The woman drew close and offered a slender, well-manicured hand. "Have we met? I'm Lydia Lair." She looked just like her charity ball photograph online, every bit as polished and poised. Chang shook her hand and introduced herself, then Reacher did the same. Lydia said, "Let me ask you the same thing I've been asking everyone this afternoon. Do you know our daughter from school or work? Not that it matters, of course. Everyone's welcome, but it gives us a place to start." Reacher said, "Ma'am, we're actually here on a different matter. Maybe we should come back later. We don't want to intrude on a wedding. Might bring 7 years of bad luck or something." Lydia's smile widened. "I think that's for breaking mirrors," she replied. And this isn't the wedding, far from it. This is more of a pre-wedding brunch just for the bride's side, a chance for everyone to mingle before the main events later this week. So we're all warmed up for the big weekend. My daughter says it's the new trend, but you know how things are nowadays. Sometimes the wedding festivities last longer than the marriage does. She laughed then, a light, carefree sound that held no hint of doubt, as if completely certain her own daughter's union would defy any statistic. Chang asked, "Would this evening be better for you? May I ask what this concerns? It's about your brother Peter." "Oh, I'm sorry to say you may have come a long way for nothing. He isn't here. We expected him, of course, but it's quite a trip. How do you know Peter?" "We can go into that this evening if that works for you. Right now we're keeping you from your guests and we've already taken too much of your time. We should let you get back to your party." McCann's sister offered a grateful smile and began to turn, but then she paused, a new suspicion tightening her expression. She turned back, her demeanor entirely changed. "Is Peter in some kind of trouble?" she asked, her voice dropping. "Are you with the police?" Chang, adhering to her own professional instincts, sidestepped both questions with a reply that sounded like an answer. "We're private investigators," she stated. "Did Kever send you, ma'am?" "We do need to speak with you," Chang said, "but we can't pull you away from your event. Is Peter in trouble?" The woman pressed again. Chang repeated her tactic. "Our purpose here is to be briefed. We're here to listen to whatever you can tell us about Peter." "Then come with me," McCann's sister said. She led them through the bustling house to a quiet wood-paneled study, its shutters closed against the afternoon light. The room held deep club chairs and a fireplace built from smooth river stones. They settled in, the two women sitting close, while Reacher leaned back in his chair. McCann's sister clasped her hands. "Where should I start? Tell us what you know about Kever," Reacher said. "I never met him, of course, but Peter talks everything through with me. So during the hiring process, I felt I came to know all the applicants in a way. How many applicants were there? 8 initially? Did it take long? Nearly 6 weeks? That's thorough." "That's Peter," she said with a faint, knowing smile. "He doesn't rush decisions that matter." "How often do you two speak?" "Most days." "For how long?" "Some days, an hour." "That's a significant amount of time." "He's my brother. He gets lonely." She paused, the noise from the party a distant murmur. "Why did he need a private detective?" "It's because of Michael, his son, my nephew." "We've heard there are some challenges," Reacher said. "That's too gentle a word," she replied, her tone turning sharp. "Challenges is just a polite way of saying difficult. And difficult is already a polite way of saying something much harder. Michael isn't difficult, he's something else entirely. What would be the accurate word? Imagine a product on an assembly line," she said. "Michael is one that came off before it was finished. A few crucial parts never got installed. I try not to blame his mother, but she wasn't well. She passed away less than a decade later. Which parts are missing?" She studied Reacher for a moment. "Are you a happy man, Mr. Reacher?" "Generally, I can't complain. At this particular moment, I feel fine. That's separate from our current topic, you understand. On a scale of 1 to 10, what's the lowest you've ever felt? Maybe a 4, and the highest, compared to some perfect theoretical best, if you like, about a 9. "All right, so your range runs from a 4 to a 9. She turned to Chang. "What about you, Miss Chang?" Chang was silent for a beat. "The worst I've ever felt was probably a 3, she said finally. "And I was going to say 8 for the best, but now, maybe a 9, I think." She glanced at Reacher as she said it, a brief, unguarded look. McCann's sister caught the exchange. A wry, almost mischievous smile touched her lips. "Are the two of you sleeping together?" The room went quiet. "Sweetheart, if you are, you should make it a 9 for sure," she continued, her tone shifting from grave to lightly sarcastic. "Always safer that way, but never a 10. A 10 just gives a man performance anxiety. So, looking at you both, we have a low end of either a 3 or a 4, and a high end with a pair of 9s, even if one of those 9s is really an 8. But we're all too polite to point it out. You see what I'm getting at? You're normal people. If your range was from a 2 to a 7, you'd still be normal. but folks might call you a bit gloomy and buttoned up. Understand? Chang gave a slow nod. Now, the woman said, her voice softening back into seriousness, imagine your needle is stuck at 0. It never moves. 0 at the bottom, 0 at the top. That's Michael. He was born unhappy, born without the capacity for happiness, born without even the concept that such a thing exists. He doesn't know it's out there to be missed. Is there a medical term for that? Chang asked. They have a name for everything these days. Peter and I have discussed them all. None ever seems to fit just right. I prefer an older word. I think of it as a profound melancholy. But that sounds too quiet, too passive. Michael has deep emotion. He just has no range. You feel joy or fury, and he feels with the same intensity, but it's all hammering away down there at that 0 mark. And he's clever. He understands exactly what is happening to him. The result is a life of constant suffering. How old is he? 35? What does that look like on the outside? Is he difficult? Quite the opposite. He's practically a ghost. He's silent, he follows instructions, he barely talks. He'll sit for days just staring at nothing, biting his lip, his eyes flicking around the room, or he's glued to his computer or scrolling endlessly on his phone. There's no anger. He never shows frustration. To feel frustration, you'd need to feel something else first. Can he hold a job? That's been the central struggle. He has to work to qualify for housing assistance. It's a requirement, and he's capable. There are tasks he handles well, but people find his presence exhausting. They don't want to be around him. Team morale drops, work slows. Eventually, he's let go, so he cycles in and out of different programs. Where is he living? Nowhere at the moment. He vanished. Just then, the bride-to-be walked in searching for her mother. She wore a light shirt over her bikini, Peter McCann's niece, Michael McCann's cousin up close. Her radiance was undeniable. She seemed to shine. She was nearly flawless. A testament to prenatal vitamins, expert delivery, pediatric checkups, balanced meals, top schools, braces, family trips, university graduate studies, a fiancé, the complete package. Her production line had operated without a hitch. The promise of America fulfilled, a stunning success. And she looked genuinely happy, not frivolous or giddy, not artificially upbeat, and certainly not vacuous. Just profoundly, peacefully satisfied with plenty of room left for joy. Her emotional scale ran from a solid 6 to a perfect 10. She had received every advantage her cousin was denied. McCann's sister followed her back out to the pool, promising to return shortly. Reacher and Chang waited in the quiet, shadowy den. The noises of the party reached them, softened by walls and distance, splashes, laughter, the clink of glassware, and the steady hum of conversation. Chang said, "We should update Westwood in L.A. A deal is a deal. Besides, we're going to need a new place to stay. Tell him we need all his material on the deep web," Reacher said. "Every note, or better yet, tell him to fly out here and walk us through it. We might not decipher his scribbles. He can catch a plane. He's getting his book, after all." Chang put her phone on speaker and dialed, delivering a thorough recap of everything since their last call from the West Hollywood motel. She covered Chicago, the library, the family-run pharmacy, McCann's street, McCann's house, Hackett, the neighbor, the Lincoln Park murder, the flight to Phoenix, and finally the sister. Then she described the son, trapped in the long term between nothing and nothing, and in the short term simply gone. Westwood said, "They call it anhedonia, the inability to feel pleasure." The sister makes it sound more severe than that, and Kever was hired to find him and bring him back. That's our assumption. We didn't get to the end of the story. We were interrupted. "I don't see the link to the deep web or those 200 deaths. This feels like a standard crime story, not a science piece or one of those bleak human interest features. It might be all three wrapped together. We don't have the full picture yet. Where are you staying tonight? We haven't sorted that out. All right, I'll call you when I land." The call ended. Reacher said, "His mother mentioned Michael is always on his computer or his phone. Maybe that's the deep web connection. Maybe he's living in some obscure online forum. Maybe he has an entire secret life nobody knows about. He's clinically depressed. not some oddity. Depressed means pressed down from a normal level. That implies there was a range to begin with. Michael doesn't have a range. That's odd or unusual, to put it nicely. But his mother said he's intelligent. Maybe there are online support groups. Maybe he even started one. Why would it need to be hidden? Because of search engines, I suppose. Employers dig around online? I read about it, and it's not just employers, probably relatives or doctors too. Privacy is extinct. Anything you put out there can come back to haunt you. If Michael shared anything online that suggested he wasn't improving, he risked losing his place to live. Or worse, someone could determine he required constant oversight. Just then the door swung open and Lydia Lair returned. She was Peter McCann's sister, Michael McCann's aunt, and the mother of the bride. She settled back into her chair and Reacher posed the question, what happened when Michael disappeared? She replied, "That's a complicated tale." Roughly 20 miles south of Mother's Rest, the man with the crisply pressed jeans and perfectly styled hair answered his landline. His contact stated bluntly, "This mistake lands in your lap now. How do you figure? There were factors you weren't aware of." Such as? I guaranteed they wouldn't speak to McCann. I kept that promise. A dead man tells no tales. But it came with a price. I lost Hackett. How Reacher handled him. Or maybe the two of them did it together. Regardless, it was never supposed to occur. It defies logic. Is he dead? He's in the hospital, and you're just going to let them walk away from this? Absolutely not. I intend to set a very public precedent. This industry is all about perception. It's fiercely competitive. Your reputation is your only currency. I propose we share the burden equally. Share what? The considerable expense of ensuring they don't walk away. The man in the jeans was silent for a moment, then said, "You prevented that conversation with McCann. For that you have my sincere gratitude. It was handled. But respectfully, that concluded our arrangement. Any lingering issues you have with Reacher or Chang are now your personal concern, I'd assume. Hackett is currently handcuffed to a hospital bed. He's under police guard. How much does he actually know? Fragments. But it won't amount to anything concrete. Hackett has no physical evidence on him, no files. Reacher took his phone and his computers were left in the vehicle, a car supplied by our associates in Chicago, complete with a driver, so we still control his equipment. We've reactivated the phone tracker. Chang is active again. She just phoned that reporter at the LA Times from a residential neighborhood right here in Phoenix. Why there? Because of you. Are they coming for you? Reacher called me on Hackett's phone and said as much. Besides, it was the obvious next move, but you'd understand their real motive if you'd heard Chang's call. They're here for a totally different reason. Which is? Those factors you didn't know about. Tell me. The kind of information that will make you perfectly willing to go 50-50 with me? Go on. Peter McCann had a sister, Lydia McCann, before she married. Now Lydia Lair, married to a physician, she lives here in Phoenix, in a suburb. The siblings were in constant contact. He told her everything based on what Chang just told Westwood. Talking to the sister might be just as good as talking to McCann himself. We can't allow that, we? Fine, 50-50, agreed. I'm glad we understand each other, but with one additional condition, which is, tell me exactly how McCann died. Hackett shot him. More detail. Hackett paid him a visit at dawn and escorted him out of the building at gunpoint to a nearby park. It was deserted. He used a silenced 9mm to the back of the skull. Was it messy? I wasn't there. The bullet likely exited through the face, but the brain ceased function instantly. No more pulse, no blood pressure, efficient, but not particularly dramatic. Do you plan the same for Reacher and Chang? I plan to do whatever gets the job done. 50-50, and it won't be cheap because on top of everything, we need to act quickly. They could be having that very conversation right now. Chapter 39. The complicated tale of Michael McCann's vanishing started with a sudden urge to see Oklahoma. Michael brought it up one afternoon in his slow, hesitant, and perpetually let down manner. His father deliberately avoided the immediate trap of anxiety because he knew such plans usually just fizzled out. They almost always did. Michael then shared that he had looked into housing regulations in Oklahoma, which differed from those in Illinois because part-time employment could make someone eligible there. That approach might offer more stability. Peter McCann's feelings were complicated. His first and strongest reaction was a deep fear at the thought of Michael isolated and struggling in a new place. Yet beneath that worry, a small sense of hope began to grow. For once, Michael had used his time online constructively. He had investigated policies in another state and even formed an opinion about them. That hint of forward thinking felt almost like making a plan. It showed a spark of independent effort, something an old therapist had once said would signal the start of real progress. So overall, Peter was managing to stay calm. His sister explained, then Michael mentioned he had a friend out in Oklahoma that was huge. He'd never used that word before. We assumed he'd met someone through an online forum, which was a little concerning. Sure, but Michael is 35. He's sharp. His IQ is high. He understands his choices. He's just deeply unhappy. Peter asked what he could and then forced himself to stay quiet. Reacher asked what happened next. Michael left for Oklahoma, a small town near Tulsa. He texted at first, then less often, but as far as we knew, he was okay. Then one day he sent a message saying he'd be home soon. He didn't give a date or a reason. We haven't heard from him since. When did Peter contact the police? Almost right away. Then he called everyone he could think of. Even the White House? I told him not to, but you know how it goes. No one was really listening. There are hundreds of thousands of vulnerable homeless men in this country. Why would anyone launch a specific search for one? Michael isn't violent. He isn't on any medication. He isn't considered a danger. Didn't they at least try to reach the friend? You know how these things work. Suddenly all you have is a vague name and a half-remembered address that doesn't lead anywhere. So the friend was never identified? We don't even know if it was a man or a woman. What about the housing he researched? There wasn't any. It's clear now he was staying with that unknown friend, probably not working at all, not even part-time. Then what? Peter wouldn't let it go. He started digging on his own. He pushed the phone company. He can be very stubborn, and they traced Michael's phone. On the last day, it moved southwest from near Tulsa toward Oklahoma City, averaging about 50 miles an hour. Peter believes Michael was on a bus. Why take a bus? To catch the train to Chicago? Reacher nodded. The train made sense, Chang pointed out. There are other trains out of Oklahoma City. McCann's sister replied. Peter is convinced Michael was coming home. And at first, the phone's movement north matched that right speed, right direction. But then it powered off because it went out of range. We've seen that before. The last tower is about an hour and a half north of Oklahoma City. After that, there's nothing for miles. It never turned back on. Did Peter tell the police? Of course. What was their take? They said the phone probably drained its battery searching for a signal. Then maybe Michael didn't get to charge it before it was stolen in Chicago. Just because he hasn't shown up at his dad's doesn't mean he isn't back in the city. Or they suggested the phone was stolen earlier in Tulsa or Oklahoma City, and someone else carried it on the bus and train until they gave up and tossed it. Meanwhile, Michael's whereabouts remained uncertain. He might still be in Oklahoma, or perhaps he had ventured somewhere entirely different, like San Francisco. Reacher asked, why San Francisco? McCann's sister explained the city draws a large homeless population. Police often view it as a magnet, assuming people drift there automatically, as if it's still 1967. Reacher pressed, how seriously does Peter consider that idea? She replied, as a possibility, but nothing more than that. So he brought Kever into this. He began the process, starting with online searches. Initially, yes. Reacher was about to ask more about Peter's internet habits when the daughter returned to inform her mother that guests were departing. The two women stepped out to bid farewell, and Reacher listened as the lively chatter outside faded into drawn-out goodbyes, followed by car doors shutting, engines rumbling, and vehicles driving away. Within minutes, the house fell into complete silence. No one returned to the closed study. Reacher and Chang waited alone in the dim light. After another 5 minutes with no sign of anyone, they opened the door and peered into an empty interior hallway. Silver-framed photographs lined the wall, tracing a family's timeline, a couple, then with a baby, an infant, a child, and a teenager, each frame capturing their gradual aging. The air was still devoid of voices or footsteps. Feeling somewhat permitted, or at least less out of place now that the guests had left, they ventured from the study into the hallway. They moved cautiously toward what seemed the heart of the home, where another set of silver frames continued the story. A couple with a college student, then a muddy soccer player holding a trophy, and finally a graduation photo. Passing a home theater room, padded walls, a massive screen, and towering speakers, with 3 reclining chairs equipped with cup holders, a setup Reacher had never seen in a private residence. They emerged into an arched entryway near the living room. Here, the style shifted from adobe to rustic lodge, with a high-peaked ceiling of knotty wood and iron chandeliers fitted with candle-like bulbs. Plush leather sofas draped with folded plaid blankets filled the space. Then a car crunched on the driveway, doors thumped open and closed, footsteps echoed on the stone path, and the front door swung wide. Dr. Evan Lair entered his living room with a heavy tread, spotting Reacher and Chang. "Hey, guys," he said, his tone a blend of welcome and curiosity, friendly yet carrying a hint of impatience, as if wondering why guests remained. His daughter followed, still in her shirt and bikini, and placed a hand on his back. "It's about Cousin Michael," she said. "Mom's been talking with them." She then stepped forward, extended her hand, and introduced herself as Emily. They all exchanged handshakes and congratulations. McCann's sister entered next, brushing her hands lightly. "Sorry for the delay," she said. "We took a slice of cake and some iced tea to the guard at the gate, the least we could do after his busy afternoon." Reacher remarked, "Did you provide him a guest list earlier?" "We had to," she replied. "Then you might have given him only half a slice?" he said with a wry smile. "He let us in without checking it," Evan asked. "Is Michael still missing?" Emily responded, "Dad, you know he is, and Peter is finally searching for him now." "Is that what this is about?" "Uncle Peter has been looking all along," she clarified. Evan shook his head slightly. "Well, he isn't here. Neither of them is here right now," Emily said. Reacher offered an apology for the interruption. "We're sorry to barge in like this." "Please, sit down," Emily insisted. They settled into the seating arrangement, Reacher and Chang taking the corners of one sofa, each with a glass of iced tea resting on a coaster atop a coffee table designed to resemble an antique steamer trunk. Facing them on the opposite sofa sat the Lair family in a row, Evan and Lydia on the ends, with Emily positioned between them, her figure long and lean, her skin a deep golden tan. "Peter managed an impressive feat with the phone company," Reacher remarked. "That sort of data isn't easy to come by." Peter's sister gave a slight shrug. "It's Chicago. It was a friend of a friend in the Union." Given Peter's thorough nature, Reacher continued, he wouldn't have dismissed the possibility of the phone being stolen, whether in Tulsa, Oklahoma City, or Chicago, either before or after the train journey, not outright. But he likely considered it just as probable that something occurred during the trip itself. "On the train?" Emily asked, "or not?" "We actually know that route. It makes one stop before Chicago at a tiny spot called Mother's Rest." There was no visible reaction from McCann's sister. Reacher said, "Mother's Rest is isolated, way out in the middle of nowhere. It's also the last place we know Kever was. My guess is," Peter concluded, "Michael left the train there." That would explain why his phone never reappeared after the dead zone. "I believe he sent Kever to investigate." "Well, that's positive, isn't it?" Evan said. "If he's there, Kever will track him down." Reacher remained silent. McCann's sister spoke up, her tone shifting to one of weary sarcasm. "He hasn't had any luck so far. Peter hasn't received an update in 3 days." Radio silence. "Unless, of course, he's planning to call me any minute now with wonderful news." The thought seemed to make her aware of the hour. She patted her wrist absently before squinting toward the kitchen to read the microwave clock. "It's past supper time in Chicago," she noted. She gestured toward the steamer trunk near Reacher. "Hon, hand me the phone, would you?" The phone lay beside his iced tea. It was bulkier than most models, with a more substantial curved design and a heft that suggested quality materials, a first-generation cordless but well-made. The old adage fit: if it isn't broken, don't fix it. It featured a small transparent window for speed dial labels, with the top slot filled in by a careful hand using elegant pencil script, the 480 area code followed by 7 digits. He passed it over. McCann's sister took it, listened for a moment, and confirmed, "The line's working?" Evan turned back to Reacher. "How large is Mother's Rest?" "Exactly. Extremely small." "Why is it called that?" "No one really knows." "How could it possibly take 3 days to search a place that's extremely small?" "That depends on how meticulous you are. You could spend 3 weeks poking into every corner, opening every door, checking under every bush, which is what's on my mind." It paints a picture of old-fashioned boots-on-the-ground work. The phone traced through a union contact, the railroad schedules, the deduction about whether he stayed on the train or got off, the physical sweep of an actual location. It's all about time and space, steel and iron, shoe leather, and late nights. The tech-savvy crowd would call it hopelessly analog. I suppose sometimes it has to be done that way. But we heard Peter was obsessed with the internet. He called some science journalist in Los Angeles 18 times to discuss it. Was that a separate thread? How does that connect to a place that doesn't even get cell service? McCann's sister replied, "It wasn't separate. It was a parallel investigation. He thought it might be a clue to Michael's whereabouts, that Michael might be communicating with similar people on obscure forums. Perhaps he was traveling somewhere for a specific reason. Maybe there had been online discussions. We held out hope for Mr. Westwood for a while. He might have had the answer, but Peter was relentless, and persistence can turn into a liability, as you said. 18 calls. I tried to warn him about coming on too strong. Did he manage to find those sites anyway?" McCann's sister stood up abruptly. "I'll get more tea." She lifted the pitcher from the steamer trunk, and as she did, its base brushed against the phone, sending the device spinning in a smooth, frictionless circle on the leather surface. Reacher studied the neat handwriting, the numbers turning slowly like a bicycle wheel coming to a stop. Area code 480, followed by 7 more digits, Phoenix, Arizona. "That's where we're headed. We're already on the move. From this moment on, you need to watch your back." He glanced at the half-eaten slice of cake on the table. "Evan, can I ask you something personal?" Dr. Lair reacted the way most men do when put on the spot. He paused, gave a slightly puzzled look, shrugged as if he had nothing to hide, and said, "Go ahead. Do you own a firearm? Is that relevant?" "Just curious." "Actually, yes, I do. Mind if I take a look?" "That's an unusual question." His daughter Emily was sitting cross-legged, half turned toward them, watching the conversation bounce back and forth like a tennis match. Chang was doing the same. Reacher kept his tone casual. "Is it stored in the bedroom?" "It is, yes. You might want to move it to the hallway. Late-night break-ins aren't common, but if one happens, you'll be groggy. Are you right-handed?" "I am." "Then within 6 feet of the front door on the right side would be ideal. In a drawer, a cabinet, or even grips up in a decorative vase on a table that could work." "Are you in security consulting too?" "We like to cover all the bases," Emily chimed in. "He's right, Dad. Keeping it in the bedroom doesn't make sense." Chang added, "Ideally, you'd have multiple firearms secured in different zones: the bedroom, kitchen, living room, entryway, any upstairs area, basement, and garage. But if you only have one," Emily finished the thought, "where's the best place if you only have one?" "Only one," Reacher noted. "Go with the statistics," Chang said. "Most threats come through the front door." "Really?" Lair said, sounding uncertain. "You think I should move it?" "Better check with Mom," Emily suggested. Just then McCann's sister returned with a fresh pitcher of iced tea and another plate of cake. "Check with me about what?" "Whether Dad should move his gun to the hallway?" Why in the world would he do that on the advice of your very logical daughter and 2 security specialists? How did this even come up? Is it important? We can't tell her. Not yet. Reacher kept his voice light. No, just professional curiosity, that's all. Within a minute, the topic faded like a soap bubble, forgotten by everyone except Chang, who shot him a sharp, questioning look. What's really going on? Reacher scratched the bridge of his nose absently, his hand partly covering his mouth as he silently mouthed, "Turn your phone off." McCann's sister noticed. "Everything all right?" Reacher nodded. "Tell us about the websites Michael was using." McCann's sister explained that her brother learned 2 things quickly when he examined his son's computer. First, some software could be rigged so that simply opening the internet history would erase it entirely, unless you knew the precise method, which he didn't. But like many downloaded programs, it wasn't flawless. It had a minor glitch. The first screen remained visible for roughly half a second before vanishing, leaving a blank slate. The second thing he learned was how deceptively short and yet how long half a second could be. A major league fastball could cross the plate and be caught in that time, and with the right focus, a surprising amount of information could be retained. It wasn't about conscious thought, it was about trusting your eyes and memory, an old trick of peripheral vision and afterimage. Better to look slightly away and catch it in your periphery. Except what flashed up made no sense. Just long strings of characters, as if someone had rolled a ball across the top row of a keyboard, utterly random. McCann's sister continued. So Peter, being Peter, he dug into what he was dealing with, which turned out to be the deep web. There wasn't much solid information to find. We had some frightening conversations. We thought we were in control, relatively speaking, but we weren't. There was this entire hidden world we knew nothing about, and it felt 10 times larger than our own. Inside, people were talking. They were doing strange things we couldn't comprehend. It felt like something out of a science fiction film, Reacher asked. Was there a particular issue Westwood was meant to assist with, or was it a more general request? It was very specific, she replied. There's a common belief in certain online circles that the government is developing a search engine that can locate hidden websites. Peter thought Westwood's article suggested it might already be operational. He wants Westwood to either confirm or deny that, and if it's true, help him get access to it. Is that realistic? Honestly, I think the odds are practically zero, but you have to try everything when someone is missing, his son. My nephew, is it possible Peter left out details when he spoke with you? Did his accounts always connect completely? What are you suggesting, for example? You hadn't heard the name Mother's Rest before. No, I hadn't. Did he ever mention anything about 200 fatalities? Emily asked. 200 what? Her mother said no. Reacher said he discussed both of those things with Kever, and Kever went to Mother's Rest. So it was significant, yet he didn't bring it up with you. What happens there? We don't know. Peter's my older brother, and I'm his younger sister. He never forgets that. He never lets me forget it either, not in a bad way, in a protective way. The only reason he would omit details would be to shield me from something upsetting. A silence settled over the room. Chang stood up. She said, I need to use the restroom, and Emily pointed the way. Chang walked off in that direction. Reacher then said, Do you all have dinner plans? McCann's sister said, I haven't thought about it yet. We could go out. Who? All of us. Where? Anywhere you'd like. Right now, my treat. Let me take you out to dinner. Why? Sounds like you've had a long day? Chang reappeared at the living room entrance. She caught Reacher's eye and said, The men's room is right over here if you need it. He said, Okay, I can show you if you'd like. I'm sure I'll find it when necessary. Emily said she wants to talk to you privately. So Reacher got up and joined Chang in the hallway. She said quietly, You think Hackett's associates are on their way? We should have been more careful with the phone. They could have surveillance capabilities nationwide. If so, we just gave up the sister. We provided Westwood with a detailed account. We can't leave them alone here now. Either we get them out, or we provide close protection all night, a full suite of personal security services. I'd prefer to get them out. I already invited them to dinner. The guy at the gate is ineffective. Which way are the bedrooms, the other wing? Back through the living room. You try asking them to dinner. Maybe my invitation seemed odd. It's odd from either of us, we don't know them, and they're in the middle of meticulous wedding preparations. Two strangers suddenly offering to take them out for a meal would make their heads spin. I said anywhere they want. It doesn't have to be fast food. It amounts to the same thing. The location isn't the issue. They heard a car on the driveway, the solid thud of doors opening and closing, footsteps on the gravel path. Most modern vehicles are designed with no more than 4 seats behind conventional doors. Some sedans might fit 5, and some trucks 7. But no serious individual wants to sit cramped over a transmission hump, and nobody is effective, squeezed in the far back of a minivan. So the worst scenario would be 4 arrivals. The best would be 1. The most likely was 2 or 3. Reacher turned immediately and moved across the living room, plotting his path several steps ahead, as direct as possible, aiming to brush past table corners and chair arms, like a timed slalom race down a mountain. The Lair family remained motionless on the sofa, a stunned line of confusion. Lydia, Emily, Evan in their linen shift, shirt and bikini, shorts and loud Hawaiian print, all staring blankly. Reacher gestured for them to stay put as he moved past, then hurried out of the living area into a narrow hall. More silver-framed photos lined the walls, faces he didn't recognize, possibly relatives among them, a gaunt man and a solemn boy who might have been Peter and Michael McCann. He pushed into the bedroom. Some instinct whispered that women usually sleep on the side closest to the bathroom, so he skirted a massive bed heaped with pillows and went to the nightstand. On it sat only an alarm clock and an unopened book. The front door splintered inward. He yanked open the drawer, reading glasses, pain relievers, tissues, and a Colt Python with a 6-inch barrel. Its walnut grips were lacquered to a high gloss, the blued steel frame substantial, the cylinder loaded with hefty .357 Magnum rounds. An impressive piece for the dark smart in its simplicity, no safety to fumble with, no jams to worry about, yet foolish in other ways. It weighed close to 3 pounds, too heavy to raise quickly when startled from sleep, and the recoil could easily slam a drowsy arm straight through the headboard. Reacher lifted it, checked the cylinder, fully loaded, 6 shots, boots thudded in the hallway now inside the front door, 2 individuals shifting 6 feet to the right. A third, if there was one, would be circling the back along the decorative path, past the landscaping between the solar lights through the gate. Come on in, he thought, no extra ammunition in the drawer, just 6 rounds. He stepped back to the bedroom doorway, listening. The boots kept moving. Then he edged out, past the silver frames again, sidling along the wall. The Python extended focus sharp on the front sight, while the rest of the room softened into a haze of dim shadows. The house shuddered against the harsh sun. He paused at the living room entrance to his left. The Lairs were still on the sofa, but beginning to stir, shock melting into fear. Emily's expression shifted toward outrage. She was about to surge forward, while her parents seemed ready to shrink back. To his right was the sofa he and Chang had used earlier. Beyond it, a partial view of the doorway revealed the tense silhouette of a shoulder outlined against the outside light, pumped and ready. Through the sliding glass door on his left, he spotted a man in the backyard moving clear of the stacked wedding gifts. Black t-shirt, black pants, and a Ruger P85 fitted with a suppressor carried casually at his side. They were certainly dressed for the occasion. Where was Chang? Firing blind with a .357 was out of the question. Too many shadows, too much glare, too many unpredictable ricochets. A round could skip off bone, pierce multiple walls, even exit the building and shatter a window down the street. He needed to know her position. Emily drew a sharp breath, poised to erupt into yelling, a primal territorial response fueled by righteous indignation. This was her special week, after all. Who did these intruders think they were? Evan, ever the calm and rational man, trained in science and evidence, was running every circuit but couldn't make sense of the scene, leaving his body stalled, awaiting a final decision. Lydia shrank back into the corner. the roles of wife, mother, sister, and aunt seeming to fall away as she retreated inward. Reacher watched, thinking she was folding into a core version of herself, the tougher McCann strain forged in a place where the sound of splintering wood and a heavy step never meant anything good. Then the man from the yard slid the door open and stepped inside, and in a flash, the entire tactical sequence lit up in Reacher's mind with glaring clarity. The pivot left, around into the center mass of the yard guy, less risk of a through and through than a headshot, safer for the wooden fences in the neighborhood behind them, but almost guaranteeing the Lair family would be spattered with a thick pink mist from behind. Not ideal, especially during a week already steeped in stress, though on second thought, the week was pretty much wrecked from this point forward anyway, given that the unfolding scenario would leave a dead man sliding to the floor of their home. Meanwhile, the python would snap right for 2 rounds toward the silhouette at the shoulder, shots that might hit or miss, but would buy a second to scramble around the sofa and seize the dead man's Ruger. 3 rounds spent 15 gained, but Reacher made none of those moves because by then he knew where Chang was. She was being forced into view from the front entry, struggling, 2 men gripping her, her arms pinned behind her, a hand clamped over her mouth, a gun pressed to her temple, another Ruger, another suppressor, awkward and unbalanced in that role due to its length, but undoubtedly effective. Reacher quietly set the python on the floor behind him, in the shadows near the hallway baseboard beneath the last of the silver-framed photographs. Then he stepped into the living room. The yard guy moved along a shallow curve, while the 2 from the door entered and took positions on the same wide arc. Chang was shoved forward, stumbling all the way to the Lair's sofa, where she caught her balance, turned, and perched on the edge. Reacher sat slowly on the sofa arm, aiming for casual, wanting to seem less threatening, to anchor himself at that end of the room. A standing man gets ordered to sit, and often told where, but a seated one is usually left in place. Evan settled beside him, then Emily leaning back, Chang forward and breathing hard, and Lydia withdrawn again. What had felt spacious for 3 was now crowded with 5. They formed a single unified target. 3 Rugers were trained on them, spread wide like a field of fire diagram from an old infantry manual. 3 Rugers, 3 men. Black clothing, shorn hair, pale skin. They were big and heavy, yet somehow gaunt with tight cheekbones. Hard times were etched in their DNA from not so long ago, from Europe perhaps. Somewhere far in the marshy east, where every man had been pitted against his neighbor for 1,000 years. They stood rock steady, first calming themselves and taking stock, then wrestling with something new. Normally, Reacher might have thought they looked competent, but right then he sensed they weren't, not fully, not anymore. They were improvising, or getting ready to, or at least weighing the possibility as if their own plan had hit a fork in the road. Options stretched left and right. Freedom of choice, always a dangerous thing. They didn't move, didn't speak. There was maybe the ghost of a smile. Then the man in the middle said, "We were told we would find a man and a woman talking to another woman." His English was good, close to a regular American accent, but carried the dull, heavy undertones of a Slavic past. The atmosphere was thick with tension, the kind you'd expect from a grim Eastern European thriller. The man in the room had the weary, burdened look of someone whose life was nothing but a series of setbacks. His question hung in the air, unanswered. "Yet here we find 2 men and 3 women," he continued, his voice flat. "One appears to be of Chinese descent. It's all rather perplexing. So I'll ask again, which of you has been communicating with whom?" Chang's reply was sharp. "I'm an American citizen, not Chinese, and we've all been talking to everyone. A full round-table discussion. Now it's your turn. Who are you, and what is your purpose here?" "One of you is a sister to someone," the man stated, ignoring the question. Silence met his words. He pressed on. "We don't know if that someone is Chinese. That detail would have been useful, I suppose." More silence. "Which one of you is the sister?" "Not me," Reacher said, his tone low. "You got a sister, smart guy? Maybe you should give me her address. If I had one, I would save me the trouble of dealing with you personally." The man's gaze shifted to the other end of the sofa, where the 3 women sat. "Which of you is the sister?" he asked them. No one spoke. "Which of you is the woman who spoke to the sister?" Still nothing. He looked back the other way. "And which of you is the man who spoke to the sister?" The quiet was absolute. The man sighed, as if explaining a simple concept to a child. "There are too many combinations. It's like a logic puzzle from a math competition. How many socks do you need to pull from a drawer to guarantee a matching pair? Here, one answer is glaringly obvious, even to the slowest student. We could kill all of you. That would guarantee the correct result. That would be a sufficiently large number of socks, but it would be 5 deaths for a price negotiated for 3, and that price was settled in advance. You count your change before you leave the store. No renegotiations after the fact. Those are the rules set by the man in charge." The room stayed quiet. The man focused on Evan. "What is your profession?" Evan stammered, tried again, and finally managed, "I'm a physician." "Do you provide your services for free?" "No, I suppose I don't. A foolish question, right? Doctors working without pay? Some do provide pro bono care. But not you, correct?" "No, I guess not." "Do you believe I should work for free?" Even inhaled, exhaled, visibly struggling. The man said, "Doctor, it's straightforward. I'm not asking for a diagnosis. Do you think I should work for free when you do not? Does my opinion matter? I want us all to be in agreement. I want consensus. A person deserves compensation for their labor. I need your support on this principle." "All right. A person should be paid for what?" "For their work." "Should they receive more for 5 tasks than for 3? I suppose they should. But how can they, when the fee was fixed beforehand? You can't squeeze more from a dry stone. That's unfortunate for us, but fortunate for you. We will only perform the work we've been paid to do. No complimentary extras. You have a chance of making it through this." In the back of his mind, Reacher's instincts instantly calculated a 40% survival chance if the selection was arbitrary. But why would it be arbitrary? Their assignment was for 1 man and 2 women. That improved Evan's odds to 50-50, while Chang's fell from 40 to 33%. The man said, "Naturally, the flaw is we might leave the incorrect 2 alive. That would be an unacceptable error. I'm sure you have your own professional standards. The problem requires a different solution. We need to think creatively. We need to find a way to secure additional payment. Assist me with this," Evan said. "There's no cash in this house, doctor. I'm not asking a man to finance his own demise. That would be excessively cruel. I'm asking you to think creatively. What element in our current predicament could offer some form of compensation for me and my associates?" Evan said nothing. "Be inventive, doctor. Relax. Think beyond the obvious. If not currency, then what?" There was no reply. The man looked at Emily and said, "What's your name, sweetheart?" Evan said no. The man's eyes moved to Chang, her as well. Emily clutched her shirt closed, drew her knees up, and pushed herself back against the sofa cushions. Evan shifted to place himself directly in front of her. The man in the center locked eyes with him and spoke, his voice low. "Cooperate, and you get the first bullet, cause trouble, and we'll keep you breathing to watch what happens next." The 3 of them were spread out along a shallow arc like infielders waiting for a play. Only this wasn't a baseball diamond. It was a living room, large but enclosed. The man on the right, what you might call first base, stood about 7 feet from Reacher. The one far left at third was a good 15 feet back. The spokesman, positioned like a second baseman, stood directly between them, maybe 12 feet out, blocking the path to the front door. 3 armed men. The district attorney would later label them home invaders. The story breaking on the evening news: a violent incident in an upscale gated community. Police reports would term them perpetrators. Their attorneys would refer to them as clients. Politicians would decry them as societal scum. Academics might debate their backgrounds and motivations. Reacher's old unit would have had a simpler, more final assessment. The talker shifted his weight. "Enough stalling. Let's move." Emily was curled tightly against the back of the sofa, buried in a wool blanket, her arms wrapped around her knees. She looked small, diminished by fear. Chang hadn't budged either, planted firmly with her hands flat on the cushions, her legs extended and her shoes digging into the rug as if bracing for impact. The central man's patience was thinning. "I'm not asking again." Reacher let out a slow breath and raised a hand, palm out. He rose carefully, turning partly away from the guns and partly toward the sofa. His voice was unnervingly calm. "Emily, it's time. They've got you either way. Make it easier on yourself." She stared, uncomprehending. What? In one motion, he reached past Evan, seized the girl's wrist, and hauled her to her feet. Instantly, the room erupted. Evan lunged, Chang rose, McCann's sister joined in, a sudden, breathless tangle of bodies surging upright between the sofas, swaying and bumping in desperate panic. This was the critical moment. The smart tactical move for the gunman would have been to open fire immediately to control the chaos unfolding before them, but they were too committed to their own grim script, too captivated by the cruel spectacle they had planned. The thought of damaging their intended prizes, the young women in their midst, was unthinkable this soon. They wanted fear, awareness, reaction. They wanted the scene to play out, so they didn't shoot. They didn't think it through. So far, so good. Reacher pushed Evan aside, nudged Chang the other way, and wrenched Emily free from the cluster. He spun her around, ignoring her frantic elbows and knees, and shoved her firmly toward the hallway lined with silver-framed photos. "The bedrooms are back there," he said. Even scrambled after his daughter, McCann's sister close behind, and Chang followed in the rush. The first gunman, his expression tightening with sudden unease, moved to follow. The spokesman and the third man pressed in from behind. The whole group, 8 people now, funneling clumsily into the narrow, dim passageway, a stumbling procession driven by momentum and dread. Reacher dropped into the crowd and snatched up the python, using both hands to keep it from sliding on the slick floor. He settled the grip firmly in his palm, a solid, familiar weight, and slid his finger inside the guard, resting it against the trigger. With his left hand, he pressed down on Lydia Lair's head, buckling her knees and forcing her to the ground. He raised the 3-pound revolver, aimed past Chang's shoulder, and fired at the center of the first man's face. Several factors determine a handgun's accuracy: bullet velocity, barrel length, the spin from the rifling, but at a distance of 7 feet, none of it really mattered. A slight drift left or right was irrelevant. The human face is a large target, especially up close. The magnum round punched straight through as expected. 20 feet behind the man's head, the wall erupted into a crater the size of a punch bowl. A grotesque instant later, the contents of his skull arrived to fill it with a wet, slapping sound, a mess of red and gray. The man dropped straight down as if the floor had vanished beneath him. Reacher pivoted slightly left from the waist, shoulders set, already searching for the third man, the one farthest away. Some instinct warned that this guy had a clearer line for return fire. He wasn't drooling like the second man, maybe less distracted by the promised spectacle, and therefore more likely to start shooting, even if it meant damaging the merchandise. Reacher squeezed the trigger. He felt the internal mechanism turn, gears, cams, levers, smooth and effortless. The shot felt deliberate in his mind, a measured follow-up, but in reality it was nearly a double tap. Bang, shift, bang. A craftsman at work using the gifts he was born with. The bullet passed through the man's upper lip and out the base of his skull, shattering a sliding glass door and exploding a stack of wedding gifts on a patio table outside. Shreds of white and silver wrapping paper fluttered up like early confetti. Broken glass cascaded down, falling at the same speed as the third man's body, both obeying gravity's pull. Reacher caught only a glimpse of their synchronized descent before he whipped to the right, hunting for the second man. Now the race was truly on, and Reacher was behind. One guy was nothing, 2 guys were manageable, but a third? That's when things got tricky. Hearing his buddies go down tended to focus a man's attention. Worse, it gave him time to wake up, to react, to finally think, "Oh, right, I'm holding a gun." He'd bring it up slower than usual, awkward with the fat suppressor making the weapon longer and heavier than his muscles remembered, all of which helped Reacher, Because the guy's arc of fire was much shorter than the one Reacher needed to complete, he was almost there. Just inches from alignment. Game nearly over, but Reacher kept moving, his motion feeling hopelessly slow, as if pushing his hand through cold molasses, his left eye fixed on the python's front sight, his right on the elliptical dark hole at the end of the suppressor tube. It was only slightly off-center now, an inch from perfect aim. The python itself was still a foot away from where it needed to be. Reacher brought the heavy revolver down in a sharp backhanded arc, sacrificing precision for sheer velocity. The man's broad shoulders made the largest target, and in that split second, aiming was a luxury Reacher couldn't afford. The python's double-action mechanism meant the trigger did all the work, cocking the hammer, spinning the cylinder, and finally releasing it in one fluid motion. He initiated the pull early, feeling the intricate mechanics engage as the gun was still sweeping downward. He relied on instinct, momentum, and a desperate unspoken hope, a wing and a prayer, really. It worked. The man didn't return fire. Instead, a substantial piece of his neck vanished, a wound grimly large enough to feed a family, a clean, unassisted triple play, baseball immortality. The bullet tore through a powder room wall and shattered a hallway lamp in a spray of glass. The man collapsed, but Reacher heard nothing over the Magnum's thunderous roar, a temporary ringing deafness, the weapon's brutal downside indoors. The others seemed frozen, caught in a strobe light shock. McCann's sister was on her knees, her scream silent to Reacher's ears. Emily was pressed against the hallway baseboard, understandably terrified. 3 Magnum rounds inside a house were like a series of stun grenades. As the ringing in his ears dulled to a hiss, movement returned. Chang went to Emily. Evan helped his wife up, then peered into the living room before turning back, shaking his head firmly. "We can't go in there," he repeated, not from personal squeamishness. He was a doctor, after all, but likely to spare his family the grim sight. Though, Reacher mused, they'd probably been in a butcher's shop. Then again, 3 bodies was a lot of dead meat. Or maybe Evan was worried about contaminating a crime scene. Too much television. The Lair family sat huddled on the bed, seeming smaller, their eyes wide, breathing hard as they fought to hold themselves together. Chang paced the room. Reacher wiped down the old Colt and set it on Evan Lair's nightstand. "We should call the police," Evan said. "We have a legal responsibility." "Yes, sir," Chang agreed. "That would be my advice. You need to get out in front of this," McCann's sister whispered. "Peter's dead, isn't he?" No one answered. "They got him, and now they came for me," she continued, her voice breaking. "Because they think I know what he knew. Everyone thinks that. That's what you think, too." Chang replied calmly, "We have no proof or first-hand evidence about Peter. It would be improper for us to say anything. And Michael must be told first in any case. I expect he's dead, too. We have no information." A heavy silence filled the room then. Evan asked, "What are we going to do about what?" Reacher said. "We have dead people in our house." "They won't come out smelling of roses," Reacher said, a dry, almost sarcastic edge entering his tone. "It'll be ruled a righteous shooting. A home invasion, silenced weapons, threats. We're not going to jail. We'll probably get a pat on the head. Frankly, I'd rather skip the ceremony. Act like I was never here. You take the credit, handle the gun again, get your prints all over it. They'll probably give you a free year at the country club. You'll get new patients. The badass doc, are you serious? I don't care how it turns out. They'll never find me. But I would appreciate a head start. Miss Chang and I have work to do. It would help if you sat tight for about 30 minutes before dialing 911. Tell them any story you like. Say you were in shock, hence the delay. 30 minutes, Evan repeated. Shock can last that long. Good. But when you tell the story, Reacher added, say only 2 of them had guns. Why? Because I'm taking one with me, and some officers can manage that math. All right, 30 minutes, 2 firearms if possible. I'm not comfortable with uniforms. Reacher turned to Emily. "Ma'am, I'm truly sorry your important week was disrupted," Emily replied. "I owe you my gratitude. Don't mention it." He moved toward the exit, following Chang, who paused to embrace McCann's sister. In response to the woman's silent questions, Chang said softly, "You have my deepest condolences." Then they shut the door and moved down the hallway, past the framed photographs into the living room. Their first stop was the man near first base, but he had fallen at a contorted angle. His suppressor lay in the spreading crimson pool from his ruined head, and since suppressors contain internal wadding or delicate baffles that would seep blood indefinitely, they moved on. The third baseman was out of the way, so Chang crouched by the second base guy, the one who had done all the talking, and retrieved his Ruger, white collar or not. Then she froze. "Reacher," she whispered, "this one's still breathing?" Reacher knelt beside the prone figure. Chang dropped down next to him. The man was on his back, limbs splayed awkwardly, unconscious or in severe shock, perhaps comatose. A significant portion of his neck was gone. The air carried scents of unwashed fabric, perspiration, and the metallic tang of blood, the smell of impending death. Yet a faint breath stirred, and a weak pulse fluttered. "How is this even possible?" Reacher murmured. A chunk the size of a T-bone steak flew out of him. "Clearly not a critical piece," Chang whispered in return. "What do you want to do?" "I'm not sure. We can't call an ambulance. They'd bring police with them. They always do for gunshot wounds. We'd lose our head start. But on the other hand, this guy is in bad shape. He needs a trauma surgeon, fast. Evan is a doctor. But what kind? He'd take one look and call the ambulance himself. Immediately. And then he'd call the police too. He's already uneasy about the 30 minutes. We could just walk out and leave him here. Who would know? That's too hard on Evan, potentially. This guy might hold on for 30 minutes. Then the story gets out. Evan would be the doctor who ignored a dying man to hide in his bedroom. Reacher placed his fingertips high on the man's neck, on the unblemished skin above the wound, behind the ears near the jaw hinges. He held them there. Chang asked, "What are you doing?" "Compressing the arteries that supply his brain." "You can't do that." "What?" "It was fine to kill him the first time, but not now. It feels wrong. It felt right the first time when he was scum about to assault you at gunpoint. Did he transform? Did he suddenly become some kind of saint we should rush to the hospital? When did that happen? How long will this take? Not long. He wasn't in great shape to begin with. This is so wrong. We're doing him a favor, like a horse with a broken leg. No one could fix this neck." Her phone rang, sharp and insistent. She fumbled it out, hunched away, and answered. After a hushed conversation, she ended the call. Reacher asked, "Who was it?" "Westwood has landed at Sky Harbor. Good to know." I told him we'd call back. Probably for the best. The family would have heard the phone. They'll know we're still here. They'll assume it's one of these guys in a pocket. They'll ignore it. "Is he gone yet?" "Almost. It's peaceful, like drifting off." Then Reacher sat back, checked for a pulse, and found none. "Let's go," he said. Their car was parked at the curb about 100 yards away, in the closest spot available when they arrived. Now, with other vehicles gone, it sat isolated. Chang took the wheel. She executed a U-turn across the empty street and headed back the way they had come. The subdivision was silent, stunned by the oppressive heat. The air shimmered, a haze of blue and gold like liquid light. The gatehouse stood with both barriers raised, offering an unimpeded exit. Both red and white striped gate arms stood upright, like a plump holiday turkey trussed and ready for the oven. The entrance was clear, open in both directions. No guard visible behind the glass of the booth. Chang brought the car to a halt. "Take a look," she said. The asphalt radiated heat through Reacher's soles, intense enough to cook on. The drone of flies reached him from several yards off. The booth's sliding window was open, the spot where a guard would lean out to offer a pleasantry about having a nice day. The air conditioner inside was straining against the desert heat. The guard himself was on the floor, his legs tangled with the stool. He wore a short-sleeved shirt, his arms blotchy, his eyes open. 2 gunshot wounds, one to the chest, one to the head. Flies swarmed over the spilled blood, a shimmering blue-green mass already laying eggs. Reacher returned to the car. "The old man," he said. "He won't be getting any older now. That makes me feel a little less conflicted about helping him along, Chang replied. It makes me wish I'd found a butter knife in that kitchen and taken his head off with it. Chang drove them through the gate, turning at random. No sirens wailed in the distance. No signs of alarm, just the endless sun-baked flow of Phoenix traffic, 3 gleaming lanes moving like a sluggish river.
Where to? She asked.
Let's find some coffee, Reacher said, and there's a call you need to make. They stopped at a strip mall in Paradise Valley. A national coffee chain was wedged between a shop selling tooled leather belts with silver conchos and another hawking ornate china plates. Chang ordered an iced coffee. Reacher took his hot. They settled at a tacky table in the back. Reacher said, "Tell Westwood to pick a hotel, somewhere that works for him and his wallet. Tell him we'll meet him there in 2 hours." Why 2 hours? You have a Phoenix field office, right? Naturally, plenty of retired bureau folks in Phoenix. We need some local insight about the crew at the house, about their boss, who was also Hackett's boss, a contractor providing security services probably for a whole roster of clients, the modern service economy in action. On the phone, he sounded like a big guy to me, and then the talkative one at the house called him the fat man. You catch that? He was whining about not getting paid and not being able to renegotiate, said those were the fat man's rules, so we need a name. An Eastern European crime figure operating in the Phoenix area running local Eastern European muscle and guys like Hackett elsewhere. Someone plausibly described as fat behind his back, most likely. Known addresses would be useful, too. Why I want to pay him a visit. Why for Emily, for McCann's sister, for the guard in the booth, and because my back aches and I've got a headache now, some operations just need to be shut down. Chang gave a slow nod, and shutting them down can have its side benefits.
Exactly. Mother's Rest will be left unprotected. We'd be voiding its security contract by cutting off the head before we ever go back there. Is that the sort of detail your local contact would have? I would, if someone called me asking about Seattle.
She took out her phone, first calling Westwood about the hotel, then scrolling through her contacts for the local number. Some spare bedroom nearby, no doubt, in Mesa or Glendale or Sun City. Outfitted with matching bookshelves and filing cabinets, a desk, a dresser, a computer, a phone, a fax machine, a printer. The necessary investments for a second career. We have offices everywhere. Reacher pushed back from the table and headed for the restroom. He checked himself in the mirror for any blood, his or otherwise, or other evidence of chaos, always a smart precaution. He once collared a guy who had his victim's tooth lodged in his hair, front and center, like some bizarre blonde bead from a beachside boutique. He then scrubbed his hands, wrists, and forearms meticulously with soap, washing away the gunshot residue. Also just good sense. Why hand anyone an easy win back at the table? Chang provided the details. He's Ukrainian, and his name is Murchenko, Reacher asked. Is he a big guy? From what I hear, he's absolutely colossal. Do we have a location for his operations? He runs a private club just south of the airport. What about security? That's still unclear. Can we get inside? It's strictly members only. We could always apply for work, Reacher suggested. I could handle bouncing. What would that leave for me? That depends on the kind of club it is. I think we can both imagine. Fits my style just fine, Reacher said. We should go take a look at the place. Right now, daylight will give us a clearer picture. The area south of the airport wasn't entirely desolate, but it felt more exposed and flashy compared to what they had passed earlier. Murchenko's club was a massive metal structure, roughly the square footage of a major sports arena, occupying an entire city block from sidewalk to sidewalk. The walls were painted a vivid pink, softened in appearance by hundreds of oversized foil balloons, also pink, some shaped like hearts and others like lips, all somehow attached to the exterior. Woven among them were extensive neon tubes, currently washed out to a pale gray by the afternoon sun, but undoubtedly glowing pink after dark. What other color would they possibly use? The entrance featured a pink door under a matching plastic awning, with the establishment's name displayed simply as pink. Chang asked, should we chance driving around the block? It's still early, Reacher replied. Should be safe enough. She turned left off the frontage road and drove slowly down the right side. The scale was just as immense, the pink just as relentless, the lips and hearts just as prevalent. Reacher mused that the balloon shapes were probably a drunk-friendly feature, better to sway against a soft heart than into oncoming traffic. They soon realized the building didn't cover the entire depth of the block. While it stretched from side to side, it left a substantial rear section open as a delivery yard, which made practical sense. A club that size would require a constant flow of supplies, like a cruise ship, and would generate mountains of trash needing regular collection. The yard was enclosed by a heavy-duty hurricane fence interwoven with pink screening to block the view and topped with loose coils of razor wire to deter climbers. Two 10-foot sections were hinged to swing inward, clearly to accommodate truck traffic for deliveries and waste removal. One of these gates stood slightly ajar. "Stop here," Reacher said. Chang braked, then reversed discreetly for a better angle. She whispered, "You won't believe this." Just inside the gate stood a row of industrial-sized trash containers. Beyond them, outside a kitchen door, an area of concrete had been covered with artificial green turf, bordered by a token white picket fence, and furnished with a white metal garden bench and a large canvas sun umbrella, evidently a designated smoking spot for staff. On that bench sat an enormous man, puffing on a thick cigar while speaking to a Hispanic man in a tank top and do-rag, who stood rigidly at attention, his eyes fixed on a point just above the seated man's head. But fat was far too modest a word for the spectacle. This man wasn't merely plump or overweight. He was a geological formation. He loomed over the bench, his sheer mass making the furniture look like a toy. He wore a long gray caftan, and his knees were forced wide apart by the monumental swell of his belly. He perched precariously on the very edge of the seat because his stomach prevented him from folding into a normal sitting position. His body lacked any familiar contours, resembling instead a vast, undifferentiated triangle of flesh with breasts the size of deflated basketballs and other mysterious bulges comparable to overstuffed pillows. His arms lay along the bench's back, heavy rolls of fat hanging from his dimpled elbows. In every sense, he was colossal, exactly the word Chang's contact had used. His head appeared almost comically small in proportion to the mountainous rest of him. The man's face was flushed and glistening under the sun, his eyes narrow and recessed, partly from squinting and partly because his skin seemed stretched taut, as if someone had inflated his head with a tire pump. His hair was cropped close, identical to the style worn by the men at McCann's sister's place, Chang observed. He could be a relative. Maybe it runs in the family. He carries himself like he's in charge, Reacher noted. Look at how he's laying into that other man. No drama, just a relentless, quiet stream of words, probably more cutting that way. The man in the do-rag stood stiffly, staring into space, enduring the verbal assault. Chang cautioned, "We need to be sure. Murchenko might have lieutenants. This could be a cousin handling internal discipline." "Did your source mention any family?" Reacher asked. She didn't specify. "Can you check?" Chang made the call. Reacher kept his eyes on the large man, who showed no sign of moving, still engrossed in his monologue. After a brief conversation, Chang hung up. "No known family members on record." "He still looks like the boss," Reacher insisted. "But where's the security?" "No guys with earpieces, not even one at the gate, a crime boss out in the open like this. We're sitting right here, and no one's bothered us." "Maybe it's sheer arrogance," Chang suggested, "or he thinks we're already dealt with. He could be the top predator here with no one left to challenge him, if he's the right guy. We shouldn't jump to conclusions. I wish we could. I could take a shot from here. Seriously, figure of speech, not with a pistol. To be sure, I'd need to be much closer. Inside the property? That'd be ideal. Maybe there are guards just out of sight. Could be. But these types usually like a visible show of force, or they prefer to stay hidden, so maybe he isn't our guy. He sure acts like he is. A large man laying down the law. We have to be certain. We'll never be completely certain unless I ask for his ID, and I don't see any pockets in that outfit. It's a caftan or a muumuu. What's a muumuu? What he's wearing? We need to know. This could be the jackpot. He's right there. Which is exactly why it feels too easy, too good to be true. Could be confidence, like you said, or routine. Maybe his security is indoors. Maybe they're used to him stepping out for a smoke this early, thinking no one's around. Or maybe he prefers to handle these talks privately. How long will he stay out there? It's a big cigar, but he might nurse it. We'll never get a better opportunity, and it won't last much longer. But we have to be sure. Reacher fell silent. The large man continued talking, his gestures growing more emphatic, his head jabbed with each point, making the flesh on his neck wobble, while the rest of his body remained oddly still, as if unaccustomed to motion. I think he's wrapping up, Reacher said. Reaching a conclusion, our time is running out. We need to decide. Chang didn't answer at first. Then she said, "Hold on." She lifted her phone and Reacher saw the screen display a shaky image, the sidewalk, the pink fence, the open gate, then the trash bins, the artificial plants, and the large man. She tapped the screen, the shutter sound clicked, and she swiftly swiped, typed, and sent the image. I'm sending the photo to my contact for visual confirmation. She better hurry, Reacher said. This won't last. The large man kept talking, jabbing, jiggling. The man in the do-rag kept taking it, a statue of strained patience. The heavy man's hands began to fumble at the edge of the bench, perhaps initiating some elaborate ritual to hoist himself upright. Reacher murmured, "He's about to move." With a dismissive flick, the man tossed his cigar aside. At the same time, Chang's phone chimed. She glanced at the screen and let out a frustrated sigh. You won't believe this. She's asking for a tighter shot. A close-up. Are we filming a courtroom drama? Reacher asked. She lifted her phone again, spreading her fingers to zoom the lens as far as it would go. She centered the large man in the frame, held it steady, and captured the image. Reacher twisted in his seat to retrieve the Ruger from the floor behind him, a simple precaution. He heard the soft swoosh of her sending the file. Keeping the weapon low, he slid it between the seats and onto his lap. It was a straightforward, reliable piece, the kind of unremarkable workhorse you'd expect, much like the rented Chevy they were in. The suppressor was an add-on fitted with a custom bracket. The magazine was shy 2 rounds, thanks to the old man in the booth, 1 to the chest, 1 to the head. Have a nice day, indeed. Reacher waited. Then the heavy man shifted his weight forward, employing what was clearly a practiced maneuver. He seemed poised to lever his body straight like a board, then either walk himself up with his hands or push off and hope momentum carried him. Neither looked easy, but he must have managed it before. A man doesn't stay in one place forever. Our window is closing, Reacher said. But then the Hispanic man spoke up. His words were likely an earnest plea, apologetic and full of promises to do better, probably brief and respectful, yet something in it sparked a reaction. The heavy man, with a great deal of uncoordinated wobbling, settled back down and launched into a fresh tirade. Chang's phone chimed again. She checked it and said, voice flat, "Confirmation is in. That's Merchenko, 100%. She nudged the car 20 yards down the street, executed a tight U-turn from sidewalk to sidewalk, and crept back. She halted at the curb just short of where the open gate would offer a first clear line of sight. This placed Reacher roughly 60 feet from his target, 20 to the gate, another 40 across the yard. A simple right-hand turn. He pushed the door open and stepped out. Concealing a silenced pistol of that size was impractical, so he carried it openly at his side, its length stark against his leg from thigh to calf, a clear and unmistakable statement. The potential for quiet was worth the exposure, he reasoned, especially in the heart of a major American city in broad daylight. 6 paces along the sidewalk, then he turned into the yard. No guards lingered behind the gate. Ahead lay the dumpsters, then the manicured garden, and finally the heavy man still holding forth. He hadn't looked up, not yet. The Hispanic man remained at attention, chin raised, enduring the lecture. Reacher continued his brisk, deliberate walk, his heels loud on the concrete. The noise alone should have drawn attention, But the heavy man was still talking, his voice now audible, the same dull, scornful tones from the phone call, demeaning and belittling. His head jerked above the thick folds of his neck. Then he stopped. He turned his head, his body remaining still, and his jaw went slack. Reacher stepped over the token picket fence onto the overly bright grass, raised the gun, and took one more step forward. In the kind of stories told for dramatic effect, there's always a moment of terse dialogue. The villain must be told why he's dying, as if listing the names of the wronged. Emily Lair, Peter, and Lydia McCann, the gate guard's grandchildren, could somehow summon their spirits for closure, and the villain must be given a chance to either show remorse or sneer in defiance, either response setting the stage for the hero's perfect retort. But those are just stories. This was something else entirely. Reacher remained silent and fired 2 quick shots into the fat man's head, a crisp double tap, pop, pop, then kept his eyes fixed on the kitchen door. It didn't budge. Out in the open, the suppressor did its job well enough. Turning back, Reacher stepped over the low fence. Behind him, the Hispanic man muttered, "Gracias, hombre." A faint smile touched Reacher's lips. For that guy, it must have felt like a prayer answered word for word. Every minute he'd probably been pleading, "Dear Lord, send someone to put a bullet in this bastard's head right now," a straight-up miracle. He'd probably show up for Mass on Sunday feeling like he'd won the lottery. Reacher moved through the yard at the same brisk, unhurried pace, wiping the gun clean against his shirt before dropping it into the first trash bin he passed. He continued out the gate, and as soon as Chang spotted him, she nudged the car forward. He slid inside and they drove off. Westwood had picked a swanky spot near Scottsdale, and with the afternoon crawl, traffic was heavy. Dusk was settling by the time they arrived. They found him in the bar, looking just as they remembered, messy hair, scruffy beard, paper-thin clothes dotted with zippers, that giant satchel resting by his feet. He was flipping through a book about marijuana. Maybe his next deep dive after wheat. Chang settled in to walk him through the play-by-play so far, while Reacher slipped away to scrub more gunshot residue from his hands. When he returned, Westwood looked up and asked, "Do you believe journalists have ethics?" "I imagine it varies," Reacher said. "You'd better hope I'm not one of the ethical ones, because from what Miss Chang just described, a reasonable person might conclude you committed 4 homicides today. One of them twice," Reacher replied. "Not a joke. Feel free to walk away any time. They're your book rights, not mine. Someone else can always piece the story together after the fact." "Is there even a story?" Only 3 parts we're unsure about, which are the beginning, the middle, and the end. Westwood fell quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "I've heard the name Merchenko before. Back when I was researching that deep web piece, rumor was he offered a menu of services, guaranteed invisibility for websites, plus problem solving if things got messy. Like a subscription model, the Ukrainians got into online stuff early. I never wrote about him because nothing was proven. Legal wouldn't clear it." "How many clients did Merchenko have?" "Word was about 10. Boutique operation." "That guy wasn't boutique. He wouldn't know boutique if it kicked him in his fat ankle. He ran a strip club bigger than Dodger Stadium, pink and covered in balloons. He was all about excess. He liked scale. 10 is what I heard. Then the scale must have come from revenue. Those 10 clients must have been pulling in a fortune. Possible," Westwood conceded. "The deep web could be 500 times larger than the surface web. Most of it probably doesn't turn a profit, but in a universe that vast, it wouldn't need to, not to generate serious money overall." Chang cut in, "Has the government built a search engine that can see into the deep web?" "No," Westwood said. "That's what McCann was calling about then. He was asking the wrong question or the right one the wrong way." My ears shut off as soon as a caller starts going on about the government. It's like a litmus test for common sense. I mean, who builds search engines? Software writers, coders, a project that tough needs the best coders, and the best coders are rock stars these days. They've got agents and managers, they command serious cash. The government can't afford them. The alternative is hungry young talent, rock stars in the making. But the government doesn't hire them either. Too far outside the usual playbook. "Those kids are strange," Westwood remarked. What would have been the proper way to phrase the question? He should have been looking toward Silicon Valley, not the government. Has anyone in Silicon Valley actually built a search engine that can access the deep web? No, Westwood answered. McCann seemed to think your article contained a clue. I questioned what the real incentive would be for a major player like Google. It isn't clear. Sure, it might assist law enforcement, but there's no profit in it. By its very nature, the deep web avoids commercial attention. If those users wanted ads and visibility, they'd simply operate on the surface web right now. The truth is, they actively reject it. They're refusing to become customers, and they always will. A more powerful search engine would only push them further underground, that's it. It would spark an endless arms race with zero financial return, so why would anyone bother? McCann called you 18 times. The hint must have seemed promising. I mentioned that someone else would tackle it. He probably assumed I meant the government, but I didn't. Giants like Google weren't always giants. They started as two kids in a garage or a dorm room. Some aimed for billions from the start, but others didn't. Some just became obsessed with solving a fascinating puzzle that later turned out to be worth a fortune. It's a personality trait. It's about the chase, not the prize. It's a compulsion. Who knows where it will pop up next? Are you suggesting some college student in a dorm has already built a search engine that can see the deep web? Not exactly, Westwood said. Not a student, not a dorm, and not exactly built. Like I said, it's a compulsion. They can't even explain it themselves. Sooner or later, a problem grabs them and they have to conquer it. They refuse to lose, but most of the time, there's no commercial use, so they take a regular job and it becomes a side project. Yet they keep circling back to it, tinkering endlessly. It's never truly finished due to time and money, but that's fine for a hobby. In fact, that's the whole point of a hobby. Who is it? Chang pressed. He's a startup veteran in Palo Alto. 29, already a seasoned figure, currently doing well with retail payment systems. But back in his undergrad days, someone told him searching the deep web was impossible, and that was all it took. It was like waving a red flag at a bull, some odd intellectual trigger. He knew there was no money in it, always just a hobby. He admits it was mostly arrogance. Some tech types are like that. They need to out-geek the next geek. How far has he gotten? That's an impossible question. How could he even know he can see some parts clear as day? But is that everything, or just a tiny fraction? I don't get why you didn't say more in your article. This feels like a major part of the story. Progress is being made. The guy wouldn't let me. He was afraid of retaliation from deep web users. Some of those sites genuinely don't want to be found. He's the one who told me about Marchenko. A hobby project makes him an easy target. He's not a corporation, he's just one person. And based on what you've said, his fear was justified. At the time, I wasn't sure. It might have been paranoia. They live in their own isolated world, Reacher stated. We need to meet this guy. That won't be easy. Right now, all we have is secondhand hearsay. But the general agreement is that Michael McCann used the deep web, and Michael McCann got off a train at a place called Mother's Rest. We need to know if one led to the other. Did he get off because of something online, or was he planning to get off anyway? You think Mother's Rest is using the deep web to lure people in? We saw two individuals arrive by train. They stayed a night at the motel and were driven away the next morning in a white Cadillac, Chang added. They don't even have cell service out there. They can't possibly be some internet powerhouse. Westwood paused for a moment, then said, We should continue this conversation somewhere more private. 20 miles south of Mother's Rest, the man with the crisply ironed jeans and perfectly blow-dried hair was pacing anxiously. He waited for the phone to ring, forcing himself to be patient. Jumping the gun last time had only earned him a humiliating scolding. Let us handle our jobs, all right. Not that they had managed to accomplish anything yet. The suspense was unbearable. Finally, he grabbed the phone and dialed, but no one answered. Westwood had made the hotel reservations in advance, unaware of the situation, so he had booked separate rooms for Reacher and Chang. When he realized his error, he showed no embarrassment or concern about the extra cost. He simply claimed the room with a better Wi-Fi signal as his temporary office, pulling his laptop from his bag and setting it up on the desk. Reacher and Chang took a seat on the bed. "You brought up Mother's Rest earlier," Westwood began right at the start, "and you were correct. A savvy science editor would try to get ahead, so I did. It's essentially a grain-loading hub and a trading post. The records have some technical details, but any good reporter wants a second source. I pulled up Google Earth, and sure enough, there it was on the satellite images right where it should be. It looks exactly like what it is. But it's in the absolute middle of nowhere. Imagine if all of Los Angeles County had just one intersection and the rest was completely barren. It was intriguing. So I played around a bit, zooming out to see how far it was from anything else, just out of curiosity, and I noticed a single neighbor about 20 miles to the south, the only one even more isolated. Naturally, I zoomed in for a closer look. He swiveled his computer screen toward the bed, and this is what I found. The image showed bright daylight, of course, even though it was night outside. Satellite photos aren't live, nor are they always current. Things can change, or sometimes they stubbornly don't. Reacher suspected nothing on that screen had altered in years. He was looking at a farm surrounded by an endless ocean of wheat. The property included a main house and several outbuildings. From the stark overhead view with its sharp shadows, everything appeared well-maintained and orderly. The place seemed largely self-sufficient, with hogs, chickens, and vegetable plots. There was a separate structure that likely housed a generator for power. The house itself looked solid, with a parking area at one end and, curiously, 4 satellite dishes at the other, plus what seemed to be a well and a phone line. "I thought about those dishes later," Westwood said. "What's the purpose?" "TV," Reacher replied. "2 of them, maybe. The other 2 are aimed at different satellites. International channels, then, or possibly satellite internet, all the bandwidth money can buy, very high speed, with a redundant backup for reliability. They have their own power source, too. That place could be an internet fortress. Can we determine that from how the dishes are angled? We'd need to know the exact date and time Google captured the image to calculate the shadow angles. Then we need to look from the inside. We need a search. If they're posting from that location, we need to see what they're saying. All I can do is ask. Tell him Marchenko is dead. Tell him you had him taken care of as a professional courtesy to coders everywhere. Tell him he owes you." Westwood stayed silent. Reacher turned back to the screen. "Where exactly is this place?" 20 miles south of Mother's Rest," Westwood said. He leaned over and manipulated the trackpad, shrinking the farm and expanding the sea of wheat, presumably to scroll north until Mother's Rest came into view to illustrate the distance. But before that happened, the bottom corner of the image was sliced by a perfectly straight line. "What's that?" Reacher asked. "The railroad tracks," Westwood said. "Show me." Westwood came around the desk and adjusted the display, centering the farm and the railroad track in their proper scale, about 3/4 of a mile apart, a clear middle distance for most. Reacher nodded slowly. "I remember that farm from when I came in on the train. It was the first sign of human life we'd seen for hours. 20 miles out from Mother's Rest, they finally spotted it. A machine was running with its lights blazing, maybe a tractor, right around midnight. "Is that a usual thing to see?" Chang asked. "I really couldn't say," Reacher replied. Chang connected the dots. "We always assumed the Cadillac drove 20 miles out and 20 miles back. Now we know exactly where it was headed. There's literally nothing else out there a 20-mile drive from Mother's Rest would reach. So that's the destination for the people from the train, the man and the woman with their luggage, but then where did they go from there?" No one had an answer. Westwood chimed in. "Do you think farmers are using the deep web?" "Somebody is," Reacher stated. "We need that search engine." "The guy expects to be paid for his time," Westwood reminded him. "Nobody works for free. That's a lesson life teaches you early. He won't come to us. We'll have to go to him in San Francisco." "Sounds like a throwback to 1967. What does?" "Nothing," Reacher said. 10 minutes later, he was alone with Chang in the room with the spotty Wi-Fi. They woke early the next morning, the drapes open, and their minds already racing, just as they had 24 hours earlier in Chicago. Reacher was fine-tuning his theory again, almost mesmerized by how the pieces were climbing into place. It was better than he had hoped, maybe even better than he could fully grasp. Chang, meanwhile, was focused on getting out of town. She was watching a local Phoenix morning show that had swapped its usual recipes and fashion segments for crime coverage. One reporter was breathlessly detailing the fatal shooting of a suspected organized crime figure behind a downtown strip club, the segment padded with pointless shots of a closed pink fence gate. A news ticker below read Moscow comes to Phoenix, which Reacher figured would irritate Ukrainians everywhere, given the two countries are entirely separate now and fiercely proud of it, at least on one side. The other anchor had the bigger story. What was initially called a home invasion turned tragic was now being spun as something inspiring. A well-respected local doctor living at the address in question had used a home defense weapon and killed 3 intruders, thereby saving his family from a fate worse than death. Lair appeared in a distant, shaky zoom shot, waving off questions. His refusal to speak was painted as sturdy, old-fashioned modesty. His legend was growing. He was halfway to becoming the town's badass doc, backed by grainy nighttime footage of gurneys being wheeled out under flashing red lights. There were far-off live shots of Emily, now out of the shirt and bikini and into jeans and a sweater, and of Lydia, who kept her eyes fixed on the ground. Then a third anchor broke in to say police sources suggested the events might be connected, as the 3 dead men from the house were known associates of the victim at the strip club. A fourth anchor followed up with early word from the DA's office. The shootings at the house would likely be ruled justified, and regarding the strip club, the murder weapon had been recovered from a nearby dumpster. There were no fingerprints, so no suspects at this time, though the investigation would continue. Coming up next, 10 things to do with chicken. Chang looked over. "You okay? Feeling on top of the world?" Reacher said, "except my head is still pounding." "No reaction to any of that?" She gestured toward the screen. "To what? All of this? My ears are still ringing a little, that's all." "That's not what I meant. I leave people alone if they leave me alone. The risk is theirs, not mine. You're not upset, are you?" He countered. She changed the subject. "What was that machine you saw at the farm at midnight?" It was just a dot in the distance. It had a light bar like a bull bar, but mounted above the cab. 4 bright rectangular lights could have been a lifted pickup, more likely a tractor. It was working hard, grinding away out there in the dark. I could see exhaust smoke in the headlights. Could it have been a backhoe? "Why do you ask?" That was the day Kever vanished. Reacher nodded slowly. "It might have been a backhoe. That's why I'm not broken up about it. It could have been me if circumstances had shifted. Imagine if Michael had gone missing up in Seattle. McCann would have called me first, and later I might have reached out to Kever for support. Right now, you could be sitting with him trying to find me. Don't even say that. It was a real possibility. You would have managed it better. Kever was sharp. Was? I suppose I have to accept it now, sharp, but he slipped up. You might have sidestepped that error. What mistake? Maybe the same one I'm walking into right now. He didn't take them seriously enough. If they buried him on that farm with a backhoe, then Marchenko wasn't in the picture yet. That was all their own doing. No outside help needed. Maybe they're more capable than we're giving them credit for. They didn't strike me that way. Always hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. That same morning, 8 men gathered at the counter inside the dry goods store in Mother's Rest. The store owner was already there, dressed in his usual 2 shirts, looking just as disheveled and unshaven as ever. The first to join him was the parts man from the irrigation supply shop, followed by the Cadillac driver from the FedEx outlet, the one-eyed clerk from the motel, the hog farmer, the counterman from the diner, and the Moynihan brother who'd been kicked in the groin and disarmed. The 8th man arrived 5 minutes later, wearing his crisply ironed jeans, his hair perfectly blow-dried. The first 7 stayed quiet, waiting for him to speak. He said, "The news isn't good. Our trust was misguided. The menu system failed to perform as we anticipated. It didn't handle the problem for us. As of now, we're on our own." A low murmur of discontent rippled through the group. Not quite worry yet, but a clear sense of grievance, as if to say it was all his brilliant idea when things looked promising, and now suddenly it's we and us. The hog farmer spoke up. Is that what I saw on CNN this morning? That report from Phoenix? The Russian? He was Ukrainian, and it wasn't just him. The other three were his people, too. What about the first one? Was his name Hackett? He's in a Chicago hospital with a police officer stationed outside his door, so none of them finished the job. I already told you that. Going outside our own circle was a big move. It cost us nothing but money. They're still out there, but they were always out there. They left, and now they're coming back. We'll deal with them here. They'll bring the police with them. I don't think so. They put Hackett in the hospital, I'm sure of that. It was probably them in Phoenix, too, which means they can't go to the cops. Any police department in the country would detain them on site just as a precaution until things settled. They'll come here alone. More uneasy shifting from the 7, the Cadillac driver asked, "When will they get here?" The man with the jeans and the hair replied, "Soon, I expect, but we all know the plan and we all know it works. We'll see them coming. We'll be ready." Reacher and Chang met Westwood downstairs for breakfast. Westwood said he'd called his contact in Palo Alto and arranged a meet-up for happy hour in Menlo Park. Though he expected the guy to be late, he was that type. Then he'd booked 3 business-class seats from Sky Harbor to SFO, all that was left, and reserved 2 hotel rooms to help with his department's ever-shrinking budget. Reacher observed the nervous energy of a gambler deep in debt, but convinced his luck was about to turn. Later, they took a cab to the airport, where their premium tickets granted them lounge access. Reacher helped himself to another breakfast because it was complimentary. They boarded first, received a drink before the plane even pushed back, and settled in. Far better than the rows in the back, even the exit rows. The flight itself was neither especially long nor particularly short, somewhere in between. Not a quick hop, but not a major trek across the globe either. Shorter than flying from New York to Chicago, the cab ride was straightforward, heading out toward the edge of the valley, though nothing about the Santa Clara Valley felt remote these days. It pulsed as the heart of the modern world, a truth evident in the aggressive driving all the way past Mountain View. Their destination was a bar next to a bookstore in Menlo Park, located on the second try. Arriving early, but without time for a hotel detour, they paid the driver and stepped out. The bar itself gave Reacher a brief, irrational jolt. Every surface was coated in a deep, serious red, and its name was simply Red. For a wild second, his mind raced with paranoid theories, wondering if Westwood was playing some elaborate, cruel joke by evoking the ghost of Pink like a plot twist from a detective novel. He shook it off, reasoning the techie had picked the spot, making any connection purely accidental. Besides, the place carried an air of deliberate irony, not cheap kitsch. The paint had a subdued mid-century weight to it, reminiscent of government-issue supplies. Distressed stencils of hammers and sickles adorned the walls, artificially aged, alongside framed Pravda headlines and battered Red Army helmets. The sign on the door used a backward R for a faux Russian effect, which sparked a faint, fresh worry. Was this a nod to Marchenko? No. Westwood surely knew Russia from Ukraine. But would a meticulous tormentor even find a Ukrainian-themed bar? He dismissed it. The techie chose it. Chang glanced over. "You all right?" "Overthinking," Reacher said. "A bad habit, almost as useless as not thinking at all. Let's wait in the bookstore." Stepping onto the curb, Reacher's foot caught just a slight stumble, more of a scuff than a fall. He glanced back. The pavement seemed uneven, or maybe it wasn't. Chang asked again, "You okay?" "I'm fine," he said. Westwood mentioned he'd been to the bookstore before for a signing, a science journalism anthology featuring an award-winning piece of his. The store was cool in every sense, from its chilled air to its calm, intellectual patrons. Westwood drifted one direction, Chang another. Reacher browsed the display tables. He read when he could, usually from America's vast, informal library of discarded paperbacks, dog-eared and soft, picked up in bus stations or lonely motel lobbies, read and passed along. He preferred fiction to fact because the facts in books were so often wrong, contradicting the few things he knew for certain from first-hand experience. Made-up stories were more honest. Everyone started on the same page. He wasn't picky about genre. Either a story delivered or it didn't, Chang returned. then Westwood, and they ambled back to the bar to stake out a spot. Their early arrival secured a four-person table by a window. Reacher ordered coffee, the others chose sodas. Westwood leaned in. I should warn you, even if our contact shows, the news likely won't be good. The deep web isn't a pretty place from what I hear, not that I spend time there. You might not like what we find. Reacher shrugged. It's a free country, and Michael was McCann's boy, not mine. What he was into doesn't concern me. A wall clock with Cyrillic numerals ticked at 12, marking the start of happy hour and a 50% drop in vodka prices. The first person through the door was a young woman in her 20s, flushed with the nervous energy of someone new to the scene but holding her own. Right behind her was the guy from Palo Alto, punctual to the minute. He was pale, slight, and fidgety, a 29-year-old veteran dressed entirely in black. He spotted Westwood, approached, gave quick nods to all three, and took a seat. The Valley loves its irony, he said, but you've got to admit happy hour in a Soviet shrine is the ultimate contradiction in terms. Talking about the old Soviet bloc, my online trackers flagged something interesting. A Ukrainian named Marchenko was taken out last night in what looks like a gangland hit. A nice bit of timing, I'll admit, but someone else will step into his shoes. The market always fills a gap, so my answer's still no, I'm not going public with anything. Westwood replied, We aren't either. Not until much later, and even then it'll be buried in the back pages of some newspaper. By that point, there will be so much noise you won't even register. You have my guarantee. This stays private. All we're after is a quiet search for one missing person and where he might have gone. Search where exactly? Mostly chat rooms, possibly some commercial sites. I don't want to turn into some public database. I'd be just as happy not to pay you. Then I'd be doing it as a favor. And that feels even heavier, Reacher cut in. But could you do it if you decided to? The man smiled faintly. I've been doing this since people called it the undernet, back when it was the invisible web. It got more complicated over time, but so did I. The destination might be tough to pin down. Breaking in is simple. It's locating someone that's the real work. So what would make you give us an hour of your time besides money? Do you ever do anything just for money? Does anyone when you think about it? Actually, I'm not getting paid a dime. Then why are you involved? Because some guy out there thinks he's the smartest person in the room. And you're smarter? You need to prove it. I don't need to. I want to, every once in a while. Out of respect for the people who actually are that smart, standards ought to mean something. You're trying to lead me to the same old place. A clash of egos, me against them, coder versus coder. Nice try, you've got my number even though we just met, but I've moved past all that. I'm content where I am, I'm better than them, and I know it, I'm secure in that. I don't feel the need to show it off anymore, not even once in a while. Not even for respect's sake, not that I don't get where you're coming from. The old version of me would have agreed with you completely. What would the new you agree to? Tell me about this missing person. Is he at least interesting? 35-year-old man, doctors say he's got anhedonia, can't feel pleasure. His aunt says his happiness meter is stuck at 0, otherwise normal intelligence, functional sometimes. Lived alone? Reacher nodded. In supported housing. And he vanished. Yes. Any sudden new friend right before he disappeared? Yes. The man leaned back. 32 seconds. For what? I'll find him on the deep web in under 32 seconds. I know exactly where to look. When can you start? First, tell me about the aunt. She married well, a doctor, has a great daughter, but she still cares deeply for her nephew. Seems to really understand him. I like that image, the happiness meter. We agreed mine runs between 4 and 9. I've moved past that. I'm at a 10 now, constantly. That's the Molly talking. The what? Read about it in the paper? Haven't touched Molly in 2 years. Something else these days, a bit of everything, honestly, under a lot of stress. Just remember what they told us back in the day, speed kills. I won't go public, you understand what that implies? Reacher nodded. It means there won't be a trial, was it you with Marchenko? Never admit anything, even on your deathbed. You might make a surprise recovery. One night only, the man said firmly. No coming back to check up. I need my own space. When can you do it? Right now if you want. Where at my place? You're all invited. Chapter 45. The Palo Alto guy had an app on his phone that summoned cars to the curb almost instantly. Writing 4 to a car seemed too crowded, so he tapped the screen twice and ordered 2. He rode with Westwood to catch up, while Reacher and Chang followed in a separate town car. The man's house was a 1950s rectangle that had been remodeled in the 70s to mimic a 1930s style. Reacher figured it carried 3 layers of ironic authenticity, which probably made it worth more than everything he'd ever earned. Inside, everything was clean, sleek, and done in shades of silver and black. Reacher had anticipated a chaotic mess of electronics, similar to what they'd found in McCann's Chicago apartment, but the den held only a modest glass table and a single generic desktop computer. The setup consisted of a mismatched tower, monitor, keyboard, and trackball, connected by just 5 wires, each trimmed to exact length, orderly, and untangled. The man explained, I assembled this myself. There are significant technical barriers and data incompatibility issues to navigate. It's akin to traveling to a foreign land. You must learn the language and, more critically, the local customs. I developed my own browsing software built on Tor, the same system everyone uses, which was ironically created by the United States Naval Research Laboratory to offer a secure platform for political dissidents and whistleblowers worldwide. That's the law of unintended consequences for you, coming back to haunt us all. Tor stands for the onion router, which perfectly describes what we're facing. Endless layers like an onion's skin within the deep web and across its isolated sites. He took a seat and powered on the machine. The display showed no flashy graphics, no cosmic imagery or icons, just concise green text against a black backdrop, all business-like, reminiscent of an airport kiosk or a rental car terminal. The man asked, "What's the name of the person we're looking for?" Chang replied, "Michael McCann." Social security number? Unknown. Home address? Also unknown. That's not ideal, the man said. There are initial procedures to follow. I require what I term his internet fingerprint, an algorithm I designed blending various data points to create a definitive, minimal profile. It's quite elegant, really. We can begin with something as straightforward as his utility bill, but there are alternative methods. Do we know his next of kin? That would be his father, Peter McCann. His mother passed away years ago. Do we have an address for Peter McCann? Chang provided it. The unremarkable brownstone on an ordinary street in Lincoln Park, Chicago, apartment 32. The man entered a command, and what appeared to be a direct portal into the Social Security Administration's mainframe materialized on screen, the genuine government system. Reacher shot a glance at Chang, who nodded slightly as if to confirm she had legitimate access, too. Using Peter McCann's details, the man instantly retrieved his Social Security number, which immediately led to Michael's, since they were listed as each other's beneficiaries. Next of kin, Michael's Social Security number then revealed his address, also located in Lincoln Park, Chicago. Exiting the Social Security database, the man navigated into another intricate system. He input Michael McCann's Social Security number and address, and the screen populated with a lengthy series of alphanumeric codes, the unique internet fingerprint for Michael McCann and no one else. Typing a fresh command. The man brought up a title page crudely formatted in plain green text on black, yet arranged with tabs, spaces, and centering to vaguely resemble a commercial product or a prototype, which, Reacher mused, it essentially was, at least in potential. It looked oddly inviting, like gleaming emeralds set against velvet. The most prominent word on the page was bathyscaphe. "See the connection?" the man asked. "It's a type of submarine," Chang said, "designed to reach the deepest ocean floor. Initially, I named it Nemo, after the character in 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea who captains the Nautilus. I liked that Nemo means nobody in Latin. It felt fitting. But then they released that animated movie about a fish, which completely spoiled the reference. He entered another command and a search box appeared. All right, let's get this show on the road. I'll bet you 32 seconds flat. He pasted a string of the alphanumeric codes from the fingerprint, superior to a mere name, presumably into the search box, clicked the execute tab, and an internal clock began ticking in Reacher's mind. 5 seconds in, the man remarked, "One day this will be a lot quicker." The basic search works fine, but pulling up pages relies on an old word processor's find and replace tool. At the 12-second mark, he added, "Don't misunderstand. It's plenty fast in absolute terms. The real challenge is the sheer size of the deep web. I don't have Google's resources. Nobody's begging for my attention here. They're trying to avoid it. But I'm in there right now, moving among them. They can't see me, but I see everything." 25 seconds passed in silence before the search halted and the screen filled with a list of links. "We've got him," the man announced. 26 seconds total, well under the estimated 32. "Not bad at all," Reacher replied. "I took a calculated risk and narrowed the scope. I had a hunch about where he might be." "Where was that?" "I assume Mr. Westwood filled you in on my methods. Sometimes the trails we follow choose us. They aren't always the most logical paths," Reacher clarified. "It's about the solution, not the puzzle itself. Searching the deep web is a technical feat, but being inside it can be grim," the man continued. "It's a bit of everything, but you can think of it as resting on 3 pillars. 1/3 is a massive criminal bazaar where anything is for sale, from stolen credit cards to contract killings. There are auction sites where hitmen underbid each other for jobs. You can even find places to detail how you want someone killed and get a personalized quote." Chang cut in. "So where did you locate Michael McCann, the second pillar?" the man said. "Is the most vile pornography imaginable, stuff that turns even my stomach, and I'm not exactly conventional. Is that what he was involved in?" "No, I found him in the 3rd category." "Which is?" It was a reasonable guess given his anhedonia, that happiness meter permanently stuck at 0. "The 3rd pillar of the deep web is all about suicide," the man from Palo Alto went on. "I visit those forums occasionally, more as an observer of human behavior than a gawker. I imagine Michael McCann was on the milder end of the spectrum, probably born with depression, and if his mother died young, that's a tough combination. I'm certain he wished for it to end every single day. It's hard for us to grasp how utterly convinced these individuals are. This isn't about mood swings. They genuinely, profoundly despise their lives and want out. They talk about catching the bus out of town. But taking that step is huge. Some boards offer support, which is why I asked about a sudden new friend. They call them suicide partners, people who agree to go together holding hands as they jump, so to speak. The forums connect them with lots of talk about compatibility. Is Michael's partner also missing? We don't know, Chang admitted. We're not even sure if it was a man or a woman. We believe it was someone near Tulsa, Oklahoma. Westwood asked, "What do they discuss on the other boards?" "They obsess over methods constantly," the man explained. "It's their central question. They pore over data like it's sacred text. Topping the list is a shotgun to the head, considered instantaneous and 99% effective. A handgun in the mouth follows at 97%. A shotgun to the chest scores 96, while a handgun to the chest is about 89, roughly the same as hanging. Self-immolation rates around 76%, and burning your house down is about 73. Most aren't willing to settle for lower odds. Jumping in front of a train gets you back up to 96%, leaping from a roof is 93, and driving into a bridge support hits 78, but wear your seatbelt or you might be thrown clear. Unrestrained drivers average only 70% success. You need to be in place when the engine crashes through, and ever popular, nearly matching the shotgun, is cyanide. It's more than 97% effective, and it works in about 2 minutes. The catch is, those 2 minutes are pure, hideous agony. That's the core issue. The most reliable methods are violent. Not everyone can stomach that, men or women alike. And circumstances matter. If you live in a city apartment, you don't have access to your uncle's old hunting rifle out in the barn. If you can barely make it to the bathroom, how are you supposed to drag yourself to a railroad track? So what do people do instead? They talk. They talk endlessly about the Holy Grail, something swift and painless, like drifting off to sleep and never waking up. That's the dream. They remember a time when it seemed possible. Maybe their parents' generation had it. A bottle of sleeping pills and a glass of scotch, or a hose run from the exhaust pipe through the window of the family sedan. You'd fall asleep, and that was it. Guaranteed. But not anymore. Modern cars have catalytic converters that cut the carbon monoxide down to a harmless trickle. You'd just end up with a headache and a rash. The scotch is still the same, but the pills aren't. They're safe now. Take the whole bottle and you'll sleep for a day and a half, but you'll wake up groggy and very much alive. Life in America has gotten awfully protected, which leaves these folks in a bind. It's what pushed them toward the deep web to begin with, partly the stigma, but mostly because their options started looking like legal gray areas. On the surface, everything comes with liability issues and social responsibility, and all that lawyerly noise. Take the car method. Since the family sedan is useless now, the new workaround became those little disposable hibachi grills from the supermarket. You buy 6 or 8, put them up on shelves in your bedroom, light them all, and the carbon monoxide pours out like an invisible liquid, pooling on the floor and rising until it reaches the bed. In theory, it's swift and painless, the Holy Grail. Except, of course, one of those grills is practically guaranteed to set the wall on fire, the building burns down, and whoever suggested the method gets buried under 500 lawsuits. Chang asked, what other laws are they breaking? It circles back to what a person can handle. Even the hose in the window method was too crude for some, too cold in the garage, too cramped in the car. The whole setup just looked strange, though, credit where it's due, carbon monoxide does leave a good-looking corpse, cherry red, almost healthy, makes the mortician's job easy, but some people want to die at home, inside the house. The real Holy Grail is dying in your own bed. That led to experiments with other gases, plus an interesting medical fact. Let me ask you something. When you hold your breath too long, what is it that finally forces you to breathe? I suppose I'm running out of oxygen. That's the interesting part. It isn't the lack of oxygen, it's the buildup of carbon dioxide, similar but not the same. The point is, you could breathe in any inert gas, and as long as it wasn't carbon dioxide, your brain would stay perfectly content. You could fill your lungs with pure nitrogen, zero oxygen, and be moments from death. But your body would just think, hey, we're fine here, no carbon dioxide to report, no need to start breathing again until we detect some. Which of course you never will, because you'll never breathe again. You'll never need to. So some folks turn to nitrogen, but welding cylinders are heavy and hard to manage. Then they tried helium from the party store, but that required masks and tubes, and the whole scene still looked absurd. In the end, most people won't settle for anything less than the classic image, the bottle of pills and the glass of scotch, exactly like it used to be. Except it can't be anymore. Those pills were most likely Nembutal or Seconal, and both are tightly controlled now. There's no legal way to get them. Of course there are ways to get it if you know where to look in the shadows where no one's watching, the ultimate prize. Most of what you find online is a complete fraud. Obviously, you'll see ads for powdered Nembutal shipped from China. Just mix it in water or juice. They'll ask for $800 or $900 for a single dose. Imagine some hopeless person wiring that money, then waiting by the door, sick with worry for a package that never comes. The powder in the photo was just baby powder, and the bottle was lifted from some other medicine entirely. It's a special kind of cruelty, really, targeting people at their absolute lowest point, stealing their last shred of hope. Reacher noted, but you're suggesting some offers are legitimate. You said most are scams, which leaves a few that aren't. Seconal is impossible to find now. That leaves Nembutal as the final option, the only game left in town in this country. The sole legal use for it is putting down large animals. Some of it walks off from vet clinics, and let's be honest, some vets have flexible morals. Why wouldn't they? A human dose is just 2 little vials, easy to mail. FedEx handles it, no questions asked. Think about it, $900 for something that usually gets spilled on the barn floor while putting a horse down. It's a sweet deal for someone. He observed homes that were still occupied, mixed in with others turned into offices for farm supply companies, and notably a large animal veterinary practice. Reacher said, "Point us to exactly where Michael McCann was active online. We need to see his posts for ourselves." They gathered around the glass table, leaning in to read the screen. Michael McCann had registered on 2 different forums dedicated to the topic. On both, he used the screen name Mike. His writing was detached and heavy, as if weighed down by an immense fatigue. His spelling was precise, his grammar almost formal. It didn't feel natural to Reacher. It felt like a man putting on his best suit for a grim public appearance. The first forum was for connections. Michael wasn't necessarily seeking assistance for himself, at least not constantly. His post suggested he felt he could offer support to others some of the time. Over many months, he had short exchanges with 2 people before apparently connecting with a third user named Exit. Their private messages became frequent. The second forum was more technical, focused on methods, though conversations often drifted. Michael contributed occasionally, his words always careful and calm, never rushed or angry. He argued for a person's right to make their own choice. He appeared in a discussion thread about using Nembutal. He was seeking clear advice. The commercial liquid was notoriously bitter, so the recommendation was to mix it with strong fruit juice or follow it with whiskey, which supposedly helped it work faster. Everyone stressed taking an anti-nausea pill first. You didn't want to get sick and end up with a non-lethal amount in your system. Waking up a day later to try again was everyone's worst fear. Michael also commented in a thread about reliable sources. He admitted to being cheated more than once. "The whole scene was a minefield," he wrote. "All a scammer needed was a slick website." Then someone posted that MR had come through with the real thing, verified by a test kit. Another user confirmed it. "MR are good people," the post read. "The real deal." Michael asked, "MR?" The original poster clarified, "Mother's Rest." A day later, on the Connection forum, Michael told Exit he had checked out the Mother's Rest website and thought Exit should look at it too, especially something referred to as Level 5. He gave no other explanation. Reacher asked, "What's this Level 5? The tech expert from Palo Alto said, "Think of it like peeling an onion layer after layer, the regular web, then the sites on it. A login page is usually the second layer. By the 4th layer, you're typically looking at actual products for sale. That's why Level 5 is probably something unique, maybe even premium stock." Reacher recalled the message board where Exit had chimed in, calling Level 5 intriguing. But that thread had died out quickly, buried under the chaos of Michael's relocation to Oklahoma to Exit's place near Tulsa, his designated partner for the final act. Preparations were underway. Reacher figured the real conversation happened face-to-face after that. He asked, "Any chance we can pull up the Mother's Rest website?" The tech guy shrugged. "We'd need to locate it first. You managed it last time. Came in under 6 seconds. That's because I knew where to look. This one? We're talking minutes if we're lucky. How many minutes want to make it interesting?" 20, the guy said, already typing, loading search bars with terms and keywords. He hit enter, and the stopwatch in Reacher's mind started ticking. Everyone leaned back from the glass table, stretching, settling in for a wait. Westwood mused, "Those 200 deaths could just be 200 customers for Nembutal. I'm not sure what to make of it, journalistically speaking. Is it even a scandal? The stuff's legal in Washington and Oregon, not the same thing at all." The Palo Alto guy cut in, "You need 2 doctors to sign off. You basically have to be ancient and terminally ill. These guys wouldn't qualify, and most of them are furious about the whole system." Then it turns into an ethics discussion. Do we just respect a person's choice, no questions asked, or do we feel compelled to judge their reasons? "Not their reasons," Chang said. "That's overstepping, but we can judge their commitment. There's a world of difference between a moment of panic and a deep, lasting need. Maybe sticking it out through all the red tape proves how serious they are. If you jump through every hoop, it clearly matters to you. Then maybe the current process with all its obstacles is accidentally a good thing. They have to really work for it. They're earning their peace in a way. Reacher shook his head. But what is Mother's Rest earning? 200 orders at $900 each is less than 200 grand. Over the whole operation, presumably minus wholesale cost and shipping, that's pocket change. A hobby. You can't pay a guy like Merchenko with hobby money? Something bigger is happening there. Has to be because he stopped. Chang pressed. Because what? We believe a man was killed there. What man? At the very start? The one with the backhoe? Kever? Yeah, Kever. Why kill a man over a side hustle? There has to be more to it. Level 5 could be that special merchandise. Could be worth a lot more. Reacher glanced at the monitor, still searching. 7 minutes down, he said. I'm trying to picture what could be so valuable. Valuable enough for Merchenko's price tag. The Palo Alto guy murmured, They all have my sympathy, honestly. Mine too, Reacher said. I get the worry about someone burning down an apartment with a hibachi, but otherwise, let people do what they want. They didn't ask to be here. It's like returning a sweater that never fit, Chang countered, except it shouldn't be too simple or impossibly hard, which somehow puts the rest of us in charge of setting the bar. Is that fair to anyone? Westwood groaned. This is exactly what I was worried about. An ethics seminar. I could have written this from my desk on a slow news day. Didn't need to blow the travel budget. My editor is going to roast me for this. 12 minutes gone, they drifted to the kitchen for drinks, helping themselves a strangely retro scene. It reminded Reacher of places from his childhood, a dozen different base housing units around the globe. The weather outside always changing, but the kitchen cabinets always the same. Some military moms would launch into a frantic scrubbing with disinfectant on move-in day, but his own mother, being French, trusted in built-up immunity. It usually worked, though his brother did get sick once, probably from some questionable restaurant. He was starting to date around then. Chang noticed his distant look. You all right? I'm fine, he said. 18 minutes gone. They returned to the den and the silent clock kept ticking. 19 minutes had passed. The man from Palo Alto spoke up, his voice thoughtful. We never settled on the stakes for our wager. Reacher considered this. What did we agree on initially? Nothing at all, the man replied. Another minute ticked by. Reacher shifted in his chair. We probably shouldn't overstay our welcome here. The program is still running, the man assured him, a hint of pride in his tone. My skills are superior to theirs, trust me. What's the longest search you've ever conducted? Reacher asked. 19 hours straight, the man answered without hesitation. What did you uncover? The president's daily itinerary posted on an assassin's forum. The president of the United States? The very one. And the schedule was completely accurate when my search began. Did you report it? That presented a real ethical puzzle, the man admitted, his fingers pausing over the keyboard. I'm not a public service, besides. The site was so deeply hidden with so many false leads and mirrored servers, it might as well have been hosted on another planet. The Secret Service wouldn't have just taken my word for it. They'd have seized all my equipment, dragged me into endless consultations for a year or more, so, no, I didn't make the call, and nothing came of it. Fortunately, no tragedy occurred. 27 minutes in, the relentless scrolling finally halted, the screen refreshed, presenting a stark list of hyperlinks. The list revealed one primary URL for the Mother's Rest website, along with 4 internal pages and one curious external reference. The Palo Alto man focused on the external link first, noting its unusual nature. With a few keystrokes, he retrieved an isolated chat room comment from a user named Blood. The message read, I hear Mother's Rest has good stuff. It was posted on a secure, obscure board that felt like an enthusiast community, not a suicide forum. The context was vague, offering no further clues, a definitive dead end. Let's go straight to the source, the man said, a faint, unintended smile touching his lips, no pun intended. He didn't use a mouse. This was old-school software, all command-line driven. His pale fingers danced across the keyboard in a rapid, blurring rhythm. The screen dissolved and redrew into a full-color website. A striking photograph dominated the page, a single-lane road arrowed straight through an endless ocean of golden wheat, vanishing into a shimmering haze on the horizon as thin as a needle. It was the historic wagon trail leading west out of Mother's Rest, a clear allegory. At the top of the page, elegant script invited, "Take the journey with us." At the bottom, it solemnly stated, "Mother's Rest at last." The first subpage was an About Us section. It described a community devoted to providing end-of-life choices, solemnly promising the highest quality goods, services, care, and compassion. Discretion and trust were guaranteed. The second link led to a members-only sign-in page, protected by username and password, likely robust security, but irrelevant because the third link bypassed it entirely, diving directly to a product page. 3 items were listed. First, a non-sterile oral Nembutal solution in a 50-milliliter bottle priced at $200. Second, an injectable Nembutal solution in a 100-milliliter bottle for $387. Third, a sterile oral Nembutal solution in a 100-milliliter bottle costing $450. Listed lethal doses were 30 milliliters via injection or 200 milliliters orally. Time to a deep sleep was under a minute. Time to death under 20. Reacher mused that the injectable option seemed a tough sell. Anyone comfortable with needles could overdose on heroin for a fraction of the price. The sterile oral solution was probably the top seller. $900 for a peaceful exit. Sterile sounded reassuring, almost clinical, the ultimate solution. But the non-sterile version was the better bargain at $800, with the trivial risk of a posthumous stomach bug. Delivery was a flat $30 with tracking. Full payment via Western Union or MoneyGram was required up front. No checks or money orders. The Nembutal would arrive in an unmarked package. The product should not be stored in the refrigerator. Instead, keep it in a tightly sealed container in a cool, dry location. Below that was a simple button prompting users to place an order. Chang observed, "Reacher was correct. This page isn't how Marchenko gets paid." Westwood suggested, "Let's move on to level 5. Getting there felt like the slow crawl of old dial-up internet, though Reacher was certain frantic, invisible battles were raging in the background. Somewhere, a lone coder's script was dueling with the site's digital defenses, a relentless microscopic war of millions of feints and probes every second, tunneling deeper through layer after layer. Finally, the page loaded. Michael McCann's associate Exit had described it as interesting. Reacher had to agree, depending on what you were looking for. It advertised a concierge service. Members were instructed to travel by train to Mother's Rest, departing from Chicago or Oklahoma City. A representative would meet them at the station and escort them to a luxury motel for the night. The following day, a luxury sedan would transport them to the Mother's Rest headquarters, where a private annex awaited inside was a suite designed to mimic a high-end hotel, complete with a serene bedroom atmosphere. Once settled at a time of their choosing, an assistant would provide a drink containing Nembutal and then discreetly leave. For those uneasy about swallowing a bitter liquid, an alternative was offered, a standard sleeping pill, followed by the assistant pressing a button. This would activate a classic 1970s small-block Chevrolet V8 engine positioned outside, far enough to be silent, but its exhaust, sweet and rich, would be piped directly into the room to perform its gentle duty. The cost of the service was available upon inquiry, which Reacher imagined would be astronomically high. He pictured the well-dressed man from the train with his collared shirt and fine leather bag, and the woman in her elegant white dress as if headed to a garden party in Monte Carlo, both clearly wealthy, both perhaps gravely ill, both seeking a dignified conclusion. In his mind, he saw them different people on different days, performing the same poignant ritual. Standing at the dusty window of room 203, arms held wide, hands still clutching the drapes, staring out at the morning light as if beholding it for the very first time, their final morning. Chang asked quietly, "Michael and his friend, is this what they chose?" "This is the story," Westwood said, his voice taking on a sharp, almost sarcastic edge. "Right here, in black and white, I could write a piece asking if this is our future." Maybe in a century, with chaos, overpopulation, and droughts, these places will be on every corner like coffee shops. But I'd have to see it for myself first, after spending the travel budget, of course. Perhaps, Reacher said, after we verify it. What's left to verify? We know what's there. Veterinary Nemboodle gets shipped out by mail and wealthy clients arrive by train, and honestly, who can claim either part is wrong? I could explore if the deep web simply foreshadows what's coming next. Maybe it has to. It's just human desire, unfiltered and unregulated, strangely organic. The book rights for this belong in the philosophy section, because this is how societal shifts begin. We've witnessed it before. 100 years from now, this might be utterly routine. Kever didn't think it was routine yet, Reacher countered. He could have just shrugged and walked away. He could have reinvented himself and gotten out of the path of so-called progress, but he saw something that wasn't right. Do you see it? Westwood asked. I'm not certain, Reacher admitted. But Kever was, and that's what matters. What could possibly be wrong here? I don't see how Michael and his friend could have ever afforded this concierge service. Not even if they saved every penny their whole lives. So, where are they? The man from Palo Alto interrupted. Are we finished here? Chang replied. We are, thank you for your help, Reacher added. You're the unseen observer down in the trenches. They don't know you're there, but you see everything, Westwood said. Send me an invoice. I'll arrange a car for you, the man said, already tapping on his phone. The room stirred to life, and Reacher moved toward the exit, taking one step, then another. Suddenly, the floorboards on his left erupted upward at a wild, impossible slant, pitching to a 45-degree angle as if shoved by some colossal, instantaneous force. His first thought was earthquake before the violent tilt threw him off balance, slamming him hard into the door frame. The impact struck across his chest and neck like a swing from a heavy plank, dropping him in a clatter to the floor. He took a frantic look around for Chang, bracing for whatever came next. This was no earthquake. He pushed himself up to a sitting position while the others crouched low. I'm all right, he said. You fell over, Chang pointed out. Maybe a floorboard was loose. The floorboards are perfectly fine. Could be a warp in the wood. Do you have a headache? Yeah. You're going to the emergency room. Bull. You forgot Kever's name earlier. You had to say the guy who was killed with the backhoe. That's classic aphasia. You lost a word and worked around it? That's not nothing. And before that, you nearly tripped outside the bookstore. You keep zoning out, like you're daydreaming or talking to yourself. Do I? It's like everything gets spacey in your head. How is it normally? You're going to the emergency room. Don't need it. Waste of time. We should head straight to the hotel. I'm sure you're right, but do it for me. I've never done that before. There's a first time for everything. Let's hope it's not just this. Reacher stayed silent. For me, Reacher, Chang repeated. The guy from Palo Alto chimed in. Go to the ER, man. Reacher glanced at Westwood. Back me up here, Westwood said. Emergency room. The Palo Alto guy added, tell them you're a software engineer. They'll move you right through. Some of those tech firms make huge donations. They followed his advice, claiming a status Reacher neither possessed nor was ever likely to, ranking right down there with professional quilter, avid scrapbooker, or church choir tenor. But it worked. He was seen in under 90 seconds. 90 seconds after that, he was being wheeled toward a CT scan of his head. He called it bull, a pointless waste of time, but Chang held firm. The machine whirred to life with a low electric hum, just X-rays doing their job, followed by a wait for a doctor to review the images. Reacher repeated his complaints. Bull, waste of time, the same old song, and Chang stood her ground again. Eventually, a physician entered holding a file, a certain look in his eye. Chang and Westwood remained in the room. Reacher said the CT in CT scan stands for computed tomography. The doctor replied, I'm aware. I know what day it is and who the president is. I remember what I had for breakfast. Both times I'm proving there's nothing wrong with me. You have a head injury. That's not possible. You have a head. It can be injured. You have a cerebral contusion, contusio cerebri in Latin. Technically two, both coup and contra coup, clearly caused by blunt trauma to the right side of your skull, Reacher asked. Is that the good news or the bad news? The doctor explained. If you'd taken that hit on your upper arm, you'd expect one hell of a bruise. That's exactly what you have, just not on the outside. There isn't enough flesh there. The bruise is on the inside, on your brain, with a twin on the opposite side because your brain bounced inside your skull like a goldfish in a test tube. That's what we call coup and contra coup. Reacher said, symptoms? They vary with the severity and the individual, but can include headache, confusion, drowsiness, dizziness, loss of consciousness, nausea, vomiting, seizures, and issues with coordination, movement, memory, vision, speech, hearing, emotional control, and thinking. That's quite a list. It's the brain. What about mine specifically? Which symptoms will I get? I can't say for certain. You have my paperwork right there. An actual picture, it can't be interpreted with perfect precision. Case closed, then. You're just guessing. I've been hit in the head before. This is no different. No big deal, Reacher said. It's a head injury, the doctor insisted. What's the next part of your speech? I believe the scan warrants keeping you overnight for observation. That's not happening. It should. If the guy had hit my arm, you'd tell me I'd be fine in a couple days. The swelling would go down and you'd send me home. You can do the same with my head. It happened yesterday, so by tomorrow, that's a couple days. I'll be fine. If it's even what you say it is, you could have that file mixed up with someone else's. The brain is not an arm. I agree. An arm isn't protected by a thick skull. The doctor sighed. You're an adult. This isn't a psychiatric ward. I can't hold you here against your will. Just sign yourself out at the desk. He turned and left, ready for his next patient. Maybe a coder, maybe not. The door swung shut behind him. Reacher looked at Chang. It's a bruise. It's already getting better. Thank you for getting it checked, she said. Let's go find the hotel. Should have gone straight there, Reacher. You fell over. He walked with deliberate care to the taxi line. People often said that on a map, San Francisco looked like a thumb pointing north, shielding the bay from the Pacific. Reacher, however, thought it curved more like a raised middle finger. He wasn't sure why the city would be mad at the ocean. Maybe the fog had something to do with it. Either way, the hotel Westwood had chosen was at the very tip, right on the waterfront where the nail would be. It was dark, so the view was mostly a void, save for the Golden Gate Bridge, brilliantly lit up to the left, and the distant twinkling lights of Sausalito and Tiburon far off to the right. They checked in, cleaned up, and met in the hotel restaurant for dinner. The room was elegant, with crisp white linen on every table. Couples and small groups filled the space. They were the only party of three. All around them, quiet trysts and hushed business deals were unfolding. Westwood pulled out his phone. 40,000 suicides every year in America, he read, one every 13 minutes. Statistically, we're more likely to kill ourselves than each other, who knew? Chang leaned in. If 5 of them every 9 days use the Mother's Rest service, that's a couple hundred a year, like Kever's note suggested, and we've already seen 2. Reacher considered this. What would you pay for that? I wouldn't, I hope. If it's $900 to do it yourself in bed, what's a reasonable premium? 5 times as much, say $5,000? Maybe, Chang said, for the pampering. It's like going to a spa instead of filing your nails at home. That would be $1 million a year, better than a poke in the eye with a sharp stick. But their proposed hit list for this week alone was Kever, McCann, you, me, and the Lair family, 7 people, which doesn't seem to be a problem since they just rent some Ukrainian muscle for the heavy lifting. That's a massive overreaction for $1 million. People get killed for $1 on the street, in a panic, not as a calculated business strategy. I think there's more money in this than $1 million, but I don't see how. Would folks really pay 10 or 20 grand or more? They could just buy an old Chevy and a garden shed and drill the hole themselves. This isn't a rational decision, Chang countered. It's based entirely on not buying your own Chevy. That's the whole point. Full service, discreet, and hands-off, so what would they pay? I don't know. It's hard to picture. Imagine you're wealthy and you want out. One final luxury, Discreet professionals in the background ensuring everything goes smoothly, care and concern a hand to hold. It's a major event in your life. You might pay what you paid for your car, probably a Mercedes or a BMW, 50 grand maybe, or 80 or more. Why not? You can't take it with you. Westwood looked up from his phone. When are we going there? Reacher's expression turned grimly amused. When we have a plan. It's a tactical challenge, like approaching a small island across open water. The land there is flat as a pool table. He paused, a wry twist to his mouth. Perfect for an ambush, really? They'll probably see us coming from a mile away, literally. We might as well send a singing telegram to announce our arrival. The grain elevators stood as the tallest structures for miles around, and I knew they'd be rigged with ladders and maintenance catwalks. They'd have lookouts posted who would spot us coming from 10 minutes out. If we rolled in by train, they'd be waiting on that ramp lined up and ready. We could approach after dark, someone suggested. They'd see headlights from 100 miles off in that flat country. We'd kill the lights. Then we'd be driving blind. It's pitch black out there in the countryside. The roads are straight. Plus, right now, we don't have a single weapon between us. Westwood stayed quiet. After the meal, Westwood headed to his room while Reacher and Chang took a walk along the Embarcadero near the water. The night air was cool, a full 50 degrees cooler than Phoenix had been. Chang in just a t-shirt pressed close against him for warmth, their steps becoming an awkward three-legged shuffle. "You holding me up?" Reacher asked. "How is your head now?" she said. "Still there. I don't want to go back to Mother's Rest until you're better. I'm fine, really. I wouldn't go back at all if it wasn't for Kever, but who am I to judge? They're filling a need. Maybe Westwood has a point, maybe in 100 years we'll all be signing up for that service." Reacher was silent. "What?" she prompted. "I was thinking I'd just save the cash and use a shotgun, but that's rough on whoever finds you. Makes a real mess. Same with a handgun. Hanging or jumping off a building isn't any better. Stepping in front of a train ruins the engineer's whole week. Even checking into a motel room with a bottle of pills isn't fair to the maid. I guess that's the appeal of the concierge service, cleaner for the folks left behind. Worth a premium, maybe, but I still don't see the math adding up to Merchenko-level money. I don't see how we get back in there. It's like they've got a 10-mile-high razor wire fence laid flat on the ground. We should start from Oklahoma City. You want to take the train? I want to keep our choices open. We'll nail down the details later. Tell Westwood to book the flights. Reacher woke long before Chang the next morning. He slipped out of bed and closed himself in the bathroom. He had abandoned his old theory for good. It had been proven wrong, again and again. There was no ceiling, no upper limit, and no reason for it to ever stop, which was a strangely liberating thing to know. He faced the mirror, turning to inspect the fresh bruises from his fall. The old one on his back from Hackett was a vivid yellow, the size of a dinner plate, but he wasn't passing blood. The ache was fading, and the stiffness was loosening. The side of his head remained tender and slightly soft, though not truly swollen. Not enough flesh there, just like the doctor said. The headache was manageable. He wasn't drowsy or dizzy. He stood on one leg with his eyes shut and didn't sway. He was fully alert with no nausea, no vomiting, no seizures. He walked a straight line of tiles from the tub to the toilet and back with his eyes closed, not veering off course. He touched his nose with a fingertip, then rubbed his stomach while patting his head. No issues with coordination beyond his usual, inevitable lack of grace. Neat and dexterous were words that had never described him. The door opened and Chang stepped in, soft with sleep. She yawned. "Morning. Morning to you," he said. "What are you doing?" Running through the symptom checklist. The doctor gave me a whole menu. "How far did you get? Still have memory, vision, speech, hearing, managing emotion, and thinking to go." "You already aced managing emotion. I've been impressed for an Army guy. Now name 3 famous Oklahomans, since that's where we're headed." "Mickey Mantle for sure. Johnny Bench, Jim Thorpe. Extra credit for Woody Guthrie and Ralph Ellison," she noted. "Your memory is just fine," she replied, stepping back toward the bathtub and holding up 2 fingers. "How many do you see?" 2. Your eyesight checks out. That's not exactly a rigorous exam. All right, stay put and tell me who manufactured this tub? He glanced over. Near the overflow drain, faint, small lettering was visible. American Standard. He answered, already knowing the brand. Your vision is perfectly fine, she repeated, then murmured something almost inaudibly. On the flight, he said, I'm absolutely ready for that. Your hearing is definitely sharp. No question there. What's the longest word in the Gettysburg Address? Which symptom does that test? Cognitive function. He paused, considering. There are 3, each with 11 letters: proposition, battlefield, and consecrated. Now recite the opening line as if you're performing on stage. Lincoln was actually coming down with smallpox around that time. Did you know that? That's not the line. I know, that was a bonus round for memory. We already covered memory, remember? Now we're on speech, the first sentence. The founder of Getty Oil was a descendant of the man the town of Gettysburg was named for. That's not it either. That was general knowledge, which isn't even a symptom. It connects to memory. We handled memory a while back. He then projected his voice, theatrical and clear. 7 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty, and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. The bathroom's marble surfaces gave the words a rich echo and resonance. He continued louder still. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation, or any nation so conceived and so dedicated, can long endure. She asked, Has your headache subsided? He replied, more or less, which means it hasn't fully gone. It's on its way out. It was never a major issue. The doctor seemed to think it was. The medical field has grown very timid, excessively cautious. No sense of adventure left. I made it through the night. I didn't need to be under observation, Chang said. I'm glad he was cautious. Reacher remained silent. Then Westwood called on the room phone to report that his travel team had secured seats on United, the only non-stop flight available that day. There was no hurry, however, as departure wasn't until mid-morning. They ordered room service coffee for immediate delivery, followed by a full breakfast to arrive exactly 1 hour later. Meanwhile, very early morning in San Francisco meant the day was already a couple hours underway in Mother's Rest. This wasn't about city versus country routines, but simply the time zone difference. Mother's Rest was ahead. The general store was open for business. The diner had a few lingering customers. The motel maid was diligently at work. The clerk with one eye was in the bathroom. The Cadillac driver was in his shop, and services like Western Union, MoneyGram, and FedEx were busy. However, the irrigation spare parts store was closed, and the diner had suspended counter service. Those 2 men were stationed on a metal catwalk atop what they called Elevator 3, the old concrete giant, the largest of its kind there. With binoculars in hand, they operated a simple system. 2 roads led into town, one from the east and one from the west, the latter following the old wagon train trail running almost directly beneath them. There were no roads from the north or south, only the railroad tracks. This setup heavily weighted the risk toward the roads. The men sat facing opposite directions, one watching west, the other east. Every 5 minutes or so, they would turn to scan the railroad lines to the north and south, a slow, sweeping gaze from near to far, just in case someone was approaching on foot or using some odd self-propelled contraption straight out of an old Western film. It became a ritual, a chance to stretch, except when a train was passing. Then their task grew more demanding. Peering almost straight down onto the train, they could mostly see the far side, almost. They would certainly spot anyone forcing a door and jumping to the blind side like a scene from a classic spy movie. Yet even then, equal attention had to be paid to the roads. Always the threat of a vehicle breaching the perimeter was considered the most probable scenario. This meant the binoculars were focused on the distant horizon for early detection, save for 2 daily checks closer in. They scanned through the fine golden dust hanging in the air nearby, which thickened into a haze farther out, limiting visibility to about 15 miles. The plan was solid, and they knew it worked. After checking out, a doorman hailed them a cab. They squeezed 3 across the back seat. A sense of regret hung in the air for some, but not for Westwood, who seemed more unsettled than anything. That was one strange hotel, he remarked, only in San Francisco, I guess. The whole time I was in the shower, some guy was reciting the Gettysburg Address through the bathroom vent. Chapter 49. The flight was uneventful, and the Oklahoma City hotel, booked by the LA Times, was a grand century-old building with 3 distinctive spires. It had acquired a faint mustiness over the decades, though a renovation about 10 years prior had given it a fresh lease on life. It was perfectly adequate, and most importantly for Reacher, it maintained a standard of service he appreciated. He turned to Chang. "Go have a word with the concierge. Tell him you like to explore a new city on foot to really get a feel for it, but naturally you're concerned about safety. Ask if there are any areas you should steer clear of." She returned 10 minutes later with a paper tourist map, the kind printed in bulk for convention attendees. The concierge had marked it up with a ballpoint pen, drawing a thick blue line to wall off certain inner-city neighborhoods, clear no-go zones. It reminded Reacher of a crude sketch of East Berlin from the Cold War. One quadrant was not only circled, but emphatically crossed out with an X, so forceful it had nearly torn the paper. "He told me not to go there day or night," Chang reported. "Sounds like my kind of place," Reacher said. "I'm coming with you. I was counting on it." They ate an early meal, a late afternoon affair that felt like a fancy brunch with simple ingredients dressed up. The coffee was excellent. Afterward, they waited an hour for the sun to dip below the horizon, ending the long plains day. Streetlights flickered on, followed by car headlights, and the murmur from the bars shifted from a daytime lull to an evening buzz. "Let's go," Reacher said. It was a long walk. The city planners had wisely kept the convention district insulated. The wilder parts of town were many blocks away. The character of the streets gradually changed as they walked. The brisk pace of workers heading home gave way to a stoop culture, with small groups lingering in doorways, not doing much of anything. Some storefronts were shuttered for the night, while others looked permanently boarded up. A few remained open, doing a steady trade in snacks, soda, and single cigarettes. "You doing okay?" Chang asked. "Just fine," Reacher replied. He navigated by instinct, looking for the kind of spot where people might congregate and cars could pause briefly. Vehicles lined the curbs and cruised slowly by tricked-out Japanese coupes, lowriders, and massive old sedans from Buick and Plymouth that rode like land yachts. Some were customized with wide mag wheels, chrome exhaust pipes, and glowing blue undercarriage lights. One car was lowered so drastically it sat nearly waist-high, its engine protruding through a hole in the hood like a miniature oil derrick, crowned by a huge 4-barrel carburetor and a giant chrome air filter level with the roof. Reacher stopped to stare. "I need to look at those satellite images again," he said. "Why?" Chang asked. "Something's off about them. What is it?" "I don't know. It's a feeling in the back of my mind, not a clear memory. I'm fine. You sure? Test me. Ask me a question. Teddy Roosevelt's vice president, Charles Fairbanks. I thought he was a movie actor. You're thinking of Douglas Fairbanks." They moved on, passing sagging wooden houses built close together. Their weedy front yards were enclosed by wire fences, some empty, some piled with trash, some holding chained dogs, and others littered with the bright abandoned toys of children. They discovered a slanting road that bridged the gap between 2 secondary thoroughfares. It was broad enough for 3 cars, but both sides were lined with parked vehicles. The street stretched long enough to allow for slowing, stopping, and accelerating again. Reacher observed, "This looks promising." There was activity on the stoops, concentrated mostly toward the middle of the block. Young boys, around 12, clustered in groups, their eyes darting left and right, watching for cars. Reacher suggested, "All right, this is where we act like we've just realized our mistake and make a quick exit." They reversed course and hurried back to the secondary road behind them. Taking a sharp right, they continued walking in roughly their original direction, now moving parallel to the street they had just left. They paused when they estimated they were aligned with the unseen group of kids who they assumed were gathered along property length to their right, Factoring in the depth of a backyard, a house, a front yard, and the sidewalk, Reacher calculated it was about 400 shadowy feet. He said, "Let's go see what's on offer." They selected a vacant house with a boarded front and a snapped chain on its gate. Moving with swift, purposeful confidence, they entered, slipped down the side of the structure, crossed its overgrown yard, and reached the back fence. This fence met at a sharp angle with the yard of a house on the diagonal street. It likely wasn't their exact target, but it was adjacent. Reacher pried a wire panel loose from its frame, and they slipped through, their pale faces briefly visible in the dusky yellow light. They crossed this new yard and peered through the gap between the house and its neighbor. They were one property off, all the action was happening, one lot to the left, separated by a chain-link fence. Climbing it would mean metallic rattling and clinking. Chang was nimble, far more so than Reacher, who was built more for force than finesse. The yard they dropped into was neglected, a miniature wilderness of weeds and tall grass. The back of the house showed one lit window, Reacher advised. Try to keep your right hand in your pocket when possible, let them wonder if you're armed. "Does that actually work on occasion?" she asked. "Are they drug dealers?" He gave a single nod. "Like a fast food drive-through, they use kids to run the bags and cash to the cars. Young enough to avoid serious charges, though that part might be outdated, just an old myth, especially here. Oklahoma probably tries them as adults now." The irony of the situation wasn't lost on him. Here they were, two adults sneaking around while the system debated whether to treat children as criminals. The illuminated window was on the right, likely a living room. To the left was a dark window and a door, probably leading to a kitchen. They rustled through the knee-high weeds toward the door. Reacher tested the handle, locked. He sidestepped and peered through the grimy kitchen window into a dim space cluttered with trash and dirty dishes, pizza crusts, empty cans of Red Bull and beer. He took another step and pressed against the wall, angling a glance through the lit window. Two men were sprawled on separate sofas, engrossed in their phones, thumbs moving rapidly. Between them on a low table sat two black nylon duffel bags, the cheap kind sold in discount stores. On one bag rested a bulk pack of rubber bands, on the other lay an Uzi submachine gun. Reacher crept back to Chang at the kitchen door and whispered, "We need to find something heavy. For the window?" He nodded. "What about that?" He followed her gaze to a small concrete patio. There sat a square, humped object with rounded corners and a hole in its center, made of a tough plastic or vinyl blend, a discarded base for a patio umbrella. He murmured, "Think you can toss that?" "Absolutely," she replied. A grin spread across his face. "Definitely not some fragile, delicate thing," he said, "right after I break the door down." She lifted it. He took his stance. He whispered, "Ready?" She gave a nod. One stride, two, three, and he drove his heel into the lock, the door exploding inward. As he stumbled through the opening, he heard the living room window shatter and the heavy umbrella stand slam against the floorboards. He moved swiftly through the kitchen into the living room. The man on the left was still clutching his phone, frozen. The man on the right had his hand darting toward the Uzi, but his motion jerked to a halt as his shoulders hunched, and he flinched, a startled reaction to the deafening crash behind him, the spray of glass across his head and neck, and the sight of a large, heavy object from the yard whipping past his eyes. Also sailing into his view was Reacher's right boot, which connected solidly with the side of his face, dropping him to the floor like a discarded trench coat. That was effectively the end of it. From there, Reacher simply had to snatch up the Uzi, flick the selector to automatic, secure the grip safety, and point the barrel at the left-hand man's chest. "Don't move," Reacher said, and the man obeyed. The hallway was silent. A summer evening, warm and thick. Everyone outside enjoying the street. The man asked, "What's this about?" Reacher said. "This is where we relieve you of your guns and your cash." The man's eyes flicked involuntarily toward the bag topped with rubber bands. Chang moved in behind them, her hand in her pocket. Reacher said, "Search them." She did quickly and meticulously, Quantico training evident. From both men, she retrieved only a car key and two handguns, a Glock 17 and a Beretta 92, both 9mm, matching the Uzi. At least their ammunition situation was orderly. Reacher said, check the bags. One bag, which had held the Uzi, was packed with thousands of small glassine envelopes filled with a grimy brown powder, heroin no doubt, heavily diluted and ready for street sale. The bag with the rubber bands was stuffed with money. Piles of worn, greasy bills, 5s, 10s, and 20s, loose, bundled, and rolled, some torn, some crumpled, all crammed in tightly. The rubber bands made sense. Now Reacher recalled reading about a cartel accountant who spent thousands a month just on bands to bundle cash. He asked, "Where's the Audi?" The guy said, "Out front. Good luck with it. You're coming with us. You'll carry the bags." "Like hell I am." Get over yourself. You win some, you lose some. We're not the police. You're still in business. You'll earn this back in a couple weeks. Now move. The man took a bag in each hand. Reacher guided him toward the hallway, one hand gripping his collar, the other pressing the Uzi into his back. Chang carried the Glock in her right hand and the Beretta in her left. The hallway was long and grimy, the sounds of the street growing louder ahead, raucous chatter, laughter, scuffling feet, the rumble of cars all muffled by the heat, the distance, and the closed front door. 10 more seconds, Reacher said. Stay smart and you'll live. He pulled the man aside, letting Chang slip past to open the door. Then Reacher shoved the man outside and the talking and laughter ceased abruptly. 11 people were outside, some in the yard, some on the sidewalk, some in the gutter. Among them was a toddler about 2 years old, 3 women under 20, 2 hardened men around 30, and 5 scrawny kids of about 12, the usual errand runners. A car cruised slowly down the street, bass thumping so hard the body panels vibrated, then it moved on. Reacher pushed the man forward, and his people tensed, ready to jump in. But the man said, "Let it go." Chang clicked the key fob, and a black sedan's lights flashed in response. The sedan was no limousine, but it wasn't a tiny car either. Chang swung the rear door open, and Reacher forced the man to dump the duffels onto the back seat. After spinning him around, Reacher pushed him back toward the house, the Uzi never wavering. Chang slid into the driver's seat as Reacher dropped into the passenger side. She hit the gas hard. As they sped away, Reacher hauled the heroin bag forward and upended it out the window. A blizzard of tiny glassine packets erupted into the air, glinting dully in the light like a swarm of expired insects caught in the vortex of their escape. People spilled into the street, scrambling and diving for the scattered packets, some even sprinting after the car in a frantic, chaotic ballet. The men from the house were there too, shouting and waving their arms, utterly failing to restore any semblance of order as their product was snatched up by the crowd. That was the last glimpse Reacher got before Chang wrenched the wheel into a sharp left turn at the end of the diagonal street, leaving the chaotic scene behind for good. 4 blocks from their hotel, they abandoned the Audi in a multi-level parking garage, leaving the doors unlocked and the key in the ignition. They zipped the weapons inside the bag of cash and carried it back to Westwood's room. There they indulged in a bit of theatrical flair, unveiling their prizes one by one like a magician's act. First came the Beretta, then the Glock, followed by the Uzi, each met with appreciative nods. Finally, they let the bag fall open, spilling a cascade of cash across the bedspread. Westwood stared, then quipped, "I think I'm reconsidering my stance on the philosophy section." While Westwood and Chang began counting the money, Reacher inspected the firearms. Each was fully loaded with a round chambered, totaling 67 interchangeable rounds. The Uzi was in solid shape. Most of them were. It was a straightforward tool built for the gritty reality of combat, not some idealized version of it, a quality some would also attribute to the Kalashnikov. The handguns were another story. The Beretta, in particular, was a precision instrument. Exquisitely engineered and incredibly tough, it still demanded a bare minimum of care, something dope dealers in Reacher's extensive experience rarely provided. Their money spent just fine, but their weapons had a nasty habit of failing. It was a simple fact of life, born from neglect. Both the Glock and the Beretta felt dry and gritty to the touch. They were durable machines and probably functional, but probably wasn't a word that belonged anywhere near the reason you picked up a gun in the first place. It was a philosophical loop. If you couldn't trust a weapon, was it even a weapon at all? "Reacher, look at this," Chang said, pulling him from his thoughts. He looked initial appearances had been misleading. The greasy fives, the bricks of tens, and the loose rolls of 20s were genuine, but they were merely a facade. They were a last-minute addition, a thin top layer concealing the real treasure beneath, tight, official bank-banded bricks of $100 bills. Each brick was fresh, crisp, and fragrantly new. 100 bills per brick meant $10,000 each, and there were a lot of bricks. "How much?" he asked. "More than $230,000, she replied. Reacher fell silent for a long moment. Then he said, "Can I see the satellite images of that farm again?" Westwood's laptop was already on, and the picture was still in his browser history. Despite his grumbling about the slow hotel Wi-Fi, the image loaded in seconds. Reacher studied it. Once again he saw the farmhouse sitting like an island in a vast golden sea of wheat. The details were all there: fences, packed dirt yards, hogs and chickens roaming, vegetable plots, the main house, and 6 outbuildings. Parked cars, satellite dishes, a generator shed. Faint lines showed where power cables looped between buildings and a phone line approached on poles. The wellhead cast its distinct shadow. It was better than any blueprint. This was the unvarnished, lived-in reality, not just a plan on paper. A sudden, unbidden memory surfaced: a similar farmhouse from years ago where a simple misunderstanding over a borrowed truck had escalated into a 3-day standoff. The tension had been so thick you could taste it, a metallic fear in the air that made every decision feel monumental. It was a reminder that places which looked simple on the surface often held the most complicated stories. He mimicked the gestures he had observed, sliding 2 fingers across the touchpad to navigate the image, then spreading them apart to zoom in. He began with the parked vehicles, imagining one in motion. He traced a path out of the farmyard onto a dirt road heading east toward the railroad tracks, then turning north along the edge of a vast field. This field stretched uninterrupted for over 10 miles before the road curved west at its far boundary, then turned north once more, eventually feeding into Mother's Rest as a narrow, almost forgotten access lane. It met the wide plaza at a dead end, that same plaza which later led to the grain elevators. Essentially, it was a private driveway 20 miles long, leading nowhere else. He retraced the virtual journey in reverse, all 20 miles back to the farm, and parked the imaginary car where he had begun. He zoomed out until the farm dominated the screen from edge to edge. Closest to the railroad sat the hog enclosure. It featured a large wooden shelter and a fenced area about 6 times its size. The ground churned into a muddy, pockmarked mess by heavy animal traffic. A barn, slightly larger than the hog shelter, stood nearby. Neither structure showed any signs of electrical power. The generator shed was easy to identify, with an intake snorkel through the wall and a top-hat exhaust vent on the roof. Diesel for an operation of that scale. Thick cables, like a spider's web, sagged from eave to eave, connecting the generator to the house and the 3 other outbuildings. "Let's assume the largest structure is the main house," he said, "the one with the cars and the satellite dishes. But which building is the so-called suicide suite?" The others crouched beside him, shoulders nearly touching. Westwood offered, "The suicide suite is likely the next largest. It would need space for a bedroom, a living area, bathrooms, that sort of thing. Complete with power for climate control, soft lighting, maybe even background music. All the creature comforts." He pointed at the screen. "That one?" "Almost certainly." "Then where's the small block Chevy V8? "In one of the remaining outbuildings, somewhere remote and soundproofed." He gave a slow nod. "I remember seeing something similar in West Texas once, where they used old car engines to drive irrigation pumps. This was back when gasoline was practically cheaper than water. They'd salvage engines from wrecks, bolt them down on concrete pads like they were still under a hood, and paint them a bright warning yellow so tractors wouldn't hit them. But out in the open, they were deafening, so sure. You'd want to build walls and a roof around the concrete pad. You could insulate the walls and line the ceiling with some sound-absorbing material. And you'd need a power connection, Westwood added. They wouldn't run it constantly, only when needed. It would be embarrassing if it failed to start. So you'd have a battery charger hooked up permanently on a trickle setting just to be sure. So which building is it? Westwood indicated two structures.
That one or possibly that one.
Where's the exhaust pipe? There was a moment of quiet. Westwood finally said, maybe we just can't see it. We can see the power lines. We can almost make out the phone line. Those power cables are maybe an inch thick, probably less. A car exhaust pipe is at least 2 inches, often 3. Just look under a car sometime. It's metal because of the heat welded in sections. But where is it here? There's no pipe running into the suicide suite from any other building. Perhaps they buried it. The moisture in the ground would rust it out in weeks. It would leak exhaust. They'd be constantly running to a muffler shop for repairs. If they wanted to hide it, they'd bring it in just above ground level through a flower bed and plant climbing shrubs around it, roses maybe. That would actually make it easier for us to spot, but it isn't there, it doesn't exist. Their website is a complete fabrication. Westwood leaned in, zooming the image larger and larger until it grew crude and pixelated, as enlarged as it could get. He moved it methodically, tracing the outlines of all 4 walls of each of the 7 buildings. There was no exhaust pipe to be found. Not a single building was linked to another by anything stronger than a power line. Reacher glanced around and remarked, with 230 grand to play with, this feels like a Pentagon contract all over again. We've got the budget to start from scratch. They crafted this new strategy deliberately, with meticulous attention, digging into every layer and contingency. The process stretched from that evening deep into the night and consumed the whole next morning. Digital tools sped things along. The operation had 5 distinct phases, each one precarious and absolutely critical, all needing to be timed to the second. Technology turned what would have been a week's work into a matter of hours. Westwood and Chang had their laptops open, and even Reacher joined the digital fray, using Chang's phone on the hotel's Wi-Fi, tapping and swiping with surprising dexterity. When it was time to make calls, as Westwood and Chang worked their cells, Reacher used the old-fashioned landline on the nightstand. Together they coordinated tasks 10 times faster than the old days ever allowed. The remainder of the plan was essentially a procurement list. Priority 1 was finding a bona fide Oklahoma resident not to purchase outright, but to temporarily employ, or to bribe, if we're being precise, to acquire the rest of the gear, most of which required a local driver's license, as luck would have it. The hotel concierge offered his services. He fancied himself a worldly problem solver and was clearly tempted by the generous fee. He had no ethical reservations, the money was legitimate, and he argued he was exercising his constitutional rights. His delivery arrived late in the afternoon, by which point every other detail was locked in tight. They had drilled every scenario, debated every angle, and war-gamed the entire sequence. They had poked holes in their own ideas, asked the tough questions, and scrapped parts to rebuild them better. They had even mentally switched sides, trying to anticipate the opposition's moves and considering the unpredictable variables. What about a sudden downpour or a freak tornado warning? After all that was left was for Reacher to inspect the acquisitions. There were 3 primary items. They had resisted the urge to go overboard, like kids unleashed in a toy store. Reason had prevailed, leaving them exactly where Reacher preferred to be, equipped with everything necessary and nothing superfluous. All 3 were Heckler & Koch models, a compact P7 pistol for Westwood, similar to Hackett's secondary weapon, a simple point-and-shoot 9mm, smaller than standard, destined for his hiking boot and a provided ankle holster. The other 2 items were a matched set, identical MP5K submachine guns, one for Reacher and one for Chang. They were larger than a typical handgun, but not by much. Some revolvers were longer. They featured pistol grips and chunky forward grips with a sleek, almost futuristic design adored by SWAT units and counter-terror teams globally. They could fire single shots or switch to full auto, capable of spitting out up to 900 rounds a minute, a staggering 15 bullets every second. Consequently, the rest of the delivery was ammunition, all 9mm parabellum usable in all 3 firearms, but already loaded into 4 P7 magazines and 24 MP5 magazines. Carrying more would have been impractical. Reacher disassembled each weapon, reassembled them, and dry-fired them, sometimes using his pinky finger, which he trusted for detecting the slightest mechanical flaw. All 3 functioned perfectly. There was also a small bag of items from a hardware store. "Everything check out?" Chang asked him. "Looking solid," he replied. "You all right? Feeling ready?" he said. "Happy with the plan?" "It's a smart plan," he acknowledged. "But there's an old saying from my MP days, everybody has a plan until they get hit in the face." Westwood glanced at his wristwatch, a complicated steel apparatus with multiple dials. It was 5 in the evening. "7 hours to go, we should eat. The restaurant is probably open." "You go ahead," Reacher said. "We'll order room service. We'll knock on your door when it's time to move." From the elevated metal walkway atop the aging concrete structure, the dawn appeared immense, distant, and agonizingly slow to arrive. The eastern sky remained pitch black for a long time, until someone staring intently might have perceived the faintest shift to a charcoal gray. This gray lightened with agonizing slowness, spreading sideways in a razor-thin line and reaching upward with hesitant, ethereal fingers into the highest layers of the atmosphere. It was as if light itself moved differently up there, arriving first in that impossibly distant realm. To those straining eyes, the very edge of the world began to materialize, outlined in the subtlest gradation of gray. So dim it was almost a trick of hope and imagination. Then delicate fingers of pale gold began testing the gray, shifting and wavering as if making a decision. They spread, igniting a distant, thin layer, one tiny particle at a time, gradually turning it luminous and warm-tinted, like the glass of a vast, gentle bowl. This wan light grew stronger by the minute, until it washed the entire sky in a pale, shadowless gold. Warmer streaks soon bloomed along the horizon, and finally the sun heaved itself up, unstoppable, for one brilliant second, as red and fierce as a sunset before settling into a hot yellow blaze. It threw immediate, impossibly long shadows that stretched for miles. The sky transformed from pale gold to a clean, pale blue layer by layer, making the world above seem newly deep and infinite. The night's dew had settled the dust, leaving the air crystal clear until it dried. The view in every direction was pure and sharp. On the walkway stood the Cadillac driver with the Moynihan who'd been pistol-whipped and disarmed. The injured man was still unsteady, but the schedule waited for no one. He wore an old leather football helmet as a makeshift splint for his cheekbone. The Cadillac driver faced west, the new sun weak on his neck, while Moynihan squinted east against the glare, watching the road. He had seen no headlights all night, no movement at all, just the endless wheat and the curve of the earth. The scene was identical to the west, road, wheat, horizon, and utter stillness. It was the 3rd morning, and so far completely uneventful. Down in the plaza far below, early risers moved toward breakfast like tiny ants, toy-like trucks parked, doors slammed shut, and the distant, muffled calls of good morning drifted up, softened by the sheer vertical distance. After 20 minutes, the sun had fully cleared the horizon and was already arcing south of east, beginning its daily journey. Dawn had firmly become day. The sky brightened to a uniform, cloudless blue. New warmth stirred the air, and the wheat fields below whispered and shifted as if waking up. From the top of elevator 3 to the horizon was 15 miles, a fact of elevation, geometry, and the relentless flatness of the land. This meant the men on the walkway floated at the exact center of a 30-mile circle, the entire visible world laid out beneath their feet. It was a golden disk under a high blue bowl, perfectly bisected top to bottom by the railroad and side to side by the road. From this height, both looked like narrow, ruler-straight pencil lines crowded by the sea of wheat. They met at the railroad crossing directly below the center of the disk, the center of their world. The Cadillac driver sat with his knees drawn up to steady his binoculars, his gaze fixed on the far western end of the road. If anything was coming, he wanted the longest possible warning. Moynihan, his right hand shielding his eyes from the sun, held his binoculars shakily with his left. The helmet made it awkward. His method was a careful back-and-forth scan from near to far. He was determined not to miss a thing, his earlier bravado now replaced by a grim, focused patience. The quiet was almost worse than action, stretching the nerves thin. Somewhere in the distance, a lone hawk began a slow, circling climb, the only other movement in the vast waiting landscape. The walkie-talkie crackled to life. Moynihan lowered his binoculars and snatched it up, answering with a curt, "Go ahead." The voice of the man in jeans, the one with the wild hair, came through. "You two need to hold position until the morning train passes. Your relief is running behind." Moynihan glanced at the Cadillac driver, who just gave a weary shrug. This was the third dawn. The initial adrenaline had long since faded into a dull, watchful routine. "Copy that," Moynihan replied. He set the radio down, checked his watch, and muttered. 20 minutes out, scooping his binoculars back up, he raised a hand to block the low sun. "Got a visual," he announced. The Cadillac driver took a final, fruitless scan of the empty western expanse before turning. He shielded his own eyes, his grip firming to steady the shaking lenses. The eastern horizon was a blinding strip, the sun still low enough to make the air above the asphalt shimmer and dance, a distortion magnified tenfold by the powerful optics. There was a small, blocky shape on the road, seeming to wobble in place without advancing. An illusion of the heat and the magnification. It was a truck, probably doing 45, mostly white, headed right for them. "Keep watching it," the Cadillac driver said. "Make sure it's alone." He pivoted back to the west, bracing his elbows on his knees for a steadier view. A moment later, he exhaled sharply. "Well, hell, I've got something too." "What is it?" Moynihan asked. Best guess from this distance was a red car. A mere speck, with the rising sun glinting off its windshield like a mocking wink. Maybe 15 miles out. Same frustrating optical effect, it seemed to jiggle on the spot without getting any closer. "How's your guy doing?" the Cadillac driver asked. "Still coming. Any company. Can't tell yet. Could be a whole parade." "Same here." They watched in silence. Distant vehicles on a ruler straight road viewed head-on through lenses that magnified but flattened everything. Shimmering air, that urgent side-to-side rocking with no perceived progress, faint plumes of dust. Moynihan grabbed the walkie-talkie. After a quick exchange, he reported, "We have inbound traffic east and west. Moderate speeds. Estimated arrival coincides with the morning train." The man with the hair responded instantly. "This is the play. No doubt about it. They want us splitting our focus 3 ways. The Cadillac driver twisted to check the east while Moynihan was talking. The truck was still there, still that stubborn, rocking square, mostly white, but not entirely. Now he caught flashes of other colors mixed in, a familiar purple and a vibrant orange. A slow realization dawned. "Hold on," he said. Moynihan relayed into the radio. "Wait one, boss. It's a FedEx truck," the Cadillac driver said, a note of absurd disappointment in his voice. "It's probably my new toolbox. East is clear," Moynihan reported. "Just a delivery. West remains unknown. Stay on it," the voice ordered. "Will do." Moynihan put the radio down and took a quick, confirming look at the approaching FedEx truck before both men turned their attention west. 2 sets of eyes were better. The car was still coming, a distant amalgam of reflected glare and flashing chrome, with that persistent hint of red-week heat waves rose from the blacktop ahead of it, and a low dust cloud trailed behind. It could have been anything for a second. The Cadillac driver's mind wandered to the package he was missing, a stupid, mundane frustration amidst the tension. He broke his gaze to check the railroad line north. Nothing. But to the south, the horizon held a faint silver wink. The morning train, coming up from Oklahoma City, a tiny disturbance in the atmosphere. He looked east again. The FedEx truck, steadfast in its illusory dance. "Just occurred to me," he said dryly. "I'm going to miss that delivery. Stuck up here playing lookout." Moynihan offered a grim smile. "Long drive to come back for it tomorrow." He then jerked his chin westward. "This has got to be the slowest car in the history of cars." It's not slow. They've timed it. They want to hit us with the train, divide our attention. That's why they're approaching from the west. They don't even need the crossing. How far out is the train now? The car's closer, but the train is faster. The Cadillac driver didn't bother answering. It was like one of those pointless hypothetical word problems from high school math, utterly detached from the slow-burning reality on the ground. A car was 12 miles out, moving at 48 miles an hour, while a train was 15 miles away and hitting 60. Which one would arrive first? The answer was both. It was a coordinated approach, a straightforward setup. The vehicle continued its approach, and the train barreled forward, both vectors narrowing toward a single point. Down in the plaza, people were clocking in for work, moving like insects. Men emerged from the diner and climbed into their trucks. A smart play. They were deploying an advance team, a roadblock set about a mile outside of town. It was always smarter to handle trouble before it reached your doorstep. Unless, of course, the car was just a distraction. Maybe the real threat was on the train. It felt like a scene from an old western where the sides of the rail cars drop open and a posse comes charging out on horseback. 4 men were positioned on the ramp to intercept, with a 5th hidden on the blind side as a contingency. It should be sufficient. Everyone knew the strategy. Everyone trusted it would hold. Now the train was close enough to make out clearly. One side was lit by the sun, the other cast in shadow. Much like the truck and the car earlier, it appeared to shudder in place without actually moving, the air shimmering around it in a glowing, turbulent wake. The sedan was still advancing. 2 pickup trucks were poised to meet it, parked side by side about a mile from town, one in each lane, perfectly aligned. They stood proud, almost ceremonial, like stone lions guarding a grand estate gate. Then came the distinctive whap, whap, whap of rotor blades. Moynihan and the Cadillac driver spun wildly, twisting and turning as if swarmed by bees, their eyes scanning the sky for the source. They spotted it in 2 different places. There were 2 helicopters. They came in fast and low noses angled down, one from the northeast and the other from the northwest. Whap, whap. Both appeared to be painted a flat black with glossy cabins and tinted windows below them. The wheat fields thrashed and swirled in long straight lines, forming the beginning of a massive V shape, the point of which seemed aimed directly at their position atop elevator 3. The car kept coming. The train kept coming. Their walkie-talkie crackled to life. The man in jeans, his hair tousled, ordered, "Maintain visual contact at all times. I need to know what exits those vehicles and where." Then the transmission cut out. Peering down, they could see the tiny figure striding around, his radio pressed to his face. Whap, whap, whap. The car and the train drew nearer, now close enough that binoculars were unnecessary. The rotor noise grew louder, the beats falling out of sync, and the scream of the turbines began to pierce through. Everything was converging. Less than a minute now, maybe. A cascade of events unfolded. Moynihan and the driver pivoted frantically, struggling to keep everything in view. First, the helicopter on the right surged ahead on a wide eastern arc, slipping behind the town again before racing due south at impressive speed toward the farm. Then the red sedan reached the roadblock and stopped. It was a domestic model, inexpensive but eerily spotless, which screamed rental car. 2 of the diner guys leaned down, speaking through the driver's window. Meanwhile, the left-hand helicopter peeled away to the west, hovered momentarily as if waiting, then swung back directly over the plaza. It hung low, lower than the old concrete elevator. From above, Moynihan and the driver looked down on it. The noise and rotor wash tore at their clothing and buffeted them. The downdraft blasted dirt and debris through Main Street like a localized dust storm. Then a FedEx truck crossed the railroad tracks about 30 yards ahead of the oncoming train, 30 yards from being obliterated by 1,000 tons of steel. The driver didn't even accelerate. It was his regular route, and he knew the timing. As for the right-hand helicopter, it descended beyond the southern horizon, presumably on final approach to the farm. After all, what else was out there? The train arrived right beneath them, a roaring, relentless beast of heat and noise, its usual clamor swallowed by the relentless thump of helicopter blades and the shriek of jet engines. Through the car window, the diner men kept talking. The train doors slid open with a rhythmic whap, whap, whap. No one stepped out. Nothing moved on the hidden side. The doors sealed shut again, and the train began to pull away, sliding from under their feet with a slow, grinding patience, car after car. The conversation from the diner continued, unfazed. The final car receded into the distance, swaying slightly as weary rails gave a little. Above, the jets screamed, and one helicopter climbed high, then wheeled sharply away, its downdraft blasting sideways to shove them across the walkway, pelting them with grit and deafening noise. To the south, the second helicopter crested the horizon and mirrored the move up, over, and away, nose down, flying fast and low until it was just a speck in a brand new V formation aimed at the horizon. Suddenly, it was quiet. The only sound was the wheat, a soft, soothing rustle. Then their walkie-talkie hissed to life. Moynihan keyed it and reported, "No one exited the helicopter. It never even touched down. No one got off the train either. Nothing on the blind side." Out on the road, the diner guys were backing their trucks up, making way for a red sedan nosing through coming into town. Moynihan frowned. "What's the deal with that?" The man with the jeans and the wild hair answered, "He says he's a customer, showed up with a lot of cash. We're going to check him out." They brought the man to the diner, but before letting him inside, they huddled to debate the helicopters. Everyone was present except Moynihan's brother, the one who'd been kicked and disarmed. The talk was short and divided. Two theories emerged. Either this was general reconnaissance, scouting for a future move with cameras and sensors, or it was the actual hunt for Kever they'd long expected, which would involve similar tech but find nothing thanks to the hogs. Brief. No agreement. Either they'd be back or they wouldn't. No vote was called. The man they ushered in looked robust, like an explorer from a documentary. Scruffy gray hair and beard, maybe 45, dressed in odd zippered clothing with bootlaces thick as climbing ropes. He introduced himself as Torrance, said he'd destroyed his ID. Not just for insurance, though his policy had certain clauses. Mostly he wanted to leave people guessing. That was the goal, no trace. His paper trail ended 700 miles back, burned in a Nevada motel sink. He'd driven only at night since, to reduce risk, to keep people uncertain and inconvenienced. 7 long years before any legal presumption, the man with the jeans and hair said, "You'll understand our caution, Mr. Torrance." Then he glanced at the Moynihan who'd been hit in the head. "Where's your damn brother?" Moynihan shrugged. "I don't know. I need him here." Their usual rule for messages during a meeting was last in, first out. Moynihan had been last in, slowed by his head injury and shaky balance. "All right, I'll go find him," he said, heading for the street. The man with the jeans and hair turned back to Westwood. "Mr. Torrance, I suppose our first question is whether you're wearing a wire," Westwood replied. "I'm not." "Then you won't mind unbuttoning your shirt." Westwood complied, revealing a sturdy chest covered in curly gray hair. No microphone. The man in the faded jeans and unruly hair spoke next. "Our second question is how you managed to locate us." "Online," Westwood replied. "Through a message board. A friend who went by exit pointed me in your direction. We were acquainted with her." "Her. Were acquainted." Westwood absorbed the past tense. "She mentioned she was coming here with her friend Michael. He posted as Mike. He was a friend of mine, too." "She did. We knew Mike as well. I figured if it was suitable for them, it would be suitable for me. Which leads to our third question," the man continued. "What were your plans for that rental car? It's a blazing red paper trail sitting right outside." "I was hoping," Westwood said, "that for an additional fee, one of you could dispose of it. Take it all the way to Wichita or maybe Amarillo. It would be stolen in no time. Such an arrangement is possible, and if it ever turned up in some rough neighborhood or elsewhere, it would only deepen the mystery or make authorities lean toward a homicide. That was my thinking. As you're aware, we provide end-of-life options. And option means precisely that. We don't judge. We don't demand reasons, we don't offer counseling, and we don't attempt to change your mind, but your arrival has been unconventional. So we feel compelled to ask why, as an exception." Westwood's voice was flat. "I'm finished. I never asked to be here. To be honest, I haven't enjoyed much of it. Be more specific. I owe a significant amount of money. I can't pay it back. I can't face what comes next. Gambling debts? Worse? The government? I made some serious errors." The man in the jeans glanced at the others, gathered there, all present except for the Moynihan brothers. 5 men. They shifted their feet, exchanged thoughtful, grim looks, and offered vague nods of agreement. The man turned back to Westwood. "I believe we can assist you, Mr. Torrance. But I'm afraid it will require the entirety of what you brought with you," Westwood said. "I want the gasoline engine. That's my chosen method. It's a popular selection. Is it leaded gasoline? It runs on unleaded now. Special cylinder heads. The carbon monoxide is identical. It's the catalytic converter that removes it, not the fuel. And the smell is improved. The benzene gives it an almost sweet note. It's considered a peaceful way." What do others usually choose? Most opt for a combination. Certainty of outcome is considered paramount, hence all the statistics they review beforehand. Should I do both? No necessity. The gasoline engine is 100% effective. You can rely on it. Then the man's attention snapped to the street door. Where did the Moynihans go? Last in, first out. The spare parts clerk from the irrigation supply store spoke up. "I'll go find them." He hurried out. The man with the hair looked back at Westwood, his expression softening oddly. "It's an unusual question, Mr. Torrance, but would you care to join us for breakfast?" Westwood considered it. The mundane offer a stark contrast to their discussion, and then said yes. The counterman, temporarily setting aside his role in the group, stepped behind the counter to start a fresh pot of coffee. The Cadillac driver said he ought to check on his delivery first, promising to return in a minute. But the store owner, the hog farmer, and the one-eyed motel clerk all sat down immediately. The waitress came over for their orders. Coffee was poured, and plates soon arrived. Then the store owner stood again, saying he needed to run next door for something, heartburn medicine, the others assumed. He too said he'd be right back, but he wasn't. Neither was the Cadillac driver, or the Moynihans, or the man who had gone to look for them. The man with the jeans stared at the door, a line of tension forming in his shoulders. What in hell is happening? People keep walking out and not returning. He stood and moved to the window. There was nothing outside. Absolute stillness, no traffic, no pedestrians, nothing moved under the hot sun on the empty streets. The air itself felt dead. "We have a problem," he said, his voice low and urgent. "Out the back now, Mr. Torrance. You'll have to excuse us. We'll return for you later." And then he was running. Through the kitchen, followed closely by the hog farmer, the counterman, and the one-eyed clerk, fleeing toward the back alley where the counterman's crew cab truck was parked. They climbed into the vehicle and sped off, returning to the main square before heading south to its farthest edge and turning onto the narrow, unpaved road. It felt more like a private lane than a public thoroughfare, stretching on for 20 desolate miles. Back in the quiet diner, Westwood remained alone. The stillness was broken only when the street door swung open and Chang entered, with Reacher close behind her. The largest portion of their funds had been spent on securing the helicopters. They had chartered 2 luxury air vehicles, the kind typically hired by corporations out of Kansas City, essentially limousines for the sky. There was no possibility of convincing the pilots to land at an unauthorized location, nor would their insurance ever allow passengers to rappel down on ropes. The crews were, however, perfectly willing to fly to the coordinates and back empty, adding a touch of theatrical flair for what they were told was a video production. The precise GPS data came straight from an online map. Synchronizing the timing was the real challenge necessary for the cameras to capture the action. But with advanced computers in the cockpits, it seemed just feasible. Westwood was entrusted with the second largest share of the cash, an amount meant to make a statement. His navigation system was considerably less sophisticated, the speedometer of a rented Ford and his own wristwatch. It was a back-to-basics approach, more high school math than graduate-level engineering. The problem was straightforward. If a car needs to cover 15 miles in exactly 15 minutes, how fast must it travel? Everything was timed to the train's schedule. He tuned to an AM station that combined traffic and weather reports which mentioned the railroad was running on or near its timetable. It was the best information he could get. Meanwhile, Reacher and Chang had secured their own transport. A call to the FedEx depot in Oklahoma City established they had a critically urgent overnight package destined for Mother's Rest. They were given the latest possible drop-off time and arrived 5 minutes before the cutoff. They found the night driver taking a smoke break in the alley. He confirmed Mother's Rest was a regular stop on his route. The sight of official bank-wrapped bricks of $100 bills worked wonders, especially paired with a bit of psychological finesse. They told him to take as much as he felt was fair. All they asked was to ride in the back of his truck and arrive precisely when the train was due. The driver assured them it was no problem. He could do the run with his eyes closed. It was so familiar. He even suggested they ride up front initially and then move to the rear as they neared their destination, hopping out unnoticed behind the store owned by the Cadillac driver amid the planned chaos of helicopters, train arrival, and Westwood's diversion. The timing, as it turned out, worked perfectly. There was certainly no shortage of mayhem, that much was undeniable. An unexpected bonus was finding the store empty, a short-term advantage that became a longer-term complication, adding one more item to the list of issues to resolve later. Their next phase began with the Moynihan, whom Reacher had kicked in the groin. They spotted him limping down a side street, apparently heading toward the diner, the store, or possibly the motel. He was subdued without much struggle, secured tightly with 5 heavy-duty cable ties from the hardware store, gagged with a rag from the same place, and deposited in the vacant CPA's office next to the FedEx location, a door that hadn't been fitted with a substantial lock. Soon after, another man appeared, presumably a brother or cousin, sporting an absurd leather hat and searching for something. He met the same fate just as easily: 5 cable ties, a gag, and a spot on the CPA's floor beside his relative. Next was the spare parts clerk from the irrigation supply store, who came looking for the first 2. This time there was no casual chat about football, just the swift application of restraints and another rag before he joined the others on the floor. The ordinary townspeople wisely kept their distance, staying indoors, as if guided by some primal instinct. The sight of the submachine guns likely contributed. They looked foreign and menacing, like props from an action film. There was nothing to do but stay hidden. The 911 service was effectively out of order. The police were far away, and besides, it was sweltering outside, much more comfortable indoors with the air conditioning running. The Cadillac driver walked right into the trap, still under the illusion that his store was his own. He quickly joined the growing collection on the floor. They had to venture a bit farther to locate the dry goods store owner, catching him as he exited the rear of his building clutching a small bottle of stomach remedy. He, too, was restrained and gagged. Their impromptu roundup finally halted when the crew cab pickup truck roared away from behind the diner, leaving a sudden quiet in its wake. Westwood was left behind on his own. Someone had mentioned. They went along with the gasoline engine idea. Reacher gave a slow nod. They'll stick with the con until the very end, whatever it involves. I'm guessing the farm is their destination? Where else would they go? Are we prepared? We've done all we can. I'll get us there. I know you will. And that's where you plan to leave me behind, isn't it? Chang replied. We aren't leaving you behind unless that's what you want. It's not, Reacher said. I'd prefer to send you ahead instead of me. You're an adult. What happens to you isn't my concern. Come along if you wish. Stick with us the whole way, but stay on my left side. Why the left? I'm right-handed. I need my dominant side free. Understood? Let's move. Under ordinary circumstances, this would have been considered a test drive, a potential buyer taking an unfamiliar piece of machinery for a short, experimental spin, except Reacher was no potential buyer. He almost never bought anything that wasn't meant to be used up, and farm equipment was definitely not on his list. The salesman understood that And Reacher wasn't the one driving it anyway because he didn't know how. He solved the first issue with the submachine gun and the second with Westwood, who had picked up the skill years ago when, as a science editor, he got roped into judging school projects. That sometimes led to getting his hands dirty with community volunteer work, which often meant dealing with literal manure, and machinery was always the best way to handle that. It was a New Holland backhoe, borrowed from the farm equipment dealer north of the old wagon trail. This wasn't a test drive so much as an impromptu loan, minus any actual courtesy. Reacher had no plans to keep it. On the back, it had a narrow digging arm with two sharp teeth, perfect for trenching. Up front, the bucket was wide and tall, but surprisingly shallow, more like a bulldozer blade. It was clearly a versatile machine, built to have all sorts of attachments bolted on. It was brand new, gleaming with fresh paint, and spotlessly clean, carrying that distinct new equipment smell. The cab was just wide enough to squeeze in 3 people, though there was only one seat. Westwood had to take it because he was driving. The space was crowded with levers and pedals. Chang was wedged in sideways on Westwood's left, and Reacher was crammed in on his right. The engine roared. This thing was built for tough, short-distance work, hauling between a hole and a pile, but it had road gears too. Westwood had it up to about 30 miles an hour by the time they cleared the plaza. Instead of turning onto the private drive, he aimed straight into the wheat field. The front bucket was raised a couple of feet off the ground, its bottom edge jutting forward like a metal jaw. It smashed the wheat down like a blunt scythe, churning up thick golden clouds of dust and plant fragments that swirled around them like a continuous linear explosion. Stalky debris thrashed against the undercarriage, and along the edges of the path they carved, the wheat swayed back in waves, brushing against the windows. The land looked flat from a distance, but where the tires met the dirt, it was uneven and lumpy. The backhoe pitched forward and back like a boat on rough water, bouncing on its soft tires, which bulged and struggled over every bump. Westwood was jolted up and down in his seat. Reacher and Chang clung on sideways like subway passengers on a train gone wild. The metal jaw hammered onward. Dust and fragments howled around them. 30 miles an hour, 20 miles to go, an elementary calculation, 40 minutes. But this was better than taking the private driveway. That route could be mined, or at least spiked with traps. And it definitely involved a straight 10-mile approach to a sharp right-angle corner, a spot where any sensible defender would set up a heavy machine gun. Arriving by car on that dirt road would be like charging up a motel staircase 2 steps at a time. They could pick you off like squirrels, better to have some room to maneuver. That meant they needed an off-road vehicle. That meant a battering ram. That explained the front bucket. It was bulletproof, too, about the size of a twin mattress. Heavy steel, built to shove through jagged rock, a narrow strip of visibility ran along the top, enough for what they needed, at least for the wheat. So far, so good the plan was holding. Except for one small, unintended side effect. All the jarring and slamming was bringing Reacher's headache back with a vengeance. For most of the approach, the farm was hidden behind the wheat, so they navigated by the sun. It wasn't precise, but it was close enough. The first visual contact came about a quarter mile from their target, right on schedule, a house and 6 outbuildings, fences and packed dirt, a phone line on poles. The top had exhaust of a diesel generator, and the stench of hogs, like some kind of chemical attack. Westwood swung wide, then came back head-on, stopping about 200 yards out. The engine dropped to an idle, the last bits of wheat settled quiet. Utterly alone, Reacher felt like a predator overlooking a water hole, then the water hole started shooting back. 3 weapons opened up, long guns all the same. A distinctive, flat, solid bark, followed by the crack of fast bullets in the air. NATO rounds from M16s if Reacher were a betting man. All of them missing so far, understandable. It was a deceptive shot. 200 yards perfectly flat eye to eye, except it wasn't flat at all because it was part of a spherical planet. Hence the miscalculation. Westwood asked, "Should we back off?" "No," Reacher said. He counted silently in his head. "Move up 50 yards. Now, put the pressure on. They're coming up on a magazine change forward 50 yards now." Westwood nudged the vehicle ahead. A ragged lull followed. Pretty slow, no infantry training, that was for damn sure. Then the potshot started again. All misses until a single round connected right in the center of the front bucket. A tiny shiver traveled through the frame. The bullet collapsed. Then the sound arrived late. A deep, sonorous clang. Reacher said. "I'm impressed," Chang asked. "By what?" Finally, they hit a target only slightly smaller than a barn door, which confirms the front bucket is, in fact, bulletproof. "So we're good to go," Westwood said. "Now, no time like the present," Chang said. "Take care, Reacher." "You too, Chang." They opened their doors and jumped down to the ground, one on the left, one on the right. Westwood had mentioned his recent research, saying old-style wheat grew about 4 feet tall, but it was being bred down to a sturdier, seed-heavy plant just 2 feet high. The local farmers were clearly still old school. The wheat was easily 4 feet tall. Not that Reacher needed it for cover. Very little cover was required against guys who couldn't hit the broadside of a barn, but surprise was always a good thing, so he crawled. There was some visible disturbance in the wheat, but it was gentle and hard to pinpoint from 200 yards. The nighttime dew hadn't burned off. His knees and elbows were caked in thick mud. New clothes were definitely in his future, that much was clear. Even without the mud, the hog stench was brutal, thick in the air, bound to saturate the fabric. A new outfit tomorrow. A good idea anyway, he thought, with Chang around. Then it hit him. This ends today. Chang won't be around tomorrow. After 100 yards moving sideways, he curved sharply toward the farm, aiming to get closer as he worked around its perimeter. Less than 100 feet would make him happy. He was a big fan of the MP5K, a slightly swollen handgun that operated like a miniaturized rifle set to single shot. It stood a decent chance of hitting at 90 feet, or 80 or 75. That would be a bonus. 5 minutes in, he risked raising his head to check his position. He was in a pretty good spot. He had moved around the dial counterclockwise from the 10 to past the 8, and he had gotten much, much closer. Sure enough, the defenders, unsure of their aim, had clustered at the spot closest to the main threat while still keeping themselves protected. They saw the backhoe as the primary danger, and the nearest shelter was a small outbuilding by the fence, roughly the size of a one-car garage. 3 men were huddled behind it. That placed them perfectly in profile to Reacher. Clear as glass, a textbook flanking move, West Point would have beamed. There was the diner counterman, the motel clerk with one eye, and the hog farmer who'd led the group upstairs, big hands, broad shoulders, clothes smeared with dirt. Each carried an M16. Reacher waited. His head throbbed on both sides. Chang crawled in the opposite direction, closing in faster because her job wasn't to flank. Her role was to wait for the backhoe to advance, then unleash a sustained burst of fire to open a second front. That would force them into cover right where Reacher could pick them off from behind. That was the plan. She'd been skeptical. Still, his predictions had held up so far. He'd anticipated 4 early captives and got 5, and he'd called the missed shots at the farm. Even so, she'd pressed him again. Would this part actually work? No, he'd admitted. Probably not. They'll fall back to the house, an orderly retreat. They've surely prepared a hardened position like a safe room. Then why are we doing it this way? She'd asked. Because we might get lucky, he'd said. She kept crawling, wanting to get closer. She knew the math. A 30-round magazine would empty in 2 seconds. She wanted every bullet to matter. She wanted that luck. If she dropped one and he dropped one, that was 2 fewer for later. A good thing. Phrases she'd never have spoken before meeting him. The stench of pigs grew stronger as she moved. Mentally, she aligned herself with the satellite image. She was at 11 o'clock, the hog pen at 3. The smell told her 2 things. This was no genteel retreat. That was impossible. Some people wouldn't get within 100 yards without gagging, and Kever was buried there. She knew it. In the hog pen. They couldn't risk digging in the fields. Even a slow drive like Westwood's would be visible from above, and they'd be worried about aerial surveillance. They had Kever's wallet. They'd seen his FBI cards, outdated like hers, but they wouldn't know that. She felt a strange closeness to him now. She lifted her head of fence and the small outbuilding came into view. The backhoe idled alone, knee-deep in wheat, far to her right. That outbuilding was their only cover from it. At least one would lean out and fire right in front of her. She laid 2 spare magazines on the ground, lined up and ready. She clicked her fire selector to auto, settled her sights, and waited. Westwood fired up the engine, worked the levers, and raised the front bucket until it stood vertical, blocking his windshield entirely, safety over visibility. From there, his part of the plan was fluid. Reacher had told him, hold the wheels straight, drive slow, keep moving forward even if you're blind. Go through the fence if you have to, don't stop unless something else happens first. Fluid, just like the future of journalism. The internet changed everything. Now news was personal. The reporter had to be in the story, a first-hand account. The reporter had to be the story, blogs, features, platforms, book deals. He dipped the clutch, rattled the lever into gear, and rolled forward. Reacher heard the backhoe grind into motion. A wave of dizziness hit him. He was on his knees, swaying. He lifted his head. 2 fences, 2 outbuildings, 6 men. Double vision, he smacked his forehead with the heel of his hand and tried again. Better way off to his left, the backhoe crept forward, its large slack tires flexing and giving over the uneven ground. The 3 men stood with their backs pressed against the rear wall of the building, rifles held ready. The counterman slipped around the corner, moving cautiously along the side until he reached the next edge. He peered out, raised his weapon, and took aim at the approaching backhoe. Reacher lined up his own shot. The HK felt solid in his hands, a compact, precise instrument with iron sights. His head throbbed fiercely on both sides, a brutal reminder of the earlier impact. It felt like 2 separate injuries sparking against each other, electricity arcing inside his skull. Then Chang opened up on full auto, the sound impossibly fast, like a furious mechanical buzz. Dirt kicked up in a stitched line and a piece of wood splintered off the building. The one-eyed man ducked back. The counterman leaned further out, searching for this new threat. Reacher tracked him smoothly. Rear sight, front sight, target. He fired once at 80 feet. The 9mm round covered the distance in a blink. It struck high on the man's back, near the base of the neck. A lucky spine shot. Reacher had aimed for center mass, the safest bet, but fate adjusted the point of impact. The man crumpled forward against the building's corner and slid to the ground. The hog farmer dropped flat, vanishing into the wheat. Smart move, but the one-eyed clerk stepped out, raised his rifle, and fired. The round cracked past, tearing through the stalks 30 feet to Reacher's right. Chang fired again. Another magazine emptied with that same determined sewing machine rhythm. Dirt and splinters flew, then silence. The one-eyed man slid back to the corner, leaned around, and aimed toward the source of the noise. The backhoe rolled steadily closer. For a fleeting moment, Reacher hesitated. Shooting a handicapped old man felt wrong, almost unfair, but fairness vanished the instant that rifle pointed at Chang. So Reacher aimed at 90 feet. He focused everything on the front sight, a sharp needle post in its hooded ring. He ignored the blur of the rear sight and the blur of the target, just as he'd been trained. Clarity came when the 3 elements aligned. He fired. The bullet rose slightly on its longer path. It struck the base of the man's skull, obliterating the ancient primitive knot of the brainstem. Hydrostatic pressure did the rest. The man dropped instantly like a door slamming shut. The backhoe kept coming. The hog farmer broke into a sprint. Reacher switched to full auto, stood and fired, sweeping the muzzle across the fleeing figure as if flicking paint from a brush. But all 28 rounds went low. His footing was unsteady, his balance off, dizziness washing over him. He shook it off, regaining focus just as Chang fired a 3rd magazine, rounds going high and stripping shingles from the roof. The hog farmer never slowed, sprinting until he was out of sight. The backhoe rumbled forward, its heavy tread crushing the wheat. Reacher burst into motion, charging through the field, the stalks whipping against his legs as he carved a path toward the machine's trajectory. Westwood spotted him through the side window and brought the vehicle to a halt. Chang sprinted from the opposite direction, not slowing as she circled around and threw her arms around Reacher in a fierce embrace. Are you all right? She asked, her voice tight. Still on my feet, he replied. You took out 2. With 2 left, there were 4 in that truck. So what's the plan? We find them first. You mentioned a safe room. They climbed back into the cab, flanking Westwood on either side, standing awkwardly with no clear view ahead. Westwood wiped sweat from his brow. Where would they even put a safe room out here? They didn't build one, Reacher said. It was already here. I'd bet every farm in this state has one, reinforced to withstand just about anything. Chang's eyes widened. A tornado shelter. Exactly, under the house, and it'll have a backup exit somewhere else, in case the main house collapses on the trapdoor. Every proper basement has one. These guys definitely do. They'd want the flexibility, probably a tunnel leading to a separate location with a hidden hatch. That's what we need to find first. Then we can park something heavy right on top of it. Westwood fired up the engine again and worked the levers in reverse. The front bucket tilted back and lowered just enough to give a narrow line of sight over the top. Not perfectly safe, but a workable trade-off. He hesitated, his knuckles white on the controls. Reacher's voice cut through the tension. No sense waiting around. The backhoe jerked forward, settling into a steady, lurching pace on its uneven tires. 150 yards out, then 100, aiming straight for the fence. It plowed through with a sickening crunch, splintering the rails and sending fragments of wood spinning into the air. They rolled onward, passing the first outbuilding on the left, moving past the lifeless form of the one-eyed man and into the hard-packed dirt of the compound. There, they slowed to a stop. The dynamic had shifted. They were no longer predators watching from above, but combatants in an open arena. No shots rang out, no reaction came at all. The scene matched the satellite image almost exactly, except now they were seeing it from ground level, not from space. Directly ahead stood the farmhouse, to the right sat the grim suicide suite. On the left were the generator shed and a small structure about the size of the one the 3 men had used for cover earlier. Farther east, beyond the house, stood the hog shelter and the barn set somewhat apart. The driveway stretched out before them, following the telephone poles. No sign of exhaust, no movement. Westwood pulled his pistol from his boot. Reacher met his gaze. What comes next is completely up to you. I understand. Stay together. We start at the house. They climbed down from the cab. Still no one fired. No response came. Nothing but the ripe, pungent smell from the hog pen hanging in the air. They moved across the hard-packed earth toward the house, walking in a line, Chang on the left, Westwood in the middle, and Reacher on the right, his head throbbing as if an ice pick were being driven into his ear. Reacher took up a watch on the front porch while Chang and Westwood went inside to search. He scanned the surroundings, alert for any movement. That secondary exit could be anywhere. A surprise could come from any direction, but nothing happened. After 2 minutes, Chang stepped back out. We found the main entrance. Westwood's covering it. It's a complete mess in there. She took his place on the porch and Reacher went inside, finding Westwood in a hallway lined with bedroom doors. He was guarding the interior of what might have once been a linen closet. Now it was occupied by a heavy angled hatch set at 45 degrees between the back wall and the floor, angled because it clearly capped a staircase leading down to an underground room, no question. The hatch was shut, but like any proper storm door, it would swing outward so the wind could never force it open. Reacher estimated the distance, the width of the hallway plus the depth of the closet to the center of the slanted hatch, then went to find the living room. There, he immediately understood what Chang had meant about the mess. The space was a tech enthusiast's fever dream, far more intricate than Peter McCann's Chicago setup. Monitors glowed from every surface, joined by a forest of keyboards, tower units, and racks of humming hardware. Hard drives were stacked in precarious towers, surrounded by fans, connectors, and power strips, all connected by a sprawling, chaotic web of wires, some neatly bundled, others hopelessly tangled. Reacher ignored the digital labyrinth entirely. He moved on, locating a living area dominated by a massive, antiquated sofa. It was a 3-seater with ornate, curving arms and more than long enough for his purpose. He wrestled it back down the hallway, a clumsy combination of carrying and dragging, finally standing it on end to wedge it sideways between the hatch cover and the opposite wall. One exit was now effectively blocked. Out on the front porch, the three of them engaged in a silent, gesturing debate, mapping the probable location of a second escape route through sheer deduction. The house was a standard rectangle, so the underground shelter likely mirrored that shape. It was basic architectural logic, and given human nature, if the primary entrance was at one end, a secret exit would naturally be at the opposite. The tunnel would logically extend from the house's spine, heading out beneath the property toward either the generator shed or the smaller structure beside it. The generator shed was the sensible choice. It had a solid concrete foundation, easy to integrate with a tunnel mouth, and was a maintained clean space, a practical and safe emergence point. But these people weren't practical, they were paranoid. They weren't just hiding from the elements, but from other people. A predictable location would defeat the purpose. The smaller building, with its pair of rusted open garage doors, felt more likely. A broken lock meant no key was ever needed, a critical detail when every second counts. You wouldn't want to escape a crisis only to find yourself trapped in an outbuilding. They swung the heavy doors wide to reveal a cavern of clutter, scrap metal, old paint cans, and a paint-splattered drop cloth crumpled on the floor. It was the opposite of the generator shed, dirty, disorganized, and seemingly forgotten. Yet the junk was arranged with a curious, almost intentional disarray. Gaps existed where gravity and logic said they shouldn't, forming a navigable path that led toward the back. The largest void sat directly over a slight bulge in the stained cloth. Reacher yanked the cloth aside to reveal their prize, another heavy hatch, this one set flush into the concrete floor and sealed around the edges. It was shut tight. Perfect, Reacher said. While Chang went to find a vehicle with keys, Reacher and Westwood began heaving the strange metal aside to clear a path. She returned at the wheel of the same crew cab pickup they'd seen fleeing the diner earlier. With careful maneuvering, she positioned the truck until its left front tire rested squarely over the hatch cover. The second hole was sealed. Chang stepped out of the cab, staring at the displaced scrap. What on earth is all this? It was an excellent question. The material was all mild steel, a mix of squared tubing, solid rods, and thin sheet metal bent into odd, curled forms. A patina of rust covered everything, streaked in places with a black paint-like stain. Much of the tubing and all of the rod had been welded into sections that resembled modular fencing panels. They came in assorted sizes, some roughly 4 feet by 2, others 4 by 4, and a few about 6 by 3. The heap of twisted metal was a chaotic mess, none of it adding up. They had torn through a simple wooden post and rail fence with barbed wire. There was no metal fencing anywhere on the property or even in the whole county as far as Reacher knew. The pieces were all different sizes, some 3 feet tall, others 6, then 4 with no logical way to bolt them together into anything functional. The bolt holes didn't align, some vertical and some horizontal, and several sections even had hinges. This wasn't a fence at all. Chang's voice was a whisper. "My God, they're cages!" The metal strips, cut from larger sheets, had been rolled, beaten, and welded into grotesque shapes, all rusted and streaked with that same dark stain. There were hinged rings about 3 inches across with U-shaped eyes, manacles. Larger rings, 6 inches around, had long spikes brazed onto them, slave collars. Among the pile were crude iron masks, pincers, and nails. "The black stains," Chang said, her voice hollow. "I think that's blood." They retreated through the double doors into the sunlight, which felt unnaturally cold. Turning, they stared at the main house and the smaller outbuilding beside it, the so-called suicide suite. Reacher's tone was flat. "What comes next is completely up to you." He began walking. Chang fell in step without hesitation. Westwood lingered only a moment before hurrying to join them. The outbuilding was about half the size of the house, built square and solid on a concrete foundation, stained orange from muddy rainwater. Heavy tarred boards formed the siding, topped with a shingled roof. A thick power line ran in under the eaves. There were no windows. The door was locked. Reacher glanced at Chang. Ready? Not even close, she said, her voice small and drained. He remembered her leaning close in the Cadillac driver's store studying the phone book, her finger on the M for Maloney. He recalled the piles of packages, two shipped directly from overseas, sterile German medical steel, and a high-definition Japanese camera. He thought of the Palo Alto guy, baffled by that stray chat room message from someone called Blood. I hear Mother's Rest has good stuff. It was from some obscure enthusiast forum buried deep in the hidden web. Reacher took a step back, then drove his heel into the lock. The door smashed inward, rebounded off the wall, and he stopped it with his hand, a vestibule. The smell hit them first, worse than the hog pens. Ahead was a small kitchen cluttered with mugs, water bottles, and a snarl of discarded wires and cables. A place of work, not rest. To the left was a narrow lobby with two doors. The one on the right led to a utilitarian bathroom, neither clean nor dirty, clearly shared. On the far wall were 4 coat hooks, but they held no coats, only rubber aprons smeared with brown and black. Reacher tried the door at the end of the lobby. It was unlocked. A dull ache pulsed in his head. Ready? He asked again. No. Chang repeated that same defeated whisper. He pushed the door open. Darkness. The smell intensified, cold, metallic, foul. The space felt large and empty with hard surfaces and unseen obstructions. He felt along the wall, found a switch, and flipped it. The woman in white was not on her way to a garden party in Monte Carlo, nor heading to a courthouse for her 5th wedding, nor entering some serene annex to quietly end her life. She was chained by her wrists to a white-tiled wall, slumped low, surrounded by a horrific spray of blood, stone-cold dead. Reacher was no expert in forensic medicine, but the evidence before him pointed clearly to a brutal beating with a baseball bat. The weapon lay on the floor, its surface darkened with dried blood. The woman's body showed extensive bruising, multiple fractures, and a crushed skull. Her hair was tangled and stiff, and her once white dress was stained with blood and vomit. She faced a professional video setup, 3 cameras on heavy tripods, lights on stands softened by diffusion sheets, and cables snaking across the white-tiled floor. The tiles formed a kind of stage covering the rear wall and part of the side walls, a stark arena designed to be brightly lit, capturing every grim detail. Above the stage hung 2 microphones for stereo sound. Clipped to a camera stand was a printed email that read, I want to see a bossy executive type beaten with a bat. Make it last. Start with the legs. Have her repeat, sorry, Roger, again and again. I'll pay $100,000. It was a request from another community, an enthusiast site. That site was named Mother's Rest, matching the decoy they had uncovered. Back in the house, Westwood and Chang got the computers running. The operation was built on video streaming, pay-per-view, with staggering prices, the cheapest option costing as much as a car. Starved to Death was the most expensive, likely due to the time involved, followed by Pregnant and Bayoneted and Gutshot. There were popularity lists, recently viewed categories and genres divided by victim type, method, and theme, male, female, couples, cutting, stabbing, power tools, extreme insertion, medical experiments, and more. A custom tier allowed community members to submit detailed requests, even full scripts, with fulfillment depending on finding a suitable actor. Payment was only required after agreeing on a face and a price. Chang scrolled to the bottom of a catalog page and said quietly, "Take a look at this." Reacher leaned in. The latest addition to the Mother's Rest library was labeled Thin Man All Ribs, Broken First, the man from the train in the suit and collared shirt with his fine leather bag. A cold realization settled in. Chang scrolled back to an earlier entry called Sad Couple with Something to Be Sad About. She said this has to be Michael McCann and his friend Exit, right? Reacher stayed silent. Westwood, navigating a root directory, pointed at rows of data. Let's call these what they are movies, snuff films. The shortest run's 2 hours. The oldest is from 5 years ago. The newest went up yesterday. He dragged his finger down the screen and paused near the bottom. Guess how many they made before McCann first contacted me? 200, Reacher said. Now it's 209. Westwood glanced over. You want to see death by 1,000 cuts? No. I wonder what title they'd have given mine. Probably Hack Attack, Stabbed with Pens. Reacher's tone shifted from grim observation to dry, weary sarcasm. How long does the con even last? When do people finally get it? Only once they're in that room, Chang replied. I think it hits them when the Cadillac driver opens the door and they smell the pigs. That's when the guns come out. Then we should ask, Reacher said. We know where the con men are. They moved down the bedroom hallway to the former linen closet. Where a sofa was wedged between the hatch and the opposite wall, Reacher said it'd be simpler to just move the truck. Chang glanced at him. You all right? He gave a short nod. Considering. They exited through the front and traced the imagined path of the tunnel to the small structure with the double doors. Chang slid into the crew cab, edged it forward, and stepped out, leaving the engine running. She studied the hatch. What's the plan? Reacher said. I don't think they're waiting right underneath, but we prepare for it. Westwood pops the lid and steps clear. We aim straight down, good? She nodded. Westwood nodded. Reacher positioned himself to the right of the hatch, his HK set to full auto, a fresh magazine in place. Chang mirrored him on the left. Westwood bent, grabbed the handle, flung the door open, and leapt back. There was no opening. Chapter 57. The hatch assembly was a store-bought item cemented onto a smooth, unbroken concrete slab. No stairwell, no penetration. The same pebbled surface extended beneath it and all around it. A blind eye. A decoy, Reacher said. My mistake. I should have seen it. Westwood said, no use crying over it. We still need to find the real one. No, Chang countered. We need to know if they've already used it. The answer came with a supersonic crack, the hissing whine of a rifled bullet, and the gritty impact of a NATO round tearing through the wooden wall a yard from their heads. The rifle's blast followed a heartbeat later. The sound was close. 100 feet, Reacher estimated. Dangerously close, nearing point-blank range for a skilled shooter. They scrambled back inside as another round punched through, then another 8 feet away through the wall tactics, firing blind. This was the A-team, Reacher thought, the ones who could actually hit what they aimed at. He moved past twisted metal to the far back corner, invisible from outside. It offered no real cover, just the statistical lottery of random fire. The walls were useless, but probability wasn't. He kicked out the lower siding, creating a crawl space about 2 feet high and 5 feet long. Westwood went first, then Chang. Another round slammed into the wall. Then Reacher followed. They backed away, keeping the building between them and the shooter. Behind them stretched endless wheat. To their right stood the building near the broken fence where the dead men were. The backhoe sat about 20 yards off. Ahead to the right were the movie studio and the house, to the left the generator shed. Plenty of destinations, all on the wrong side of open ground. 20 yards, 20 long steps. It wasn't impossible. It depended entirely on the shooter. His training, his focus, a man drilled on front-sight concentration might tunnel his vision just enough to miss movement in his periphery. One person, maybe, could slip away unseen. Even a guy in a gorilla suit might make it, but 3 people wouldn't, Reacher whispered. Stay put. Don't move. I'll come back for you. Chang said. Back from where? I'm going inside the building again. That's insane. Not really. Look at their shooting. It's a numbers game. I'm no less safe walking right into their line of fire. That's completely nuts. It's a big wall. What are the odds? I'm more likely to get struck by lightning on a sunny day. I'm coming with you. Fine, but Westwood stays. War correspondents advance with the second wave, Westwood said. Is that what I am? No, I'm just trying to make you feel better about staying behind. You're considering the book deal? Reacher said. Not entirely. Regardless, you should stay put. Reacher and Chang returned to the structure, slipping back inside through the same opening. Sunlight pierced the walls in a scattered pattern, most of the beams striking high up. A taller man might have struggled, but Reacher moved easily, and Chang remained untouched. Another shot tore through a sharp crack, a metallic ring, and a new spot of light appeared high and far to the left, another wasted round. If it's genuinely random, Reacher observed, every point is just as probable, even places already hit. He pressed his face to one of the bright holes, his voice muffled against the wood. We have to spot their muzzle flashes, then we can drive them back. I want them scrambling. Another round punched through, whining off metal, sunlight streaming in perfect height, but a good 10 feet to the right. I've got one, Reacher said, dust swirling. He blinked grit from his eyes. They waited. Another shot high and left again. Reacher pushed back from the wall. I have both now. Same position. The rear left corner of the film studio, about 110 yards out. They're alternating, ducking around the edge to fire. It's like some cheesy military flick. One's the hog farmer, the other's got that perfectly coiffed TV weatherman hair. Can we hit them from here? We could burn through a magazine to quiet them for a moment. Then we could shift down to the studio's front corner. And then what? Creep from corner to corner? It's a long rectangle, most buildings are, you know. Marines would breach the building, come straight through the end wall. That's what anti-tank rounds are for. What's our play? We take a risk, we wait for a reload. Chang shook her head. Not good enough. You wouldn't care for the good enough plan. Are you asking me apologetically? You bet I am. So what is it? His head throbbed. It's a devil's bargain. It guarantees one, but only one. The other runs, and aside from that, it's going to be downright ugly. Reacher fired first, since Chang was the quicker sprinter. He stepped between the open doors, aiming at the studio's back left corner, about 2/3 up the wall. Wood splintered, but not enough for a full 2 seconds. Still, it silenced them. Chang took over, emptying a 30-round magazine on full auto, 2 solid seconds of noise, and Reacher ran. He sprinted for the near front corner of the studio, reloaded and fired down the building's length, corner to corner, another full magazine while Chang raced to join him, breathing hard as she pressed in behind. Ready? He asked. She didn't reply. They slipped inside the studio door, the vestibule, the familiar smell, the small kitchen with its mugs and water bottles. They waited. A sound, a man rolling around the corner, just like a bad war movie. They held still. A shot rang out, aimed at the now empty building they'd just left. Maybe a hit, maybe not either way. Reacher leaned out and fired half a magazine back, no precision, just a message. Your opponents are inside now. Right in your business. Reacher and Chang retreated, stepping backward past the bathroom, past the work aprons, through the door at the far end. The lights were still on. The woman in white hadn't moved. They stood facing away like cameramen distracted by a question. They waited. The hunters had become the hunted. Their prey was drawing them into a choke point. They'd have to show themselves, single file in a narrow, lit hallway. It was like climbing a motel staircase 2 by 2. Any smart gambler would stay out, but they'd come. They had to. This was their territory. And it was still their future on the line. Every man Reacher had ever encountered, from petty thieves to traitors, clung to the belief they could slip away with something intact. No one wanted to walk away empty-handed. These men would try to save their gear. Reacher figured those high-def cameras weren't cheap, so one would come back. But just one. That trick only works a single time. They waited. It's human nature. The hog farmer appeared, big hands, broad shoulders, clothes smeared with dirt. He peered around the corner, cautious, not committing to anything more than a quick look. He pressed tight against the wall, showing nothing, maybe a shoulder or the edge of his nose. He leaned out another inch for a second glance. Reacher put a round in his forehead. The trigger pull was featherlight, a purring burst of 10. Game over. The last man heard it, of course, and now he was running alone. Suddenly gripped by primal fear, free to act on it. No witnesses. In military thinking, aggressive pursuit is always praised, and any reason to leave a room is a good one, so Reacher ran too, with Chang right on his heels. They cleared the hog farmer's body, burst out the studio door, and angled half left, aiming for the end of the house and the mouth of the driveway. The driveway was the target. It had to be human nature. Escape the only way out. Everything else was endless wheat. They spotted him 60 feet ahead, running, glancing back, an M16 in one hand, the other empty. He was a stocky man with a flushed face and unruly waves of hair piled around his head. His blue jeans looked stiff, almost starched. He neared the driveway and looked back again. They ducked in closer to the house. The guy was utterly alone in that vast landscape. The hog pen was behind him, then nothing but wheat stretching toward Missouri. The driveway lay to his right, 20 miles to Mother's Rest. He stopped moving. Chang whispered, "Can you make the shot from here?" Reacher didn't answer. She said, "You okay?" He said, 90%. That was how he felt. Nothing was technically broken, no bleeding gash. But nothing was operating at full capacity either. "The brain isn't an arm," Chang asked. "How do we handle this?" Reacher counted back in his head. The rounds fired at the small building earlier. Punch, whang, how many? Memory. He took a step out. The man with the jeans and wild hair raised his rifle, an M16 at 60 feet. Theoretically a serious problem. Any decent rifleman could hit a target at that distance, less than 40 barrel lengths for an M16, practically point blank. But this guy was no decent rifleman. That had already been proven at the small building. And now he'd been sprinting. Now he was breathing hard, chest heaving, heart hammering. Reacher stood still. The guy fired a clean miss, a foot high and a foot wide. Reacher heard the round buzz past, then a distant thud far behind as it smacked into a building, probably the small place near the broken fence where the dead men lay. He stepped back into cover, he said. Sooner or later he'll run out of ammo. Chang said he'll reload, but not fast. Is that the plan? I need you with me, just in case. Of what? 2 heads are better than 1, especially mine right now. You sure you're okay? Not really. But then, how good do I need to be? I'll go do it. I can't let you what? Not a woman's job? Reacher almost laughed. He thought of all the formidable women he'd known. Just a personal thing, he said. Habit, mostly. So how do we do it? I'll draw his fire. He'll miss every time. I guarantee it. When he clicks on empty, I'll take him down. Meanwhile, you'll be moving closer, so if I miss, you won't. Chang said, no. We'll both draw his fire. We're doing this together. Not the most efficient way. I don't care. That's how it's happening. They stepped out together. The guy was still there, utterly alone under the huge sky. Denim, messy hair, the silhouette of an M16, 60 yards distant. Chang took aim, one eye squeezed shut. Reacher remained motionless, his arms spread wide, his gaze fixed on the clouds, his own weapon dangling by the trigger guard from a single finger. Go ahead, take it, the man did. He brought his rifle up, steadied himself, took careful aim and fired, and hit nothing. Missed them completely. Chang returned fire. A single crack, the empty cartridge spun away through the air. Her bullet missed too, yet the man retreated. 5 awkward, stumbling steps backward. Then 10 more. Chang fired again. Another brass casing flashed in the sun. Another miss. The wheat swayed in a slow, silent, undulating sea. The man lifted his rifle once more but held his fire. Is he out? Chang asked. Reacher's head throbbed. He's lost count, he said. So have I. Then a slow smile spread across his face. Feeling lucky? He raised his pistol. A comfortable 2-handed grip, firm yet relaxed. The front sight, the blurry target beyond. He blinked. His focus was there. But it wasn't perfect. A faint electric tremor ran through his arms, spreading through his whole frame. A familiar cocktail of coordination issues. Blurred vision, the whole frustrating package. He lowered the gun. We need to close the gap. They advanced, reclaiming the ground the man had yielded, deliberate and steady. Heartbeats calm, breathing even. The man gave up another 10 paces, the jeans and the hair moving backward toward the hog enclosure. Reacher and Chang pressed forward. The stench was foul, but a welcome change from the chemical reek of the movie lot. The man retreated 10 more steps and then jarred to a halt, his back pressed against the rough fence rails. Reacher and Chang stopped. The man raised his rifle, then let it fall again. He stood pinned against the fence, utterly alone, looking small and ridiculous in the vast emptiness. The midday sun blazed high in the southern sky. Far behind him, his hogs emerged from their shed, massive, slick creatures, each the size of a compact car, their hides glistening. Reacher moved forward. Chang kept pace. The man let his rifle drop and raised his hands. Reacher kept walking. Chang stayed level 50 feet, 40, 30, 20. The man's hands were high. In all those campfire stories, there was always a final speech. The villain had to hear his crimes recited. Reacher stayed silent. Stories were just stories, but the man spoke first. Their lives were already spent, he said, his voice pleading. Don't you see? They'd given up. The decision was made. They were gone. I was just utilizing a resource, and in the end, they got what they wanted. I doubt that, Reacher said. That wasn't any kind of prize. It was a final moment. An hour or two after everything was already over for them, they had chosen their end. How many hours did it take for the one you starved, man or woman? The man said nothing. Reacher pressed on. One practical question. The man looked up, wary, where are they? The man stayed silent, but his eyes flicked backward, a quick, involuntary glance toward the hogs. Reacher nodded. Then why bury Kever? The hogs were full that day. The man muttered, as if it were the most reasonable thing in the world. Then his tone shifted, turning almost wheedling. It was a specialty order from overseas, a perfect match. I'm just filling a demand. You can't blame me for what people want. Reacher said nothing. The man's hands lowered an inch. He wanted his shoulders free, his neck loose, for gesturing, for persuading, for making his case. For bargaining, for dealing. Reacher had seen it 100 times. Right to the bitter end, they always believed they could talk their way out. Chang raised her pistol. Reacher watched her, dark hair framing her face, her eyes intent, one closed, the other fixed on her sights. The post centered in the ring. This is for Kever, she said, giving the villain his reason. It could have been me. Her finger tightened. 20 feet. It was over in an instant. The round caught him in the throat. A full metal jacket clean through. The bullet would travel on, landing somewhere deep in the wheat field, lost forever. The thing would be buried, erased from memory, and it would break back down into its basic parts. Lead and copper, just another piece of the earth again. The man made a wet, choking sound, a single racking cough that echoed, and a froth of blood misted from the hole in his chest. For an instant he remained standing, just some guy propped against the fence rail, and then his body seemed to dissolve all at once, collapsing into a loose, liquid heap of denim and limbs. Reacher glanced over. What was your target? Chang didn't hesitate. Center mass. A faint grin touched Reacher's mouth. Never argue with center mass, he replied. He strode about 20 feet, grabbed the man by the collar and the back of his belt, and heaved him unceremoniously over the fence. The hogs were already charging. Chapter 59. None of them wanted to ride in the crew cab back to town. The idea of sitting where those men had been was too unpleasant, so they climbed onto the backhoe again. Westwood took the driver's seat with Reacher and Chang perched above him facing each other. But this time they took the dirt track. It was a slower road, but far smoother. They left the machine in the dealer's lot. The salesman emerged, giving the backhoe a thorough once-over. It was dusted with pulverized wheat, streaked with new scratches along its flanks and caked with dried mud. The front bucket bore a small, neat dent from the bullet impact. Not exactly showroom fresh anymore. Reacher peeled off $5,000 from their remaining cash and handed it over. Easy come, easy go, he figured. They walked south through the town square. The afternoon sun felt good on their backs. A kid was tossing a ball against a brick wall and swatting the rebound with a stick, the same boy they'd noticed earlier. They stopped at the motel office where Westwood reserved a block of rooms for himself, his photographers, and a small army of assistants. The new clerk was a teenage girl, probably college-bound, who worked with a cheerful, brisk efficiency. Reacher leaned on the counter. Why is this town called Mother's Rest? She looked hesitant. I'm really not supposed to say. Why not? The local farmers hate the story. They've tried really hard to make people forget it. I won't tell a soul it came from you. It's a mangled version of an old Arapaho word, one word, but it sounds like two in English. It means the place where bad things grow. Westwood handed Chang the keys to his rental car and said his goodbyes. Reacher walked with her to the diner where the red Ford was parked. She said, "You were originally headed for Chicago." "That was the plan," he said. "You wanted to beat the cold weather. Generally a smart move. With Chicago, you could still catch the 7 o'clock train, have lunch at the diner, sleep all afternoon in a lawn chair in the sun. I saw you doing that the very first day I was here. You saw me? I was walking past. You looked peaceful. I told you. Army training, I can sleep anywhere. Are you going to get that checked out by a doctor? Maybe. I'm driving to Oklahoma City. I'll drop the car at the airport. I suppose Westwood's interns will fetch him a new one. I can fly home from there." He was silent for a moment. She studied his face. "You all right?" he said. "We were just talking about Chicago. Maybe I should pick somewhere new." She smiled. "Go see Milwaukee, all 36 blocks of it." He paused, longer than necessary, the quiet stretched. She asked again, softer, "You okay? Will you come with me to Milwaukee just for a couple days like a break? We've earned one. We could do what regular people do on a short trip." She was quiet for a long time, 5 or 6 seconds that felt much longer right up to the edge of awkwardness. Then she said, "I don't want to answer that here. Not in Mother's Rest. Get in the car." He did, and she slid behind the wheel, started the engine, and put it in gear. She turned onto the old wagon train trail, heading west. The road arrowed straight through the endless wheat, narrowing to a thin, distant line before vanishing entirely into the shimmering golden haze of the horizon.